Chapter 1. The Fallen Monarch. Your Majesty, please do not do this. Your Majesty, I implore you, do not despair. A group of disheveled palace attendants knelt before a young man beneath a gnarled tree, their cries echoing with heartfelt anguish. Before the crooked tree, the youth gazed at the ravaged capital in the distance, his fists clenched tightly, despair etched across his features. He was once the sovereign of the Leong Kingdom, ruling over 3 prefectures and 6 cities. Yet now, with the great general slain in battle, the capital breached, and the populace reduced to mere slaves of a fallen state, he found himself unwilling to be remembered as a dethroned king, unwilling to accept the shackles of captivity. Heaven has forsaken my Leong. With a heart-wrenching wail, the youth resolutely chose to take his own life. Crack! In that instant, a thunderous sound shattered the air, splintering the gnarled tree to pieces. What is happening? Where am I? Qin Feng struggled to open his eyes, pain coursing through his body, his head spinning as if he had fallen from a great height. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Thank heavens! An elderly face appeared before him, streaked with tears as if steeped in sorrow. The others gathered around, kneeling and weeping uncontrollably. Who are you? Qin Feng asked, observing their peculiar attire and their bewildered expressions. Is this some kind of play? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a rush of memories surged through his mind like a tidal wave. I am Qin Feng, a student from Nanjing University? No, I am Qin Feng, the ruler of the Leong Kingdom in the southern region of Yunling. Quickly, 2 starkly different lives flickered through his consciousness like a film reel. Boom! After a moment, Qin Feng felt a surge of heat rise to his head. I have traversed worlds. He had transformed from an ordinary student of Nanjing University into the fallen monarch of Leong. Here, warlords vied for supremacy and royal authority reigned supreme. Confucianism, legalism, military strategy, and the myriad philosophies were all subservient to the power of kingship. Humans, barbarians, demons, and spirits, all were subject to the dominion of royal authority. And he, Qin Feng, the fallen monarch, had but a fleeting moment left in this world. Your Majesty, flee. The bandits have ascended West Mountain, please. Your Majesty, withdraw. A cacophony of cries erupted from below. Quickly, support His Majesty. An elderly palace attendant shouted in a panic. The others hurriedly assisted Qin Feng, fleeing towards the southern slope of West Mountain. But soon, a brazen shout pierced the air. The general commands, capture the little Leong King alive and reward him with 500 acres of fertile land and 100 taels of gold. Those who slay the little Leong King shall receive 300 acres of land and 500 taels of gold. Capture the little Leong King alive. Capture the little Leong King alive. The cries of battle drew closer. The earth trembled and dust swirled in the air. Several palace attendants collapsed in terror, rendered as helpless as mud. Get up and take His Majesty away. The elderly attendant wielded a sword, kicking the others in frustration. But the enemy advanced swiftly, encircling them in an instant. Commander, this is the little Leong King. Ha ha ha. Capturing the little Leong King will earn great merit. Congratulations, Commander. The enemy soldiers surrounded Qin Feng and his companions, laughing boisterously. Qin Feng stared at the arrogant faces around him, still reeling. I have just crossed over, scarcely tasted the benefits of kingship, and now I am to face execution. Why must this be my fate? I refuse to accept this. Anger surged within him as he roared, perhaps fueled by the memories of the little Leong King that ignited his wrath against these foes. Ah, did you hear that? This little Leong King says he refuses to accept it. The enemy commander laughed mockingly. Ah, what does a fallen monarch have to be discontent about? Once we take his head, let his discontent go to the underworld. His subordinates joined in the derision. Buzz! As Qin Feng gazed at the figures before him, the world began to spin, and everything became a blur. Amidst the chaos, a grand voice seemed to resonate. Ding dong! The heavenly fate summoning system is awakening. Binding system 102080. Ding dong! System binding successful. First-time binding of the system grants the host 500 points of luck. Do you wish to activate the heavenly fate summoning? Qin Feng's heart jolted, his fists clenched in determination. A system has descended from the heavens. Is this the golden finger of a transmigrator? Truly, heaven does not forsake those without hope. Activate, he silently commanded. In an instant, images swirled in his mind. Then, radiant light burst forth. Ding dong. The primary summoning consumes 500 points of luck, granting a set of advanced martial arts. The unstoppable divine fist. In the next moment, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, his eyes scanning the surrounding foes with the ferocity of a predator. A defeated army dares to glare at me? Seize him. The enemy commander, sensing Qin Feng's hostility, darkened his expression and immediately issued a command. Yes, his subordinates charged at Qin Feng with wild abandon. Protect the king, the elderly attendant shouted, positioning himself in front of Qin Feng. A few bold palace attendants rushed to his side. In the initial clash, one palace attendant was overpowered, lifted by the enemy's spear, pierced through, blood splattering everywhere. Bang! The elderly attendant felled two enemies, but was then struck by a massive spear, sent flying 10 paces away. Your Majesty! He looked back at Qin Feng with an expression of reluctance and worry, blood trickling from his mouth as he struggled to rise. Huh? The enemy laughed with increasing audacity, their sharp spears aimed directly at Qin Feng. Get lost! Qin Feng suddenly lifted his head, his hands infused with the strength of 1,000 men, seizing a spear thrust at him. With a thunderous crack, he unleashed a tremendous force, toppling his assailant to the ground. Behold my divine fist! Bang bang! With each movement of his fists, explosive energy erupted, obliterating the oncoming enemies along with their horses into a fine mist of flesh. What? The elderly attendant was struck dumb, his body trembling. How could this be? When did His Majesty become so formidable? The enemy commander was equally bewildered. Wasn't it said that the little Leong King possessed only the strength of the blood-refining realm? How could he so easily dispatch my elite subordinates? I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The commander's face darkened as he galloped forward. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered, his chest heaving violently. This body possesses only the strength of the blood-refining third realm. Yet with the enhancement of the unstoppable divine fist, it now rivals the strength of the opening Yuan third realm. The system truly produces exquisite results. Kill! His heart surged with excitement as he unleashed the unstoppable divine fist once more, blood spraying in every direction. The enemy commander fell lifeless to the ground. Silence enveloped the area. Those who remain alive, follow me down the mountain. Qin Feng exhaled a breath of relief, striding down the mountain with purpose. The elderly attendant struggled to his feet, bewildered, following closely behind. At the foot of the mountain, enemies surged into the palace, wreaking havoc and committing atrocities. The grand palace of the Leong Kingdom was engulfed in chaos, the air thick with the stench of blood, overwhelmingly pungent. My king! Palace attendants fleeing from enemies rushed towards Qin Feng. Quickly, it is the little Leong King. Ha ha! The head of the little Leong King is mine. The position of 1,000 households is within my grasp. The enemies, their eyes alight with greed, charged at Qin Feng. The elderly attendant gripped his sword tightly, his legs trembling slightly. Foolish creatures. Qin Feng spoke coldly, his fist striking out with relentless force, the explosive sounds echoing. Waves of energy collided, and wherever he passed, enemies fell lifeless. No match for his power. Bang bang! The fists clashed, energy surging. Soon, dozens lay slain. The remaining palace attendants fell to their knees before Qin Feng. Your Majesty is mighty. Heaven blesses our Leong. Many wept openly. Enough of your tears. A great enemy looms, and disaster approaches the nation. What good are tears? All able-bodied individuals, seize your weapons and fight alongside me. Qin Feng commanded with authority. Yes. Understood. The surrounding attendants and maids hastily armed themselves. Qin Feng led them into the palace, wielding the unstoppable divine fist, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. Even the enemy's leading general fell beneath his blows. Before long, a throng of over 1,000 gathered around him. Send the word, for I am favored by heaven. All who insult our Leong shall die." Qin Feng stood before the main hall, addressing the kneeling attendants, his voice resounding. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, he appeared as a celestial being descended from the heavens. Chapter 2. Summon General Wei Yan. Ding dong. System notification. By reversing the kingdom's decline and winning the hearts of the people, luck has increased by 1,000 points. Well done. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy within. Having experienced the might of the unstoppable divine fist, his curiosity about the system's summons deepened. "Your Majesty, we have gathered all the palace guards. Only 92 remain with combat capability." The elderly attendant, Chao Jiao, knelt before Qin Feng, trembling. He had watched over the little Leong King grow up, fiercely loyal to him. Now, with the enemy having breached the capital and invaded the palace, most of the royal guards were slain. With only this small number left, they seemed unlikely to make a significant impact. Qin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze resolute as he surveyed the remaining guards. "The kingdom stands on the brink of destruction. I wish to fight to the death. What say you? Let us fight to the death for our king." The guards exclaimed, their faces marred with blood, their voices resolute and unwavering. "We too are willing to fight to the death for our king," Chao Jiao shouted loudly. "Willing to fight to the death for our king." Thousands of palace servants, who were as fragile as chickens, raised their voices in unison. Ding dong. System prompt. Unite the hearts of the people, inspire morale, and gain 500 points of luck. Excellent. Qin Feng bellowed in satisfaction, declaring, "Today, we shall make the traitors of Chu Kingdom pay dearly." At this moment, the capital of Leong Kingdom lay under siege by the forces of the neighboring Chu Kingdom. Chu Kingdom boasted 5 prefectures and 12 cities, its might nearly double that of Leong Kingdom. The recent demise of General Qin Gang of Leong Kingdom provided Chu Kingdom with the perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack, leading to Leong's current plight. "Ha, you insolent child, what audacity!" A boisterous voice echoed, filled with arrogance. Immediately, a sea of iron cavalry surged forth, encircling Qin Feng and his companions. The leader, atop his steed with sword drawn, looked disdainfully at Qin Feng and laughed coldly. "You think you could challenge Chu Kingdom? Ha!" The blade of the horse-slaying sword suddenly pointed at Qin Feng, a chilling aura pervading the air. Qin Feng recognized this man, Zhao Jisheng, a general of Chu Kingdom, a formidable warrior of the third realm of Kaiyuan. The palace guards stood on high alert, their expressions filled with dread. The palace servants were collectively struck with terror. "I stand here. Which of you from Leong Kingdom dares to challenge me?" Zhao Jisheng sneered. "I shall," a palace captain bellowed, charging forward with determination. Zhao Jisheng's lips curled in a smirk, his sword slicing through the air with a surge of true essence. And in a flash, a head soared into the air, blood splattering the ground. The esteemed captain of the palace was utterly no match for him. Fear washed over the remaining guards. It seemed that even if all the strength of the Leong Kingdom gathered in that moment, they could not hope to defeat Zhao Jisheng, not to mention the thousands of battle-hardened cavalry behind him. In an instant, the morale of Leong Kingdom plummeted. Such overwhelming power! Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he pondered. Even if he could withstand Zhao Jisheng's onslaught with the fist of the Invincible, he would not be able to fend off the thousands of cavalry behind him. Moreover, there were many Chu Kingdom foes lurking outside the palace. Ding dong! Would you like to activate the heavenly luck summon? Activate! Qin Feng silently commanded within his mind. Suddenly, a radiant light filled his mind, accompanied by the sound of celestial music echoing around him. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Ding dong! The initial summon consumes 500 points of luck, and you have obtained General Wei Yan cultivation. First layer of foundation establishment. What? Qin Feng's heart raced. It was known that the realms of blood refining, Kaiyuan, and foundation establishment each represented a significant leap in power. Ordinary soldiers only needed to step into the blood refining realm. Those who reached the Kaiyuan realm could be directly appointed as generals, guarding a prefecture. Meanwhile, those who attained the foundation establishment realm were vital to the stability of a nation. Wonderful! Qin Feng felt as though a weight had lifted from his heart, his mind now at ease. Is there anyone else who dares to step forward? At that moment, Zhao Jisheng spoke again, his gaze contemptuously sweeping over the people of Leong Kingdom. The blood from his sword dripped down, splattering on the ground. A heavy silence fell over Liang's side. I shall. A voice boomed from behind the Su cavalry. I am Wei Yan, a mere commoner of Leong Kingdom, willing to serve the king with utmost loyalty. The voice, like thunder, pierced through the ranks of Su cavalry, landing before Qin Feng, as Wei Yan knelt on one knee. What a heroic figure, broad-shouldered and strong. Qin Feng exclaimed in admiration, astonished by the system's swift response. He patted Wei Yan on the shoulder and pointed at Zhao Jisheng, saying, "If you can slay this villain, you shall be a general of Leong Kingdom." "Thank you, your majesty," Wei Yan responded loudly. He turned, barehanded, facing Zhao Jisheng, and shouted angrily, "Traitor, prepare to die." Zhao Jisheng smirked coldly, mocking you. "A mere bandit, dare to boast in front of me? Do you even know how to write the word death?" As he spoke, he charged forward on horseback, the horse-slaying sword viciously cleaving toward Wei Yan, true essence surging forth, stirring a bloody wind. The people of Leong Kingdom wore expressions of horror. How could a mere bandit withstand the might of a general from Chu Kingdom? Yet Qin Feng remained remarkably composed, as if he had everything under control. In the next moment, Wei Yan's fists ignited with fiery energy as he boldly reached for the slashing blade of Zhao Jisheng. With a dull thud, he surprisingly caught Zhao Jisheng's sword. What? Gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the crowd. Not only the people of Leong Kingdom, but even the Su cavalry were taken aback by Wei Yan's unexpected strength. "Traitor, di!" Wei Yan shouted again, gripping the sword and forcefully yanking Zhao Jisheng from his mount. Bang! Zhao Jisheng crashed to the ground. Then, flames erupted. Zhao Jisheng's head was reduced to a charred mass. One strike. Zhao Jisheng is dead. Outrageous. How dare you kill General Zhao? Avenging General Zhao. A host of Su soldiers were immediately driven mad, charging forth with bloodshot eyes, their voices hoarse with rage. Long spears and short swords gleamed menacingly, the iron cavalry thundering, shaking the very earth. "Your Majesty, step back, allow me to slay these blind bandits." Wei Yan growled. Qin Feng nodded slightly. "Kill!" Wei Yan roared, charging directly at the Su cavalry. With each strike of his fists, fiery energy erupted. Wherever the flames touched, Su cavalry fell. Bang! Bang! The sounds of muffled grunts filled the air as Wei Yan moved through the chaos like a whirlwind. What a powerful warrior! Truly, heaven favors our Leong Kingdom. Chao Jiao observed Wei Yan's prowess, his lips quivering with excitement. Heaven bless Leong. Heaven bless the king. Heaven bless Leong. Heaven bless the king. The palace servants fell to their knees before Qin Feng. Ding dong. System prompt. Regaining the hearts of the people in the face of despair, you have gained 500 points of luck. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as an image suddenly appeared in his mind, resembling a game control interface. It read, System name, Heavenly Luck Summon System. Host, Qin Feng, Lord of the 9th rank feudal state Leong. Host strength, 3rd layer of blood refining. Host reputation, not activated. Luck points 1000. Summoning skill, Fist of the Invincible recoverable. Summon general, strategist Wei Yan, 1st layer of foundation establishment. Summoning level, initial, consuming 500 luck points each time. Mysterious summon yet to be activated. Phew! Qin Feng quickly comprehended the system's details and functionality, exhaling a breath of relief. Not long after, Wei Yan approached swiftly, kneeling before him and proclaiming loudly, Your Majesty, the enemies within the palace have retreated. I ask for permission to restore the might of Leong Kingdom and drive out the enemies of Su. Excellent. Qin Feng patted Wei Yan's shoulder in approval, proclaiming, I hereby appoint you as the general of Leong Kingdom, mobilizing the strength of the nation to expel the enemies and restore the state. Do you have confidence? I will not fail you, Wei Yan declared. At this moment, Chao Ju stepped forward quickly, saying, Your Majesty, consider this carefully. Chu Kingdom has summoned Qi Long as their commander. leading tens of thousands of iron cavalry, their momentum formidable. Although General Wei is valiant, he may find it difficult to face such overwhelming numbers. And what do you propose? Qin Feng countered. This old servant believes we should temporarily retreat from the capital to Shifeng City, devising a long-term strategy, Cao Jiao advised candidly. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly. If he were still the former young king of Leong, retreating to Shifeng City to consolidate strength would indeed be a prudent path. But times have changed. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the crowd, and he declared sternly, to leave the capital is to become akin to a lost dog. Moreover, this land belongs to Leong Kingdom. It is the bandits who should flee, not us. Indeed, it is the bandits of Chu Kingdom who should depart. A palace captain shouted indignantly. Wei Yan, his heart surging with emotion, immediately knelt and declared, I am willing to fight to the death for our king. Willing to fight to the death for our king. The palace guards echoed in unison. Cao Jiao opened his mouth, but dared not say more. Chapter 3. Summon, the celestial blade. Minghong. Cao Jiao glanced around, letting out a silent sigh. At present, the people were filled with anger and their morale was high, yet their strength was limited. What could they possibly do against the well-equipped cavalry of the Shugua? He privately believed that the king was still too impetuous. Open the royal treasury. Everyone, arm yourselves and let us slay the enemies. Qin Feng commanded without hesitation. Cao Jiao accepted the order and led the group toward the royal treasury. At that moment, as the palace was breached, the Shugua cavalry rampaged within, digging 3 feet into the ground, even smashing open the door of the royal treasury. The scene was one of utter devastation. Valuable weapons had been plundered, and those that could not be taken were set ablaze. Qin Feng sighed inwardly and gestured for everyone to search the area for usable arms. A tinge of desolation rose within him. Let there be a worthy weapon. Awaken the celestial fortune summon. Ding dong. 500 points of fortune consumed. The celestial blade Minghong successfully summoned. Qin Feng's figure trembled. The celestial blade. Just hearing its name, one could tell it was no ordinary weapon. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as Wei Yan, having found no suitable weapon, directly dismantled a towering bronze pillar standing 10 zhang tall, which 2 men could barely embrace. At a corner of the treasury collapsed with a thunderous roar. Good. Wei Yan swung the bronze pillar vigorously, exclaiming in delight. The soldiers, witnessing his innate strength, felt their panic dissipate significantly. Qin Feng nodded silently in approval. Yet at that instant, he suddenly noticed a faint red glow emanating from the collapsed corner of the treasury and quickly approached. To his astonishment, amidst the rubble lay a magnificent sword. It was 9 feet long, with a blade 2 palms wide and a hilt as thick as an infant's arm. The entire blade radiated a crimson light, exuding a faint aura of bloodlust. The intertwining shadows coalesced into the words Minghong. The onlookers felt a suffocating presence and turned to gaze at the source of the voice. The celestial blade Minghong, Cao Jiao exclaimed, his lips trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? The legendary celestial blade Minghong is truly in our Leong Kingdom. It is indeed a blessing from the heavens for the Leong. Upon witnessing this, the crowd knelt and cried in unison. Heaven bless the Leong. Heaven bless the king. It is known that the celestial blade Minghong ranks 3rd on the southern region's weapon list. There had long been rumors within the royal palace of Leong Kingdom, during the initial construction of the royal treasury. The first king of Leong had seen a great red light in this place. After consulting with a Taoist sage, he learned that the celestial blade had descended here. However, despite digging 3 feet into the ground, they could not find the blade. Ultimately, they had to build the royal treasury in this location, hoping to harness some of the blade's fortune. Yet, who could have imagined that today, the celestial blade Minghong would manifest and fall into the hands of the young king of Leong? This was undoubtedly an omen of good fortune for De Leong. Congratulations, your majesty, congratulations. Cao Jiao immediately bowed in reverence. Qin Feng grasped the celestial blade Minghong tightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. After a moment, the group gathered their equipment from the disordered treasury and, under Qin Feng's leadership, surged out of the palace. Outside the palace, desolation met the eye, with corpses strewn about. Many lay on the ground, barely clothed, their bodies a gruesome sight. The air was filled with the sounds of wailing. Mother, where are you? I promise I won't be naughty anymore. Please come back. A 3-year-old child stood by the roadside, tears welling in his eyes, calling out. Not far from him, a hand moved amidst a pile of bodies, a flicker of light briefly shining in the dull gaze before it extinguished once more. Run, help! The area was saturated with cries of despair. Ha! The Shui cavalry galloped wildly through the city. Many were adorned with gold, silver, and jewels, and some even carried 3 or 4 women on horseback that a group of commoners was herded into an alley by another group of cavalry. Soon screams filled the air. Chao Jiao trembled slightly, in that moment. He suddenly realized why Qin Feng had chosen to remain. If even the monarch fled, how could the citizens survive? Under a collapsing nest, not a single egg remains intact. He thought, Shui scoundrels, Leong Kingdom's General Wei Yan is here. Surrender and face your doom. Wei Yan shouted, charging into the street, wielding the colossal bronze pillar. The surrounding Shui cavalry gathered at the sound. Qin Gang is dead. Yet there are still blind fools who dare impersonate Leong Kingdom's general. Someone mocked. Humph, ignorant wretches, prepare to lose your head. As he spoke, a cavalryman spurred his horse forward, brandishing a spear aimed directly at Wei Yan. Get lost, Wei Yan bellowed, swinging the bronze pillar and instantly crushing the attacker. He then twirled the massive pillar with unparalleled ferocity, creating a whirlwind of destruction. Wherever he passed, the Shui cavalry was obliterated into a gruesome pulp. Soon, the clamor of battle grew louder, and more Shui cavalry converged from all directions, encircling Qin Feng and his men. Chao Jiao and the others were drenched in sweat, their hearts racing. The Shui cavalry, upon witnessing Wei Yan, who appeared like a divine warrior, expressed their astonishment. Who is this person? General Lin Qi of Shui inquired that I have never seen him before. However, he claims to be a general of Leong Kingdom. Someone replied that a general of Leong Kingdom. Lin Qi furrowed his brow, deep in thought. General, it is the young king of Leong. At that moment, a sharp-eyed soldier spotted Qin Feng behind Wei Yan and immediately cried out in alarm. Lin Qi's pupils narrowed, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes as he laughed. Isn't Zhao Jisheng in the palace? How did the young king of Leong manage to slip away? Haha, this will be a delightful prize for me. Men, capture the traitor of Leong Kingdom. With a single command from Lin Qi, the surrounding cavalry surged forward, a tidal wave rushing toward Wei Yan. Boom. Wei Yan wielded the bronze pillar, spinning it with such vigor that it became a lethal whirlwind. Splattering the Shui cavalry with blood, in no time, a mountain of corpses accumulated before him. Lin Qi felt a chill run down his spine, that he deliberately circumvented Wei Yan, intending to strike at Qin Feng from the side. He thought to himself, if I can capture the young king of Leong, perhaps I can disrupt his spirit. The warhorses galloped amid the chaos, and Lin Qi, not lacking in strength, directly slaughtered several men. Closing in on Qin Feng, the young king of Leong has been slain. Liang's general, why do you not surrender? He shouted, pointing his spear at Qin Feng. Slain. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered, revealing a cold smile. Do you think you are worthy? As he spoke, the celestial blade Minghong soared through the air, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. The crimson light sliced through the air, severing Lin Qi's spear with a resounding snap. The residual force of the bloodlight effortlessly cleaved Lin Qi's warhorse in two. Lin Qi was thrown from his mount, landing at Qin Feng's feet. What? Lin Qi's mind was thrown into disarray. Bang. Qin Feng wasted no time, delivering a punch. Lin Qi died. One blade, one fist. This seamless assault left the Shui cavalry witnessing the scene utterly stunned. The general is dead. Retreat, retreat. Many fled in panic, wishing they had grown 2 extra legs. After being relentlessly pursued by Wei Yan, the Shui cavalry trampled one another, casualties mounting rapidly. Report: a warhorse galloped into the camp of the Shui army outside the city. Reporting to the commander, General Zhao Jisheng has perished. Report. Reporting to the commander, General Lin Qi has also fallen. What Qi Long, who was organizing the spoils of war from this campaign against Leong, suddenly received these 2 pieces of dire news. He sprang up in shock, shouting, "What on earth happened? The kingdom of Leong has already been defeated. The city should be in chaos, celebrating at the hands of the Shui cavalry. Why have 2 generals suddenly perished?" "It was the young king of Leong," the scout replied, trembling. "The young king of Leong?" Qi Long conjured the image of a frail figure in his mind, his expression darkening as he barked, "Nonsense. How could such a mere child pose any threat? Chapter 4. Summon. Advanced Martial Technique Blood Drink Dragon Slayer. In Qilong's memory, the young king of Leong was a fragile being, barely possessing the strength of the blood refinement realm thanks to the accumulation of medicinal pills. He was no match for even a lowly soldier under his command. How could he possibly slay two of his generals? Indeed, the scouts stammered. The information I received came from scouts within the city. It cannot be false. After all, this is crucial military intelligence, and delivering false reports could cost one their head. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the sound of thunderous war drums echoed from outside the Chu camp, shaking the ground. Reporting to the commander, a multitude of citizens from the kingdom of Leong have surged out of the city, seeking to confront our forces. A subordinate rushed in to report. Just a bunch of commoners. What is there to fear? Qilong replied coldly, striding out with great determination. Soon, tens of thousands of Chu cavalry lined up in formation, ready for battle. That Qilong, mounted on his steed, appeared before the two armies like the wind. His gaze fell upon the vast throng of people from Leong Kingdom, armed with various tools, sickles, bricks, and hoes, a ragtag mob indeed. The only noteworthy figure was the burly man at the front, clutching the Tianzhong bronze pillar with immense strength. What great power! Qilong thought to himself, astonished. Where is the dog king of Shua? I am Wei Yan, general of the Leong Kingdom. I have come to deliver your demise, Wei Yan boldly declared, stepping forth as the opposing forces took their positions. Qilong's expression darkened, and his gaze scanned the crowd until it landed on Qin Feng. Young king of Leong, your kingdom's defeat is now a foregone conclusion. Do you still wish to act like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, leading the citizens to their doom? A mantis trying to stop a chariot? Qin Feng's eyelids flickered, and he proclaimed loudly, "This is the land of the Leong. You dare harm our citizens, trample upon our soil, and commit such unjust acts, yet you still have the audacity to bark with arrogance." Qilong revealed a cold smile and remarked, "The principle of the victor and the vanquished is quite simple. Did your father not teach you this truth? Presumptuous!" Wei Yan retorted furiously, "You, old scoundrel, possess quite the audacity to insult our king. Today, I, Wei Yan, shall use this dog-beating stick to extinguish your arrogance." As he spoke, he advanced towards Qilong, declaring, "Traitor of Chu Kingdom, prepare to meet your demise." The bronze pillar whistled through the air, emanating an aura of ferocity that startled many soldiers of Chu Kingdom. Qilong's expression shifted multiple times as he cast furtive glances around. Suddenly, someone galloped forward, exclaiming, "Bold ruffian, how dare you challenge us in the presence of Chu's iron cavalry? Face your death." The warhorse thundered forward like the wind, a figure leaping through the air to strike at Wei Yan with a blade. "Die," Wei Yan coldly uttered, and the bronze pillar struck true, that a burst of blood erupted in the air, sending Wei Yan sliding 3 feet along the ground. That a general of Chu Kingdom, slain, ruffian, prepare to meet your fate. Before long, 2 more warriors from Chu Kingdom charged in unison, one from the left and one from the right, seeking to eliminate Wei Yan. The long spears glimmered with lethal intent, the battle blades swirling with the promise of bloodshed. Just in time, Wei Yan laughed heartily, hurling the bronze pillar at one of them while unleashing a barrage of fiery punches towards the other. Foundation establishment powerhouse. Qilong's pupils constricted, and his form quaked. In the next moment, both Chu generals fell without exception. "Excellent. Well done, General Wei. Long live the king." The citizens of Leong erupted in thunderous cheers, their spirits soaring. To Qilong's expression shifted again as he urged his horse forward. "I did not expect that even as Leong Kingdom teeters on the brink of collapse, a foundation establishment powerhouse like you would still guard it. Are you willing to join Chu Kingdom?" In front of Qin Feng, he attempted to recruit Wei Yan directly. My king values talent. Should you choose to join Chu, riches and glory await you. Qilong offered temptations. "What if I desire your head as a football?" Wei Yan smirked. "Those who recognize the times are wise. Now that Liang's fate is sealed, can you alone withstand my tens of thousands of iron cavalry?" Qilong retorted coldly, "Enough of your nonsense. Let your subordinates show their true prowess." Wei Yan shouted, the bronze pillar whistling towards Qilong. Qilong's brow twitched wildly as he coldly replied, "You fool who does not know the meaning of death. If you seek to die, I shall grant your wish." with his sword shimmering with a fierce light. A gust of wind swept by he is also a foundation establishment powerhouse. The clash of the blue sword shadow against the bronze pillar erupted into a dazzling display of light. Encountering an equally matched opponent for the first time, Wei Yan revealed a vicious grin, intensifying his assault with the 10-foot-long bronze pillar, carving deep gashes into the ground. Qilong's strength was not to be underestimated either. The azure sword light flickered, swift as thunder. You can only defend against me. How will you protect that swarm of ants in Leong? Qilong sneered. Enough talk. After I slay you, I shall butcher your wretched kin. Wei Yan shouted fiercely, arrogant. Qilong's eyes sparkled with cold fury. That I end the heat of battle. He commanded, at all costs, slay the little king of Leong. He believed that with the death of the little king, Wei Yan would naturally lose his significance. Yes. Soon Su cavalry circled past Wei Yan, charging towards Qin Feng. You dare! Wei Yan's muscles bulged with fury, his movements becoming increasingly violent as he rushed to save Qin Feng. Qilong laughed coldly, summoning all his strength, pushing Wei Yan to his limits. Boom! Flames surged and fierce winds roared. Many Su cavalrymen were caught in the crossfire of their battle, instantly reduced to mere pulp. However, the sheer number of Su cavalry was overwhelming. Quickly, others bypassed Wei Yan, charging towards Qin Feng and the Leong citizens. Though this well-equipped cavalry could not contend with a ferocious warrior like Wei Yan, they posed no challenge to Qin Feng and the helpless populace. The Qilong sneered. In just a moment, Leong shall surely fall. Wei Yan's gaze turned colder, his strikes more domineering. Little King, prepare to die. At that moment, a general from Chu Kingdom lunged at Qin Feng, the blade's light sweeping through the air. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he calmly stated, Do you think you are worthy to kill me? The man trembled, and in an instant a spray of blood erupted, his head soaring into the air. Kill. Following that, blood-red brilliance erupted, dozens of severed heads soaring aloft. The Su cavalry, believing they were on the verge of victory, found themselves unwittingly stepping into their own graves. The Minghong blade buzzed ominously, shadowing Qin Feng as he advanced against the Su cavalry. Where the bloodlight passed, none could withstand. How is this possible? Qilong's mind buzzed, suddenly recalling the reports from scouts. How could he have become so powerful? Kill him. At all costs, capture the little king, he bellowed, losing his composure. For if he faltered, there would be no one left to stop Wei Yan. At that moment, though some have fallen, they still cling fiercely to the iron hooves of the cavalry of Shugua. The battlefield is a chaotic mess, with tens of thousands of Shugua cavalry surrounded by countless citizens of Leong. In this moment, the hatred of a ruined nation and destroyed families is unleashed. Most importantly, two figures charge to the forefront of the Leong citizens, Qin Feng and Wei Yan, that if the king is willing to risk his life. How can the people fear death? Retreat, quickly retreat. The commander has given the order, and the entire army must fall back. A cacophony of frantic cries erupts from the Shugua cavalry. Moments later, the jarring sound of the retreat signal reverberates across the battlefield as thousands of cavalrymen withdraw like a receding tide, leaving behind a sea of corpses, predominantly those of Leong citizens. Caw, caw. Solitary crows circle above, their cries long and mournful. Your Majesty, are you all right? Chao Jiu limps towards Qin Feng, inquiring with concern that an arrow has struck his leg. Inflicting a serious wound, that I am fine. Qin Feng replies, shaking his head. Truth be told, his arm aches and swells, and he wishes he could sever it with a blade. However, before him are countless eager faces, the people of Leong. These citizens risked their lives for him. How could he utter a single word of pain? My friends. Qin Feng stands atop a mound of fallen Shugua cavalry, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as he solemnly declares. Today, we have driven out the foreign invaders and preserved our land, all thanks to your valor. With that, he solemnly bows to the crowd. The air is thick with silence, and many shed silent tears. Qin Feng continues, Today, I assure you, within 1 year, I will lead an assault into Shugua to avenge our Leong citizens and seek retribution for your kin. Into Shugua, we shall seek vengeance. Into Shugua, we shall seek vengeance. A thunderous chorus of battle cries erupts around him. Ding. Having successfully defended the capital of Leong and won the hearts of the people, he gains 2,000 points of fortune and 1 point of prestige. Buzz. An enigmatic aura radiates from Qin Feng's body as he realizes that after acquiring a point of prestige, he has unexpectedly broken through to the Kaiyuan realm. He exhales a breath of stale air, a flicker of joy flashing in his eyes. Should he encounter Qi Long again, with his Minghong Tiandao and Shuyin Talongzhen, he would surely be able to slay him. Wei Yan, Qin Feng calls out. Present, from this day forth, you shall be the great general of Leong, tasked with recruiting brave souls from the city to expel the traitors of Sugua. Do you have the confidence to undertake this mission? Qin Feng commands that I will risk my life without hesitation. Wei Yan kneels in response. Excellent. Qin Feng nods approvingly. Upon returning to the city, he immediately instructs Xiao Jiao to open the granaries and provide relief to the homeless citizens. While swiftly recruiting soldiers, the entire nation is united for one purpose: to restore the kingdom. Meanwhile, the Shuwa cavalry camp is stationed hundreds of miles away by the Liang River, where attending physicians hurriedly tend to Qi Long's severe injuries. The supplies in the army are limited, and they must swiftly return to the capital. The physician furrows his brow. Return to the capital? The officers exchange worried glances that if Qi Long is sent back now, would it not signify the failure of their campaign against Leong? They had already penetrated the capital and were expected to return triumphant, waiting for promotions and rewards. Instead, several generals have perished, and their commander is gravely wounded. To return under these circumstances would be tantamount to returning as defeated generals that I cannot die yet. Qi Long struggles to sit up, taking a deep breath. The situation for Leong is dire, with only the young Leong King and Wei Yan desperately holding the line. But it is not enough. You must follow my strategy and launch a night raid on Liang's capital. Success is guaranteed. He coughs violently, blood spurting from his mouth, his strength waning. Commander, General Qi. The surrounding generals rush to his side. Stop your whining. Qi Long grits his teeth and shouts. Yes. The general's eyes gleam with indignation, their spirits resolute to fight to the death against Leong. Chapter 6. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos. Lord of Shifeng Mountain? As night falls, Liang's capital is ablaze with lights, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke that a contingent of palace guards gathers the citizens to tend to the wounded and manage the deceased. Qin Feng has ordered the establishment of 6 or 7 food distribution points throughout the city to provide sustenance for the homeless populace. The distribution points are surrounded by roaring bonfires, and many ragged citizens sit around the flames, their faces still etched with terror. Mother, will the Shuwa people come again? A child quietly asks. Will they return? The mother, holding her child, reveals her own confusion that in recent years. The strength of Leong has waned, and the lives of its citizens have grown increasingly arduous. Cities have fallen one after another, and the populace has endured the humiliation of foreign oppression. Now even the capital has been temporarily seized by the Shuwa forces. Though the young Leong King has inexplicably repelled the formidable enemies of Shuwa, can he truly turn the tide single-handedly? Many citizens harbor doubts. Perhaps for them, simply surviving is a tremendous fortune, leaving little room to contemplate what tomorrow may hold. At that moment, several figures approach that it is the king. Long live the king. We bow before the king. Many citizens kneel upon seeing the arrivals. Qin Feng gazes at the disheveled citizens of Leong, feeling a surge of emotion as he speaks. Please rise. Please rise. Thank you, your majesty. A chorus of voices responds to this moment. The young Leong King embodies the last glimmer of hope for the people of Leong. Today, my kingdom has suffered a great calamity. And it is my failing, Qin Feng proclaims loudly, surveying the crowd with intense resolve, that I vow to you all that as long as I live, I shall never allow Leong to lose a single inch of land. Those who offend Leong shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. No matter how far they flee. No matter how far they flee. Wei Yan, Xiao Jiao, and others raise their arms in fervent agreement. A flicker of hope ignites in the previously dim eyes of the citizens, a yearning for life and a sense of pride in being Leong people. Qin Feng silently nods. His choice to inspect the food distribution points during the night is solely to reassure the people. After all, the populace is the foundation of Leong and its future. That be why the time Qin Feng returns to the palace, it is already deep into the night that he glances at the fortune points of the system. 5,500 points, of which 3,500 points were earned from this evening's efforts to soothe the populace. With 5,000 points of fortune, he can initiate a mid-level summoning. Qin Feng reflects deeply, contemplating what Leong needs most at this juncture. Is it a capable and skilled official to reassure the people? A top-tier warrior who can stand against 10,000 foes? Or is it soldiers? Yes, at present, Qin Feng possesses the formidable General Wei Yan, whose combat prowess can withstand the might of Shugua's elite. However, he lacks a fierce and battle-hardened army. Given the numerical advantage of the citizens within the city, facing the tens of thousands of cavalry from Shugua would be a precarious endeavor. It is time to summon a squad of valiant warriors. Qin Feng silently recites in his heart that in an instant, a dazzling array of lights and transformations unfolds before him. Moments later, a guard rushes into the palace, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, urgent news! 5,000 to 6,000 bandits from Shifeng Mountain have descended upon the city." Bandits from Shifeng Mountain. Qin Feng furrows his brow, wondering if these are the soldiers he summoned. No, he shakes his head, saying, "Notify General Wei Yan to ensure the bandits are kept outside the city." Presently, Leong faces both internal strife and external threats. Besides the invading foreign forces, bandits and robbers roam freely. This group of bandits from Shifeng Mountain has occupied the outskirts of Liang's capital for years, posing a constant threat to its safety. Their leader claims to be the Lord of Shifeng Mountain. Now, with their entire force mobilized, they surely intend to take advantage of the chaos. But where are the valiant warriors I summoned? Qin Feng ponders, his brow furrowing as he hastens out of the palace alongside the guards to ascend the city gate tower that on the other side of the gate. Wei Yan has organized thousands of able-bodied men, armed with an assortment of weaponry, standing ready for battle. Qin Feng notices many faces betraying anxiety. It is clear to him that this is merely a hastily assembled force, their combat capabilities severely limited. Facing a bandit force that outnumbers them, their nerves are understandable. However, upon seeing the king, many eyes light up with fervor. Long live the king! Wei Yan strides purposefully to Qin Feng, kneeling before him. Qin Feng slightly nods, inquiring, "Where are the bandits now?" "Your Majesty, they are already a stone's throw from the city. Given their current posture, they likely intend to test the waters of our defenses." Wei Yan responds, his expression grave. "Rest assured, I will not allow the bandits to set foot in the city." Qin Feng nods appreciatively, standing atop the city gate tower. Suddenly, a rider gallops forward, calling out, "Listen, people on the city gate tower. My lord the Saint Master has arrived in Leong, and you commoners had better open the gates, and some presumptuous. The king of Leong is present. Do you dare to howl like a dog?" Wei Yan roars in response. The rider instantly spews blood and falls from his horse, evidently frightened to death by Wei Yan's fierce retort. That a cacophony of uproar ensues among the bandits across the way. Without hesitation, Wei Yan turns, brandishing a heavy hammer, kneeling on one knee as he declares, "Your Majesty, I request permission to engage in battle." "Granted." Qin Feng utters a single word. Soon, the city gates swing open. Wei Yan leads the charge, barreling towards the Shifeng Mountain bandits, followed by a thunderous roar. "I, Wei Yan, am here. You bandits shall meet your doom." He charged to the forefront, leaving many inexperienced recruits in his wake. "What an audacious fellow, daring to act presumptuously before me, the Lord of Shifeng Mountain." A commanding voice echoed from across the way, and soon a robust middle-aged man, seated upon a black panther, surged forward. "I am Han Shan, the right protector under the Lord of Shifeng Mountain, and I shall take your life." As he spoke, a long spear thrust forth, aimed directly at Wei Yan. Wei Yan responded with a scornful expression, wielding his war hammer and charging at Han Shan with a fierce roar. The clash of the hammer and spear erupted into blinding sparks, sending both Han Shan and his mount crashing to the ground. The Shifeng Mountain bandits, witnessing this, fell into disarray once more. "Cursed be it!" A figure clad in a golden robe rose from the flickering flames, revealing a sinister countenance, his eyes gleaming with a greenish light. Fixated on Wei Yan, "Do you dare obstruct this lord?" He chanted incantations, green light weaving around him, extending towards Wei Yan, a sorcerer. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, surmising that this man was none other than Gu Yunya, who boasted the power of the wood spirit and had single-handedly held off thousands of iron cavalry, securing his position as the foremost figure of Shifeng Mountain for decades. Soon, Wei Yan found himself ensnared by the power of the wood spirit. Despite his immense strength, he could not budge an inch, and even his myriad skills were rendered ineffective. Kill. Guiyanya uttered coldly, that in an instant, hundreds of bandits surged forth, intent on slaying Wei Yan. Boom. 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 Yet what he did not anticipate was that, although Wei Yan was immobile, he still managed to prevent the surrounding bandits from advancing even a step with his war hammer. Guiyanya's brow furrowed tightly as he suddenly gazed towards Liangdu. If we can seize Liangdu, what use would it be if the man before me possesses the strength of 10,000? Attack the city, Guiyanya commanded, and the bandits poured towards Liangdu like a rising tide. At the city gates, the newly recruited soldiers, witnessing Wei Yan's predicament, became disoriented and chaotic, uncertain of what to do. Across from them, the Shifeng mountain bandits charged in, eyes gleaming with ferocity, resembling wolves and tigers. Chapter 7. Divine Weapons Descend. Tiger Guards Charge. Kill. The Shifeng mountain bandits were notorious for their brutality, especially under Guiyanya's leadership, having annexed the territories of 6 or 7 surrounding cities. After enduring numerous battles, their overall strength had significantly increased. Though not on par with the Chu Kingdom's cavalry, they far surpassed the newly assembled recruits under Qin Feng's command. As the leading bandit closed in, a resounding voice boomed from the front of Liangdu. I am here. Who dares to act presumptuously? Qin Feng galloped forth, dragging the Minghong heavenly blade, igniting sparks along the ground. The blood-red glow of the blade shimmered vividly in the night. The king has made his move. A cacophony of voices erupted among the new recruits at the gates. With their king leading the charge, undeterred by the specter of death, what could they possibly fear? Many tightened their grips on their weapons. Kill. Qin Feng swung the Minghong heavenly blade, and where its light passed, several bandits fell in swift succession. That is the little king of Leong. I know him, exclaimed one bandit fiercely. Kill the little king. Kill the little king. Countless bandits, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, rushed towards Qin Feng without hesitation. After all, slaying the little king would be a grand achievement. However, having gained a modicum of renown, Qin Feng had already attained the strength of the Kaiyuan realm, no longer the insignificant figure he once was. With the assistance of the Minghong heavenly blade, his power was greatly augmented, rendering the ordinary bandits incapable of approaching him. The swirling bloodlight erupted, and wherever it passed, bandits fell one after another. Soon, a pile of corpses lay before him. Kill. The new soldiers of Leong Kingdom, witnessing their king's valor, felt their blood surge, and with each bellowing cry, they charged forth to engage the bandits. Leave this to me, the left protector. A thunderous voice boomed from among the bandits, and a diminutive figure dashed swiftly towards Qin Feng. That I am Jiang Hu, the left protector under the Lord, here to take your life. His voice was shrill, and green light flickered in his hand, enveloping Qin Feng's heavenly blade. The momentum of Qin Feng's blade faltered instantly, as a chilling glimmer surged towards his face. What a surprise! This fellow has also learned Guiyanya's methods. Qin Feng, caught off guard, had no choice but to abandon the Minghong heavenly blade and retreat. Hell, little king, without this treasured blade, let us see how you contend with me. Jiang Hu sneered, wildly swinging his blades towards Qin Feng. Having struggled through the martial world since childhood, he had finally stepped into the Kaiyuan realm, later learning sorcery under Guiyanya's tutelage, achieving great success in battles against bandits. That if he could slay Qin Feng now, he would surely earn prestige among the brothers of Shifeng Mountain. With this thought, Jiang Hu couldn't help but laugh. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Qin Feng possessed a unique set of martial arts. The Invincible Divine Fist. Kill. At the very moment Qin Feng retreated, he unleashed his fist techniques, ruthlessly striking towards Jiang Hu. The force surged like a tide, sending Jiang Hu's weapon flying. The residual might continued, crashing into Jiang Hu and his mount with devastating impact. What? Jiang Hu's heart churned with fear, his face draining of color. After tumbling to the ground, he scrambled back towards the bandits. Trying to escape? Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on the fallen Minghong heavenly blade. Some Shifeng mountain bandits attempted to seize his blade. Boldly, you dare to touch this king's heavenly blade. Qin Feng's voice thundered, exuding an aura of authority. The bandit trembled, kneeling and presenting the Minghong heavenly blade to Qin Feng with both hands. In the next moment, he witnessed one of the most unforgettable scenes of his life. the blood drink and dragon slaughter slash kill. A blood-red arc sliced through the air, the fierce wind howling, deafening his ears. Jiang, who was obliterated in an instant, along with dozens of bandits around him, that is so powerful. The bandit collapsed onto the ground in terror, while the others fell silent, hesitant to advance. Cursed be it. How could this little king's strength have risen so rapidly? Not far away, Guyenya watched this scene, feeling both humiliated and enraged at this moment. He needed to focus entirely on casting his spells to obstruct Wei Yan. However, with Qin Feng slaughtering his subordinates, instilling fear in their hearts, what use was it for him to block Wei Yan? Where were Su's men? Why had they not yet appeared? Guyenya roared in anger. He knew that a significant part of his audacity in attacking Liangdu was due to the promises made by the Chu Kingdom's Marshal Qi Long's advisors, who had assured him that should he capture Liangdu, they would support him in becoming the new king of Leong. Thus, Guyenya had launched a night assault on Liangdu. Yet, he had never anticipated being thwarted before even breaching the city. Not far away, the Chu Kingdom's iron cavalry had long been on high alert. Observing the battle at the East City Gate, Chu General Zhao Ben shook his head. Ultimately, they are but a band of bandits. Utterly useless. A look of disdain crossed his face as he bellowed. Currently, Shifeng mountain bandits have drawn the Leong Kingdom's main force's attention. We need only enter the city through the West Gate and seize Liangdu. Gentlemen, what are you hesitating for? To battle. Soon, the thunderous beat of drums reverberated as the mighty Chu Kingdom cavalry surged through the West Gate into Liangdu. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his men were entangled with the Shifeng mountain bandits at the East Gate, utterly unable to lend aid. The fragile defenses of Liangdu crumbled before the battle-hardened Chu cavalry in an instant. The Chu Kingdom has invaded. Run! A chilling cry echoed through the city. The sounds of weeping and wailing resonated throughout the night. Chaos engulfed the city. Hurry and report to the marshal. Zhao Ben has fulfilled his mission. Zhao Ben was the first to burst into Liangdu, laughing triumphantly, having never anticipated victory would come so easily. After all, this was a battlefield, not a mere contest of martial prowess. Even if Qin Feng and Wei Yan possessed the strength of 10,000, it was impossible for them to defend Liangdu entirely. Report, Your Majesty, the capital has fallen. A panicked guard rushed to the East Gate, hastily delivering the news to Qin Feng. What? Qin Feng's expression changed dramatically. Guyenya received the news as well and burst into triumphant laughter, declaring to those around him, Liangdu is now within my grasp. You all, do not hesitate to fight fiercely and eliminate these remnants of Liang. Understood. The bandits, filled with fervor, charged forth recklessly, eager to claim their rewards. 6,000 bandits advanced like a tidal wave, rapidly diminishing the ranks of the new soldiers of Leong Kingdom. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble gently. Tiny fragments of grass flew into the air, and puddles along the roadside rippled. Before long, a contingent of black-armored cavalry, as swift as arrows, surged from the south gate, entering Liangdu. Their banners proudly displayed the character Leong. The Tiger Guards of Leong Kingdom are here. Who dares act presumptuously? Thunderous shouts echoed, instilling fear even in the Chu Kingdom's cavalry. The Tiger Guards of Leong Kingdom? Zhao Ben inquired, puzzled, turning to his subordinate. What kind of force is this? Why have I never heard of them? Bang! Before he could finish his question, his subordinate's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, a dark feathered arrow embedded in his chest. Today, we, the Tiger Guards, shall be your Chu Kingdom's nightmare. Unbeknownst to him, a warrior clad in a bronze mask from the elite Hu Ben Guard had already arrived before him, the chilling sound emanating from the depths of an abyss, instilling a sense of dread. Immediately thereafter, the Hu Ben Guard cavalry surged forth like a torrential flood towards the forces of Su Guo. Chapter 8. The might of the Hu Ben Guard. Zhao Ben, witnessing this scene unfold, was rendered utterly speechless. He could scarcely fathom that the Leong Kingdom possessed such a fierce cavalry of several thousand, all of whom were formidable warriors of the Kaiyuan realm. Moreover, their discipline was impeccable. Their attacks and defenses meticulously coordinated. Such synchronicity could only be achieved through decades of camaraderie forged in battle. This formidable cavalry of the Hu Ben Guard charged into the ranks of Su Gui's forces as if traversing an uninhabited expanse. As his comrades fell around him like ripe vegetables, Zhao Bin was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness, but he turned his steed and attempted to retreat, but he was still a heartbeat too slow. His head was severed from his body in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Bin gazed down upon the Leong capital shrouded in darkness, realizing that the campaign against Sugua was doomed to failure. The ground was littered with corpses left by Shimen, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. The citizens, paralyzed with terror, huddled together, trembling in fear. Yet the Hu Bin Guard maintained their strict discipline, disregarding the populace as they made their way towards the eastern city gate. Meanwhile, Gu Yunyan, his eyes aflame with rage, faintly heard the sounds of battle echoing from within the city, envisioning himself ascending to the throne as the new ruler of the Leong Kingdom. Kill! Let this holy lord slay them all! Gu Yunyan roared in a frenzy. Beside Qin Feng, the newly enlisted soldiers of the Leong Kingdom numbered less than 400, while the bandits of Shifeng Mountain before them outnumbered them by 2,000 or 3,000. You pack of dogs and swine, come at me if you dare, Wei Yan bellowed, his fury palpable. He could only watch helplessly as the Leong Kingdom's vital forces were systematically depleted, a smoldering rage igniting within him. If these new recruits were annihilated, how would the Leong Kingdom stand against the cavalry of Sugua? In that moment, Wei Yan too felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Qin Feng's hands ached with fatigue. Even with the Minghong heavenly blade and 2 superior martial skills at his disposal, he could not withstand the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. Surrounding them were over 3,000 bandits, their predatory gazes fixed upon the beleaguered Leong soldiers. Despair shone in the eyes of the newly enlisted soldiers, for they understood that the capital of Leong had already fallen to Sugua's cavalry, leaving them isolated, stranded, with only death as their fate. Brothers, Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings with fierce determination, declaring, the men of the Leong Kingdom would rather die in battle than live on their knees. Rather die in battle than live on their knees. Rather die in battle than live on their knees. The soldiers of Leong echoed, their voices hoarse from the fervor of their cries. Ha ha! Gu Yunyan laughed maniacally, mocking them. You are all doomed. Should you continue to resist, when this holy lord storms into the city, I will ensure your entire lineage is exterminated. His visage was terrifying, a picture of rage, causing many of the Leong soldiers to tremble with fear. You dare! Qin Feng suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes locking onto Gu Yunyan. Yunyan felt a shiver run down his spine, as if confronted by an ancient beast staggering back a few paces. However, he quickly regained his composure, hissing, this holy lord keeps his word. With a roar, Qin Feng raised the Minghong heavenly blade, pointing it at Gu Yunyan, and coldly declared, today, I shall surely take your life. You are dreaming. Gu Yunyan retorted scornfully. Suddenly, the ground trembled gently, as if iron cavalry were approaching from the city. Yunyan's expression shifted dramatically, and he sneered, your end is nigh. The cavalry of Sugua is upon you. A year from today will be your day of mourning. As his words hung in the air, a dark streak of light shot through the sky. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, and someone beside Gu Yunyan fell to the ground. What is happening? Gu Yunyan's heart filled with suspicion. Upon looking up, he beheld thousands of black feathered arrows descending from the heavens, like a tempest bearing down upon him. Gu Yunyan shrieked in horror as intertwining green light surged forth to shield him. But those around him lacked such protection, collapsing one after another as the rain of arrows fell. The Hu Bin Guard of the Great Leong is here. The Hu Bin Guard of the Great Leong is here. A series of thunderous shouts reverberated through the air. Then, a torrent of iron surged forth from the city, charging at the bandits of Shifeng Mountain. 3,000 bandits crumbled before the might of the Hu Bin Guard's cavalry. Bow before the king! Bow before the king! The Hu Bin Guard swiftly assembled before Qin Feng, dismounting in unison and kneeling before him. What? Wei Yan and the soldiers of Leong were taken aback, astonished that their king commanded such a formidable cavalry. Heaven bless the great Leong! The thought surged in their minds. Qin Feng too felt a wave of relief wash over him as he solemnly nodded. Excellent, excellent. You have arrived just in time. Let us eradicate these bandits together. At your command. The Hu Bin Guard mounted their steeds, and under Qin Feng's leadership, they charged towards Gu Yunyan. Yunyan's pupils dilated, his heart pounding with disbelief as he stammered, impossible. This cannot be happening. His dreams of nobility were crumbling before they had even begun, and he felt a surge of unwillingness. All of you, rise up for me. Fight for me. Yan's hair was disheveled as he raved hysterically, but the bandits around him had already scattered like frightened birds. After all, they were no match for the formal cavalry of Sugua, let alone the elite Huben Guard cavalry. Now, all they could do was curse their lack of speed. The Yan too sought to flee, but Qin Feng had fixed his gaze upon him. I have said it before. Today I shall take your life. Qin Feng's voice was cold and resolute. Kill. The Minghong heavenly blade was raised high, its blood-red glow blinding. Yan's spirit quaked, his lips trembling. This holy lord will never die. Absolutely never. The intertwining green light enveloped him, wrapping around the blade to halt its descent. Meanwhile, Wei Yan, unshackled from restraint, unleashed a long-suppressed fury, roaring, "Old dog, die." With that, he swung his war hammer and charged forward with great strides. Boom! The very ground seemed to tremble. Yan was engulfed in terror, glancing around as his bandits fled or fell. Now, he stood alone amidst the encirclement of the Huben Guard cavalry, utterly trapped. My life is forfeit. Yan howled towards the heavens, spewing a mouthful of blood as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Your Majesty, the bandits of Shifeng Mountain and the invading forces of Sugua have been entirely vanquished. A knight of the Huben Guard dismounted swiftly, reporting to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyelids fluttered. General Wei. He heard Wei Yan shout furiously. The Sugwa scoundrels have gone too far. Did I, the general, am willing to lead the troops in a battle and eradicate these bandits to repay your Majesty's grace. Willing to eradicate the bandits to repay your Majesty's grace, echoed the newly enlisted soldiers of Leong, their voices fervent and resolute. Good. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, responding earnestly. This time, the great Leong shall accomplish its mission in one fell swoop. Fight! Fight! Thousands of Huben Guard cavalry roared in unison that a tidal wave of iron surged forth under Wei Yan's command, racing towards the Leong River, where the Sugwa cavalry was stationed. The ground shook with the thunderous charge of the cavalry. Qin Feng gazed towards the east, where the first light of dawn began to break. When the sun rose, it would herald the rebirth of the Leong Kingdom. Chapter 9. A Desperate Plight. Report. As dawn broke, a hurried report echoed from the eastern gate of the Leong capital, swiftly reaching the palace. Many citizens, still shaken from the previous night's terror, had not closed their eyes, and upon hearing the urgent report, hurriedly emerged to gossip and speculate. General Wei and the Huben Guard have decisively defeated the Sugwa cavalry, capturing their general Long, beheading 2,000, and taking 3,000 prisoners. A resounding victory, cried the scout. What? Leong has triumphed. Leong has triumphed. The vast Leong capital erupted in jubilation, countless citizens running to share the joyous news, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Within the palace, Qin Feng felt the surge of fortune points from the system swell to 3,000. We have won. A smile graced Qin Feng's lips. Though he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it manifest brought him immense relief. Your Majesty, General Wei has captured Long and seized 700 carts of military supplies and countless treasures. The scouts soon reported upon entering the city that Long could hardly have imagined that while leading his army to the Leong capital, pillaging and plundering along the way, his ill-gotten gains would become the very resources Qin Feng would use to rebuild the Leong capital. Excellent. Qin Feng nodded, striding purposefully out of the palace at that moment. The sun was rising, casting a golden glow that elongated his shadow. Chao Jiu, hunched over, followed closely behind Qin Feng, feeling a sense of reverence as he beheld the resplendent figure. Who could have imagined that the Leong Kingdom, on the brink of collapse, could be revitalized in the hands of their king? Such prowess was beyond the capabilities of ordinary men. Your Majesty, with the blessings of the heavens, it is indeed a fortune for the great Leong and its people, he proclaimed, kneeling in admiration. Qin Feng smiled faintly, replying, This is merely the beginning. Outside the palace, Qin Feng encountered General Wei Yan and his troops. Wei Yan was drenched in blood, appearing quite disheveled, yet he wore a broad smile on his face. He seized Long and threw him to the ground, then knelt before Qin Feng, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I have not failed in my duty. The bandit leader Long has been captured. Well done. Qin Feng nodded approvingly. The humble servant does not dare to take credit. It is the might of the king's cavalry that has achieved this victory. Wei Yan remarked, in this battle, he had truly witnessed the might of the army. Although he possessed the strength of the Foundation establishment realm, not even 3 or 5 of the Tiger Guards could approach him. However, the way the Tiger Guards coordinated and maneuvered on the battlefield, advancing and retreating with precision, filled him with a sense of dread. The Tiger Guards were, without a doubt, a weapon forged for the battlefield. Qin Feng approached Qi Long and inquired, General Qi, do you concede this battle? Qi Long, gravely injured yet unyielding, with the pride of a superior, retorted fiercely, the Leong Kingdom is withering. Even with a divine army, we cannot salvage the crumbling edifice. Oh, Qin Feng's eyelids fluttered slightly as he replied coolly. So, are you suggesting that the fall of the great Leong is inevitable? Indeed. Qi Long glared at Qin Feng, his eyes ablaze, and stated emphatically. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Excellent. He then surveyed the surroundings, glancing at Wei Yan and the Tiger Guards, and asked, What are your thoughts, everyone? Your Majesty, do not heed the ramblings of this defeated general. I am willing to lead troops to attack the Chu Kingdom at once, to seize the capital and claim the head of King Chu. Wei Yan declared angrily. Pah! Qi Long spat, mocking, my Chu Kingdom boasts not just 1,000 great generals. There are over 100 who surpass you. You defeated slaves dare to seize my Chu Kingdom? Silence. Wei Yan seized him, his eyes wide with fury. If you dare utter another word, I will ensure you have no place to be buried. Ha! Qi Long's wound was aggravated, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he laughed heartily, his body trembling. Even in death, I will await you below. Ha! Your Majesty, Wei Yan turned to Qin Feng. Spare him. I wish him to witness the demise of the Leong Kingdom. Qin Feng replied indifferently, turning to return to the palace. With the military funds and silver left by the Chu Kingdom, Qin Feng instructed Wei Yan to recruit soldiers and quickly train new recruits, while also dispatching the Tiger Guards to attack the bandits surrounding Liangdu, replenishing the city's needs through the plunder of these bandits. Upon hearing that the young Leong King's rule in Liangdu was becoming increasingly stable, the nearby refugees began to flock to the city. In the short span of a few months, no less than 200,000 refugees gathered around Liangdu. Sighing, Qin Feng gazed at the refugees outside the city, letting out a long breath. To thrive is to suffer for the common people. To perish is also to suffer for them. Cao Jiu bowed and said, Your Majesty's benevolence and compassion for the common people are a blessing for the great Leong. However, with the current food shortage in the city, it may be difficult to sustain these refugees. Rubbing his brow, Qin Feng reflected on the situation that in recent days. He had garnered the hearts of the people, raising the fortune points in the destiny summoning system to 4,500. Yet the food reserves in Liangdu were nearly depleted, that if this continued, the citizens within and outside the city might incite a rebellion. Let us transport grain from West Wind City, Qin Feng commanded. Originally, the Great Leong possessed 3 prefectures and 6 cities, but due to the recent turmoil, only 1 prefecture and 3 cities remained under Qin Feng's control. Among them, West Wind City was the cradle of the Great Leong and still relatively prosperous, while the other counties were of no assistance. Yes, Cao Jiu responded, his expression troubled. However, given the ongoing turmoil, West Wind City also has little surplus grain left, and if we send more, it may even affect the palace's rations. Qin Feng looked into the distance, where the devastation was evident. That it was clear that the Great Leong could no longer extract any resources that ensure the survival of the citizens within the city. Alternative solutions must be sought. The Chu Kingdom might be a viable option. However, Qin Feng remained vigilant for an opportunity. That moment, a Tiger Guard rider reported, Your Majesty, the Chu Kingdom has gathered 50,000 iron cavalry and is advancing towards Liangdu following Qi Long's capture. The first opportunity had arrived. A faint smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips, revealing a glimmer of delight. Cao Jiu, astonished, queried, Why is Your Majesty not worried about the Chu Kingdom's army invading again? Instead, you seem relieved? Cao Darren, what do you think is the most lacking in the Great Leong at present? Qin Feng inquired. Grain. Cao Jiu replied cautiously. Qin Feng shook his head, saying, It is manpower. I require a top strategist who can persuade the kingdoms above and soothe the common people below. With that, he strode down the city gate tower, Meanwhile, the citizens of Liangdu seemed to sense an impending storm. Many, while bowing in reverence to Qin Feng, stealthily observed this young Leong King. Could he truly reverse the decline of the Leong Kingdom at such a tender age? However, good news soon arrived. Qin Feng ordered the remaining rations in the city to be distributed, ensuring that both the citizens and the surrounding refugees could fill their stomachs, with 9/10 of the populace now having food to eat. Gratitude flooded in for Qin Feng. The fortune points in the destiny summoning system had astonishingly reached 5,000. Excellent. Qin Feng exhaled a breath of relief, stating, "My strategist should be making an appearance." Destiny summoning. Commence. Before his eyes, light swirled and figures shifted. Chapter 10. Summoning of the top strategist Han. Shortly after the destiny summoning commenced, Qin Feng was intercepted on his way back to the palace. "Who dares to obstruct the royal carriage?" Cao Jiao reprimanded. Before them knelt a man clad in brocade robes, adorned like a wealthy merchant, who proclaimed loudly, "Han Yi from Jiangdong City greets your majesty." "Han Yi?" Cao Jiao's expression shifted, surprise evident as he exclaimed, "You are the wealthiest man in Jiangdong City." Han Yi, Han Jiangzi. Jiangdong City was once the most affluent city in the Leong Kingdom, holding a superior position in the mercantile realm over Liangdu. Its wealthiest individual, Han Jiangzi, was not only renowned within the Leong Kingdom, but also well known in several neighboring principalities. However, Han Jiangzi was known for his discretion and low profile, rarely attracting controversy. Cao Jiao did not expect that amidst the chaos in the Leong Kingdom, this esteemed merchant had not fled, but rather made his way to Liangdu. A thought struck Qin Feng as he lifted the curtain and asked, "Why do you block the way?" "I come to offer counsel to your majesty." Han Yi replied with a resonant voice. "What counsel?" Qin Feng inquired. "That a strategy for national stability." Han Yi stated plainly. "Well said." Qin Feng smiled, nodding. "Come aboard. Accompany me back to the palace." "Thank you, your majesty." Han Yi deeply bowed, performing an elaborate gesture of gratitude. Inside the carriage, Han Yi knelt before Qin Feng, resembling an earnest scholar. Were it not for the name Han Yi, Han Jiangzi, appearing on the system control panel, Qin Feng would have never guessed that this was the top strategist he had summoned with 5,000 fortune points. That he remained silent, and Han Yi, too, respectfully knelt beside him, not uttering a word. Upon arriving at the palace and disembarking the carriage, Qin Feng asked, "Is the gentleman a native of the Great Liang?" "My ancestors hail from Jiangling Prefecture, but due to the turmoil of war, we moved to the Great Liang and have resided in Jiangdong City for 3 generations, Han Yi explained. Qin Feng nodded slightly, asking, "What are your plans to stabilize my Great Liang?" "Unite and ally, and draw resources from the enemy," Han Yi articulated succinctly. "Unite and ally?" Qin Feng's expression shifted as he inquired, "Given the current state of the Great Liang, which kingdoms can we still ally with?" "The Chu Kingdom," Han Yi asserted confidently. Looking across Yunling Prefecture, the Chu Kingdom is not only the largest principality, known as the nation of 10,000 chariots, but also boasts 200,000 iron cavalry. Had it not been for the previous Chu King's obsession with mysticism and neglect of governance, and the new Chu King being new to the throne, the Yunling Prefecture would have likely been unified by the Chu Kingdom by now. Qin Feng pondered, recognizing that Han Yi's confidence in forming an alliance with the Chu Kingdom must imply a viable strategy, that he further inquired, "What then shall we do about the current enemy?" "I dare to speculate, your majesty, that you must have devised a strategy." Han Yi bowed respectfully. Qin Feng chuckled, "I intend to seize the Chu Kingdom's grain to supply our capital." "What do you think?" "That serves 2 purposes." Han Yi nodded earnestly. He then added, "However, I have some preliminary suggestions. I wonder if your majesty would hear them?" "Please share," Qin Feng urged. "To audaciously seize the Chu Kingdom's grain would undoubtedly provoke a fierce counterattack from the Chu Kingdom's iron cavalry. If we could eliminate their commanding general, the remaining troops, no matter how numerous, would struggle to pose a threat." Han Yi elaborated earnestly. "Eliminate their commanding general?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow, stating, "That is no simple task. To strike down a general from an army of 50,000 is no easy feat. Furthermore, even if the commander falls, there will still be lieutenants and major generals to assume command." "Indeed," Han Yi nodded. "However, the general leading this campaign is the younger brother of King Su, the Marquis of Qinming. This man has a penchant for power and has already replaced the commanders in the army with his own confidants." Qin Feng grasped the implications. realizing that Han Ye's understanding of the Chu Kingdom's military dynamics was indeed impressive for a top strategist. "How shall we accomplish this?" he inquired. "Did I observe the terrain on my way here? Given the speed of the Chu Kingdom's cavalry, they should establish camp in Jiangdong City within 2 days. Coincidentally, I had previously devised a few minor strategies within the city. I hope they may assist your majesty," he said, producing a piece of parchment from his sleeve and presenting it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng unfolded the parchment. A smile spread across his face. Tunnel warfare. To my astonishment, Han Ye has indeed excavated this labyrinthine tunnel in Jiangdong City. Truly, he is the wealthiest man in Jiangdong. Your understanding of Jiangdong City surpasses that of this king, Qin Feng remarked with a smile. "Please pardon my transgression, your majesty," Han Ye replied, kneeling. "That if we can vanquish the cavalry of the Shugua, then in the future Jiangdong City shall be your fief." "Han Jiangzi," Qin Feng said, patting his shoulder. "Thank you, your majesty." Han Ye prostrated himself in gratitude. As Qin Feng observed Han Ye, he was suddenly struck by a sensation akin to Liu Bei encountering Zhuge Liang. As though a radiant future lay ahead. That on that day, Wei Yan led thousands of elite guards towards Jiangdong City. Qin Feng instructed them to gather the displaced along the way, creating a facade of strength to mislead the Shugua into believing they were preparing for a direct confrontation. 2 days later, as Han Ye had anticipated, the Shugua army stationed themselves en masse around Jiangdong City. My lord, Qi Long is currently trapped in Liangdu. Should we truly attempt to capture him alive during our assault on Liangdu? A general under the command of Lord Chen Meng in the city lord's mansion inquired. "That we must, for in the present circumstances of the Shugua, if Qi Long were to perish, Lord Chen would emerge as the sole military deity." Chen Meng asserted decisively that we must rescue him. "I hope that General Qi can await my arrival," he added, and the assembled generals grasped his intent. This battle, Liangwa must conquer, and Qi Long cannot be spared. "Indeed, the Lord is truly benevolent," one general praised, and soon a chorus of compliments echoed around them. "My lord, there is another matter. It is said that the Liang army has gathered outside Jiangdong City, amassing tens of thousands of displaced people to challenge our forces," a general remarked with a laugh. Chen Meng chuckled and shook his head, saying, "I cannot fathom how such a feeble Liang could suffer losses of tens of thousands under General Qi Long, only to find themselves in the clutches of Liangwa. My lord, why not let us strike and swiftly crush the Liang displaced outside the city?" someone suggested eagerly. "There is no rush. I have just arrived in Jiangdong City, and our troops are weary and in need of rest," Chen Meng replied with a slight smile. "Send word down. Without my command, no one is to leave the city to engage the enemy." "Yes," the generals responded in unison. In their eyes, Liangwa appeared as a feeble entity, merely awaiting their trampling. As for the displaced outside the city, no matter how numerous they were, what could they accomplish? Yet little did Chen Meng and the others realize the great price they would pay for this momentous decision. Chapter 11. The Envoy from Shugua. Please enter the trap. As night fell, Jiangdong City was destined for unrest. Since the arrival of the Shugua cavalry, the citizens had fled or hidden away. The city's defenses were swiftly taken over by the trusted confidants of Lord Chen Meng. Under the cover of darkness, Wei Yan and the elite guards entered the city through the tunnels, making their way directly to the Lord's mansion. The mansion was swarmed with layers of guards, both visible and concealed, making it nearly impossible for a fly to enter. Yet who could have anticipated that the enemy would suddenly appear within the inner chambers of the Lord's mansion? Lord Chen Meng had summoned dozens of women for his own amusement, and the inner courtyard was filled with cries for mercy and pleas for reprieve. The soldiers outside listened, sharing knowing smiles. "My lord truly knows how to enjoy himself," they whispered among themselves. "After Liangwa is taken, the lord will be the most powerful figure in our Shugua, able to do as he pleases. When will we have the fortune to be in such a position?" Do not dream. Unbeknownst to them, the inner courtyard was suddenly thronged with hundreds of shadowy figures, swiftly surrounding Chen Meng's quarters. "Who are you?" Chen Meng, disheveled, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Wei Yan and his men. Silence. Wei Yan swiftly knocked him unconscious. The remaining women were struck dumb with fear. Not daring to speak, as dawn broke, massive poles were raised outside Liangdu, upon which several figures were displayed. The Shugua soldiers within Jiangdong City, witnessing this, were at a loss as to the intentions of the Liang army, prompting them to immediately report the situation to the Lord's mansion. However, chaos reigned within the mansion, for many generals had vanished. Numerous adjutants hurried to the Lord's mansion seeking Lord Qin's aid, only to discover that he too was missing. Outside the city, the Lord and his men had been captured. A centurion rushed over, nearly tumbling, exclaiming, "The Liang army outside claims they have captured the Lord and demand we bring food to ransom him." What? The faces of the adjutants in the Lord's mansion turned pale. General Wang. How could the Lord have suddenly fallen into the hands of those beasts from Liangwa? Indeed, the city defenses were formidable. How could this happen? If word of this reaches the army, what shall we do? The crowd buzzed with concern, their gazes falling upon General Wang Jiao, the highest-ranking officer present. Wang Jiao was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove, and amidst the clamor, he snapped, "How should I know? Do you think the beasts of Liangwa have sprouted wings to fly? Then what shall we do? Should we send troops to rescue the Lord and his men?" Someone quietly inquired. "Send troops?" Wang Jiao's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly retorted, "Absolutely not. We cannot provoke the Liang army, lest they harm the Lord." Many adjutants wore troubled expressions. Report. Moments later, a scout rushed in. "General, the Liang forces outside have sent a letter for your perusal." Wang Jiao unfolded the letter, his brow furrowing immediately. The letter read, "To rescue Qin Meng, deliver 20,000 carts of grain, that if the deadline is not met, you shall present the head of the Lord." 20,000 carts, that represented half of the military supplies Liangwa had brought for this expedition. However, with the Lord in enemy hands, failing to deliver the grain would surely spell disaster for him. Yet, if they complied, the military supply situation would become dire. "My lord, we could feign delivering the grain, and once the Liang army releases the Lord, we can reclaim the supplies," someone proposed. "But if we hand over the grain and they do not release him?" Another questioned. The Lord's mansion erupted into another round of heated debate. Did I in Liangdu? Qin Feng studied the intelligence on Jiangdong City laid before him, detailing the victory of Wei Yan and his men. "Ha! All thanks to your brilliant strategy, sir," he chuckled, glancing at Han Yi. "You flatter me. It is General Wei Yan's valor and wisdom that have secured this," Han Yi replied. "Now that Qin Meng is in our grasp, the Shugua forces in Jiangdong City pose little threat." Qin Feng mused, contemplating the next steps, that we must now embark on the second phase, that I am willing to represent the king in Hu country. Han Yi bowed deeply. Qin Feng nodded slightly, saying, "Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Securing the Shugua cavalry and acquiring military supplies were the first steps towards stabilizing Liangwa's situation. The second step would be to forge an alliance with Hu country to counter the Shugua and expand Liangwa's victories. Only by acquiring sufficient provisions from the Shugua could Liangwa hope to endure the year ahead." Han Yi withdrew respectfully. Hu country. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the expansive map of Yunling Prefecture. The next day, Cao Jiao hurried into the palace, exclaiming, "Congratulations, your majesty. I bring good news. General Wei Yan has dispatched 1,000 carts of grain, sufficient to stabilize Liangdu's situation." "Excellent." Qin Feng nodded approvingly and inquired, "What news from the Shugua?" The Shugua forces attempted a night raid on General Wei Yan, but were repelled by the elite guards, and now they remain concealed within Jiangdong City, Cao Jiao reported. "Interesting," Qin Feng replied, rising from his seat and exhaling deeply. As Wei Yan engaged the Shugua forces, and Han Yi made his diplomatic overtures to Hu country. He too began preparations to rebuild Liangdu. Outside the city, 200,000 displaced individuals were mobilized. Some were assigned to fortify the defenses of Liangdu, while others were dispatched to cultivate barren lands and improve irrigation in preparation for the upcoming planting season. Seeing Liangwa revitalized, the citizens contributed their efforts and resources, instilling in Qin Feng a renewed hope for Liangwa's resurgence. As time passed, Wei Yan continued to skirmish with the Shugua forces in Jiangdong City, seizing no less than 50,000 carts of military supplies, providing advantageous support for Liangdu's development. Meanwhile, in Shugua, the king of Shugua could no longer remain idle. He dispatched an envoy to Liangdu to pay a visit to Qin Feng. In the grand hall of the palace, Qin Feng sat upon the throne, observing the tall envoy from Shugua. Envoy Kong Miao pays his respects to the king of Liang. Kong Miao slightly cupped his hands in greeting. Qin Feng remained silent. "Presumptuous, the envoy dares to meet our king, yet fails to bow," Cao Jiao reprimanded. Kong Miao's expression remained unchanged as he declared, Kong Miao represents the king of Shugua in this mission to Liangwa. My king stands on equal footing with the king of Liang, and thus kneeling is not appropriate. He cast a glance at Qin Feng, who still did not respond. Kong Miao's demeanor shifted slightly as he continued. In the name of my king, I have come to negotiate peace with the king of Liang, and I ask that you release Lord Qinming, that I in return. My king is willing to offer 3,000 carts of grain. 3,000 carts? Chao Jiu's expression darkened. That is no small sum. Kong Miao spoke with an air of arrogance. Given that Liangwa produces no grain, without these provisions, it is only a matter of time before upheaval ensues. Should that occur, how can the king of Liang maintain his throne? Qin Feng smiled slightly, rising to his feet. Is the cauldron outside already heated? Please allow this esteemed envoy Kong to enter. Heated cauldron? What do you mean? Kong Miao felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Chapter 12. The Decapitation Operation, an Unplanned Convergence. Soon, a guard swiftly approached, intending to drag Kong Miao away. His complexion shifted dramatically, and he hastily shouted, I am the envoy of the state of Su. You cannot harm me. I am the envoy of the state of Su. You cannot take action against me. Otherwise, the state of Su will undoubtedly not spare you. However, Qin Feng remained deaf to his pleas. With a whoosh, the large cauldron outside the palace had turned a fiery red, and the water within was boiling. Waves of scorching heat assaulted Kong Miao's face, rendering him pale with fear as he urgently knelt and pleaded for mercy, saying, Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare my life. My state of Su is willing to increase the provisions to 20,000 carts. Yet Qin Feng still did not respond. 30,000 carts. 50,000 carts. Kong Miao was already being lifted by the guards, poised to be thrown into the cauldron. That a smirk crossed Qin Feng's lips as he remarked, it seems there is room for negotiation. Release Envoy Kong and allow him to enter and speak. Yes, the guards complied. Kong Miao scrambled into the palace, drenched in sweat, his head bobbing like a garlic bulb as he exclaimed, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. Thank you for your mercy. Before his arrival, the king of Su had instructed him to deal with the cornered Leong King with an iron fist to intimidate the opposition. However, Kong Miao had not anticipated that Qin Feng would deviate entirely from the expected course, attempting to take his life right from the outset, disrupting all his plans. That we require 100,000 carts of grain, along with 10,000 carts of iron, Qin Feng declared. Yes, 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 Kong Miao replied repeatedly, not daring to utter a word of dissent. Since the two states have reached an agreement, let us have Envoy Kong sign the contract. Qin Feng instructed a palace attendant to draft the document. Trembling, Kong Miao inscribed his name on the contract. 100,000 carts of grain and 10,000 carts of iron. Such a steep price. If the king of Su were to discover it, he would certainly meet his demise. Yet he also understood that if he did not acquiesce to Qin Feng now, he would not survive to leave the state of Liang. The guards escorted Kong Miao away. Chao Jiu bowed and inquired, Your Majesty, 100,000 carts of grain is no small sum. Will the state of Su truly provide it in exchange for an hoe? Does it matter? Qin Feng retorted. Chao Jiu looked utterly astonished. Soon, the news spread throughout Leong capital that the state of Su would compensate Leong with 100,000 carts of grain and 10,000 carts of iron. The citizens of Leong capital rejoiced and celebrated for several days. This allowed Qin Feng to amass no less than 3,000 points of luck, along with an additional 10 points of prestige. He had leveled up, exiting the royal palace and witnessing the gradual restoration of order in Leong capital. Qin Feng felt a sense of tranquility. More importantly, the 10 points of prestige propelled his strength directly into the foundation establishment realm. Following this breakthrough in power, a bold idea surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. Not long after, Kong Miao left Leong capital in a state of disarray. Accompanying him was Qin Feng, who took a detour through Jiangdong City, bringing along 600 elite Tiger Bend guards, swiftly heading towards Su capital. On this journey, he did not disclose his intentions to anyone, for he had resolved to execute a daring plan. In the royal palace of the state of Su, King Su, plump and prosperous, glared at the contract and the kneeling Kong Miao, seething with rage as he trembled all over. Kong Miao, you have betrayed me. Someone, drag him away and throw him into the dungeons. Your Majesty, forgive me, Your Majesty. Please forgive me, Kong Miao, pale as a ghost, trembled uncontrollably as he was dragged away by the guards. King Su scanned the gathered ministers and asked, "Gentlemen, the insignificant Leong state has gone too far. Do any of you have a plan to rescue and and defeat Leong?" "Your Majesty, I believe that Leong is currently beset by internal strife and external troubles. The young Leong King must be desperate to propose such exorbitant demands. This clearly indicates that Leong is at the end of its rope, ready to collapse at any moment." An elder statesman stepped forward and declared loudly that in my opinion, we need do nothing but wait for Leong to implode from within. The young Leong King will surely come crawling to apologize. Wait. King Su's expression shifted. The continuous stream of failure had ignited his fury. How long would it take for Leong to self-destruct? He could not afford to wait. "And the rest of you?" King Su coldly inquired. Soon, others began to propose their opinions, and ultimately, the suggestion put forth by Su Yuankai, the protector of the state of Su, was adopted by King Su. "Your Majesty, since Leong has captured why not send an elder to infiltrate the royal palace of Leong and capture the young Leong King? At that point, we need not fear Liang's surrender." Su Yuankai proclaimed that the strongest individual in the state of Su, with a foundation establishment cultivation of the third layer, he indeed had the credentials to make such a statement. King Su readily agreed and commanded Su Yuankai to set off immediately for Leong capital. However, he could not have anticipated that the very young Leong King he sought to capture, Qin Feng, was already in Su capital. Qin Feng instructed the Tiger Bend guards to disperse and infiltrate Su capital, then regroup within the city. Under the cover of night, a torrent of armored cavalry surged into the royal palace of the state of Su. The patrolling guards of Su hastily stepped aside, believing this formidable cavalry to be a force personally trained by the king. Intimidated by their presence, they dared not inquire further. Qin Feng and his men successfully reached the front of the royal palace. "Who goes there?" The palace guards immediately appeared, blocking their path. Whoosh! In response, a steel arrow shot forth. "Not good, we are under attack. Enemies are here." The remaining guards shouted in alarm. Soon, the palace echoed with the clashing of weapons. Yet, Qin Feng, leading the charge with his foundation establishment prowess, burst through the grand palace doors, racing toward King Su's chambers. The accompanying Tiger Bend guards sliced through the defenses of the state of Su's palace guards like a sharpened blade. Before his arrival, Qin Feng had gathered intelligence that the state of Su had 2 foundation establishment experts, one of whom was at the third layer. He was prepared for a fierce battle. But upon breaching the royal palace of Su, he found the path remarkably smooth, with no one able to impede his advance. Moreover, upon realizing the chaos within the palace, the guards hastily made their way toward King Su's sleeping quarters. This, without a doubt, illuminated a clear path for Qin Feng. Is this the extent of Su's royal palace defenses? He chuckled inwardly, finding it laughably inadequate. Yet he did not consider that with his foundation establishment cultivation, combined with over 600 cavalry of the Kaiyuan realm behind him, he was executing a dimensional assault in the resource-deprived Yunling prefecture. Who would dare to act recklessly in the royal palace? King Su awoke from his slumber, disheveled, and rushed out, his face a mask of fury. Beside him stood a gaunt elder. "You are King Su?" Qin Feng sat astride his warhorse, looking down upon King Su. "Who are you?" King Su roared. "I am Qin Feng of the Great Leong." Qin Feng declared boldly, as the Tiger Bend guards unfurled the Leong flag behind him. "What?" The guards of the Su royal palace gaped in disbelief. He was the young Leong King. Wasn't he supposed to be in Leong capital? How could he appear in the royal palace of Su? "You are Qin Feng." King Su's expression shifted dramatically that he had dispatched men to capture Qin Feng, never imagining that Qin Feng would come to the royal palace to seek his own death. "You are incredibly bold." King Su glared at Qin Feng, gritting his teeth as he said, "Heaven has a path. Yet you refuse to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you choose to enter. Today, I shall make you pay for your recklessness. Someone, seize him." At his command, the gaunt elder leaped into action, lunging toward Qin Feng. Chapter 13. Words must be kept. The majesty of a king. With claws like hooks, he struck through the air, leaving behind shadowy afterimages, accompanied by a tearing aura. He was indeed a foundation establishment master. The speed was astounding. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. Had he not entered the Foundation establishment realm, he would not be a match for the individual before him. The Minghong heavenly blade struck out fiercely, the crimson blade light erupting as it clashed with the elder. The sound of clashing metal rang out, accompanied by sparks flying. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. It turned out the elder was wearing a pair of special gloves, which explained his audacity in confronting his Minghong heavenly blade. Meanwhile, the gaunt elder Su Yuo felt a jolt of surprise and couldn't help but take a second glance at Qin Feng. He had not anticipated that the young Leong King could withstand his claw technique. Furthermore, that blade was indeed formidable, nearly tearing through his golden cicada gloves. Eagle claw technique. The intertwined shadows burst forth, enveloping Qin Feng like a chaotic dance of demons. Su Yuan'o's strikes grew increasingly rapid, leaving the Su Palace guards bewildered. King Su's eyes were filled with hatred as he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, muttering, "You little beast, let us see how long you can hold out." He had no faith that Qin Feng could survive against Su Yuan'o, but at that moment, an enigmatic aura surged from within Qin Feng. The blood-red light on the Minghong heavenly blade flickered, and faint dragon roars echoed softly. Kill, blood drink, and dragon slaughter strike. Qin Feng unleashed a high-tier martial technique, the fierce blade light tearing through space as it mercilessly slashed towards Su Yuan'o. Where the blade light passed, the eagle claw was directly shredded. Puff! Blood sprayed forth as Su Yuan'o's right arm was severed, erupting into a cloud of blood mist. Su Yu let out a wail as he was sent staggering back dozens of paces. What? King Su and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Su Yuan'o was taken aback, never expecting to be forced back by Qin Feng, and furthermore, to lose an arm. How can you be so strong? Impossible. This is impossible. Su Yuan'o's face paled in pain, his lips trembling uncontrollably. The great Liang had not had a foundation establishment cultivator in many years, and its national strength had been declining. This was a well-known fact in Yunling Prefecture. Yet now, the young Leong King had suddenly emerged as a foundation establishment master, even managing to injure Su Yuan'o in their first encounter. This left the people of the state of Su in disarray. In front of this king, nothing is impossible. Qin Feng casually flicked the blood off the Minghong heavenly blade. He single-handedly grasped the reins of his steed and charged toward King Su. Protect the king! Su Yu bellowed fiercely, gritting his teeth as he charged once more at Qin Feng, intent on slaying him. The faint scent of blood emanated from his eagle-like claws, clearly indicating that he had been pushed to his limits. Boom! The sound of clashing weapons reverberated as Su Yuo intercepted Qin Feng's strike with a blade. Witnessing this, the guards of the Shuwa hurriedly shielded Prince Su and retreated deeper into the palace. Seize him, Qin Feng commanded, his gaze fixed on Su. Do you still dare to obstruct me? As he spoke, the Minghong heavenly blade sliced through the air, its brilliance flaring as it lunged towards Su Yuan'o's chest, lifting him off the ground. Following this, the Tiger Bend guards surged forward like a pack of wolves, their ferocity overwhelming the palace guards of Shuwa, who crumbled under their assault. The Prince of Su, pale with fear, stood frozen, utterly at a loss. Buzz! In the next moment, Qin Feng's blade was poised against his neck that he had never anticipated meeting in such a manner, leaving him utterly astonished. Qin Feng chuckled lightly, shaking his head. What do you want? Despite his inner trepidation, the prince, a seasoned feudal lord, forced himself to maintain a facade of composure, his gaze piercing in at Qin Feng, that he understood all too well that what Liang sought was nothing but grain and wealth. Qin Feng smiled. Conversing with an intelligent individual is indeed a breeze. You already know my terms. 100,000 carts of grain, 10,000 carts of ironware. The prince asked through gritted teeth. That was my initial price. Now that I am here, the price naturally doubles. Qin Feng replied with amusement. You are raising the price unreasonably, the prince retorted indignantly. Buzz! Qin Feng's hand quivered slightly, leaving a crimson mark on the prince's neck with the blade's edge. I shall agree to your terms, the prince conceded, his resolve faltering as he recognized that his life was in another's hands. Excellent. Qin Feng smiled faintly, instructing the Tiger Bend guards to escort the prince away. The procession departed from the palace in grand style, leaving the remaining palace guards of Shuwa in shock. Who could have imagined that the esteemed Prince of Su would be abducted within his own palace? If word of this spread, Shuwa would surely suffer immense disgrace. Meanwhile, Su Yuankai hastened through the night, finally reaching Liangdu. However, before he could find an opportunity to enter the palace, he received news that Prince Su had been captured by Qin Feng. What? Su Yuankai's expression was one of disbelief. He had ventured alone to Liangdu to apprehend Qin Feng, only to find his own stronghold breached by him. This is outrageous. Su Yuankai seethed with anger. Hastily retracing his steps, that a formidable cultivator at the third level of Foundation establishment, the protector of Shihua, nearly collapsed from exhaustion on the journey back. Before Qin Feng returned to Liangdu, he took a detour through Jiangdong City. Utilizing the captured Prince Su as leverage, he persuaded the 30,000 iron cavalry stationed there to surrender. These iron cavalry were already leaderless, and with their king now in captivity, surrender was their only option. Qin Feng confined Ho and Prince Su together. The two brothers exchanged awkward glances, an air of embarrassment hanging between them. "Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations, Your Majesty!" Wei Yan exclaimed loudly. The tale of the Leong King infiltrating the capital of Shihua and capturing the prince was a narrative even the street storytellers would hesitate to craft. Yet, the king had accomplished it, earning Wei Yan's utmost admiration. Within half a month, the grain and ironware from Shihua flowed steadily into Leong. The situation in Leong rapidly stabilized, with the hearts of the people turning towards Liangdu. During this time, Wei Yan assembled 5,000 new troops, reclaiming 3 prefectures and 6 cities of Leong and quelling various rebellions throughout the realm. "Your Majesty, envoys from Shihua have arrived," Cao Jiao reported respectfully. "Let them in," Qin Feng replied, perusing the various documents of Leong, noticing with delight that the system's fortune points had remarkably reached 5,000. "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." The envoy was none other than Kong Miao, who this time did not carry the same arrogance as before. He performed a respectful bow, his demeanor exceedingly humble. "Your Majesty, I dare to report that the 20,000 carts of grain and 2,000 carts of ironware that Shihua pledged have been gathered. When might we expect the return of our prince?" Kong Miao inquired humbly. "All gathered already?" Qin Feng tilted his head in question. "Indeed." Cao Jiao nodded. "Very well, since everything is in order, let the prince return to his homeland," Qin Feng commanded. "What?" Both Kong Miao and Cao Jiao were taken aback. Kong Miao did not anticipate that the unorthodox Leong King would so readily acquiesce to his request. Cao Jiao was equally surprised. "Your Majesty, releasing the prince now may be akin to setting a tiger back into the mountains," he cautioned softly. "When I make a promise, I shall keep it that if I say he shall be released, then he shall be released. What is there to deliberate?" Qin Feng replied casually. "This." Kong Miao furrowed his brow deeper, sensing that such unimpeded proceedings concealed some ulterior motive. Chapter 14. The ambitions of whose country. Kong Miao did not expect that Qin Feng would indeed free Prince Su, even sending personnel to escort them out of the city. All of this felt surreal to him. "Your Majesty, you have suffered," Kong Miao lamented, kneeling before the prince with a quivering voice. The prince appeared haggard, aged by decades, and weakly shook his head, unable to utter a word. This battle had cost Shihua dearly, and although the prince had escaped with his life, he could not face the reproaches of his subjects. "Your Majesty, Princess Chingling has returned." Kong Miao hesitated before speaking. "Chingling has returned." A flicker of hope ignited in the prince's previously dim eyes as he hastily grasped Kong Miao's collar, asking, "Where is she? Why did she not come with you to Liangdu?" Kong Miao's expression revealed his difficulty. "That she's still blaming me," the prince murmured, gradually loosening his grip on Kong Miao's hand. "Your Majesty, you and Princess Chingling are siblings. Her return signifies her willingness to assist you, that if you are willing to acknowledge your faults, with Princess Chingling's capabilities, capturing Leong and avenging yourself should be a trivial matter," Kong Miao suggested. Alas, the prince sighed heavily, choosing not to elaborate further. However, from a heart once filled with despair, a flicker of hope for vengeance had been ignited. In Liangdu, Cao Jiao hastened to Qin Feng, stating, "Your Majesty, the prince's carriage has already departed." Qin Feng nodded slightly. After a moment of consideration, Cao Jiao added, "Your Majesty, I am puzzled as to why you so readily released Prince Su. At this juncture, Leong needs time to develop. If we keep him firmly in our grasp, it would instill fear in the people of Shihua, granting Leong ample time to grow, and perhaps even allow us to extract a substantial amount of resources from them. Wouldn't that be splendid? Now that we have released Prince Su, it is tantamount to letting a tiger return to the mountains, and he may retaliate, bringing further troubles to Leong. Things are not as simple as they seem. Qin Feng shook his head. Shugua is not like Leong. Their internal situation is stable. Even if Prince Su remains in Liangdu, given time, Shugua will eventually appoint a new ruler, and this prince will become a mere pawn. Ah, Chao Jio's expression shifted to one of realization, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty is wise." Qin Feng internally shook his head. In truth, sending Prince Su back also served to ensure that the people of Shugua would remember this humiliation. As long as Prince Su held his title, the disgrace of being abducted from the palace by Leong would remain unwashed. At that moment, a palace servant rushed in with urgent news. "Your Majesty, whose country has agreed to deploy troops to attack Leong. However, they demand to detain Lord Han as a hostage," the servant reported. "Detain Han Yi?" Qin Feng furrowed his brows. That at this crucial time, when Liang's situation had only just stabilized. They needed talents like Han Yi to take action. What did Hu country mean by detaining Han Yi at such a critical juncture? An ominous premonition stirred within him. However, he was unaware of the current state of Hu country. As Leong had only recently regained stability, and their intelligence network had yet to extend beyond its borders, the king of Hu had also sent word, requesting that Leong cooperate fully with Hu country to attack Shugua, ensuring that Shugua would be subdued within 6 months. Otherwise, they would execute Lord Han and send troops to Leong. The messenger, trembling, knelt on the ground. 6 months. How is that possible? Chao Jio's heart sank. The Hu country sought to see Leong and Shugua both suffer great losses. Qin Feng murmured to himself, an icy glint passing through his eyes. This is sheer tyranny. However, I have long since prepared myself for this eventuality. Send word to Wei Yan. Qin Feng commanded. Yes, the palace servant acknowledged. Moments later, Wei Yan approached in haste. "That I pay my respects to your Majesty," he called out loudly. "Gather the new troops and prepare to attack Shugua," Qin Feng declared solemnly. "Attack Shugua?" Wei Yan's eyes brightened as he exclaimed. "I accept the command." However, a thought crossed his mind, and he hesitated, asking, "Your Majesty, when is the attack scheduled?" "The new troops have only recently begun training and require further refinement." "Immediately," Qin Feng asserted decisively. "Immediately?" Wei Yan's expression changed. Astonished, "Isn't that too soon?" Qin Feng remained silent. Wei Yan hastily responded, "I accept the command." He bowed and retreated, still pondering. What is happening? The king does not seem like one to act recklessly. Qin Feng rubbed his forehead. Leaning back in the throne, Chao Jio gently patted his shoulder. "Do you also feel that I am acting impulsively?" Qin Feng queried. "That I would not dare. Your Majesty is far-sighted and operates on a plane beyond my comprehension." Chao Jio replied. Chao Jio remarked, and Qin Feng sighed, saying, "Hu Kingdom aims to see one of my Leong Kingdom and Chu Kingdom perish while the other is injured, so that it may reap the benefits. At present, the only way to negotiate with Hu Kingdom is to swiftly subdue it and gain sufficient leverage. For Leong Kingdom, Hu Kingdom is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it can aid Leong Kingdom in swiftly annexing Chu Kingdom and strengthening its power. But on the other, it may lead to a futile endeavor, resulting in mutual destruction. Furthermore, there is another element to consider. We must see how Chu Kingdom chooses. 3 days hence, Qin Feng gathered 1,000 elite Tiger Guards and 5,000 new soldiers to lead a campaign against Chu Kingdom. This battle could be said to exhaust all of Leong Kingdom's national strength. Many citizens, though perplexed, chose to support him, recognizing that Qin Feng had previously reversed the dire situation and resurrected Leong Kingdom. Outside the city, a throng gathered to bid farewell, their cheers echoing through the heavens. That moment, within the realm of Hu Kingdom, the king of Hu sat upon a lofty chair carved from the mythical beast. Surveying the sand table in the palace, though young, he harbored grand ambitions, aspiring to unify Yunling province, emulating the neighboring Chu Kingdom of Jiangling Prefecture. Should he achieve this unification, Hu Kingdom would ascend from a 6th-tier vassal state to a 3rd-tier one. This would undoubtedly be a tremendous honor for Hu Kingdom. Beside him, Han Yi sat upright, various delicacies arrayed before him. The king of Hu inquired, "What do you think of Hu Kingdom's treatment towards you?" "Esteemed sir, your Majesty's grace is overwhelming," Han Yi replied, bowing slightly. "Haha, if that is so, why does the esteemed sir not remain in Hu Kingdom?" The king of Hu raised his goblet and remarked, in these tumultuous times. A wise bird selects its roost wisely. With your immense talent, you should not remain hidden in the diminutive Leong Kingdom. As a citizen of Leong Kingdom, it is my duty to exert my efforts for my nation. Han Yi responded, bowing deeply. The king of Wu took a sip of exquisite wine and said, Leong Kingdom, perhaps it may soon cease to exist. Will you then serve Wu Kingdom? Upon first encountering Han Yi, he had recognized his talents and felt a kinship, which is why he had retained him. Han Yi stood, resolutely declaring, Please, your majesty, recognize that although Leong Kingdom is but a tiny land, unable to rival Wu Kingdom's 11, my sovereign cares for the people and possesses extraordinary strategies. Thus, the bond between monarch and subjects is unbreakable. Therefore, this battle shall surely result in Leong Kingdom's victory. Chapter 15. The Emergence of Brilliance. Aiming for Su capital. In Su capital's royal palace, the courtiers bore anxious expressions, fidgeting like ants on a hot pan. The king of Su sat upon his throne, his face betraying no sign of joy or anger. After a moment, a graceful figure glided in, her fragrance calming the agitated courtiers. I have seen the princess, that I have seen Princess Chingling. Many bowed respectfully, while others appeared hesitant and uncertain. 12 years prior, when the king of Su ascended, he had quarreled with the 10-year-old Princess Chingling, at one point nearly dividing Chu Kingdom. Later, Princess Chingling was taken under the wing of a leading sect from the southern region, the Shadow Palace, and left Chu Kingdom, calming the ensuing storm. Now, after the recent scandal involving the king of Su's abduction, Princess Chingling had returned, leaving many courtiers at a loss on how to navigate between her and the king. Princess, I pay my respects to my elder brother. Princess Chingling, possessing a captivating beauty and a voice like a valley's oriole, stirred the hearts of many courtiers. The king of Su hastily rose, raising his hand. Chingling, please do not stand on ceremony. The calamity befalling Chu Kingdom is my fault. Your return to assist me is a blessing for Chu Kingdom. My elder brother is too humble, Princess Chingling replied melodiously. Currently, the army of Wu Kingdom presses down from the north, having taken 2 of our cities in a matter of days. The army of Leong Kingdom is arrayed before our southern city. What does Chingling think we should do? The king of Su asked, perplexed by Leong Kingdom's sudden aggression after just releasing them. Princess Chingling's eyelids fluttered slightly as she said, For Leong Kingdom, recuperation is the best course. Their full-scale assault on Chu Kingdom must surely have a behind-the-scenes instigator. Is there indeed an instigator behind Leong Kingdom? The courtiers began whispering among themselves that at this moment, the protector of the kingdom, Su Yuankai, stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, Princess, Leong Kingdom currently possesses merely 5,000 new soldiers, that I am willing to lead a force to quell the unrest in Leong Kingdom. Last time he had failed to capture Qin Feng in Leong capital, and had been captured himself by him. Su Yuankai felt a loss of face and sought to reclaim his honor through Leong Kingdom. Princess Chingling smiled. The key to this battle lies with Wu Kingdom, not Leong Kingdom, as long as we suppress Wu Kingdom's army. Leong Kingdom will naturally pose no threat. She spoke calmly. Princess, I believe that to slay a fierce tiger, one must first remove its claws, Su Yuankai declared loudly. Only by quelling Leong Kingdom can we fully focus on Wu Kingdom. Or even drive Leong against Wu. Many courtiers nodded in agreement, as they preferred to confront Leong Kingdom over the vast Wu Kingdom. Princess Chingling smiled faintly, remaining silent. The king of Su's expression shifted several times before he spoke solemnly. Then we shall proceed as the protector suggests. How many troops does the protector require? 3,000 iron cavalry will suffice. Su Yuankai asserted confidently. 2 days later, at Chanya City in Su capital, Leong Kingdom's army encountered Su Yuankai's iron cavalry. The 2 armies faced off. Su Yuankai rode forward, calling out arrogantly, Is the young lad Qin Feng of Leong Kingdom here? Upon hearing this, Wei Yan's expression darkened. Before Qin Feng could respond, he bellowed in fury, How dare you, insolent wretch, address my sovereign by name? As he spoke, he charged forward toward Su Yuankai. Su Yuankai's eyelids flickered as he sneered. How dare a mere foundation establishment cultivator act so brazenly before this noble lord? Before he could finish speaking, a glass blade materialized, slicing towards Wei Yan. Wei Yan shouted loudly, swinging a heavy iron hammer to clash with the glass blade, sparks flying and the ground shaking. Both armies were shaken by the confrontation. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, revealing an interest that Su Yuankai's form shifted, an aura of spiritual energy swirling around him, the hammer shadow flickering like flowing light, dazzling to behold. Soon after, the glass blade appeared to produce dozens of afterimages, enveloping Wei Yan entirely. Boom. Wei Yan wielded the hammer with all his might, blocking the onslaught of the glass blade. However, Su Yuankai's assault grew increasingly ferocious, leveraging his superior realm to force Wei Yan back step by step. The army of Chu Kingdom erupted in raucous cheers, echoing like a tidal wave. "Get lost," Su Yuankai roared, his momentum reaching a peak as he forcefully pushed Wei Yan back. Wei Yan tumbled from his horse, staggering back several dozen paces, his complexion extremely grim. "Is there anyone else who dares to fight this noble lord?" Su Yuankai surveyed the Leong Kingdom contingent, and none dared to meet his gaze. His eyes eventually fell upon Qin Feng. "Little Leong King, last time in Leong capital, I failed to capture you. This time, you have delivered yourself right to my doorstep." Su Yuankai's expression turned scornful. The Leong soldiers, upon hearing this, displayed righteous indignation. "Those who insult our sovereign shall die," one guard roared. "Those who insult our sovereign shall die." The crowd echoed in unison to Su Yuankai's disdain deepened. At that moment, Qin Feng raised his hand, calmly stating, "I hear you personally ventured to Leong capital to capture me, but it seems you returned empty-handed? Ha! Well then, today I shall grant you another opportunity." With that, he spurred his horse forward, confronting Su Yuankai directly. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Su Yuankai's eyes. If Qin Feng had hidden among the Leong troops, it would have taken more effort to find him. Now, with Qin Feng daring to confront him, it was akin to seeking his own demise, saving him considerable time. "As you wish." Su Yuankai promptly charged forward, wielding the glass blade to strike. The blade emitted a ghostly glow, akin to a venomous snake's tongue. Qin Feng's blood shadow flickered, the Minghong heavenly blade rising, releasing a streak of blood-red light stretching dozens of feet, colliding with the glass blade in midair. With a thunderous roar, brilliant light burst forth in all directions. Su Yuankai's expression shifted. He had not expected the young Qin Feng to possess such strength. In his shock, he quickly adjusted his mindset, his momentum surging once more as he engaged Qin Feng again. In the exchange of blows, Qin Feng gained a general understanding of Su Yuankai's capabilities that a faint smile curved his lips as he calmly uttered 5 words. Blood-drinking dragon-slaying strike. The Minghong heavenly blade turned crimson, vibrating ominously, its bloodlight intensifying to 20 feet, sweeping upwards towards Su Yuankai. Boom! Another explosive sound rang out, the blinding bloodlight enveloping the area. Su Yuankai was directly sent flying. What? The officers and soldiers of Su's army displayed expressions of terror, unable to fathom the scene before them. The protector had been defeated. How could this be? Su Yuankai, too, was taken aback. "Kill!" Qin Feng bellowed, raising the Minghong heavenly blade as he charged towards Su Yuankai. "Kill!" Wei Yan roared in fury, following closely behind. Thousands of tiger guards and 5,000 new soldiers of Leong Kingdom surged into the ranks of Chu Kingdom's cavalry like wolves among sheep. 2,000 Chu cavalry were immediately thrown into disarray. Fleeing in panic, the Su Yuankai found himself amidst the chaos, disheveled and incredulous, staring at the unfolding scene as if in a dream, feeling as though he had aged a decade. Chapter 16. Chu Kingdom's plans. It is over. All is lost. Su Yuankai knelt on the ground, feeling as though the world was spinning. The sun and moon were reversed in the sky. The vulture, having caught the scent of blood, rushed over, emitting a series of mournful shrieks. Meanwhile, Qin Feng led the new soldiers of Leong Nation directly towards the city of Chu. The Tiger Ben Guard breached the city, and the new troops swiftly took over the city defenses. For several consecutive days, 3 major cities of Chu were captured. As the army passed through, demonstrating overwhelming strength, many defenders of Chu were caught off guard. News of the victories spread back to the Great Leong, causing the populace to cheer with joy and share the good tidings, uniting the hearts of the people. Qin Feng's fortune points surged past the significant threshold of 10,000. At this moment, in Su-Du, King Su was in a state of agitation, akin to an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing. The Northern Hu cavalry advanced relentlessly, poised to attack Su-Du at any moment. To the south, the Liang army, under Qin Feng's command, had achieved consecutive victories, threatening the heart of Su. What could be done now? King Su, fraught with worry, spoke in a hoarse voice, while a group of ministers bowed their heads. Afraid to utter a word. Surrender, suggested Princess Chingling. Surrender? A faint murmur of discontent arose around them, as many were dissatisfied with the notion. For if they surrendered, the riches and honors of those present would vanish into thin air. How could they so easily abandon the legacy of their ancestors? King Su frowned and retorted, "Can you protect such a vast ancestral heritage?" Princess Chingling countered, "Can you?" King Su fell silent. After a moment, he seemed to deflate, collapsing into his throne, waving his hand. "Enough, draft a decree. Prepare to surrender to the Hu nation. Your Majesty, think carefully." The ministers hastily knelt, tears streaming down their faces, heartbroken, wishing they could sacrifice themselves for Su. King Su weakly inquired, "Do you have any good strategies to confront the enemy?" The ministers fell silent once more. "Brother Su, in my view, it is not a surrender to the Hu nation, but to the Leong nation," Princess Chingling declared earnestly. "What? Surrender to Leong?" The ministers began to murmur again. Su's national strength far surpassed that of Leong, and although they had faced a series of defeats, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. How could they easily surrender to Leong? Moreover, not long ago, Su's army had captured the capital of Leong, nearly swallowing the nation whole. Now to propose surrendering to Leong. Many found it hard to accept. "What do you mean, Chingling?" King Su asked. That it is easy to add embellishments, but difficult to provide timely assistance. Why surrendering to Leong instead of Su? We may gain more leverage, Princess Chingling articulated. King Su remained silent. But even if we surrender to Leong, they cannot possibly withstand Su. Furthermore, doing so would surely provoke the Hu nation. One courtier pondered aloud. Princess Chingling smiled and retorted, "Isn't that precisely what we want? To see Leong and Hu nations suffer mutually?" This left many ministers astonished. That if we surrender to the Hu nation, then Leong will undoubtedly have no chance of victory, that we will have no possibility of reinstating our nation. Princess Chingling surveyed the room, speaking resolutely. "But if we surrender to Leong, they possess unparalleled valiant generals, and we have tens of thousands of iron cavalry and provisions. Perhaps we might still contend against the Hu nation." Reports of recent battles indicated that the young king of Leong and his general Wei Yan were indeed formidable. Perhaps they could withstand the Hu cavalry. King Su recalled how the young king had honored his promise and released him during his time in Leong. Perhaps he was indeed a worthy ally. Yet before that, he needed to send Princess Chingling to gauge Liang's strength. The Hu cavalry galloped forth, promptly delivering battle reports back to the royal capital. King Hu, upon receiving the reports, beamed with delight and boasted to Han Yi, "What do you think of the strength of our Hu nation? In just a few short days, we have captured several cities in northern Su. With our sights set on Su-Du." Han Yi nodded slightly. "The king commands formidable generals. I am truly in awe. However, the outcome remains uncertain. Ultimately, who will claim Su-Du is still undecided." "Undecided?" King Hu laughed derisively. "Do you think that a mere Leong could swallow an elephant and conquer Su-Du?" "Not out of the question," Han Yi replied with a confident smile. King Hu's pupils narrowed, and he sneered. "If that is the case, let us wait and see. Should Su-Du fall into our hands, would you be willing to serve my Hu nation? And if not?" Han Yi inquired. "That I would certainly release you," King Hu declared with conviction. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Han Yi acquiesced, indicating his acceptance of the terms. The following morning, Qin Feng's army rested in Su nation's Jiangwu city. Since their arrival, the military discipline had been stringent, significantly reducing the citizens' resistance. "Your Majesty, an envoy from Su seeks an audience," a guard reported from outside. "Let them in," Qin Feng replied coolly. That he pondered how to utilize the recently acquired fortune points, and with Su's envoy arriving, he decided to hear their intentions before making a decision. Soon a graceful figure appeared in the camp. Princess Chingling gracefully saluted. "I am Chingling, the envoy of King Su, here to meet His Highness the King of Leong." Before arriving, Chingling had observed the situation within the city, secretly marveling at how the young king of Leong managed his troops. Upon seeing Qin Feng, she was taken aback. "I did not expect the young king of Leong to be so youthful." "Princess Chingling?" Qin Feng could not help but gaze at her, smiling. "Does Su lack envoys? Even the princess herself is risking danger. Are you not afraid of my ill intentions?" Princess Chingling smiled, her charm captivating enough to make many soldiers lower their heads. Even the rough Wei Yan felt his face heat up, unable to meet her gaze. "Your Highness, a person of integrity must be trustworthy. Since this is a gentleman's battle, why should Chingling not come?" she said clearly. However, Qin Feng interjected, "You are risking yourself by coming to negotiate with me. Are you not concerned about any misfortune?" Wei Yan's expression changed, and he immediately tightened his grip on his warhammer. "Oh, it seems Princess Chingling intends to assert her authority," Qin Feng remarked with keen interest. "Chingling does not dare. I merely wish to discuss terms with your Highness. Would you be willing to agree?" Princess Chingling inquired earnestly. "Speak that if your Highness withdraws from Su would be willing to pay tribute of 100,000 carts of grain and 10,000 carts of iron annually to Leong." Princess Chingling proposed. Qin Feng shook his head. His campaign against Su was motivated partly by the threat from Hu, and partly to alleviate Liang's urgent food shortages. Gradual progress was more suitable for Leong. "Is your Highness truly unwilling to reconsider?" Princess Chingling pressed that if the princess insists on this course, then we may only meet in battle. Qin Feng responded. "This conflict has already begun, and we shall not retreat until Su is reclaimed. If that is the case, then Chingling must regrettably offend you." Princess Chingling lifted her head, an ethereal light surrounding her, as if a celestial being had descended. Chapter 17. Summon, Low-Tier Mystical Art. Suddenly, Princess Chingling made her move, causing the Leong soldiers in the camp to tense up. "Stand down," Qin Feng commanded, dismissing the soldiers. Since Princess Chingling was so keen, he would take offense. The corners of Princess Chingling's mouth lifted, a brilliant light bursting forth, resembling dozens of ropes ensnaring Qin Feng. Magic. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered. Previously, during his encounter with the bandit leader Guiyunyai, the opponent had used magic, resulting in significant trouble for him and Wei Yan. Now, facing magic once more, he remained cautious. Before the white light could envelop him, the Minghong heavenly blade erupted in brilliant radiance. Intercepting the attack, the blood-red blade flashed. Its formidable edge surged forth, directly targeting Princess Chingling. Princess Chingling gracefully retreated, akin to a startled swan. Qin Feng, like a shadow, immediately followed suit. The two exited the tent together. "Your Highness, Chingling has practiced magic since childhood, under the tutelage of the Shadow Palace. If I inadvertently offend you during my actions, I hope for your Highness's understanding." Princess Chingling spoke softly. "The Shadow Palace?" Murmurs of astonishment arose around them. That it was known that the Shadow Palace was one of the foremost cultivation sects in the southern region, with disciples of exceptional prowess. The humble Yunling prefecture was hardly worthy of their attention. That if Princess Chingling were not from Su, she would not have appeared in Yunling prefecture. The white light burst forth. It seemed as though a fierce bird had emerged. With a sharp cry, a golden flame eagle, wings spanning dozens of feet, swooped down towards Qin Feng. Its claws glinted with a dazzling golden sheen. "Blood drink and dragon slay." Qin Feng's energy surged, and the Minghong heavenly blade resonated, exuding brilliant blood energy, clashing with the golden flame eagle from afar. With a single strike, the golden flame eagle soared upward, creating a massive shockwave that nearly knocked Qin Feng off his feet. What formidable strength! Qin Feng marveled inwardly. The ability to manifest spirit in a form indicates that this Princess Chingling's power surpasses Guiyunyai by no small margin. Before Qin Feng could contemplate further, the golden flame eagle lunged at him once more. With a piercing cry that resonated painfully in his ears, Qin Feng unleashed the blood drink and dragon slay once again, only to find it blocked by the golden flame eagle. Moreover, the eagle flapped its wings, stirring up a whirlwind of sand and stones, directly sweeping Qin Feng away. "Your Majesty." The Leong soldiers looked on, their faces filled with concern. "Be careful. Your Majesty. Watch out for me, old Wei." Wei Yan shouted as he charged forward, warhammer raised. The piercing cries echoed once more. The golden flame eagle glared fiercely, unleashing a surge of sound waves that forcefully stifled Wei Yan's assault. Wei Yan's countenance distorted, his eyes bulging with fury, veins protruding ominously along his arms. Bang! The golden flame eagle once again flapped its powerful wings, the whirlwind it generated sending Wei Yan and several soldiers of Leong flying through the air. "Your opponent is this king." Qin Feng's voice resonated once more. Your Highness, the King of Leong, your martial prowess is indeed commendable, yet when faced with the sorcery of my shadow palace, it ultimately reveals its shortcomings. As per Qingling's suggestion, perhaps we should sit down and discuss the terms of peace. What does His Majesty think? Princess Chingling's delicate voice chimed, I in the southern region's cultivation world. The strength of sorcerers surpasses that of their martial counterparts, a universally acknowledged truth. Moreover, Princess Chingling's cultivation level exceeds Qin Feng's, making her ability to dominate him entirely expected. The matter of peace can be deliberated later. The princess's tactics have ignited my battle spirit. Let us engage in a decisive confrontation. Qin Feng declared with arrogance. Clang, the Minghong heaven blade quivered, radiating profound bloodlight. The heavens call, intermediate summoning activated. Streams of light flickered before Qin Feng, his aura becoming increasingly enigmatic. Ding dong, intermediate summoning has yielded the low-grade sorcery. Ghostly wind, 19 blades. Sorcery. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. What is the essence of the profound? It is the realm of martial intent. To obtain a low-grade sorcery through a single summoning is indeed a stroke of fortune. He raised his gaze once more, a hint of a faint smile directed at Princess Chingling. This king is now serious. I kindly asked the princess to be cautious. However, Princess Chingling remained unfazed. For a martial artist to defeat a sorcerer, how easy could that be? In her view, as a king, Qin Feng must be eager to reclaim his dignity after losing face in public. Then so be it. Princess Chingling replied playfully. Screech, the golden flame eagle emitted a piercing cry. Its wings spread wide, casting shadows across the sky, as if enveloped by an aura of profound mystery. Suddenly, golden light flashed like lightning, hurtling towards Qin Feng. The Leong soldiers displayed expressions of anxiety, fearful of any misstep from Qin Feng. Just as the golden flame eagle charged forth, Qin Feng abruptly looked up. The Minghong heaven blade trembling gently, a faint azure glow emanating from it. Ghostly wind, 19 blades, slay. The blade light swept across the sky, tearing through the air for dozens of yards, forcefully halting the eagle's dive. First blade, second blade, third blade, fourth blade. Waves of azure light surged forth, the azure essence swirling around the Minghong heaven blade, growing increasingly brilliant, nearly overshadowing the radiance of the golden flame eagle. Moreover, the blade's edge sharpened, leaving deep gashes on the ground. The Leong soldiers, dozens of yards away, felt an overwhelming pressure and began to retreat in haste. Sorcery. Princess Chingling's eyes widened in astonishment. She could hardly fathom that in the diminutive Leong Kingdom, someone could master sorcery. In the vast Yunling prefecture, it was already exceedingly rare for ordinary cultivators to possess any martial techniques. Figures like Su Yuankai and others, who were foundational cultivators, could not even wield high-tier martial techniques, let alone sorcery. Many had never even laid eyes on sorcery. Yet now, Qin Feng's execution of the ghostly wind 19 blades was masterful. Having unleashed 9 blades, he had completely dispelled the eagle's radiance. Clearly, his prowess in sorcery was remarkable. Boom! The golden light rampaged, and the golden flame eagle let out a mournful cry, vanishing into thin air. Princess Chingling staggered, a trickle of blood staining her lips. Qin Feng immediately sheathed his blade, his aura still surging dramatically, truly awe-inspiring. The surrounding Leong soldiers erupted into resounding cheers. Your Highness of Leong, your strength is unparalleled. I am in admiration, Princess Chingling said, inclining her body slightly, her gaze toward Qin Feng now holding a hint of intrigue. She was curious. This small Leong Kingdom had been resurrected in the hands of this man, and now he wielded sorcery. Could it be that destiny sought to rejuvenate Leong? Princess, we can now sit down and thoroughly discuss the matter of peace. Qin Feng turned and entered the camp. Princess Chingling followed suit. Inside the camp, they sat across from one another. My country can unconditionally support Leong, but I hope that when your Highness unifies Yunling Prefecture in the future, you can leave a place for my Chu Kingdom. Having witnessed Qin Feng's strength, Princess Chingling stated her bottom line directly. She understood that in the face of absolute power, any schemes would be futile. Can the princess represent the Chu Kingdom? Qin Feng inquired. Of course, Princess Chingling affirmed. Qin Feng nodded slightly, pondering before saying, "Very well. This king has one more condition. I wonder if the princess would be willing to agree." Chapter 18. The Leong Kingdom's trash? What is the condition? Princess Chingling looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. This king wishes to marry Princess Chingling. I wonder how the princess feels about this. Qin Feng stated candidly. What? A flush of crimson graced Princess Chingling's cheeks, and she hastily lowered her head, saying, "I am discussing the grand affairs of our two nations with His Majesty. Why must you jest with me?" Qin Feng replied earnestly, "A marriage alliance is the best way to assure the people of Chu Kingdom of my sincerity. I believe that your highness would also support this matter. However, this concerns not only our two nations, but also the princess's personal affairs. Hence, I feel it necessary to first seek the princess's opinion." Princess Chingling pondered for a moment, her voice barely above a whisper. "All right." Qin Feng nodded. Wei Yan and the others exchanged glances, believing that the proposal for an alliance stemmed solely from the king's infatuation with Princess Chingling's beauty. After Princess Chingling returned, Qin Feng's army swept through Chu Kingdom's territory with ease, heading straight for Chu capital. This moment, outside Chu capital, the cavalry of the Chu Kingdom had already besieged the city. The sight of 100,000 troops cast a shadow over Chu capital, instilling fear among its citizens, who listened anxiously to the distant sounds of drums, unable to find peace day and night. Every household had barred its doors, and the economy of Chu capital had nearly ground to a halt. The guards within the city were also restless, fearing a sudden assault from the Chu cavalry. The Chu Kingdom seemed to be playing a game of cat and mouse, continuously taunting Chu capital for several days without launching an attack. Inside the royal palace of Chu Kingdom, numerous ministers knelt before the king of Chu, their faces pale with fear. "Your Majesty, the Chu cavalry has completely surrounded Chu capital. We have no way out. The only course of action now is to surrender and hope that the Chu King shows us mercy." They implored. "What of Leong Kingdom?" The king of Chu inquired. "Your Majesty, how can a mere 5,000 men from Leong withstand the 100,000 iron cavalry of the Chu Kingdom?" An elder minister solemnly stated. Yet, there were also valiant warriors among Chu Kingdom's ranks, who stood forth at this moment, declaring, "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead troops out of the city and confront the Chu Kingdom to quell their arrogance." "So am I." Many military generals voiced their willingness. The king of Chu pondered for a moment, stating, "As you all say, if we surrender without a fight, would that not invite ridicule from the world upon the sons of Chu?" He immediately ordered the generals of the court to prepare for battle, that in an instant, the drums outside the city thundered, shaking the very ground. Inside the palace, the ministers were like ants on a hot pan, filled with anxious urgency. Before long, a guard rushed in with alarming news. "Reporting to your Majesty, General Chun was slain after battling the enemy for over 100 rounds. Reporting to your Majesty. General Zhao has clashed with the enemy for 200 rounds. Reporting to your Majesty, General Zhao has been beheaded by the enemy general." Each piece of intelligence struck like thunder upon the king of Chu and the ministers, darkening their faces further. "What shall we do?" The king of Chu paced back and forth, anxious and unsettled. This moment, Princess Chingling approached. "Brother Wang, the army of Leong has arrived at the north gate. Please open the city gates," she said cheerfully. "The king of Leong has come?" The eyes of the king of Chu brightened, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. However, a minister whispered, "The Leong Kingdom may not be a benevolent party. They attacked our Chu Kingdom, after all." Indeed, moreover, how could the little king of Leong possibly be a match for the Chu cavalry? Although many did not dare voice their doubts to Princess Chingling, they whispered among themselves, their words inevitably reaching the ears of the king of Chu and Princess Chingling. The king of Chu regained his composure and asked, "Can Leong truly withstand the Chu cavalry?" "Brother Wang, if you do not allow them to try, must we simply surrender the city?" Princess Chingling retorted. "Moreover, the Leong army observes strict discipline. Upon entering my Chu Kingdom, they have committed no wanton slaughter of innocent civilians, making them far more trustworthy than the Chu Kingdom." The king of Chu nodded slightly to this moment. A minister stood forth, saying, "Your Majesty, both Leong and Chu Kingdom conspire against the throne of Chu, harboring sinister ambitions. Neither is a trustworthy character. If we allow the Leong forces into the city, what if they collude with the Chu Kingdom from within?" By now, Some ministers could no longer contain their thoughts. They were acutely aware that if they urged the king of Su to submit to the Chu Kingdom, it would be a grand achievement for the Chu Kingdom that if the Liang forces were to conspire with the Chu Kingdom, they would only be left as captives. Thus, rather than gamble on the character of the Liang people, they preferred to trust in themselves. Indeed, Your Majesty must not allow the Liang people to enter the city. Many ministers knelt in unison before the king of Xu that I in that moment. The king of Su hesitated. When I arrived, I had already ordered the gates open to allow the Liang army entry. Princess Chingling declared cheerfully, so I am merely informing you, not seeking your counsel. With that, she turned to leave to be by the way. The king of Liang desires to form a marriage alliance with me. Henceforth, he is no longer considered an outsider. Princess Chingling added. The king of Su stared blankly at her retreating figure, while an elderly minister before him broke down into hysterical wails, lamenting that Princess Chingling had led the country astray, that the realm of Su was in peril, and that the foundation of the state was hopeless. The king of Su listened, feeling a tumult of emotions, yet was at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, after entering the city, Qin Feng did not linger, instructing Wei Yan to settle the new troops, while he himself led the Tiger Band guards directly towards the Chu Kingdom's iron cavalry outside the city. At present, the people of Su were not necessarily welcoming towards the Liang army. Thus, Qin Feng intended to demonstrate the strength of the Leong Kingdom through a victorious display. Who goes there? The Chu Kingdom's general, Yi Shuangfei, sat astride a three-headed blazing tiger, brandishing a pair of sabers, exuding an intimidating aura. The blood on his blades was still fresh, evidently from a recent battle. I am Qin Feng of the Leong Kingdom. Qin Feng declared. Leong Kingdom? Yi Shuangfei's expression shifted slightly, and he scoffed. The king of Su has truly become more foolish, resorting to seeking aid from you pitiful Liang people. Ha! Listen well, you shall all get lost immediately. I have no time to waste on you worthless beings. At that moment, someone behind him whispered, General, this Qin Feng is the recently renowned young king of Leong. What? The young king of Leong? Yi Shuangfei's brows furrowed. His interest piqued. How intriguing. Since the Leong King has come to seek death personally, I shall oblige. First, I will deal with you Leong trash. Then I will trample Su capital. As he spoke, he urged the three-headed blazing tiger forward. Its enormous claws radiating with flames, leaving scorched marks upon the ground with each step that an unparalleled oppressive force bore down upon Qin Feng and his men. Die! Yi Shuangfei raised his saber, its gleam cutting through the air like a shooting star. Striking with precision. Intermediate martial skill. Heart-cutting slash. The sharp blade light erupted, its momentum like a raging torrent. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. That is this the extent of your power? Daring to boast before me? As he spoke, he drew the Minghong heavenly blade, a ghostly crimson light bursting forth, stretching dozens of yards long. That blood-drinking dragon-slaying slash. Attack! The blade light swept through, uprooting grass and debris beneath it. Puff! The bloodlight flickered as Yi Shuangfei fell to the ground. Chapter 19. Summon, again summon. What? The surrounding Chu cavalry looked on in shock at their general lying on the ground, his body severed. The massive three-headed blazing tiger cowered, trembling in fear. Each of them widened their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces. 2 moves. Even a formidable figure like General Yi has perished. This revelation was too much for many Chu riders to bear. Kill them, avenge the general. Avenge the general. The air erupted with earth-shattering roars as the ferocious Chu cavalry charged towards Qin Feng and his men. Kill. Qin Feng brandished the Minghong heavenly blade, its blood-red glow flickering as his aura surged. He led the charge into the Chu cavalry, with the Tiger Band guards aligning behind him. Piercing through like arrows done on the battlefield, the cries of battle echoed thunderously. The Chu cavalry had never tasted defeat in Su territory. Yet they could not fathom that they would fall not to the Su people, but to the supposedly weaker Liang forces. This was simply unacceptable. After the clash of the two armies, the Chu cavalry quickly felt the overwhelming might of the Tiger Band guards. All were practitioners of the opening Yuan realm, and under Qin Feng's leadership, they wove through the Chu cavalry, dismantling any resistance in their path. The Chu cavalry's tactics were swiftly thrown into disarray, casualties mounting relentlessly. The number of fallen warriors increased dramatically, and panic spread among many, Retreat. Retreat. The sound of retreat sounded behind the Hu cavalry as over 3,000 corpses littered the ground. The setting sun resembled blood, leaving an indelible impression of the Leong Kingdom's tiger band guards in the hearts of both the Hu and Su people that we won. The Leong army actually triumphed. The citizens of Su capital rushed to spread the news, their jubilant cheers ringing out. The oppressive gloom that had weighed heavily on their hearts for days was finally lifted in the royal palace. The ministers of Su, who had been wailing and lamenting, were left dumbfounded. The Leong army had actually repelled the Hu cavalry. How could this be? Impossible. It cannot be. No one was willing to believe the news. So they dispatched envoys to the city gates to verify. Ultimately, they discovered that the Hu cavalry had indeed retreated, and a general had been slain. The king of Su once more grasped the terrifying prowess of the Leong Kingdom. He personally stepped out of the palace to welcome the triumphant return of Qin Feng. Your Highness, it has been months since our last meeting. I did not expect to see you again in such a manner. The king of Su observed the spirited Qin Feng, feeling a pang of bitterness within. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Your Highness's elegance remains undiminished. This time, the Leong and Su kingdoms, being interdependent, should understand the significance of mutual support. The king of Su nodded repeatedly, responding, Indeed, did I have arranged for a convoy of 100,000 carts of grain, along with 50,000 carts of cotton, hemp, silk, and satin, which will soon be dispatched to the Leong Kingdom. Hoping to assist you in overcoming the current crisis at this juncture, the king of Su could only strive to think positively. Since he could not defeat the Leong Kingdom, he would rather lay low and enjoy a life of comfort than become a prisoner. I thank you, Your Highness. Qin Feng clasped his hands in gratitude. Although Su had succumbed to Liang's control, he would still accord the king of Su the respect he deserved. Meanwhile, on the other side, General Jiang Fengli, responsible for conquering Chu Kingdom, was in disarray that Shuangfei has fallen to the Leong Kingdom. He could hardly believe the battle report before him. Reporting to the marshal, Leong Kingdom has inexplicably summoned a formidable cavalry. All practitioners of the opening Yuan realm, numbering in the thousands, proving exceedingly difficult to handle. An officer stepped forward to report. All practitioners of the opening Yuan realm. Jiang Fengli's brows furrowed deeply, murmuring, How is this possible? How could the Leong Kingdom sustain such a force? Could it be a deception? Many generals displayed hesitant expressions. Even with the Hu Kingdom's resources, sustaining such a cavalry was no small feat. How could the diminutive Leong Kingdom manage it? Marshal, I have heard that the Princess Chingling of Chu Kingdom once apprenticed at the Shadow Palace. Could this opening Yuan cavalry be her summoned aide? An aide speculated. Jiang Fengli pondered briefly before nodding. That is indeed a possibility. However, this external aid is remarkably troublesome and may be difficult to contend with. Any of you have good strategies? A murmur of discussion arose among the ranks. After a moment, a soldier stepped forward and spoke. Marshal, I, the Putuwa camp, am willing to take the lead to besiege the Leong cavalry. Then the Iron Arrow camp can strike, potentially encircling the enemy. How do we lure them into our encirclement? Jiang Fengli inquired. Present, there are envoys from Leong Kingdom in the palace. Perhaps we could leverage the envoy to our advantage, an aide suggested. Jiang Fengli nodded slightly. In the days that followed, Wei Yan led the Tiger Band guards and the new troops, defeating scattered Hu cavalry and reclaiming lost territories, gradually helping the citizens of Su accept the presence of the Leong army. Many citizens openly and covertly supplied provisions to the Leong forces as the situation in Su stabilized further. Concurrently, the news of Qin Feng's string of victories spread among the Leong populace, and with the assistance of Su's provisions, the domestic situation flourished. The fortune points in Qin Feng's destiny summoning system had remarkably reached a height of 23,000 points to this moment. He contemplated whether to summon an intelligence team or a capable statesman. Given that Han Yi was currently within the Hu Kingdom, his fate uncertain, a statesman was more valuable than an army of thousands. Just then, news of the Hu army outside Su capital reached him. Reporting, Your Majesty, the Hu Kingdom has captured Lord Han Yi and is holding him in the military camp, declaring that he will be executed soon. Wei Yan rushed over, reporting in haste. What? Qin Feng's brows twitched, exclaiming, Han Yi is still alive. Excellent, excellent. However, the Hu Kingdom had arrayed 80,000 cavalry outside the city, seemingly intending to use their numerical advantage to suppress them. Wei Yan's expression grew troubled. 5,000 new troops are still insufficient to contend against the dozens of times greater Hu cavalry. The Sioux soldiers are largely ineffective, and the only force capable of withstanding the pressure is the Tiger Bend Guards. Yet they number only a little over 1,000. I have my methods. Qin Feng replied calmly to AT this moment. He required a highly skilled intelligence team. Destiny summoning, intermediate summoning activated. A radiant glow flickered before Qin Feng's eyes, and a majestic sound resounded in his ears. Ding! Consuming 5,000 fortune points, summon 100 Foundation Establishment Realm Shadow Guards. Soon, shadows flickered at the door, and figures began to appear before Qin Feng. We pay our respects to your majesty. A group of individuals clad in black, moving like phantoms, bowed before Qin Feng. Excellent. Qin Feng surveyed the group, sensing a powerful aura, and expressed his satisfaction that I require a leader to command the Shadow Guards. With a thought, he activated the Destiny summoning once more. Intermediate summoning activated. The light before him swirled again, accompanied by ethereal melodies. Ding! Consuming 5,000 fortune points, summoned General Pan Jiangfeng of the Golden Core realm. A Golden Core general. Qin Feng's figure trembled, revealing his elation. Chapter 20. The Hu cavalry in chaos outside Sioux capital. A series of encampments stretched for miles. The Hu cavalry loomed like a dark cloud over the city, instilling a profound sense of oppression among the citizens of Sioux. Once again, the Hu cavalry returned with a formidable presence, instilling fear in the hearts of the Sioux nation. At that moment, however, a regiment of 10,000 iron steeds defied expectations, marching straight out of the city towards the Hu encampment. The sound of war drums thundered, resonating like rolling thunder, causing the ground to tremble beneath their might. The banners of Leong fluttered fiercely in the wind. I, the king of Leong, have come forth. Hu cavalry, step forward and respond, commanded Wei Yan with a booming voice. Soon, a vast array of Hu cavalry surged forth from their camp, forming a line that at the forefront. The Hu cavalry commander Zhang Fengli sat astride the back of a crimson-eyed flame lion, his gaze steady to I am Zhang Fengli of the Great Hu. Come forth to make my name known, he declared. Leong Kingdom, Qin Feng. Came a calm reply from Qin Feng that who would have thought that while battling within the territory of Sioux, we would encounter the little king of Leong? Could it be that Sioux has no one left to defend it? Zhang Fengli called out loudly that is there truly no one left in Sioux? Is there truly no one left in Sioux? The iron steeds behind him erupted in a thunderous chorus. Clearly, the Hu nation aimed to sow discord between Leong and Sioux. The Sioux cavalry behind Qin Feng wore grim expressions, yet they found themselves with no alternative. Zhang Fengli continued. As I understand it, prior to this battle, the little king of Leong had reached an agreement with my king to jointly confront Sioux. Why the sudden reversal? With a sudden emphasis, he spoke with an air of reproach. Qin Feng replied calmly, an agreement. And what of the Hu king detaining my envoy from Leong? Is this the manner in which the Hu nation treats its allies? Zhang Fengli's expression shifted. How dare this insignificant Leong king question the decisions of the Hu king before him? You, Leong, are the ones who have gone back on your word first. My king has ordered the execution of this night to demonstrate the might of the Hu nation. Zhang Fengli pointed at a figure behind him, coldly stating, that man is Han Yi. Qin Feng's expression darkened, that is the little king of Leong angered. Zhang Fengli's expression turned smug as he remarked, if you wish to save this man, feel free to send a large army. I have heard that Leong possesses an iron cavalry, undefeated in battle. Is that not so? With a hearty laugh, Zhang Fengli turned his crimson-eyed flame lion towards the camp, declaring that at noon, he would execute this man. Little king of Leong, you must act swiftly. Infuriating, Wei Yan, witnessing Zhang Fengli's arrogance, wore a grim expression and immediately stated, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead troops in a battle to rescue Lord Han Yi. Your Majesty, I too am willing to fight. At that moment, a new soldier from Leong stepped forward. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he inquired, What is your name? Before the soldier could respond, Wei Yan interjected. Reporting to your Majesty, this man is Pan Jiangfeng, a resident of Shifeng City. Since joining our army, he has quelled banditry and has repeatedly achieved military merit. His abilities are indeed remarkable. Pan Jiangfeng, a general of Golden Core. Qin Feng noted the youthfulness of the man, appearing no older than 18, and raised an eyebrow, smiling. Very well. Then the task of attacking the Hu camp and drawing the main force of the Hu cavalry shall be entrusted to you. Do you have confidence? A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd, entrusting such a critical mission to a novice. Pan Zhongfeng pondered seriously for a moment before asking, "How much time does your majesty require?" 15 minutes, Qin Feng replied. "Then I shall need 3,000 new soldiers." Pan Zhongfeng responded decisively. 3,000 new soldiers. Wei Yan's expression turned incredulous. Facing 8,000 Hu cavalry, he believed it impossible that just 3,000 could hold them back. How intriguing. Qin Feng nodded, smiling. "Let us see if you can indeed succeed." "Thank you, your majesty." Pan Zhongfeng bowed and accepted the command. Wei Yan wished to advise Qin Feng to reconsider, but Pan Zhongfeng had already set off with his troops. In the Hu camp, a scout reporting to the commander, "The incoming Liang troops are not the rumored Tiger Guards." "Not the Tiger Guards?" Zhang Fengli replied, incredulously questioning, "Could it be that the Liang army has other hidden cards?" "Commander, this incoming army consists of merely 3,000 troops. Surely my floating pagoda regiment can overcome them." A soldier proclaimed, "To ensure absolute certainty, let us proceed according to our previous plan. The Iron Arrow Regiment shall also engage." Zhang Fengli contemplated before stating, "Yes." The general of the Iron Arrow Regiment acknowledged the order. Before long, 2 contingents of Hu cavalry, each numbering 10,000, charged out to confront Pan Zhongfeng's forces. Pan Zhongfeng rode forward, calling out, "Hu cavalry, heed my words. I am Pan Zhongfeng, and today I present to you the serpent formation. Dare you break through?" As he spoke, he waved his battle flag, and the banners of his army waved in unison, shifting positions rapidly. The serpent formation? The floating pagoda regiment, known as the Iron Wall War Tiger, sneered, "Let me witness the prowess of your formation." With a command, 5,000 soldiers from the floating pagoda regiment surged forth. Clad in heavy armor and linked by iron chains, they advanced like a colossal net towards Pan Zhongfeng's new soldiers, moving with an unstoppable force. The heavy iron hooves struck the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. In the distance, atop the city walls of Su, the Chu King and his ministers gazed upon this spectacle with astonishment. Such strength in the Hu cavalry. "Our forces are no match," the Chu King sighed. Soon, the floating pagoda regiment crashed into the serpent formation. Under Pan Zhongfeng's command, the formation moved with remarkable agility, weaving through the ranks of the floating pagoda regiment, that in no time, they outmaneuvered the floating pagoda. Leaving the Iron Wall War Tiger feeling frustrated, trapped in his own brute strength. "Damnable ants," he cursed, yelling, "General, and assist me." Hearing this, the general of the Iron Arrow Regiment commanded his soldiers to target Pan Zhongfeng and the Liang forces. In an instant, a storm of arrows rained down. Meanwhile, Qin Feng dispatched the Shadow Guard to infiltrate the Hu camp, rescuing Han Yi, while simultaneously eliminating numerous lower-ranking Hu commanders. Zhang Fengli and his cohorts focused their attention outside the camp. They remained oblivious to the chilling web of death being woven within the Hu encampment. "Commander, the sun is nearing noon, yet the elite troops of the Liang army have not yet appeared. What could be the reason?" A general voiced his unease. "Could it be that the little king of Liang does not care for Han Ye's life?" A staff member speculated. Quickly, a soldier rushed in to report. Reporting to the commander, "Han Yi has been rescued." "What?" Zhang Fengli slammed his hand down, displaying deep shock as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Were my personal guards not on watch?" "Commander, all personal guards have been slain." The soldier trembled as he spoke. Zhang Fengli felt as though the world was spinning around him. "This is preposterous." After a moment, his eyes widened with rage, and he shouted, "You insolent boy of Liang! To dare kill under my very nose is utterly intolerable. I will ensure the Liang army finds no resting place. Men, today we shall raze Su to the ground." Just as he spoke, a soldier rushed in with urgent news, reporting to the commander. "The floating pagoda and Iron Arrow regiments have already been scattered by the Liang army." Zhang Fengli spewed a mouthful of blood, staggering at the revelation. Chapter 21. A decisive victory over the Hu cavalry. Kill! The area surrounding the Hu camp erupted with a cacophony of shouts, akin to a thunderous storm. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The panicked cries echoed, plunging the Hu camp into chaos. Soldiers rushed into the command tent, shouting, "Commander, this is dire. The Liang army has breached the camp. Moments later, another soldier shouted, "Commander, the grain supplies in the eastern warehouse have been torched by the Liang army." "What?" Zhang Fengli's complexion paled, his body trembling with shock as he stammered. "This is absurd. This is absurd." His command boasted nearly 100,000 iron steeds, yet they were thrown into disarray by a mere few thousand Liang cavalry. How could the esteemed commander of the Hu nation maintain his dignity? "Everyone, at all costs, quell the Liang army's chaos," Zhang Fengli bellowed. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of war drums resonated from outside the camp. Reporting to the commander, iron cavalry from Su has appeared in the southeast, numbering at least 10,000. Reporting to the commander, iron cavalry from Su has emerged in the southwest, estimated to be around 20,000. Reporting to the commander, the presence of Su cavalry encircling the Hu camp was undeniable. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Fengli would never have given the Su soldiers a second thought. However, their arrival now was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back. In that moment, he fully comprehended the meaning of a rout. The cries of despair and agony filled the 10-mile-long encampment. Wei Yan, leading several thousand tiger guards, fought fiercely, making the Hu cavalry feel as though they were facing their doom. "Commander, we must retreat." A chorus of generals surrounded Zhang Fengli, urging him to flee. "Enough, enough! In such a defeat, how can I face the king?" Zhang Fengli lamented, kneeling in the direction of Hu, proclaiming loudly, "I have betrayed my king." With that, he drew his sword and took his own life. "Commander, no!" The soldiers cried out in unison. But it was too late. In the Hu capital, all was joy and revelry. The Hu king gazed intently at the sand table before him, which depicted the geography of Yunling Prefecture. Just moments ago, news arrived from the east that the Hu cavalry had conquered the lands of Su and Han, expanding Hu territory by a tenth. The Hu king was elated, believing that under his reign, Hu could realize the grand vision of claiming Yunling Prefecture. Suddenly, a swift horse galloped in, delivering urgent news to the palace. Wherever he passed, all officials retreated, and even the palace guards dared not obstruct him. This was the command of the Hu king. He wished to be informed of the frontline reports at the earliest opportunity. The warhorse thunderously collapsed, and the scout tumbled several times before kneeling before the Hu king, presenting the battle report with both hands, stating, "Your Majesty, the report from Chu Kingdom." "So soon?" A faint smile appeared on the Hu king's face. He estimated that at this very moment, Zhang Fengli should have captured Shudu. What a pity that Han Yi had been borrowed from him. Otherwise, he would have ensured that Han Yi witnessed the might of Hu Kingdom. Defeat. The Hu king, with a beaming smile, unfolded the letter, only to be met with the stark words "defeat" glaring back at him. In an instant, he felt a sense of unreality. What defeat? How could there be a defeat? Countless question marks surged within the Hu king's mind. He meticulously read through the report. 80,000 troops were vanquished by the Liang forces. Commander Zhang Fengli committed suicide as an act of contrition. 30,000 of his soldiers perished, 20,000 fled, leaving only 30,000 remnants. How could this be? The Hu king, in disbelief, passed the letter to the scout, saying, "You read it. I must be seeing things." The scout crawled before him, took the letter, and his countenance immediately transformed. His lips quivering, Commander Zhang was defeated and took his own life. How could this be? The Hu king roared in fury, kicking the scout to the ground. "I refuse to believe it. I absolutely refuse to believe it." Within the palace, the Hu king's roar instilled fear in countless palace attendants, rendering them silent. The common folk of Shudu rejoiced, laughter echoing through the streets. The news of the Liang army's cavalry, having decisively crushed the Hu cavalry, spread like wildfire throughout Shudu. Rumors even circulated that the young Leong King was a divine savior, rescuing the Chu Kingdom. Simultaneously, another piece of news swept through Shudu. The king intended to betroth Princess Chingling to the young Leong King, ensuring that Leong and Chu kingdoms would become one family. Upon hearing this, the sense of recognition towards Leong Kingdom surged dramatically among the people of Xu in Qin Feng's heavenly fortune system. A new point of luck suddenly appeared, evidently sourced from the citizens of Chu Kingdom. System luck points. 33,000 points. In the palace, King Su personally hosted a banquet, seating Qin Feng at the head table while he sat below, with Princess Chingling directly opposite him. Had it not been for the Leong King's gallant assistance, I fear our Su citizens would have faced utter annihilation, King Su lamented, recalling the scene of Wei Yan and the Tiger Bend guards charging outside the city. He still felt a lingering fear. With such valiant generals in Leong Kingdom, how could it not prosper? Moreover, the most dazzling performance in this battle was delivered by the young General Pan Jiangfeng, who, with 3,000 new recruits, annihilated the elite Buddhist camp within the Hu cavalry, seizing thousands of iron arrows along the way. This maneuver left even the battle-hardened soldiers of Su in awe. Indeed, this victory is entirely attributable to the fortuitous convergence of favorable circumstances. Had it not been for Su's cavalry's timely appearance, we could not have possibly repelled the 100,000 Hu cavalry. Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Although Su's cavalry struggled in direct combat, their ability to rally and boost morale was unparalleled, playing a significant role in this battle. Modesty is unnecessary. King Su shook his head repeatedly, raising his wine cup and declaring, "Let us toast to the Leong King." To the Leong King, the courtiers chorused. These astute ministers understood very well that the fate of Chu Kingdom now rested in the hands of this young man before them. Qin Feng smiled as he returned the toast. Days later, Qin Feng sought out Han Yi. "Your journey to Hu Kingdom must have been arduous," he remarked. Han Yi spun around, chuckling. "Not at all. The Hu King has treated me well, and I've gained quite a bit of weight." Qin Feng chuckled softly. "What do you think the Hu King will do in the wake of this great defeat?" Han Yi pondered briefly before responding. The Hu King has always been ambitious and methodical. Given this catastrophic defeat, he will certainly refrain from launching any large-scale attacks in the near future. This may well be our opportunity. Will he not act rashly? Qin Feng mused thoughtfully at present. While Leong Kingdom had achieved consecutive victories, it required time to recuperate. After all, the domestic situation had only just stabilized, and agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and various sectors lay in disarray. What do you propose our immediate goal should be? To seize the moment, restore domestic order, and stabilize the livelihoods of the people, Han Yi asserted. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Han Yi then calmly articulated dozens of measures to pacify the populace, each aligning perfectly with Leong Kingdom's current circumstances. Qin Feng listened, his eyes lighting up at that moment. Princess Chingling hurriedly approached. She glanced at Han Yi and inquired, "Might the king have a moment to spare for a private conversation?" "Ah," Qin Feng expressed surprise. Smiling, "Mr. Han is a trusted confidant. Speak freely, Princess." Princess Chingling nodded lightly, saying, "I have received word from a senior sister at the Ruing Palace that the Hu King has sought out a powerful figure from the Fu Shui Palace, which may pose a threat to you. Fu Shui Palace?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Chapter 22. Preventing the mouth of the people is more difficult than preventing floods. Fu Shui Palace is the largest cultivation sect within Yunling Prefecture, boasting a following of 100,000 disciples. However, this sect specializes in the art of manipulation and deception, often stirring chaos among various factions, leading all to treat them with caution. Some lords, in a bid to avoid the perils posed by Fu Shui Palace, have willingly paid tribute, recognizing it as the state religion, allowing it to flourish at present. With Leong Kingdom's situation having only recently stabilized, the Hu King is leveraging Fu Shui Palace against Leong to incite internal discord. Unlike Hu Kingdom, the disciples of Fu Shui Palace disperse like locusts, infiltrating Leong Kingdom to mislead the populace, making them far more troublesome than the Hu cavalry. Furthermore, capturing them would require immense effort. Having heard of Fu Shui Palace's troublesome nature, Qin Feng furrowed his brow deeply. Han Yi remained silent, the candlelight flickering as it crackled in the room. After marrying Princess Chingling, Qin Feng returned to Leong Kingdom with a dowry of 100,000 carts of grain and 3,000 carts of silk. Welcomed by the citizens who lined the streets, their cheers resounding for miles. Princess Chingling appeared somewhat clumsy, her small face displaying a hint of nervousness as she asked, "What does one need to govern a kingdom?" "To be a ruler, one must possess benevolence," Qin Feng contemplated before responding. "And what role can I play?" Princess Chingling inquired. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Since the princess has been trained at Ruing Palace and possesses extensive knowledge, perhaps I could establish an academy in Leong capital for you to oversee. Given the scarcity of cultivation resources in Leong capital, even the military's training occurs through the most rudimentary means." Should they acquire even a fraction of the teachings from Ru Ying Palace, a top-tier sect in the southern region, it would greatly benefit Leong Kingdom. Princess Chingling nodded slightly, saying, I have previously made some minor contributions within the sect, and they have rewarded me with several cultivation techniques that I can share with you. That I appreciate your efforts, Princess, Qin Feng replied. Despite the looming threat from Fu Shui Palace, Leong was gradually getting back on track. With the 3 counties and 6 cities returning to normalcy, this presented a significant sense of accomplishment for Qin Feng. That as they conversed, a loud shout erupted from the crowd. Everyone listen! The person in the royal carriage is not the young Leong King. He is a spy from Chu Kingdom, impersonating the Leong King to consume our lands. A tumult arose among the crowd. Indeed, the real young Leong King has perished. This impostor collaborates with Chu Kingdom to conspire against Leong. Someone shouted in agreement. Down with the false Leong King. Down with the false Leong King. Many people's attitudes shifted dramatically, transitioning from welcoming Qin Feng and his entourage to suddenly attacking, leaving many of Liang's new soldiers caught off guard. A throng surged forward, obstructing Qin Feng's royal carriage. Impudence, Wei Yan bellowed, brandishing his heavy hammer, scanning the surroundings with fierce eyes. Who dares to cause trouble? The Tiger Bend guards stood ready, swords drawn. Tension filled the air as the situation grew increasingly precarious. You are not even citizens of Leong Kingdom. Get out of Leong! Someone pointed at Wei Yan, shouting in anger. Get out of Leong! Another echoed. Some recklessly charged forward. Those who dare approach shall die. Wei Yan warned fiercely. Yet some remained undeterred. Boom! A warhammer was raised, and someone fell in an instant. The crowd that had once welcomed them descended into chaos. These spies have killed people. Brothers, these spies dare to impersonate the Leong King and slay our Leong citizens. Let us avenge the Leong King and our people. Someone shouted hoarsely. Quickly, many bystanders brandished weapons and charged toward the Tiger Bend guards, intent on attacking Qin Feng. Nevertheless, these attackers were primarily confused citizens with limited combat skill. Failing to incite significant turmoil, the chaos was swiftly quelled. Under the protection of the Tiger Bend guards, Qin Feng returned to Leong capital with composure. Upon entering the palace, Cao Jiao promptly delivered a letter. Your Majesty, this is a missive from the 3 county governors. Please take a look. Cao Jiao prostrated on the ground, his gaze somewhat frantic. In recent days, he had heard the rumors. The young Leong King was no longer the young Leong King, but a spy from Chu Kingdom, seeking to annex Leong. Moreover, these rumors were rife with detail, suggesting that the young Leong King's sudden increase in strength was suspect, as was the valor of the Tiger Bend guards, along with the mysterious origins of General Wei Yan. Such speculations were presented with such conviction that they instilled doubt even in Cao Jiao. Upon reflection, it was true that the current young Leong King appeared significantly more mature than before, as if he had undergone a transformation. However, he has been closely following Xiao Liang Wang, making it impossible for the people of Chu Kingdom to seize the opportunity for a cunning swap. Cao Jiao could not fathom this, and could only leave the matter to Qin Feng to decide. The methods of the Water Reversal Palace are indeed formidable. Qin Feng set down the letter and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Water Reversal Palace? Cao Jiao's expression shifted dramatically as he whispered, Your Majesty, why would the Water Reversal Palace set their sights on our Leong Kingdom? At present, Leong Kingdom is impoverished, and the citizens can barely survive. There are no profits to be gained. What, then, could the Water Reversal Palace possibly desire? Although Leong Kingdom offers no benefits, there are those who would provide them with advantages. Qin Feng remarked, at that moment. Princess Chingling strode in. Cao Jiao bowed deeply to her. Upon seeing Princess Chingling, he could not help but recall another rumor. Chu Kingdom had betrothed Princess Chingling to the false Liang Wang as the first step to eroding Leong Kingdom. Thus, Cao Jiao harbored some suspicion towards Princess Chingling. Ignoring him, Princess Chingling addressed Qin Feng, Your Majesty, I have successfully made contact with the representatives of the Water Reversal Palace. They wish to discuss matters with you. Discuss? Qin Feng chuckled. Very well. I shall see what they truly intend. Just then, a chilling laugh echoed from outside the hall. The little Liang Wang truly possesses demeanor. He dares to meet with our Water Reversal Palace. The voice was sharp and sinister, unsettling to the senses, for many nobles would avoid the Water Reversal Palace at all costs. Cao Jiao's face paled, instinctively shielding Qin Feng. The Water Reversal Palace's cultivator let out a cold laugh. Qin Feng gestured for Chao Jiu to step back and inquired, "Dare you come alone to our Liang Royal Palace? You must hold considerable stature within the Water Reversal Palace. Am I correct?" "He. I am the elder Lung Wuyo of the Water Reversal Palace," the man replied with a sinister smile. "Elder of the Water Reversal Palace?" Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he asked, "What exactly does the Water Reversal Palace hope to achieve with such elaborate arrangements in my Leong Kingdom?" "He. We at the Water Reversal Palace have the best interests of the Leong people at heart. We harbor no ulterior motives, that we merely wish for the Leong Wang to restore the throne to the Leong people. For it does not rightfully belong to you." Lung Wuyo suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing Qin Feng. Qin Feng laughed. "Does the Leong Kingdom not belong to the Leong Wang? You, the Water Reversal Palace. Flipping clouds and rain, distorting right and wrong. Your methods are quite impressive." Qin Feng's expression turned cold as he confronted Lung Wuyo. Lung Wuyo's laughter was unsettling. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he said sternly, "As it stands, our Water Reversal Palace has already amassed 30,000 water troops in Leong Kingdom. The voices of the masses can shape gold. Who decides right from wrong? Surely, the Leong Wang is not oblivious to this." Chapter 23. Causing Trouble. Guarding against the mouths of the people is more crucial than guarding against floods. Qin Feng understood this principle well, especially now that Leong Kingdom's situation had just stabilized. And many people's ulterior motives were beginning to stir. The forces wishing to stir up trouble surely extended beyond just the Water Reversal Palace. What was most feared was a leader emerging to consolidate this power. From the moment Qin Feng led his troops to defeat the cavalry of Chu Kingdom until now, merely a few dozen days had passed. The Water Reversal Palace had, through cunning means, gathered nearly 30,000 Leong citizens. Demonstrating their tenacity, that a glint of cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he raised his head and said, "It seems the Water Reversal Palace has made ample preparations that I must exert all my efforts." Exert all your efforts, or merely struggle in vain. Little Leong Wang, do you truly comprehend your situation? Lung Wuyo sneered, turning to leave. "Opposing my Water Reversal Palace will not end well for you. You should prepare yourself." With that, he soared into the air, darting towards the palace exit. "Hold on." Qin Feng raised his head and said coolly, "Do you think my Leong Royal Palace is a marketplace where one can come and go as they please?" Lung Wuyo halted on a nearby palace roof, taunting, "What? Do you intend to take action against me?" Before his words could fade, a colossal golden flame eagle descended, its outstretched wings eclipsing the sun, its claws like hooks aimed directly at Lung Wuyo. Spirit transformation. Lung Wuyo's expression changed dramatically as he rolled off the roof, his hands aglow with black light, akin to a venomous serpent striking, directed at the claws of the golden flame eagle. Bang! A tempestuous wave of energy erupted, and Lung Wuyo staggered back several steps. "Who?" His sinister gaze swept the surroundings, his expression grim. "Did you not hear what my king said? The Leong Royal Palace does not permit your reckless behavior." Princess Chingling stepped forward, chiding in a charming tone. "You?" Lung Wuyo recognized Princess Chingling's identity and coldly retorted, "A dignified princess of Chu Kingdom, a disciple of the Shadow Palace, has deigned to marry a petty warlord of a trivial realm. Truly a descent into disgrace. My affairs are not for you to comment on." Princess Chingling scolded, her hands glowing as she channeled her energy into the golden flame eagle. The eagle's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. Its killing intent intensified, with a furious flap of its wings. It shattered clouds and moonlight, pressing towards Lung Wuyo. The sharp golden light was as lethal as a blade. Lung Wuyo retreated step by step. "You little girl, you are forcing my hand." His expression darkened, and a swirling black mist surrounded him, causing the ground to tremble. Hiss! Soon, Lung Wuyo was enveloped in the black mist, and a massive venomous serpent emerged, opening its gaping maw and lunging at the golden flame eagle. However, his technique of spirit transformation was evidently inferior to Princess Chingling's. The serpent's form was somewhat chaotic, far less vivid than the golden flame eagle. In the blink of an eye, the venomous serpent was captured by the eagle, its momentum drastically shifting, nearly shattering, that a flicker of surprise flashed in Lung Wuyo's eyes as he hastily produced a vial of red elixir and consumed it. In the next moment, the veins on his body bulged, and the swirling black mist thickened to his side. The venomous serpent sprouted 2 additional heads, one on the left and one on the right, biting down on the back of the golden flame eagle. The eagle's brilliance flickered, letting out a series of mournful cries, while Princess Chingling's face paled slightly. "Humph, Princess Chingling, your methods are still rather immature before me." Leong King mocked sinisterly. "Does a mere Leong Kingdom have anyone who can withstand this elder?" Just as his words fell, a sharp blade aura sliced through the air in an instant. Leong King's voice was abruptly silenced, and he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. What is happening? Soon, the 3-headed venomous serpent was violently severed. The golden flame eagle quickly extricated itself, flapping its wings in fury, stirring up a tempest that sent Leong King flying. Bang! Leong King crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion frightfully red. He trembled at the sight of the blade in Qin Feng's hand. "What?" Qin Feng coldly replied. "I have stated before, do you think the Leong Royal Palace is a place you can come and go as you please?" As he spoke, he approached Leong King, the Minghong Tian Dao, leaving a white mark on the ground, the piercing sound deepening the color of Leong King's face. "Get out of here, elder!" Leong King shouted in terror as the black mist surged, transforming into a gigantic serpent, its blood-red maw wide open. Blood-drink dragon slaughter. Qin Feng, wielding the blade's aura, struck down ferociously, dispersing the massive serpent. Whoosh! The residual force surged forth, and Leong King was once again knocked back, blood spurting. "What do you intend to do?" His voice trembled, and his gaze toward Qin Feng was filled with inexplicable fear. Could it be that the esteemed elder of the Water Reversal Palace would perish in this insignificant Leong Royal Palace? No, he refused to accept that. "Do you have anything else to say?" Qin Feng inquired. "What?" Leong King's heart raced, his expression shifting multiple times, before he managed to squeeze out, "Liang Wang, spare me." Qin Feng chuckled. "I do not intend to kill you, for I still wish to use you to expose those with ulterior motives. You should know what to do, correct?" The edge of the Minghong Tian Dao lightly pressed against Leong King's neck. I know. I will comply." Leong King nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a pestle. In that moment, he resembled a lost dog, stripped of the arrogance and haughtiness he once possessed. Chao Jiao, witnessing this scene, suddenly conceived a thought. A Liang Wang like this, even if he were an impostor, would still be a boon for Leong Kingdom. "Very well." Qin Feng sheathed the Minghong Tian Dao and turned to say, "You may leave. Gather all those who wish to topple the Leong dynasty. I shall await your return." With that, he departed alongside Princess Chingling, with Chao Jiao hastily following. Leong King slumped to the ground, a puddle forming beside him. Shortly thereafter, unusual phenomena were reported in Jiuan County of Leong Kingdom. The drought demon had descended, devastating the once-revived farmlands of Jiuan County. In an instant, various rumors swept through Jiuan County and reached Leong capital. "Have you heard? That little Liang Wang in the palace is a fake, and thus, the heavens have sent down a drought to punish him, that if he does not abdicate, the drought will engulf all of Leong Kingdom. Indeed, I have heard that it is said that the Jiuan County Defender is the strongest supporter of the little Liang Wang, which is why the drought has befallen Jiuan County, in a tea house in Leong capital." Whispers of speculation began to circulate. Soon, an inexplicable panic engulfed Leong capital, in the royal palace. Chao Jiao frantically compiled these rumors and presented them to Qin Feng. Then he knelt, his head bobbing like a pestle, and said, "Your Majesty, I have commanded people to exert all efforts to apprehend these rumor-mongers. We shall quell this unrest promptly." Qin Feng did not even glance at the rumors, rising to his feet and stating, "Leong King has indeed performed admirably. Let the flames burn even brighter. It would be worthwhile for me to take action." Chapter 24. Obsession leads to irreversible doom. In the brief span of merely half a month, half of the 6 cities across the 3 prefectures of the Leong Kingdom have fallen into the hands of the populace seduced by the overturning water palace. Various rumors and whispers have risen to a cacophony, while Qin Feng's prestige has plummeted to the depths in such a short time. Strangely, the capital of Leong remains unusually quiet. It appears that Qin Feng has no intention of addressing this turmoil. Upon receiving news from Leong King, who revealed a long-lost smile. Ever since the defeat of the Chu Kingdom, he has finally regained face through the chaos instigated in Leong, for the current unrest in the kingdom is entirely of his own making. I wonder if His Majesty is pleased with the actions of my overturning water palace. A chilling voice echoed beside King Hu. You have performed admirably. I shall ensure that you are well rewarded. King Hu replied with a slight smirk, I will prepare 10,000 spirit stones for you, as promised. Thank you, Your Majesty. The shadowy figure in the darkness slightly bowed, a glimmer of green light flashing in their eyes. However, you must remember that the Leong Kingdom has not yet fallen. Therefore, you must hasten to secure the remaining 40,000 spirit stones. King Hu stated calmly. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the insignificant Leong Kingdom poses no threat. The shadowy figure in the darkness sneered. Excellent. In high spirits, King Hu immediately commanded a banquet in honor of the strong from the overturning water palace. In Liangdu, Qin Feng contemplated the layout of the overturning water palace. Seemingly lost in thought, the chaos wrought by the palace has imparted a fresh insight. Even in a martial nation where cultivation reigns supreme, the power of public opinion remains crucial, though he has not taken overt action these past days. He has secretly dispatched the shadow guards to track the movements of the overturning water palace's main forces within Leong. At his command, these principalities of the palace could vanish overnight. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was unhurried. He awaited the right moment. Report to the king. The lord of Shifeng city has discovered a large convoy of supplies outside the city, which have been verified to originate from the Chu Kingdom. A shadow appeared outside the hall. Indeed, it was the shadow guards. It seems King Hu has invested considerable effort on behalf of the people of Leong. Qin Feng remarked with a faint smile. The overturning water palace's rapid consolidation of support is primarily due to their allure of material benefit. Continuous supplies from the Chu Kingdom have been stealthily delivered into the hands of the Leong populace, prompting them to join in the unrest. After all, if one cannot even secure their basic sustenance, who would be inclined to instigate disorder? Moreover, the quantity of supplies sent from the Chu Kingdom is substantial. Qin Feng awaited the complete arrival of these provisions, hoping to convince King Hu that the Leong Kingdom is on the verge of collapse. Although Jiyuan Prefecture is in chaos, and Bema Prefecture is also in turmoil. With Hanjing City endangered, the situation in Liang's primary grain-producing regions, Shifeng City, Jiangdong City, and Dian Prefecture, remains stable. Thus, even amidst widespread disorder, the foundation of the Leong Kingdom remains unshaken. Days passed, and the governor of Jiyuan Prefecture dispatched messengers with urgent news. However, prior to this, Qin Feng had already been apprised of the developments. Hundreds of foundational shadow guards, like sentinels, were dispersed throughout Leong, granting him an intimate understanding of the kingdom's affairs. The swift report came. A second drought demon has appeared in the west of Jiyuan Prefecture, threatening Jiangdong City. Do we seek your command, Your Majesty? Qin Feng rose, responding calmly, prepare the horses. I shall personally journey to Jiyuan Prefecture. Additionally, instruct General Pan to keep a close watch on the supplies from Shifeng City. He should understand my intentions. Yes. Cao Jiu respectfully accepted the command. That day, a contingent of over 100 tiger guards departed Liangdu, heading resolutely toward Jiyuan Prefecture. Along the route, they encountered a desolate scene, with the dead strewn about and the living in dire straits. Qin Feng inwardly lamented. Although Liangdu had stabilized, the vast expanse of the Leong Kingdom could not be restored in the short term. He silently vowed, fear not. Once the turmoil of the overturning water palace is quelled, the Leong Kingdom shall surely flourish. The iron steeds galloped, stirring up clouds of dust. Old Leong, I have heard that the young Leong King has left the palace. A disciple of the overturning water palace promptly relayed this news to Leong Wuyo, the young Leong King. Leong Wuyo's pupils narrowed, a torrent of wrath surging within him. For days, he had been tirelessly traversing the Leong Kingdom, unable to close his eyes. For every time he did, the harrowing scene from Liangdu would replay in his mind. He thirsted for vengeance. Qin Feng must pay the price. Gather our forces immediately, along with those 2 drought demons. I shall bury Qin Feng in Jiyuan Prefecture. Leong Wuyo clenched his fists, his gaze fierce. Yes, the disciples of the overturning water palace promptly set about their preparations that in the days that followed, as Qin Feng and his entourage traveled toward Jiyuan Prefecture. They encountered an increasing number of refugees. Wei Yan observed the refugees with a glint of green in their eyes, feeling an uneasy chill creep into his heart. Your Majesty, I fear these refugees may not come with good intentions. If they were all virtuous people, why would I venture to Juan Prefecture? Qin Feng countered. Just then a loud shout erupted from among the refugees. He is the impostor young Leong King. He is the one who harmed our parents and brothers. We seek vengeance, vengeance, vengeance. The surrounding refugees surged forward, madly charging at Wei Yan and the others. Stand aside. Wei Yan's eyes widened in fury, his face a terrifying sight. Yet the refugees appeared bewitched, disregarding his intimidation, clawing and tearing at the tiger guards. Defend yourselves, Wei Yan commanded. The tiger guards readied their weapons. Wait. Qin Feng interjected calmly, stepping forth from his carriage and declaring, I am the king of Leong. You have been misled by the demon's machinations for too long. Today, I have come to Juan Prefecture to deliver justice on your behalf. If you depart now, I shall overlook your past transgressions. But if you persist in your folly, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The refugees erupted into chaos. Nonsense. You are the impostor. What right do you have to command us? Someone shouted from the crowd. You have brought ruin upon our families, and you dare to speak here? Accompanying voices echoed in agreement. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he slowly raised his hand. For those who persist in their delusions, there shall be no redemption. Swiftly, arrows of light shot forth, striking down those among the refugees, plunging the scene into further disorder. Hidden nearby, Lung Wuyo's expression darkened upon witnessing this spectacle. He realized that the tiger guards were targeting the disciples of the overturning water palace. Could it be that the young Leong King has discerned the movements of the overturning water palace? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! A chill ran through Lung Wuyo as he hastily urged, release the drought demons. The sooner the better. His disciples complied without delay as the situation around Qin Feng began to stabilize. Two colossal figures emerged on the horizon. They resembled gigantic apes, their entire forms a fiery red, leaving charred earth in their wake. The scorching waves of heat surged, causing even those miles away among the refugees to feel an unbearable blaze, prompting them to flee in panic. The drought demons have appeared. The refugees scattered in terror, leaving only Qin Feng and the tiger guards to confront these monstrous entities. Roar. The drought demons let out a thunderous roar, flames flickering from their mouths, their presence overwhelming. Kill. One of the drought demons soared through the air, charging directly at Qin Feng. Demon, meet your end. Wei Yan stood resolute, sword raised to defend Qin Feng. But before his weapon could connect with the demon, it was engulfed in a torrent of crimson flames. Chapter 25. Slaying the drought demon, striking fear into the instigator. Boom! The explosive fire erupted, sending Wei Yan hurtling through the air. General Wei. The tiger guards displayed expressions of shock. Rushing forward, roar. Both drought demons unleashed earth-shattering roars, the surging heat waves surging forward, battering the tiger guards. Dozens of them were thrown into disarray. Such incredible strength. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lung Wuyo watched on with a smirk. The methods used to forge the drought demons are among the most secretive techniques of the overturning water palace. The immense resources expended are beyond imagination, which is why the drought demons possess such formidable power. Boom! At that moment, one of the drought demons slammed its fist into the ground, sending shockwaves reverberating through the earth, unleashing torrents of flames that shot toward Qin Feng and his men. Bang! Several tiger guards fell, engulfed in flames, wailing in agony. Qin Feng's lips quivered as he stepped out from his carriage, dragging the Minghong heavenly blade, and advanced steadily toward the drought demon. The wild flames swept past him, scorching the ground black, mingling with a faint metallic scent of blood. Boom! One of the drought demons glared at Qin Feng, its eyes ablaze with crimson light. Suddenly, it raised its fists high, bringing them down with ferocity towards Qin Feng. The surging flames extended 5 in the next moment. A faint azure glow enveloped the Minghong Tiandao in Qin Feng's grasp as he unleashed the lower-grade mystical technique, the 19 blades of the ghostly wind. As he retreated, the blade light danced upwards, resembling a tempestuous storm. Fragments of cold radiance swept across the vast sky, tearing through the defenses of the drought demon. Blood essence scattered through the air, accompanied by the continuous roar of the enraged drought demon. Bang! The surging flames erupted wildly, forcing Wei Yan and the Tiger Bend guards to retreat in haste. Qin Feng, summoning all his focus, maneuvered skillfully amidst the drought demon's relentless assault, unleashing a torrent of blade light that relentlessly siphoned the demon's vitality. The drought demon sustained increasingly severe injuries, its aura growing ever more frenzied. Boom! Seizing the opportunity, as Qin Feng withdrew, a drought demon unleashed a ferocious punch, sending Qin Feng flying. Good, Cold Weo nearly exclaimed. Shortly thereafter, that drought demon soared into the air, diving downwards with a fierce intent to slay, taking advantage of Qin Feng's unsteady footing. 19 blades of the ghostly wind. Slash, 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 slash. Under the pressure of life and death peril, Qin Feng forcefully conjured 19 streaks of blade light. The blade lights intertwined, emanating a soft azure glow, weaving into a grand net that enveloped the descending drought demon. With no leverage in the air, the drought demon could only rely on its own defenses to withstand the 19 blades of the ghostly wind. Boom! Blood essence erupted, and one drought demon was utterly torn apart. What? Cold Weo's expression changed dramatically. However, Qin Feng was severely drained, his chest heaving with exertion. Kill him! Kill him! Cold Weo clenched his fists, trembling all over. Roar! Another drought demon, as if lamenting the death of a companion, bellowed in fury. Its surrounding flames surged high, resembling a mountain of fire pressing towards Qin Feng. Whoosh! Dozens of shadows swayed before Qin Feng. These were the Shadow Guards. Several foundational-level cultivators acted simultaneously, sealing off the drought demon's onslaught. Yet, this drought demon was immensely powerful, forcing the Shadow Guards to retreat step by step. Nevertheless, Qin Feng seized this opportunity to swiftly regain his breath. Who are these individuals? Cold Weo wore a perplexed expression. The methods of the Leong King were indeed varied. Upon discerning the strength of the Shadow Guards, he was astounded. How could so many foundational-level cultivators emerge from this tiny region, if he had not witnessed it with his own eyes? Cold Weo would never have believed it. And though the Shadow Guards could not slay the drought demon, their extraordinary prowess held it at bay, granting Qin Feng ample time to recuperate. Leave it to me. Qin Feng spoke again, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Kill. The Minghong Tandao erupted with an exhilarating song, its aura tearing through the heavens, making Wei Yan and the Tiger Bend guards feel the sharpness at their backs. The 19 blades of the ghostly wind, the azure blade lights intertwined, stirring the rampant flames on the drought demoness body. 1 blade, 2 blades, 3 blades, 4 blades. The blade lights continued to accumulate, the momentum rising steadily. The drought demon, once advancing valiantly, was compelled to retreat step by step. Its wounds multiplied, and the flames around it grew, increasingly feeble. 18 blades, 19 blades. The final blade struck, and the Minghong Tiandao plunged directly into the chest of the drought demon. With a resounding crash, the drought demon collapsed, shaking the ground beneath. This is impossible. How can this be? Cold Weo trembled, his lips quivering, that it felt as though all his strength had been drained, leaving him to collapse onto the ground. This scene seemed hauntingly familiar. Qin Feng approached the fallen drought demon and withdrew the Minghong Tiandao. With the drought demon dead, anyone who dares to spread rumors henceforth shall face certain death. His gaze was cold and severe, sweeping across the surroundings. The common folk were already overwhelmed by his display of power, their astonishment reaching unprecedented levels. Long live the king! The king is wise, someone shouted. Your Majesty, spare us! We were misled by treacherous individuals. Your Majesty, spare us! A chorus of pleas erupted around him. Just then, the governor of Jin County rushed in with the county soldiers. He hurriedly knelt before Qin Feng, exclaiming, Jiuan County's Governor Lu Desheng has failed in his duties, disturbing your Majesty. Please, grant your Majesty mercy. Qin Feng cast a languid glance at him, signaling the Shadow Guards to take action. Lu Desheng's face turned ashen. Moments later, Cold Weo was dragged from the crowd by the Shadow Guards. Lord Lu, this individual is the mastermind behind the chaos in Jiuan County. You should know how to deal with him. Qin Feng said calmly, I understand. Lu Desheng nodded vigorously. No, please, spare me. Leong King, spare me. Cold Weo cried, trembling, crawling to Qin Feng's feet, clutching at his trousers. Your Majesty, if you spare my life, I will surely be of use to you. Of use? Qin Feng regarded him with a piercing gaze. Then I shall see just how useful you can be. Chapter 26. An eye for an eye. A month later, the turmoil within the Leong Kingdom was finally quelled. Pan Zhongfeng appeared before Qin Feng at an opportune moment. Your Majesty, all provisions from the Hu Kingdom have been gathered and are currently being utilized for the training of new soldiers. It is estimated that in just a few months, the new recruits will be ready for deployment. He stated, neither servile nor arrogant. Though Pan Zhongfeng had been summoned by the system, Qin Feng sensed that this individual harbored secrets. The system had claimed that Pan Zhongfeng possessed the strength of the Golden Core stage. Yet after several tests, Qin Feng discovered that he lacked such power. Could it be that the system had deceived him? Was this fellow merely a defective product, with doubts swirling in his mind? Qin Feng inquired, are you certain that the new recruits will be ready for deployment in just a few months? Isn't that rather hasty? After all, these new recruits represent the vital strength of the Leong Kingdom. They cannot be easily squandered. Pan Zhongfeng appeared resolute as he replied, Your Majesty need not worry. Given the capabilities of these new recruits, they will be more than sufficient to contend with the cavalry of the Hu Kingdom. Seeing Pan Zhongfeng as confidence bordering on overzealousness, Qin Feng remarked, I have heard that the Hu Kingdom has a general, Zhao Bukong, with strength at the 6th level of foundation establishment, that you have confidence in defeating him. After all, in a clash between armies, the strength of the commanding general can significantly influence the outcome of the battle. Pan Zhongfeng pondered briefly before responding, if he is only at the 6th level of foundation establishment, then with the troops at my command, I should be able to slay him, Dado. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by should be able to? Pan Zhongfeng displayed a hint of embarrassment, explaining, you see, I have cultivated the way of the soldier. The greater the number of troops commanded, the stronger my own power becomes. However, this is only my second time leading troops, so I am uncertain how much the thousands of new recruits will enhance my strength. Ah, I see. Qin Feng nodded slightly, that he realized that he could enhance his own strength through the system's prestige, while Pan Zhongfeng's military prowess escalated with the number of troops he commanded. Both methods bore similarities in certain respects. Leave the conquest of the Hu Kingdom entirely to you. He patted Pan Zhongfeng on the shoulder, that a look of determination crossed Pan Zhongfeng's face as he knelt on one knee, proclaiming, I shall not disappoint your Majesty's expectations at this moment. With Han Yi handling civil affairs and Pan Zhongfeng managing military matters, the situation within the Leong Kingdom was finally stabilizing. Qin Feng began instructing the shadow guards to gather intelligence on the Hu Kingdom. In the Hu Kingdom, the Hu King's expression was grim, da fu gongzhu. What is the meaning of this? The Hu King tossed a report on Leong Kingdom's activities before Fu Yuan, the master of the Fushui Palace, his face dark with anger. The report detailed how the chaos within the Fushui Palace in the Leong Kingdom had been quelled by Qin Feng, and how the provisions sent to support the Fushui Palace had also been seized by Liang's forces. Such a result, losing out on an endeavor, left the Hu King feeling utterly frustrated. That Fu Yuan's brow furrowed deeply, as he had been unable to contact the elder Cold Wuyo, who was responsible for matters concerning the Leong Kingdom, and thus had no knowledge of the current situation in Leong. Your Majesty, please remain calm. Since our Fushui Palace has accepted your spiritual stones, we will surely handle matters well, Fu Yuan assured him. In my view, you would do well to personally visit the Leong Kingdom. The Hu King replied coldly, I do not wish to see the Leong King thriving before the arrival of spring next year. Fu Yuan inclined his head slightly and departed the palace. However, unbeknownst to them, Cold Wuyo was currently in the Hu Kingdom training naval forces. Rumors occasionally circulated among the populace. Have you heard? It said that the old Hu King did not die a natural death. There is something amiss. Did I ask that true? I have a relative who works in the palace, and they said the old Hu King was still in good spirits the day before his death. Yet after meeting the new king that evening, he passed away. Though the words were spoken vaguely, anyone with a modicum of sense could discern the implication. The old Hu King's death was linked to the new king. Not only that, but the 10,000 troops of the Hu Kingdom suffered a devastating defeat in Shugua, leading to rumors that the Hu King was a harbinger of doom, destined to bring about the kingdom's downfall. Nevertheless, the situation in the Hu Kingdom remained stable at present. Though these rumors circulated, they had yet to stir any significant unrest. Your Majesty, intelligence from Cold Wuyo in the Hu Kingdom has arrived. A shadow guard appeared before Qin Feng, presenting a letter. Qin Feng took the letter, which detailed the whereabouts of Fu Yuan, the master of the Fushui Palace. Interesting, this cold Wuyo, Qin Feng mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. Although this matter was unrelated to cold Wuyo, his voluntary disclosure of the Fushui Palace Master's movements clearly signaled to Qin Feng. He was genuinely committed to serving the Leong Kingdom. Have the shadow guards keep a close watch on this Fu Gongzhu. I shall personally pay him a visit, Qin Feng commanded. Yes, as the shadow guard received their orders, Princess Chingling gracefully entered, slightly bowing as she said, I pay my respects to your majesty. The princess has arrived. Qin Feng revealed a smile, that I have heard that you have devoted considerable effort to the establishment of the academy these past few days. It must have been quite taxing on you. Not at all. Your majesty is burdened with the affairs of state, which is truly the greater hardship. Princess Chingling replied with a clear voice that I have come today to discuss a matter with you. Please do go on that I, along with Eunuch Shao, visited the national treasury and discovered a shortage of spirit stones. Without spirit stones, we cannot awaken the new academy's students, that if they cannot awaken, they cannot cultivate their magical arts. Princess Chingling hesitated slightly, fully aware of Leong Kingdom's current predicament. Acquiring spirit stones would undoubtedly be a significant expense. Yet without spirit stones, the cultivation of sorcerers would be impossible. Consequently, the techniques she brought from the Shadow Palace could not be imparted to the youth of Leong Kingdom. Spirit stones? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and inquired, might the Waterflow Palace have any? The Waterflow Palace? Princess Chingling expressed surprise, stammering. The Waterflow Palace has occupied Yunling Prefecture for many years. Although it has not produced any golden core experts, it has thrived for over a century, so they should possess spirit stones. That is fortunate. It seems we have found a solution. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Princess Chingling furrowed her delicate brows, her pretty face displaying confusion. Days later, at the border of Hu and Liang, Qin Feng had already led the tiger guards to wait by the roadside. Today, the visitor was none other than the master of the Waterflow Palace. Fu Yuan, believing himself to be exceptionally powerful, did not sneak into Leong Kingdom nor alter his course, making his presence known directly to Qin Feng. Upon seeing Qin Feng and the cavalry of Leong Kingdom, he displayed an expression of astonishment. Who dares block the way? Do you not know this is the carriage of the master of the Waterflow Palace? A disciple of the Waterflow Palace shouted loudly. Leong Kingdom, Qin Feng. Qin Feng urged his horse forward and declared in a booming voice, I wonder what wind has brought the illustrious master of the Waterflow Palace to my Leong. Truly an honor for you, at that moment. Fu Yuan leaned out from his carriage, his gaze sweeping over the tiger guards beside Qin Feng, and coolly remarked, Little Leong King, such grandiosity. Are you attempting to establish your authority before this rural man? Establish authority? Qin Feng chuckled and replied enigmatically, that depends on whether Master Fu is a friend or a foe. Chapter 27. Intermediate Mysterious Technique Fragment. The Fierce Tiger's Charge? A friend, Fu Yuan smirked contemptuously. Replying nonchalantly, I do have many friends in Yunling Prefecture, but I do not recall ever becoming friends with you. Little Leong King, do you remember? He turned to his sides, inquiring. The disciples of the Waterflow Palace responded in a mocking tone. Reporting to the master, we do not recall, nor do we even remember the existence of Leong Kingdom in Yunling Prefecture, that a tiny nation. No wonder Fu Yuan feigns ignorance. He shook his head, glancing at Qin Feng with palpable ridicule, as if to say that a mere little Leong King was not worthy of friendship with the esteemed master of the Waterflow Palace. The tiger guards, visibly displeased, shouted, Impudent! You dare to show contempt for our king within Liang's borders. Do you not know your crime? What Leong Kingdom's borders? Fu Yuan sneered coldly, saying, I only know that wherever there are people, there will be the presence of my Waterflow Palace. Leong Kingdom, what is it? As he spoke, he waved his hand, unleashing a burst of spiritual light that sent one of the tiger guards flying. Stand ready. The remaining tiger guards wore grim expressions, forming a defensive stance. Qin Feng raised his head and said lightly, Since Master Fu is unwilling to show Leong Kingdom any courtesy, I shall not be polite either. Kill them. Leave no one alive. With a single command, the tiger guards charged forth, blades glimmering and spears darting like dragons. Kill! The disciples of the Waterflow Palace also shouted as they rushed forward, their various spiritual lights flickering wildly in the air. Boom! The sounds of explosions reverberated continuously, some disciples of the Waterflow Palace were slain in the onslaught. While several tiger guards soon found themselves ensnared by the techniques of the Waterflow Palace, rendered immobile. "You bunch of blind fools," Fu Yuan scoffed, weaving blue light in his hands and fiercely striking out. The blue light intertwined and surged into the ranks of the tiger guards. Boom! The blue light exploded, clinging to the tiger guards like a parasite, eroding their bodies and eliciting continuous cries of agony. "Master Fu possesses impressive techniques. However, your opponent is me." Qin Feng's voice suddenly resounded. The Minghong sky blade surged forth, enveloped in overwhelming blade light, slicing toward Fu Yuan. Blood drink and dragon slaughter slash. Where the blade light passed, numerous disciples of the Waterflow Palace were sent flying. That Fu Yuan soared into the air, his carriage shattered into pieces. "Humph, little Leong King, you still possess some skills." A glint of cold light flashed in Fu Yuan's eyes as his hand, hidden within his sleeve, suddenly shot out, gathering a massive sphere of spiritual energy and hurling it at Qin Feng. Boom! A tidal wave of force surged forth, obliterating the cavalry beneath Qin Feng, who was propelled over 100 feet away by the raging gusts. "Little Leong King, to dare challenge me, you are still far from it," Fu Yuan declared ominously. "Kill." He furiously spread his arms, his figure soaring like a startled phoenix, directly lunging toward Qin Feng. Intertwined spiritual energy gathered before him, transforming once more into a colossal sphere of light, shaking the very fabric of space and casting shifting shadows. Qin Feng stood up, fixated on Fu Yuan in the air. 19 Swords of the ethereal wind. "Kill!" The Minghong sky blade erupted in blinding bloodlight, fiercely charging forth. The azure blade light spread out in the air, weaving into an expansive net. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes, as Fu Yuan drew closer. The blade light in the air multiplied. Mysterious technique. Fu Yuan's expression changed dramatically, revealing a look of shock. Yet he found no place to leverage his power in midair and could only engage the 19 swords of the ethereal wind in a fierce clash. The sphere of spiritual energy exploded, dozens of blade lights sweeping through the air. Puff! Fu Yuan endured a strike from the blade light, forced to retreat, and crashed to the ground. That was close. Fu Yuan secretly sighed in relief, but in his gaze toward Qin Feng, there was a hint of unspoken wariness. He had not expected the little Leong King to master mysterious techniques, which truly was impressive. Qin Feng moved his lips slightly. Mysterious techniques? Heh, this is just the beginning. Fu Yuan's pupils constricted that he knew that the cultivation realm of Yunling Prefecture was led by the Waterflow Palace. And they didn't even possess a complete mysterious technique. Yet Qin Feng did. Could it be that this young man had someone backing him? With this thought, Fu Yuan's expression grew, increasingly grim. That I'm still unaware of where the little Leong King obtained his teachings. He rasped. Qin Feng's mind stirred. He understood that Fu Yuan was beginning to fear that a mere small sect is nothing to concern Master Fu about. He revealed a calm smile, the blade's edge trembling, suggesting he was ready to strike again. Heavenly blade! At that moment, Fu Yuan noticed the Minghong sky blade, a jolt of alarm coursing through him. Another heavenly blade, another mysterious technique. This fellow's background was certainly not to be trifled with. It seems today I have been blind and have offended someone I should not have. I ask for your forgiveness, little Leong King. He chuckled dryly, cupping his fist in a gesture of respect toward Qin Feng. Is that so? Qin Feng laughed, feigning to clean his ears, and retorted, Just now, I heard someone was looking down on my Leong Kingdom. Since you were so defiant earlier, why the sudden humility now? This is not the Waterflow Palace I know. Qin Feng's tone shifted abruptly, as the 19 swords of the ethereal wind began to whirl and dance with fervor. The continuous blade lights flickered, casting a greenish glow across the surroundings. That invisible aura of killing intent once again swept toward the disciples of the Waterflow Palace. It seems the Leong King intends to pursue a relentless vendetta against my Waterflow Palace. Fu Yuan's expression turned cold. He had not anticipated Qin Feng to be so aggressive, leaving no opportunity for reconciliation. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. My Waterflow Palace has dominated Yunling Prefecture for over a century and is not to be underestimated. Fu Yuan abruptly raised his head, his eyes reflecting the visage of a fierce tiger. Roar! With a surge of energy, spiritual light erupted, and dust billowed. Before Qin Feng and the others, a formidable tiger materialized. The tiger measured over 6 zhang in length and towered several zhang high. Looking down upon the people of Leong Kingdom with a breath that howled like a gale. With a single roar, it seemed as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Another transformation technique. Moreover, Fu Yuan's mastery of this art surpassed that of Princess Chingling, truly befitting the master of Yunling Prefecture's foremost sect. A flicker of apprehension crossed Qin Feng's face that in response, the brilliance of the Minghong sky blade reached its zenith. The swirling blade light intertwining and charging toward the formidable tiger. Boom! The surging blade energy continuously exploded upon the tiger, yet it failed to breach its defenses. How could this be? Qin Feng's heart sank. Even mysterious techniques could not pierce the defenses of this tiger. Fu Yuan laughed mockingly, saying, "Only mysterious techniques can counter mysterious techniques. However, though my technique is but a fragment, it is superior to yours." Intermediate mysterious technique fragment. The fierce tiger's charge. Qin Feng's eyelids fluttered in the next instant. He felt a suffocating pressure descend that he watched as the tiger, harnessing the winds and clouds, leaped into the air. Its massive jaws agape, lunging toward him. "Your Majesty, be careful." A tiger guard cried out, rushing toward Qin Feng. "Retreat. All of you, step back," Qin Feng commanded. But it was too late. The tiger's momentum was swift, descending from the sky and slaughtering dozens of tiger guards in an instant. Qin Feng's heart bled, roar. As the tiger caught the scent of blood, its ferocity intensified, its crimson eyes fixated on Qin Feng, making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Chapter 28. Martial Arts Advancement. The frenzied blood dragon / roar. The mighty tiger roars, shaking the mountains and rivers as its claws descend. The ground splits open with countless crevices. The surging dust propels Qin Feng away, sending him crashing down over 100 zhang away. Kill. Qin Feng can only endure the excruciating pain tearing through his organs, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, confronted by the relentless advance of the ferocious tiger, he clenches the Minghong heavenly blade, gathering his strength to strike back. The intertwining blade light rends the very fabric of space, colliding with the tiger's claws. Violent shockwaves erupt continuously, radiating for dozens of miles. Qin Feng staggers back once more, while Fu Yuan wears a cold smirk. "Boy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. You have brought this upon yourself." His internal energy surges, and the tiger strikes again. Boom! The claws descend, shaking the earth and mountains. The tiger's tail sweeps across, creating a howling wind. Each move forces Qin Feng to retreat repeatedly. The remaining tiger guards wish to assist but find no opportunity to intervene. Do you think this king possesses only this level of power? Qin Feng's brow quivers slightly, his face betraying a hint of agony. The Destiny summoning system activates, initiating an intermediate summon to upgrade his martial skills. Ding dong. Consuming 5,000 points of Destiny, he summons the blood-drinking dragon-slaying / advanced technique. Qin Feng glances at the system control panel, where the blood-drinking dragon-slaying / transforms into the intermediate mysterious art, frenzied blood dragon-slaying /. The mere utterance of these 5 words seems to ignite a boiling fervor within Qin Feng's veins. Kill. Dazzling blood light erupts from the Minghong heavenly blade, and Qin Feng feels his internal energy uncontrollably surging into the blade, its radiance growing ever more resplendent. Buzz! The blood-colored blade light shoots forth, extending over 100 zhang, descending from the heavens to cleave at the tiger. What? Fu Yuan's expression changes drastically as he senses the lethal pressure closing in. Every hair on his body standing on end. "You shall not defeat me," he roars, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice hoarse with desperation, his lips trembling as he channels his spiritual energy, pouring it relentlessly into the tiger. Roar! The tiger's roar echoes through the mountains, surrounding the tiger. Black and yellow energies intertwine, forming a colossal defensive barrier that withstands the onslaught of the frenzied blood dragon-slaying /. However, the ground beneath the tiger collapses several inches deep. Once more, Qin Feng's chest rises and falls violently, fueled by the boiling blood within him. He activates the frenzied blood dragon-slaying / again, striking towards the tiger. At this moment, the power of the Minghong heavenly blade reaches its zenith. Kill! The blade light descends, shaking the very heavens. Spectators witness the sky above turn crimson. I end the chaos between heaven and earth. Everything dissolves into a haze, leaving only that radiant blade light. Boom! The Minghong heavenly blade crashes down upon the tiger. Roar! The tiger emits a mournful low growl, its massive form adorned with countless radiant cracks. Its once rampant energy now turns incredibly ferocious. How could this be? Fu Yuan's face twists in disbelief, his spiritual energy intertwining as he strives to stabilize the tiger's form. Yet soon enough, Qin Feng's third strike descends. That strike silences the world. Whoosh! A tidal wave surges, dust billowing, and Fu Yuan spits out a mouthful of reverse blood, sent flying several miles away. The disciples of the Water Reversal Palace behind him are also blown about, collapsing in disarray. Meanwhile, Qin Feng staggers, as if all his strength has been drained, nearly toppling over. He plants the Minghong heavenly blade into the ground, barely managing to steady himself. "Your Majesty," the tiger guards rush over, their faces etched with concern. "Capture him," Qin Feng's hoarse voice rings out. Yes, the tiger guards charge at Fu Yuan like wolves descending upon prey. Many disciples of the Water Reversal Palace flee in panic, forgetting Fu Yuan's plight entirely. Lying weakly on the ground, Fu Yuan reveals a sorrowful expression. Who could have imagined? Who could have imagined that I, the esteemed master of the Water Reversal Palace, would fall to such a state? A cold blade rests against his neck as the tiger guards escort him before Qin Feng. "Young King Leong, your methods are impressive." Fu Yuan glares at Qin Feng, his eyes icy. Clearly, he is unsatisfied with his defeat in this battle. "You should not have provoked me," Qin Feng replies coolly. Fu Yuan chuckles coldly. "Speak. What do you desire?" He knows that Qin Feng would not easily kill him. "Spirit stones." Qin Feng utters two words. "Spirit stones? I possess plenty. Release me, and I shall grant you 5,000 spirit stones." Fu Yuan retorts coldly. 5,000. Qin Feng smirks, swiftly plunging a blade into Fu Yuan's side. Fu Yuan screams, his face contorting in agony. 10,000. 10,000 spirit stones. He never anticipated that this young man would be so ruthless in his actions. Qin Feng lowers his gaze, stating, "I genuinely wish to spare you, yet your obstinacy leaves me no choice but to be heartless." He turns away, raising his hand. The tiger guards immediately drag Fu Yuan back. "No! 30,000 spirit stones, 50,000 spirit stones, 100,000. Fu Yuan cries out desperately. 100,000 spirit stones. That is my limit." Qin Feng's lips curl slightly as he turns, signaling the tiger guards to remain patient. "Reveal where your spirit stones are, and I shall allow you to leave," Qin Feng states calmly. "You truly will let me go?" Fu Yuan stares at him intently. "You can only trust me. There is no other option." Qin Feng leaves him with that point. 10 days later, in the capital of Leong Kingdom, an academy for sorcerers is established, with over 200 youths participating in the initial awakening of their powers. All carefully selected by Princess Chingling from the 3 prefectures and 6 cities of Leong Kingdom. After the Spirit Stone awakenings, 23 remain, becoming entry-level sorcerers. Princess Chingling busily imparts cultivation techniques to the group. Qin Feng gazes at the sprawling 100-acre academy, his heart bleeding. For this minuscule plot of land has cost him nearly 10,000 spirit stones and several 100,000 taels of gold. This is a substantial expenditure for the present-day Leong Kingdom. However, much of this expense comes from the generous donations of the Water Reversal Palace. "Your Majesty." Han Yi approaches Qin Feng, slightly bowing. "I previously discussed the strategy for stabilizing the populace with Your Majesty. I wonder if you still recall?" Qin Feng nods slightly, about to agree, when he suddenly halts, realizing. "Are you also here to ask for funds?" Han Yi chuckles. Currently, the situation in Leong is just beginning to stabilize. The laws have been revised and improved, but we lack suitable disciples of the legalist school to teach. Therefore, I wish to seize this opportunity to establish a legalist academy to supply our officials with talent. In times of chaos, the emphasis on law is paramount. Yet cultivating qualified legalist disciples is also a significant financial burden. Qin Feng rubs his temples and inquires, "How much do you estimate it will cost?" "Not much, only 30,000 taels." Han Yi has already calculated the expenses. 30,000 taels. Qin Feng falls silent, for he has just come from the treasury, where less than 5,000 taels of gold remain. far from sufficient. Ah, please go to the treasury and collect 3,000 taels of gold for now, that I ask for the remaining funds. I shall find a way. Qin Feng replies, his face filled with concern, realizing he must devise a means to generate revenue. Chapter 29. The Wolf Riders of the Northern Desert. The situation in Leong Kingdom has just begun to stabilize, with agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and other industries just finding their footing, yielding minimal tax revenue. Moreover, following Han Ye's advice, Qin Feng has implemented light taxation and eased burdens on the people, resulting in low taxes in Leong Kingdom, prompting many citizens from neighboring nations to flock to Leong to cultivate the land. However, the Academy for Sorcerers, the Legalist Academy, and the training of new soldiers are all exceedingly costly endeavors that must be undertaken. Thus, Qin Feng finds himself troubled, entangled in financial woes, that it is a pity that the system cannot summon wealth. Otherwise, many troubles could be alleviated at this moment. Wei Yan strides forth, declaring, I report to your majesty, we have detected the presence of the wolf riders from the northern desert at our northern border. I fear these ruffians mean us harm. The Northern Desert Wolf Tribe? Qin Feng's expression shifts. The Northern Desert Wolf Tribe is a significant scourge of Yunling Prefecture, perpetually roaming the frigid expanse of the Northern Desert. However, their rapid reproduction and fierce combat prowess often lead them to raid the northern nations of Yunling for resources. Yet, there are several small nations separating Leong Kingdom from the Northern Desert Wolf Tribe. Recently, however, these small nations have been annexed by the Chu Kingdom. Thus, the emergence of the Northern Desert Wolf Tribe is undoubtedly orchestrated by the Chu Kingdom. The Chu King is resolute in seeking trouble with Leong Kingdom, orchestrating simultaneous attacks from the Water Reversal Palace and the Northern Desert Wolf Tribe, intending to strike Leong from both within and without, seeking to bring it to its knees. The Chu Kingdom. Once again, the Chu Kingdom. Qin Feng lightly taps the table, inquiring, where is Pan Jiangfeng? He previously informed me that the new recruits would be ready for deployment in a few months. I shall entrust this matter to him. Yes, Wei Yan acknowledges. Ever since Pan Jiangfeng took charge of training the new army, he has become Qin Feng's trusted aide. However, Wei Yan has heard of Pan Jiangfeng's unparalleled training methods and admires him greatly. Months pass and winter snow falls gently. Qin Feng stands in the palace courtyard, observing the snowy landscape. Unbeknownst to him, he has been the young King Leong for half a year. The Leong Kingdom has transformed from a land of shattered mountains and rivers into a realm of peace and prosperity. The points of destiny within the destiny summoning system increase daily, now reaching a staggering 40,000 points. Furthermore, Qin Feng's personal reputation has risen to 31 points, bringing him closer to breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Your Majesty, it is rare to find such elegance in enjoying the snow. A voice chimes in. The delicate voice of Princess Chingling resonated, as she donned a snow-white cloak and glided forward with graceful steps. Her presence accompanied by a waft of enchanting fragrance. Qin Feng turned to her, gently enveloping her in his embrace, and remarked, Princess, you have been tirelessly working for the greater good of Daliang, and I see that you have become rather slender of late. Leaning against his shoulder, Princess Chingling smiled and replied, Now that the Sorcerer Academy has found its footing, my responsibilities have significantly diminished apart from daily guidance in their training. However, Your Majesty, establishing the Sorcerer Academy is an endeavor that demands considerable financial resources. I am aware of the pressures on the national treasury, and I have recently written to my royal brother, hoping to procure additional funds and grain from the Kingdom of Su. Qin Feng chuckled softly, saying, The Sorcerer Academy will serve as the cornerstone for the future of Daliang. Should the foundation be unstable, no amount of territorial conquest would amount to anything more than mere illusions. Strength is the foremost element in ensuring the stability of a nation. Princess Chingling nodded in agreement, expressing, Your Majesty's foresight is truly admirable. Speaking of which, I have long been puzzled by one matter, as Cold Weo mentioned. You hail from nobility and have been taught by esteemed masters. What compels you to wed someone like me? Qin Feng inquired with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Princess Chingling replied, I cannot say for certain. However, upon first meeting you, I sensed a distinctive aura of determination about you. Though the Palace of Shadows is home to many talented individuals from the southern regions, I feel they lack that very spirit that, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. That spirit? Princess Chingling affirmed, stating, Those who possess such a spirit can rise undaunted. No matter how many times they may falter, I believe such individuals are destined for greatness. As she spoke, she tilted her head to gaze at Qin Feng, her striking eyes glimmering with a gentle smile, causing his heart to flutter unwittingly. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, while the candlelight within flickered. Suddenly, a long shout echoed from the capital of Leong. Report. Your Majesty, General Pan has achieved a resounding victory against the Northern Wolf Cavalry in the northern frontier, slaying over 9,000 wolves and capturing more than 23,000, alongside acquiring 200,000 head of cattle and sheep, as well as 60,000 carts of ironware. The news sent ripples of excitement throughout the kingdom of Leong. Excellent, Qin Feng exclaimed, overjoyed. Indeed, in matters of military strategy, the more troops, the better. General Pan Jiangfeng truly deserves the title of the finest military strategist in Daliang. As expected, a product of the system is always of superior quality. This victory not only instilled great fear in the Northern Wolf clan and the Chu Kingdom, but also yielded substantial gains. For the common people of Daliang, it is akin to a powerful tonic, uniting their hearts as never before. Qin Feng noticed that the system's fortune points had been steadily rising over the past few days, nearing the significant threshold of 45,000 points. Moreover, his personal reputation had simultaneously increased to 50 points. Your Majesty, the Shadow Guards have discovered a gold mine in the northern frontier, estimated to yield no less than 200,000 taels of gold. Soon after, scouts brought forth another piece of news. Qin Feng sprang to his feet from the throne, exclaiming, "Ha ha, splendid." He clapped his hands in laughter. The officials within the hall knelt in unison, chanting, "Heaven bless Daliang. Heaven bless the king." This news of the gold mine must remain confidential. It must not leak out, Qin Feng added after a moment of thought. However, the scout appeared hesitant, saying, "Your Majesty, the news of the gold mine was obtained by the Northern Wolf clan from the Chu Kingdom. It is likely that the Chu Kingdom has already taken action." Once again, the Chu Kingdom. Qin Feng's brows furrowed, his expression shifting. After a pause, he suddenly declared, "I shall personally venture to the northern frontier and confront the Chu Kingdom." After all, a gold mine yielding 200,000 taels of gold is not a trivial matter. In the Chu Kingdom, a scout knelt before the Chu King, reporting, "Your Majesty, the Northern Wolf clan has been defeated, and the news of the gold mine has reached the people of Leong." What? The Chu King sprang to his feet, veins bulging in his hand that clutched the wine cup that he had invested a full year in subduing the Northern Wolf clan. And further, to persuade them to invade Daliang, he had expended a considerable fortune. Yet now, within mere months, the Northern Wolf clan had been vanquished, and the intelligence regarding the gold mine had been leaked. This is outrageous. A bunch of useless fools. Furiously, the Chu King smashed his wine cup onto the sand table, his face flushed with rage. "Immediately prepare my chariot. I shall personally march to the northern frontier and strike fear into the hearts of Daliang." "Your Majesty, that may not be wise," a multitude of courtiers interjected, positioning themselves before the Chu King. General Pan Jiangfeng of Daliang wields exceptional military prowess, having defeated nearly 20,000 wolf riders with merely 5,000 new recruits. His strength is evident. At present, their morale is high, and they may prove difficult to contend with. "Nonsense," the Chu King shouted vehemently to Dio. "They think only Daliang possesses generals. Does Chu Kingdom have none?" Just then, a towering figure emerged, kneeling before the Chu King, and proclaimed, "I, Zhao Bukong, am willing to accompany your Majesty in a battle. If we do not eradicate Daliang in this campaign, I would rather die in a mere few months." The northern frontier of the Kingdom of Leong had amassed no less than 200,000 iron cavalry from the Chu Kingdom. The news of the Chu King personally leading the charge spread like wildfire, bolstering the morale of the Chu troops. Leading the vanguard was General Zhao Bukong, with 30,000 troops from the Zhao family in support. This formation made the Chu cavalry resemble a sharpened blade, poised to pierce deep into the heart of Daliang. General Pan Jiangfeng did not engage directly with the Chu cavalry, for the northern terrain was flat and devoid of natural defenses. To confront an enemy force that outnumbered them by dozens of times head-on would be tantamount to suicide. Thus, after consulting with Qin Feng, he withdrew the army to Liang Valley Pass, 100 miles away. The Chu cavalry relentlessly pursued, pressing closer to Liang Valley Pass. Outside Liang Valley Pass, banners fluttered, stretching for miles. Tents sprawled across the landscape, seemingly extending to the horizon in the distance. A steady stream of supply wagons from the Chu Kingdom arrived, creating a bustling scene in stark contrast. Liang Valley Pass appeared rather desolate. It was the midst of winter, and the new crops in Daliang had yet to sprout. The soldiers were barely sustained by the grain relief from the kingdom of Su. Qin Feng personally ascended Liang Valley Pass, gazing at the encampment of the Hu troops, and felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Following closely behind was Pan Jiangfeng, who remarked, "Your Majesty, the Hu King's personal campaign may present us with an opportunity to annihilate the Hu Kingdom." A hint of uncontainable excitement flickered across his face. Annihilate the Hu Kingdom? Qin Feng surveyed the still somewhat inexperienced young man and raised an eyebrow. Had he not witnessed Pan Jiangfeng's remarkable victory over the wolf riders prior? The others at the pass might have deemed him a braggart spouting empty words. Indeed, Pan Jiangfeng nodded earnestly. The icy weather has compelled the Hu encampments to connect their tents for warmth, extending for dozens of miles. If we were to launch a fire attack, it would yield extraordinary results. A fire attack. Qin Feng's mind conjured an image, then he glanced at the snowy landscape outside the pass. Questioning, given the current weather conditions, would a fire attack be appropriate? I have analyzed the celestial phenomena, and in 2 days, we are forecasted to experience several consecutive clear days. By then, the ice and snow will have melted, making it the perfect time for a fire attack, Pan Jiangfeng explained. However, the Hu Kingdom must have anticipated such a tactic, given their boldness in connecting their tents, Qin Feng pondered. After all, Zhao Bukong held the title of war god in the Hu Kingdom, renowned for his countless victories. Pan Jiangfeng revealed a confident smile, stating, "I have devised a plan. Your Majesty need not worry. However, prior to that, I would like to request Your Majesty to undertake one task." "Do go ahead." The next day, the snowfall lessened. Thousands of iron cavalry from the Hu encampment advanced menacingly towards Liang Valley Pass. The commander atop the walls declared, "You of Liang have acted against the will of heaven, leaving the people in despair. Our Hu King, in his compassion, has personally come forth to rescue you from peril." The response was a swift arrow that struck down his steed, causing the commander to tumble to the ground with a cry. The ranks of Hu cavalry erupted into chaos. Pan Jiangfeng coldly retorted, "You Hu scoundrels, committing unjust acts and yet daring to speak so brazenly. I, the King of Liang, stand here alongside my soldiers to defend Liang Valley Pass. We shall not retreat unless we perish." What a resolute declaration. Another Hu rider advanced, blade drawn, aiming directly at Pan Jiangfeng. "Are you the one who defeated the Northern Wolf clan, Pan Jiangfeng?" The speaker was none other than Zhao Bukong himself. "I, Zhao Bukong, stand ready. Do you dare to face me in battle?" Without hesitation, Zhao Bukong unleashed a fierce strike, creating a deep fissure in the ground. "What is there to fear?" Pan Jiangfeng bellowed, commanding the gates to open as he charged out alone to confront his opponent. From atop the gate, Qin Feng watched in astonishment. How could Pan Jiangfeng so easily fall for his opponent's provocations and ride out alone to face him, armed with a flower silver spear? Pan Jiangfeng rushed forward, his movements fluid and fierce, pressing toward Zhao Bukong. Zhao Bukong, maintaining a steady breath, scoffed, "Prepare to meet your end, little general." The blade whistled through the air, exuding an aura of power in every strike. As the silver spear clashed with the blade, a blinding light erupted. Pan Jiangfeng, though quick to act, seemed somewhat anxious, eager to subdue Zhao Bukong. In contrast, Zhao Bukong, as a seasoned veteran, remained composed and deliberate, successfully defending against Pan Jiangfeng's onslaught, leaving him at a disadvantage. Before long, in the heat of battle, Pan Jiangfeng made a critical error and was forced back by Zhao Bukong's relentless assault. He expelled a mouthful of reverse blood, his figure staggering, nearly falling from his horse. "General, be careful." At the fort, the Liang soldiers displayed expressions of anxiety upon witnessing this scene, with many eyes filled with suspicion, clearly indicating that this was not the usual demeanor of Pan Jiangfeng. Could it be a feigned retreat? Qin Feng's mind stirred. In truth, it is false. In falsehood, there is truth, a common stratagem among military strategists, particularly effective against seasoned generals like Zhao Bukong. The best approach was to provoke the opponent's pride. At present, Pan Jiangfeng, unable to withstand the pressure, swiftly retreated within the fort. Where do you think you are fleeing? Zhao Bukong bellowed, immediately giving chase. Behind him, tens of thousands of iron cavalry followed closely, surging towards Liang Valley Pass. Rain down arrows. At the fort, sharp arrows fell like rain, relentlessly suppressing the assault of the Hu cavalry. Zhao Bukong reined in his cavalry, sneering. You are but a trifling threat. At that moment, the Hu army arranged for the royal carriage, and a figure of exquisite grandeur appeared on the battlefield. It was the king of Hu. Qin Feng's pupils narrowed. If he could eliminate the king of Hu at this moment, would it not immediately disrupt the formation of the Hu cavalry? However, this thought was swiftly dismissed, for the king of Hu was exceptionally powerful, surrounded by numerous skilled warriors. To assassinate him would require an archer of the Golden Core realm, a rarity in the Great Liang. The king of Hu's voice rang out. Is the one atop the fort the little king of Liang? I did not expect the king of Hu to recognize me. It is indeed a rare fortune. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Today, I lead my army to subjugate the Leong Kingdom. Do you know your transgressions? The king of Hu questioned. What transgression could I possibly have? Qin Feng countered. Your Leong Kingdom, a lesser state, dares to offend our magnificent nation, and that is a grave sin. The king of Hu's gaze was proud and imposing. Today, I bring 200,000 armored troops southward to enact heavenly justice. And I shall surely flatten Liang Valley Pass to demonstrate the royal way. If you possess even a shred of conscience, you should surrender to avoid the deaths of countless innocents within the fort. Each word resonated powerfully, causing the faces of the soldiers within the fort to shift. Truly, the king of Hu adeptly cast himself as the embodiment of justice, portraying the resistance of Qin Feng and his allies as defiance against heaven. Qin Feng smiled, genuinely admiring the king of Hu's demeanor. Surely, he would not take to heart the incident where the Hu cavalry besieged Shudu and how effortlessly the king had shattered Hu's 10,000 horsemen. Moreover, there were the disturbances from the Water Palace and the Northern Wolf Cavalry, which had harmed the people of Liang. The king of Hu, with his benevolent heart, had sent supplies to Liang. I have gratefully received them. The soldiers atop the fort echoed in unison. Thank you, king of Hu, for your provisions. In an instant, the expression on the king of Hu's face turned splendidly complex, for these were precisely the three matters that had vexed him the most. You have enraged me, and the consequences will be severe. The king of Hu clenched his fists, roaring in fury. Assault the fort. With a single command, war drums thundered like rolling thunder, and 30,000 siege troops simultaneously set forth, heading straight for Liang Valley Pass. The ground shook, and the cries of battle filled the air. The Liang forces atop the fort quickly mobilized, arrows raining down incessantly, staunchly suppressing the Hu army's advance. Countless figures fell, and the air was filled with roars of anger and cries of despair. Soon, siege engines appeared among the Hu forces, and bolts as thick as a man's arm sliced through the air, crashing fiercely against Liang Valley Pass, as if intending to bring it down. New soldiers atop the fort, witnessing the whistling bolts, felt their legs weaken with fear. Heavenly serpent formation, Pan Jiangfeng shouted, an excited glint flickering in his eyes. Perhaps to him, this was not a life-and-death struggle, but akin to a game. Under his command, the new soldiers swiftly changed formations. Giant logs rained down from the fort, crushing the Hu army that surged like locusts. Piles of Hu soldiers fell, yet those behind trampled over their corpses, continuing their charge. Once the siege battle commenced, it was destined to result in a sea of corpses. Arrows flew wildly atop the fort, and soldiers fell intermittently. Pan Jiangfeng said to Qin Feng, Your Majesty, the situation atop the fort is chaotic that I may not be able to ensure your safety. I implore you to withdraw for the time being. No need. Focus on defending the fort. I shall remain with the soldiers. Qin Feng replied in a deep voice. Upon hearing that the Leong King was undaunted in the face of danger, the soldiers felt emboldened, moving faster and striking with greater precision. Meanwhile, below the fort, the Hu army's siege engines crashed against the gates, and many soldiers swarmed like locusts towards the fort. Pan Jiangfeng ordered scalding oil to be poured from the battlements, and the wails of the wounded echoed far and wide, in the distance. Zhao Bukong observed this scene, his expression shifting several times, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the Liang forces are prepared for the siege. It would be wise to recall our soldiers and seek another opportunity. Liang Valley Pass was a natural fortress, capable of withstanding attacks, and the Liang soldiers could easily hold their ground against 10, that the Hu cavalry's combat effectiveness was severely hampered, yielding little in the way of results. Bring my sorcerer's camp. The king of Hu coldly commanded that he had already issued a harsh decree. Even if he could not capture Liang Valley Pass today, he would ensure the Leong people recognized his might. Soon, the sorcerer's camp sprang into action. Though they numbered only a little over 100, each possessed foundational strength, representing Hu's finest fighting force. Intertwining spiritual light surged forth, targeting Liang Valley Pass. With piercing sounds, many of Liang's new recruits fell. Slain from miles away, damned sorcerers, Pan Zhongfeng's expression darkened, and he seized a sharp arrow, aiming directly at the sorcerer's camp. Let me deal with these scoundrels. Soon, arrows rained down from the fort, targeting the sorcerer's camp. However, the Hu forces had long been prepared. A wall of shields was swiftly erected by the guards, protecting the sorcerers from the deluge of arrows. The Liang army's assault against the sorcerer's camp proved largely ineffective, while the Liang soldiers atop the fort suffered heavy casualties from the sorcerer's attacks. In many areas, whose soldiers had even managed to scale the walls to as long as the sorcerer's camp remains, I fear Liang Valley Pass cannot be held. Qin Feng declared that I shall go and eliminate them. Pan Zhongfeng insisted, fully aware of the threat posed by the sorcerer's camp, that as the commander, "You must stay here. Let me handle this," Qin Feng asserted. "Also, find a scarecrow and dress it in my clothes to confuse the king of Hu." Understood. Pan Zhongfeng promptly accepted the order, fully cognizant of his king's capabilities to at this moment. As boiling oil was poured from the fort, it forced back a wave of the attacking Hu forces. Qin Feng and the shadow guards took the opportunity to leap down from the fort, charging towards the direction of the Hu sorcerer's camp. The sun was nearing the horizon, casting a dim light over the battlefield. The Hu cavalry had become numb from the assault, fixated on Liang Valley Pass. Oblivious to the dozens of figures rushing towards the sorcerer's camp. Kill! The blade in Qin Feng's hand gleamed, blood splattering as he cleaved through the guard station before the sorcerer's camp. The power of the frenzied blood dragon slash was unleashed to its fullest extent, directly felling dozens of men. The shadow guards moved like phantoms, weaving through the sorcerer's camp, leaving a trail of fallen foes in their wake. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Hu cavalry screamed in desperation as chaos erupted within the sorcerer's camp. What is happening? The king of Hu's expression darkened, coldly proclaiming, "A mere Leong Kingdom dares to assault my sorcerer's camp. Whoever dares to act shall die." He immediately commanded his skilled warriors to rush to their aid. Boom! The battlefield descended into chaos, the sound of explosions echoing continuously. After Qin Feng and his men had slain 20 to 30 sorcerers, the enemy managed to mount a counterattack. Moreover, the number of Hu experts surrounding them increased, and several shadow guards had already fallen. "Who dares to touch my Hu sorcerer's camp?" Zhao Bukong roared, his blade slicing through the air towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he coldly replied, "You are no match for me." As he spoke, the technique of the shadow wind 19 blades unfolded, green blade light flickering, each strike flowing one after another like ink splattered upon canvas, forcing Zhao Bukong to retreat step by step, perilously close to defeat. Zhao Bukong was struck with astonishment, not anticipating that the Leong Kingdom possessed such a formidable expert. Boom! With a fierce strike, Zhao Bukong was sent staggering back several dozen feet. Retreat! Seeing the increasing number of Hu experts around him, Qin Feng issued a command. The shadow guards vanished like phantoms to at that moment. The king of Hu, standing atop the royal carriage, suddenly sensed something amiss. His voice sharp, "The little king of Leong is missing. The little king of Leong is missing. Your Majesty, the little king of Leong is over there." Someone shouted. "The one attacking the sorcerer's camp is the little king of Leong." In an instant, the Hu camp erupted into chaos. The little king of Leong dared to take such risks, penetrating deep into the encirclement of Hu cavalry. Truly a path to self-destruction that if they captured the little king. How could they not seize Liang Valley Pass? The king of Hu's eyes turned bloodshot as he commanded, "At all costs, capture the little king." Yes, the commanders of the Hu camp responded eagerly. Soon, the pursuit of Qin Feng intensified, with even those originally assaulting the fort turning back to surround him. Then a vast throng surged forth, an unstoppable tide of death. The 20 shadow guards that Qin Feng had brought were rapidly diminished under the enemy's overwhelming numbers. At this moment, only a few dozen remained. Little King of Leong, since you have come, do not think to escape. Zhao Bukong's gaze darkened as he shouted fiercely, "Capture the Little King, regardless of life or death." With a single command, the Hu cavalry, vastly outnumbering their foes, surged forth, their myriad blades and spears converging in a deadly onslaught that shook the very earth, obscuring the sun and moon. Meanwhile, the Hu King clenched his fists, his expression one of palpable excitement. "Little Leong King, you are ultimately no match for me." Chapter 32. Surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, as the soldiers of the Hu nation surged towards Qin Feng like a tidal wave. Eager to capture the little Leong King and achieve glory, a brief defensive gap appeared on the side of the Hu King. At that moment, the gates of Liang Valley Pass swung open abruptly, and a lone rider galloped out, heading straight for the Hu King. Sharp-eyed Hu cavalrymen shouted in alarm, "Protect the king! Protect the king!" Yet before they could finish, a sweeping arc of blade light sliced through the air, as if a fierce wind had arisen, and the rider's head flew skyward, followed by the bodies of dozens of men crashing to the ground. The Hu King snapped back to reality, his countenance shifting dramatically as he realized the formidable power yet untapped by the Leong Kingdom. Thud, 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 his royal guards were sent reeling, and the Hu King, recognizing the imminent threat, quickly retreated while shouting, "Protect the king! Protect the king!" Hu cavalrymen rushed to intercept the newcomer, who was none other than Pan Jiangfeng. "Arrest the Hu King! Where are my Leong soldiers?" Pan Jiangfeng leapt from his warhorse, his voice booming like thunder. "Now!" A resounding reply echoed from within Liang Valley Pass, as thousands of iron-clad cavalry charged forth. Aimed directly at the Hu King, that I end the chaotic battleground outside the gates. This cavalry formed an unstoppable force, throwing the Hu cavalry, who were besieging Qin Feng, into disarray. They had not anticipated that the Liang army would dare to engage them outside the city. "Steady your ranks. The Stupa camp, capture the little Leong King. The Tong Shield camp, resist the Leong forces." Zhao Bukong, a renowned general of the Hu nation, made swift decisions. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Feng's blade was already thrust before him. The crimson light from the blade surged forth, extending for dozens of feet, its fierce energy causing Zhao Bukong's face to pale as he hastily retreated. What a domineering sword! He raised his weapon in a desperate attempt to parry, only to be violently hurled from his mount. Soon after, the Minghong heavenly blade began to hum and vibrate, unleashing a blade of light that sent dust swirling. Boom! Before Zhao Bukong could regain his footing, he was struck and sent flying, gravely wounded, spitting blood that stained the ground. "General!" The Hu cavalrymen, witnessing this, erupted into a panic, quickly surrounding him. "Kill!" At this moment, Qin Feng felt a surge of vitality within him, his eyes glowing a fierce red as he wielded the Minghong heavenly blade like a human killing machine. The flashing blade light danced chaotically, casting shadows of blood, forcing the Hu cavalry to hesitate in their advance. Zhao Bukong felt a chill of fear wash over him, that in stark contrast. The Hu King appeared increasingly flustered, darting left and right around the royal carriage, relying on his guards to shield him and attempting to wear down Pan Jiangfeng through sheer numbers. Zhao Bukong's expression shifted repeatedly. It was now too late for him to aid the Hu King. The only feasible plan was to capture Qin Feng first, to intimidate the Leong forces and ensure the king's safety. Onward, he barked through clenched teeth. Once again, the Hu cavalry surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the Leong reinforcements. Meanwhile, more and more ironclad cavalry rushed from the Hu camp to protect their king, seeing Pan Jiangfeng gradually being surrounded. The Hu King's panic subsided somewhat. Just then, a thunderous shout emerged from Liang Valley Pass. "Protect the Leong King! Fight for the Leong King!" Roars of anger erupted, and many citizens of Liang Valley Pass joined the fray. "Damn it!" The Hu King cursed vehemently, vowing, "Once I conquer Liang Valley Pass, I shall ensure that you blind fools have no place to rest in death." However, these were merely common citizens, no matter how numerous they were. They posed no threat to the Hu King. At that moment, Pan Jiangfeng, encircled by Hu cavalry, suddenly raised his head and fixed a piercing gaze upon him, radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent. "What?" The Hu King felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. You dare to harm the citizens of Leong? Pan Jiangfeng's voice, hoarse yet resolute, rang out. The Chu King swallowed hard, gritting his teeth. Not only will I slay them, but I will also make you all wish for death. Boom. Before his words could fully escape, a terrifying aura erupted from Pan Jiangfeng, sending Hu cavalry flying in all directions. His blade surged forth, releasing countless beams of white light that shot out in every direction. As the blade light passed, the assailing Hu cavalry fell like dominoes. Pan Jiangfeng carved a bloody path through the throng, heading straight for the Hu King. How is this possible? The Hu King and his guards stared in disbelief, frozen in place. They were utterly astonished at the seemingly divine prowess of Pan Jiangfeng. This cannot be the work of a mere mortal. In the midst of this chaos, Qin Feng realized the truth. With the backing of so many, Pan Jiangfeng's martial prowess had reached its zenith, unleashing strength akin to that of a golden core cultivator. Once the golden core was manifested, who among them could stand against it? Everyone watched in awe as Pan Jiangfeng's blade was poised against the Hu King's neck. The Hu King has already surrendered. Do you still wish to resist? Pan Jiangfeng's voice thundered, reverberating like a tidal wave. The 200,000 Hu cavalry stood in stunned silence. The Hu King has been captured. How can this be? Zhao Bukong's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to witness the scene. There stood Pan Jiangfeng, grasping the Hu King by the collar, atop the royal carriage, while the king knelt beneath the blade. Damn it! Zhao Bukong clenched his fists, seething with frustration in his fury. He inadvertently aggravated his prior injuries, causing a surge of reverse blood to rise in his throat, forcing him to violently cough, feeling weakness wash over him as he nearly collapsed. At that moment, Pan Jiangfeng dragged the Hu King swiftly to Qin Feng's side. Your Majesty, the Hu King has been captured, he proclaimed loudly. The Hu King's face was ashen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Pan Jiangfeng, if you dare to harm my king, the Hu nation will never rest until it exacts revenge. Zhao Bukong spat through gritted teeth. Are you threatening me? A manic glint flickered in Pan Jiangfeng's eyes, the blade in his hand shimmering with white light. The Hu King's complexion turned ghostly pale, his breath becoming labored. Do not. Do not. They shouted in unison, release our king, and I will allow you to depart. Zhao Bukong struggled to articulate. Whether or not to release him is a decision for my king to make. Pan Jiangfeng turned to Qin Feng, bowing respectfully. I ask for your command, Your Majesty. Qin Feng let out a deep breath, replying, since the Hu King so enjoys my Leong Kingdom, let him first return and appreciate Liang Valley Pass. As he spoke, the Leong soldiers gradually began to withdraw. Stop. What do you intend? Zhao Bukong shouted. If the Hu King were captured, the morale of their troops would undoubtedly waver at that point. Not only would they fail to conquer Liang Valley Pass, but even stabilizing the hearts of their 200,000 soldiers would prove challenging. You shall soon find out. Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. The Hu King's face was pale, his lips quivering. Qin brother, please do not be angry. Our two nations have shared a harmonious relationship for generations. It was a moment of folly for me, blinded by greed. Please show mercy and spare my life. In that instant, the once proud Hu King had been reduced to pleading. Chapter 33. Burning the camps. Etching the name of Leong. Atop Liang Valley Pass, the Hu King, trembling with fear, concluded his day of touring the Leong Kingdom. The cost of this excursion amounted to 120,000 carts of provisions, 200,000 bows, and 30,000 sets of armor. Outside the pass, the morale of the Hu troops plummeted. At the forefront, Zhao Bukong personally supported the Hu King's carriage as they made their way back to the Hu camp. After traversing 100 paces, he glanced back one last time at Liang Valley Pass, a place that had brought him immense humiliation, vowing to commit this indignity to memory. Within the pass, Qin Feng commanded the soldiers to shout, Thank you, Hu King, for your provisions and bows. We hope you will visit Leong Kingdom often. We hope you will visit often. Wow! From the shattered carriage, the Hu King coughed up a mouthful of blood, his breath barely a whisper. Currently, the morale of the 200,000 Hu cavalry had disintegrated, leaving them unable to fight. Moreover, the Hu nation had been forced to compensate with 120,000 carts of provisions, 200,000 bows, and 30,000 sets of armor. Even if the Hu King sought revenge, he would first need to address the logistical issues that as Qin Feng observed the Hu King's carriage disappear into the camp. His expression shifted slightly. "Your Majesty, are you truly letting the Hu King go so easily?" Pan Zhongfeng inquired that if we spare him today, he will undoubtedly return with vengeance in the future. Do you have a better plan? General Pan? Qin Feng asked. After a moment of contemplation, Pan Zhongfeng knelt down, saying, "Your Majesty, I, Pan Zhongfeng, request to lead an assault. This time, we shall decisively crush the Hu cavalry, ensuring they never harbor thoughts of advancing south again." Qin Feng pondered for a moment. The territory of Yunling Prefecture was limited, and if the Leong Kingdom wished to rise, it would inevitably face the Hu nation once more. Currently, while the soldiers of Liang Valley Pass numbered only in the thousands, their spirits soared high. In contrast, the Hu cavalry, although numerous, had their morale shattered. "What do you wish to do?" Qin Feng queried. "Burn their camps." Pan Zhongfeng gazed at the endless expanse of Huing, his expression resolute. Qin Feng remained silent. In the days that followed, the snow ceased, and a biting cold wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust beyond the pass. The Hu camp had already retreated several hundred miles away from Lianggu Pass. Standing atop Lianggu Pass, Qin Feng observed the situation outside the fortifications. The war had come to an end, and many citizens of the Leong Kingdom from beyond the pass were making their way towards Lianggu Pass, dragging their families along. They appeared gaunt and haggard, their eyes devoid of life. Among them were countless who had succumbed to illness or sustained grievous injuries. Alas! Qin Feng sighed softly, signaling the Leong troops at the pass to distribute grain and provide relief to the beleaguered populace. The refugees expressed their profound gratitude to the king of Leong, incessantly recounting the atrocities committed by the Hu cavalry. Many Leong soldiers, upon hearing of their compatriots' humiliation at the hands of the Hu cavalry, felt their blood boil, eager to seize their weapons and confront the enemy. "Fear not, they shall never dare to descend southward again." Listening to the cries around him, Qin Feng murmured to himself, calculating the time. Pan Zhongfeng and his vast army should have caught up with the Hu cavalry by now. Moreover, with the wind blowing so fiercely today, it was indeed an opportune day for setting fires. 3 days later, Qin Feng returned to Liangdu. Report. Just as he stepped back into Liangdu, news of the battle at Lianggu Pass reached him. "Your Majesty, General Pan has set ablaze 200,000 Hu cavalry on Xiaoyang Mountain, decapitating 30,000 and utterly defeating the main force of the Hu cavalry." The scout could hardly contain his excitement. Qin Feng smiled. "Indeed, Pan Zhongfeng wields his military prowess with divine skill. Spread this news far and wide. I want the world to know." Soon, the tidings of the Hu cavalry's catastrophic defeat reverberated throughout the Great Leong, eliciting jubilant cheers from the populace. Not only that, but several nearby small nations also sent congratulatory gifts, celebrating Liang's victory and denouncing the impudence of the Hu Kingdom. Consequently, despite Liang's modest territory of merely 3 prefectures and 6 cities, having already vanquished the forces of the Chu Kingdom and dealt a heavy blow to the Hu cavalry, it subtly hinted at the ambition to vie for supremacy over Yunling Prefecture. In just a few days, the fortune points in Qin Feng's destiny summoning system surpassed 50,000 simultaneously. His personal prestige also exceeded 100 points. A reputation surpassing 100 points signified that Qin Feng was on the brink of entering a new realm. Golden Core Realm, accomplished. At that moment, Qin Feng felt as if he had undergone a transformation. His being becoming lighter, his vision extending for dozens of miles. Is this the power of the Golden Core? A flicker of thought crossed Qin Feng's mind, and he realized he was gradually levitating. He could fly. His heart brimmed with joy. Just then, Princess Chingling arrived and, witnessing the spectacle, bowed gracefully. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on breaking through to the Golden Core Realm." Her beautiful eyes revealed a deep surprise, for one must know that the Golden Core Realm could be deemed powerful even in the southern region. Yet, Qin Feng had ascended from the Foundation Establishment Realm to the Golden Core Realm in merely a matter of months. Such rapid advancement was enough to shame the prodigies of the Shadow Palace. The princess has arrived." Qin Feng descended back to the ground. With the aid of the system, he had directly broken through to the Golden Core Realm. However, he still needed time to immerse himself in the profound intricacies of the Golden Core. "You have worked tirelessly these days, Your Majesty," Princess Chingling softly remarked. She was well aware that Qin Feng's rapid rise in strength was inseparable from his relentless efforts that in recent days. Qin Feng had been working tirelessly, transforming the great Leong from the brink of annihilation to a state of peace and prosperity. While many believed that Qin Feng's success was merely due to good fortune, she understood that luck could not favor an individual indefinitely. Only by maintaining a sense of determination and continually progressing could one achieve greater heights. Princess, you have been busy establishing the Sorcerer's Academy during your time in Leong that I have not had the opportunity to accompany you for a leisurely stroll. The weather is splendid today. Let me take you out for a walk. Qin Feng suggested that I just saw Lord Hanyi searching for your majesty. Do you have time now? Princess Chingling inquired. Hanyi? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Let us not concern ourselves with him. He has endless matters to attend to every day. I am not like him. Come, I shall escort the princess out of the city. He took Princess Chingling's delicate hand, and together they left the royal palace. Meanwhile, Han Yi, clad in loose ceremonial robes, approached, calling out, Your Majesty, please wait. I have urgent matters to report. Upon hearing his voice, Qin Feng quickly took to the skies with Princess Chingling. Hastening their departure, the Liang River surged tumultuously. Winter was on the cusp of fading, and the ice upon the river had begun to thaw. The grass along the riverbank was lush and vibrant. Teeming with life, Qin Feng walked alongside Princess Chingling along the embankment. She softly recounted tales of the Chu Kingdom and the Shadow Palace. Just then, a cacophony of voices reached their ears, accompanied by the anguished cries of a woman. Father, please do not give me to King Jin. I beg you, Father, I implore you. The woman's voice was hoarse from crying. What is happening? Princess Chingling glanced at Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head. What King Jin? This sounds somewhat like a sacrificial offering to the river god. Could it be that Leong Kingdom harbors such a barbaric custom? Let us investigate. That he urged Princess Chingling to follow him as they hurried towards the source of the commotion. Chapter 34. The River Spirit King Jin. Qin Feng and Princess Chingling hastened towards the riverside, where a makeshift altar had been erected that a group of individuals clad in vibrant ceremonial garments danced fervently. Chanting incomprehensible incantations, at the foot of the altar stood a young girl, bound in a red ceremonial dress, weeping profusely, her voice hoarse with despair. Surrounding her were several burly men, their faces expressionless. Nearby, an elderly man with a furrowed brow sighed. Yaya, to marry King Jin is a blessing sought by many. Please do not weep. This is the consensus of the community, and your father truly has no other choice. Oldly, what nonsense are you spouting? A middle-aged man in a brocade robe approached, wearing a feigned smile. Do you not know what day it is? What do you mean by the consensus? Are you unwilling to give your daughter to King Jin? How could I dare refuse? The old man's complexion changed, hastily waving his hands, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Forgive me, Chief. Yaya is still young and does not understand that to marry King Jin is an honor for our family. Truly an honor. How could we refuse? This is not merely an honor for your family. It is a privilege for all of us at Qingshui Pavilion that if King Jin is pleased, he will bless us with favorable weather and abundant harvests. The chief replied coldly. Yes, yes. The old man nodded vigorously, as if his head were a pestled. That moment, one of the individuals in ceremonial garb suddenly convulsed, frothing at the mouth, and shouted, The auspicious time has arrived. Please let the maiden enter the river. Yes, several strong men knelt down and lifted the young girl, making their way towards the riverbank. Father, save me! Father, please save me! The girl cried out in a hoarse, desperate voice. The old man bowed his head, sighing heavily. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd began to chant in fervor, celebrating the impending sacrifice. Wait! Princess Chingling exclaimed sharply. To offer a living person as a sacrifice is a violation of the laws of the Great Leong. Do you not understand? The onlookers turned to her, their expressions turning sour. Who are you? What business do you have meddling in the affairs of Qingshui Pavilion? The chief shot her a glare, signaling for the ceremony to continue. Princess Chingling flicked her wrist, weaving threads of spiritual light, and bound the burly men in place. Today, I shall not allow you to cast a living person into the river. She stepped forward, her hand glowing with ethereal light, and swiftly untied the ropes binding the young girl. The chief's expression darkened, and he bellowed, Who are you? Why are you disrupting our sacrificial ceremony? Do you not realize this is a provocation against King Jin? I care not whether he is King Jin or King Silver. I will have my say in this matter today, Princess Chingling retorted. She turned to the old man and said, Why are you still dawdling? Take your daughter back. The old man's countenance shifted through various shades, and he gritted his teeth. Yea, marrying King Jin is her fortune, and the fortune of our villagers. Why do you obstruct her and ruin her good fortune? Yes, why do you hinder her? Are you trying to harm us at Qingshui Pavilion? The surrounding citizens began to close in, indignant and clamoring. They are ruining the sacrificial rite, offending King Jin. Throw them into the river as well. The chief shouted amidst the crowd. Throw them into the river to appease King Jin's wrath. The citizens surged forward, ready to take action against Qin Feng and Princess Chingling. Nonsense. Qin Feng spoke coldly, abruptly raising his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he declared in a deep voice, On my territory. When has it ever been the turn of a mere beast to flaunt its power? Your territory? The citizens hesitated, sensing his formidable presence, and refrained from advancing. How dare you? You audaciously claim to be my king. The chief's face reddened with anger. I am the Leong Kingdom. Only one can claim such a title. What right do you have? Indeed, what right do you have to call yourself my king? Voices among the crowd began to murmur in agreement that I am my king, Qin Feng. As Qin Feng's voice resonated, silence enveloped the crowd. His gaze landed on the chief. Pointing towards the Leong River, he inquired, Since you know of my title, why then do you push the subjects of Leong Kingdom into this abyss? The pavilion chief was momentarily cowed by his imposing presence. Rendered speechless, after a long pause, he gritted his teeth and declared, Even if you are the king of Leong, you cannot control the thunder and rain from the heavens. However, the great King Jin can. If the great King Jin is not worshipped, no one this year can expect a bountiful harvest. As he spoke, dark clouds swirled ominously in the sky, with distant rumblings of thunder echoing that I in the Leong River nearby. Tumultuous waves surged, forming a massive vortex. The water spiraled skyward, reaching heights of several hundred zhang. It was the great King Jin manifesting his divine presence. The great King Jin has revealed himself, the priest at the altar. Terrified, hastily knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The bewildered populace followed suit, kneeling and pleading for mercy, their heads bobbing like garlic cloves, lamenting their lack of heads. Great King Jin, spare us. Great King Jin, quell your wrath. Some, in a frenzy, rushed forward, exclaiming, What are you waiting for? Quickly deliver this girl to the great King Jin. As they spoke, they shoved the young maiden towards the Leong River. The pavilion chief's complexion turned ashen, as if his soul had departed, collapsing onto the ground, murmuring, It's over, it's over. The great King Jin is furious. Everything is doomed. Stop. Princess Chingling waved her hand, sending the assailants flying. With a furrowed brow, she gazed at the roiling Leong River and said, Your Majesty, it seems the creature in the river has considerable power. It may prove difficult to handle. Does it dare to stir up trouble within the borders of our Leong Kingdom without seeking my consent? How could it be worse than the 200,000 iron cavalry of Chu Kingdom? A cold smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips. Everyone, retreat immediately, he commanded, striding alone towards the Leong River. The crowd, taken aback, stood frozen in confusion. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the vortex in the river erupted with surging water, shimmering with an ominous green glow, engulfing the onlookers by the riverbank. Panic-stricken, they fled in terror. Your Majesty, be cautious. The water is sinister, Princess Chingling admonished, her hands glowing as she conjured a massive luminous barrier to shield the crowd. With a splattering sound, the river water struck the barrier, unleashing scorching waves of heat. The barrier was rapidly corroded, while the unshielded water that splashed to the ground instantly incinerated the vegetation into ashes. Such potent toxicity. Qin Feng's expression darkened, that moment. A furious roar emanated from the river, bellowing, I am the great King Jin of Leong River. Do you mortals dare oppose me? As it spoke, a colossal golden toad appeared above the river, its body resembling a grinding disc, cloaked in dark golden armor. Shimmering brilliantly, with large eyes glinting like lanterns, exuding murderous intent, in an instant, a scarlet beam of light, akin to a sword, sliced through the air, aimed directly at Qin Feng. Chapter 35. Submission or Death, Your Majesty. Be careful! Princess Chingling furrowed her brows, intertwining her luminous energies into a gigantic golden phoenix. With a piercing cry, the resplendent golden light soared through the air, colliding with the crimson beam of blood. In a sudden explosion, shock waves radiated outward, causing the river to churn violently, splashing waves in every direction. Who dares? The golden toad's bulbous eyes flashed with anger, its tongue flickering restlessly. However, upon catching sight of Princess Chingling's beauty, a glimmer of avarice flickered in its eyes. What a lovely lady! It grinned lecherously. Princess Chingling, displeased, retorted, I am Chingling, the princess of the great Leong. You vile beast shall not be rude. The princess of the great Leong? The golden toad chuckled, its expression one of gluttonous desire. You are quite pleasing to my eye, little girl. Speak, where is that so-called king of Leong? Tell him that from this day forth, you belong to me. Before it could finish, a crimson blade of light descended from the heavens, cleaving towards the golden toad. The toad, sensing imminent danger, swelled with fury, its eyes flashing with a strange light. Boom! In an instant, it erupted in a cloud of green mist, which coalesced into a venomous python, soaring into the air to clash with the blade of light, unleashing a tidal wave of energy. Soon, the blade of light appeared in rapid succession, its blood-red glow increasingly blinding. Boom! The venomous python twisted and contorted before being shattered into a cloud of green mist, scattering in all directions. What? The golden toad's expression shifted dramatically, revealing shock. Just then, another tremendous crash resounded as a beam of golden light descended, striking the golden toad, sending it crashing into the depths of the river, stirring up rolling waves. Among the onlookers, a chorus of astonishment erupted. What? The great King Jin has been defeated. How is this possible? The crowd buzzed with disbelief, their expressions a mix of confusion and trepidation in their minds. The great King Jin represented celestial authority, an entity beyond defiance. Yet now, it had been cast aside by this self-proclaimed king of Leong. Could it be that the king of Leong surpassed the great King Jin in strength? At that moment, Qin Feng soared into the air, hovering above the river's surface, surveying the crowd on the shore. As long as I am here today, no beast shall wreak havoc upon the territory of the Leong Kingdom. Princess Chingling gazed at Qin Feng with a gentle smile. Suddenly, the river erupted with turbulent waves, and a crimson beam of light shot forth, aimed directly at Qin Feng. The golden toad was returning. Beware! Princess Chingling shouted in alarm. Clang! Just as her warning rang out, a beam of blood light appeared, intercepting the toad's tongue. You insolent brat! Do you know who I am to dare attack me? The golden toad roared in fury, swirling above the river, its anger palpable. Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance at it, chuckling lightly. With such meager strength, how dare you boast? How many lives do you think you have if you wish to meddle with me? His tone suddenly turned icy, exuding a deadly intent. Enough! The golden toad's face contorted with shame and rage, green mist surging violently around it, charging towards Qin Feng like a venomous python. With a slight smirk, Qin Feng's blade, the Minghong Tian Dao, shimmered with a faint azure light. 19 cuts of the ghostly wind. Slash! The blade's light interwove in a continuous barrage against the venomous python, each strike intensifying, forcing the creature to retreat step by step. Boom! With a resounding crash, the venomous python was once again obliterated. The residual force of the azure blade surged towards the golden toad. The toad, sensing danger, erupted in a flurry of pulsating sores, the toxic mist spilling into the river. The water surged upward, charging at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's hand wielded the heavenly blade, humming ominously, coalescing a blood-red beam of light. Frenzied blood dragon slash. The blade shot forth towards the golden toad, cleaving the water apart, inflicting grievous wounds upon its back, staining the river with its pus and blood. Roaring in agony, the golden toad emitted a sound akin to a tiger's roar, its bulbous eyes glimmering with blood-red fury. With a sudden leap, the golden toad lunged at Qin Feng, baring its fangs, as if intent on fighting for its life. Dare to lay a hand on me, and I shall see you dead. It was enraged beyond measure. The surging river rose hundreds of zhang high, like a mountain collapsing, bearing down upon the terrified populace. The onlookers recoiled in horror, scrambling to escape. Did I in that moment? Princess Chingling transformed, appearing before the people, conjuring a colossal barrier of light to withstand the approaching torrent. Frenzied blood dragon slash. Qin Feng, seeing the golden toad's audacity, turned cold. The blood light on the Minghong Tendao flaring brilliantly as he summoned a blade of light spanning dozens of zhang. Whistling through the air, buzz. The power of the golden core realm surged to its zenith, the blade absorbing the surrounding energy, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Another thunderous crash resounded as the golden toad was sent tumbling backwards, crashing into the river, which turned a bizarre red-green hue. Countless fish and shrimp perished, floating lifelessly to the surface. The crowd remained in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Your Majesty, this creature possesses such power. Its origins must be formidable. I possess a binding talisman that can tame this beast for our use. Princess Chingling chimed in cheerfully, producing a gleaming rope from her hand. Princess, please. Qin Feng gestured for her to proceed. Wait! The golden toad suddenly cried out in terror, roaring like a tiger. I am a general under the great saint of the ocean, tasked with guarding the Liang River. Do you dare to harm me? Have you considered the consequences? Consequences? Qin Feng chuckled, urging Princess Chingling to continue. The golden toad attempted to resist, but the Minghong Tendao trembled lightly, exuding a faint yet palpable aura of menace. Submit or die. Qin Feng intoned ominously, his gaze piercing the blade. The golden toad's spirit dwindled significantly, surrendering without resistance. Bound by the talisman, did I in an instant, the once colossal creature transformed into a palm-sized figure, resembling a golden casting, exuding a surprisingly endearing aura. The crowd gazed at Qin Feng with newfound reverence. From this day forth, the reins on both sides of Liang River shall be entrusted to you. Should the harvest fail to increase, I shall ensure you regret your mischief. Qin Feng addressed the golden toad. The toad emitted a low growl and acquiescence that on the shore, the populace exchanged glances before bowing in unison. Long live the king! Long live the king! In an instant, the cries surged like a tidal wave to ding-dong. The fortune value within Qin Feng's celestial system soared, reaching an impressive height of 53,000 points. Princess, do you know the origins of the great saint of the ocean? On the journey back to Liangdu, Qin Feng inquired. The Princess of Chingling pondered for a moment and responded, Your Majesty, apart from the numerous feudal states in the southern region, there also exists the realm of 3 lakes and 6 seas, all guarded by various monstrous beasts. Among them, the sea-overturning great sage of Tong Sea is one that, however, the Tong Sea is a full 10,000 miles away from Leong, and such a minor creature is unlikely to attract his attention. The name sea-overturning great sage lingered in Qin Feng's mind. Chapter 36. The iron great sage of Tong Sea. As winter gave way to spring, the earth began to awaken. The new winter harvest in Daliang yielded a bountiful return, alleviating the domestic crisis of famine. The first cohort of disciples from the Legalist Academy successfully graduated under Han Ye's personal guidance, assigned to the 3 counties and 6 cities of Daliang to propagate and enforce the laws, thereby maintaining stability in the realm. The Sorcerer's Academy also established a comprehensive set of regulations, gradually admitting promising youths from Leong with innate magical talents. Among the first batch of disciples, some had already reached the foundational stage of cultivation, demonstrating remarkable progress. Simultaneously, the new recruits trained by Pan Jiangfeng had matured into seasoned veterans, achieving numerous victories against the Northern Desert's Wolf Clan and surrounding bandits, earning them a formidable reputation. Daliang flourished, and Qin Feng's fortune points within the celestial luck system soared to 60,000, while his personal prestige climbed to 320 points, that he gained a fresh understanding of the power of the Golden Core stage. However, the rise of Daliang did not escape the notice of the Chu Kingdom. Following his previous defeat, the Chu King languished in despair for several months. The internal strife within the Chu Kingdom, exacerbated by the vast naval forces under Lung Wuyo's control, led to rampant rumors, threatening the very fabric of the nation, that a group of loyal ministers risked their lives to implore the Chu King to restore his authority and stabilize the domestic situation. Simultaneously establishing contact with the formidable demon, Tai Rui of Tong Yusi. Upon Tai Rui's arrival at the Hu Palace, an air of solemnity enveloped the court. The demon race, once dismissed by the human cultivators, now became the last hope for the Hu Kingdom. As a rising star of Tong Yusi, Tai Rui commanded an army of 300,000 demons, making him a powerful figure to be reckoned with. "We pay our respects to the great sage," the ministers of the Hu Kingdom proclaimed, bowing low as Tai Rui entered. With peak foundational strength, Tai Rui had taken on a humanoid form, towering at 3 meters. With a physique reminiscent of a tiger and a bear, exuding a palpable sense of dominance, with an air of arrogance, he said, "Speak, why have you summoned this great sage from afar? To be deemed a great sage, one must possess unparalleled prestige and absolute power." While Tai Rui was not universally recognized as a great sage by the demon race, he believed it was only a matter of time before he attained such a title. Hence his self-identification. Upon hearing the title, the Hu King swiftly rose and asked, "Great sage Tai, my kingdom is in peril that do you possess a means of salvation?" Raising an eyebrow, Tai Rui regarded the assembly. One minister stepped forward to recount the grievances between the Hu Kingdom and Dalian. "Did I ask that all?" Tai Rui scoffed, slapping his chest confidently. "Fear not, this matter shall rest in my capable hands. Within 3 days, I will ensure that the little Leong King comes to plead for forgiveness." The officials of the Hu Kingdom, upon hearing this, revealed expressions of hope. "Thank you, great sage. Your might is unparalleled," they hastily praised. "However," Tai Rui continued, "you are well aware of the terms for my assistance. The treasury of the Hu Kingdom shall belong to me, and all taxes for the next decade shall also be mine." He stated nonchalantly. "What?" The Hu King's expression shifted, taken aback by such audacity. Yet before he could voice his objections, Tai Rui's gaze fell upon him, imbued with a subtle sense of intimidation. The words on the tip of the Hu King's tongue were swallowed back, leaving him with only a stammered affirmation. Meanwhile, in Dalian, Qin Feng had just opened a new avenue for wealth through the issuance of lottery tickets that he also organized the Shadow Guard, attempting to spread this profitable venture to the surrounding feudal states. Initially, the lottery, which promised small investments yielding substantial returns, garnered little attention. However, after the first grand prize was claimed, it rapidly became a sensation throughout Dalian that a single silver coin could yield a fortune of 100,000 taels. The astonishing news spread like wildfire, revealing the secret behind a beggar in Shifeng City who became a millionaire overnight. Such diverse tales circulated through the streets of Dalian, and even the common folk began to greet one another with, "Have you bought a lottery ticket today?" The profits from the lottery were swiftly allocated by Han Yi towards the fundamental infrastructure of Dalian, establishing thoroughfares connecting the 3 counties and 6 cities. "Your Majesty's ability to generate wealth is truly admirable." Han Yi marveled at the flourishing treasury. Just 6 months prior, the treasury had been unable to allocate even 30,000 taels for the construction of the Legalist Academy. Qin Feng stroked his chin and asked with a smile, "What do you think is the most crucial element in governing a nation?" "Law," Han Yi replied, suddenly lifting his head with unwavering conviction. "Without law, a nation cannot stand." Qin Feng nodded, smiling as he retorted, "While that is indeed true, I believe that the most vital aspect is the prosperity of the people. Only when the populace thrives can there be adherence to laws and the absence of theft." Han Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long while before asking, "Your Majesty, how can we ensure the people's prosperity?" "By allowing each individual to fulfill their role and exert their efforts," Qin Feng responded. Han Yi was about to speak when dark clouds suddenly gathered above the palace. What had been a clear sky was now engulfed in thunderous roars, startling many palace attendants. Demonic energy. Han Ye's brow furrowed, a faint golden light swirling around him. Qin Feng recognized this as his power as a legalist. The myriad schools and philosophies of the continent each possessed their unique cultivation methods. For instance, the military school, represented by Pan Jiangfeng, drew strength from the number of soldiers, while Han Ye's legalist school derived power from the promulgation of laws. Currently, the laws of Dalian emanated from Han Ye's authority, benefiting millions of citizens across the 3 counties and 6 cities, thus enhancing his own cultivation level, which had now reached the 7th level of foundational cultivation. How intriguing, that under the bright sun, there are still beasts daring to cause trouble in my Dalian. Qin Feng chuckled lightly, peering through the swirling mist to catch a glimpse of the beast's form. What beast dares to wreak havoc in my Daliang palace? Han Yi bellowed, a golden tome materializing in his hand. Ha ha ha! I am the greatest demon of Tong you see. A piercing voice resonated through the air, accompanied by torrential rain. The greatest demon of Tong you see? Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the sea-overturning great sage? He couldn't help but recall the Golden King he had subdued by the Liang River. Could it be that the sea-overturning great sage had traveled thousands of miles to seek vengeance? At that moment, Han Yi spoke again. In this vast expanse, how dare you demons act wantonly before my king? As he spoke, the golden tome in his hand flickered with light, unleashing countless dark golden characters that swirled into a tempest of golden blades. Surging toward the sky. Tai Rui let out a soft exclamation, coldly inquiring, a legalist cultivator. You must be the king of Leong. Without delay, he countered, summoning a barrage of rain droplets that transformed into arrows. Colliding with the golden blades, creating an explosive shockwave in the air, many palace attendants, witnessing the spectacle, were filled with dread and fled in panic. Ah! Tai Rui laughed heartily, taunting, Little Leong King, you are no match for this great sage. Surrender and accompany me to the Chu Kingdom to plead for forgiveness. So it is the Chu Kingdom. Qin Feng's brow twitched at the revelation. That moment. Han Yi made his move once more. Chapter 37. A fierce battle with the Iron Great Sage. The golden characters swirled, transforming into thousands of blades, launching toward Tai Rui in unison. Han Ye's expression grew grave, his aura surging with intensity. With such little strength, you dare to resist? Tai Rui scoffed, flipping his hand as thunder crackled around him. The pouring rain transformed into a tempestuous dragon, clashing against the blades with a thunderous roar. The blades were dispersed by the overwhelming force of the rain, which continued its relentless advance toward Han Yi, exuding a formidable might. The deluge obscured the vision of the onlookers, and Han Ye's brows furrowed tightly. With a commanding shout, he unleashed a radiant burst of golden light. The golden light enveloped him, countering the torrential dragon's advance. Humph! Tai Rui let out another cold snort, his aura swelling with power. Did I end the sky? The clouds churned, thunder roared, and the rain fell in torrents. The ground had become a river, flowing relentlessly. The entwined raindrops converged like lotus flowers, enveloping Han Yi within. The golden light clashed with the cerulean rain. A battle of wills ensued. Veins bulged on Han Ye's forehead, his expression growing increasingly grim. The golden tome in his hand flickered, on the verge of shattering. Tai Rui unleashed his full strength, his roar echoing through the air. The two forces clashed, neither yielding an inch, until a resounding thud reverberated through the space. Han Ye's golden shield shattered, leaving him drenched in rainwater, retreating a distance of several dozen zhang in a disheveled state. The palace attendants, witnessing the scene, were stricken with terror. Lord Han Han, Chao Jiu opened his mouth, wanting to assist him. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, interposing itself between him and Han Yi. Chao Jiu fell to the ground in fright. Scrambling backward several steps to contend with this great sage, you are still far from it. Tai Rui proclaimed with pride. The surging waters coalesced before him, transforming into two serpentine dragons. He gazed at Han Yi and declared, Little Leong King, do you not wish to surrender and accompany this great sage? As he spoke, the two torrents surged forward like dragons, charging toward Han Yi. Buzz! At that moment, a faint sound of disturbance echoed through the air, causing the rainwater on the ground to ripple. Subsequently, a crimson light emerged, severing the two serpentine forms conjured by the rain. The splashing droplets scattered in all directions, knocking down a century-old ancient tree within the palace. Who dares? Tai Rui's expression darkened. I am the small Liang royal palace. Who else besides a practitioner of the law could possibly have the audacity to confront him? Such ignorance of death. Tai Rui's countenance grew grim as his gaze locked on a Qin Feng. And who might you be? Are you aware of the name of Tai Disheng? Qin Feng lowered his eyelids, his eyes sweeping over the Minghong Tian Dao. I know nothing of this Tai Disheng. All I know is that those who wreak havoc within my palace meet with a dire fate. As he uttered the final word, he abruptly lifted his head, a surge of murderous intent radiating from him. Junwei. Tai Rui's figure trembled as he muttered. So you are the little Leong King. In response, a dominating blade light erupted. The blood-red blade light tore through the heavens, making the very fabric of space quiver. Wherever the blade passed, raindrops shattered, transforming into a mist. Boom! Tai Rui's hands were interwoven with light, condensing the surrounding water vapor into a massive claw to block the Minghong Tiandao. The blade quivered violently, its light flickering uncertainly, akin to a ferocious beast on the verge of breaking free from its restraints. Break! Qin Feng's lips trembled slightly. The claw of condensed water vapor exploded with a thunderous roar, radiating outward in all directions. The residual force of the Minghong Tiandao remained unabated, aiming directly at Tai Rui. That a glimmer of panic flashed in Tai Rui's eyes as a low rumble echoed within him. Humph! A purple, shimmering light erupted from his mouth, colliding with the Minghong Tiandao in midair, producing a piercing clang of metal. Countless palace maids displayed expressions of agony, hurriedly covering their ears. You are a golden core practitioner. Tai Rui exclaimed upon witnessing Qin Feng's adept manipulation of the blade in midair, his surprise palpable. Even within the confines of the Leong Kingdom, a golden core practitioner existed. Tai Rui felt thoroughly deceived by the Chu King. Qin Feng revealed a faint smile. Now that you understand my power, it is not too late. As he spoke, the Minghong Tiandao soared through the air, casting a blood shadow. Qin Feng 19 blades. Kill! The intertwining blade lights wove a colossal blood net in the sky, enveloping Tai Rui. Tai Rui's figure jolted, gritting his teeth. A mere golden core practitioner, this great sage can handle, before his words faded. The purple light before him morphed into a splitting water spear. Torrential rain poured down as Tai Rui harnessed the power of the splitting water spear, charging fiercely into the looming blood net above. The surging flow of light raced past, the blood energy swirling chaotically. Thick mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the view, as it seemed only a clash of purple and red lights occurred in the air. Break! Tai Rui roared in a frenzy, coalescing with the purple light, shattering the restraints of Qin Feng 19 blades. His gaze flickered uncertainly as he suddenly turned in midair, charging towards Qin Feng. The splitting water spear pulsed with a captivating purple glow, exuding an overwhelming aura. Qin Feng retreated gracefully, grasping the Minghong Tiandao in the air. Then, unleashing his golden core strength to its fullest, he swung the blade with fierce resolve, frenzied blood dragon slayer. A colossal explosion echoed, halting Tai Rui's dive, while the protective armor surrounding him shattered under the force. Qin Feng staggered back several paces to stand firm against a golden core practitioner with mere peak foundation establishment strength is truly remarkable. Tai Rui is indeed formidable. Qin Feng's mind raced through thoughts that moment. Tai Rui suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Your blade cannot kill this great sage. You are destined to perish at my hands. As he spoke, he charged towards Qin Feng in a seemingly frenzied state. The splitting water spear transformed once more into a shimmering purple light, enveloping him entirely. Subsequently, he was shrouded by a wave of dark energy. Sweeping in like a tempest, many palace maids, caught off guard, were engulfed by the dark energy, instantly torn to shreds into a mist of blood. Your Majesty, be careful. This fellow's true form is a shattered celestial weapon. The Rui do not confront him directly. At that moment, Princess Chingling rushed in, urgently calling out. However, by the time she cried out, it was already too late, for Qin Feng did not evade the on-rushing Tai Rui. Instead, he swung his blade outward and a tangible blood light erupted, drawing in the ambient spiritual energy, forcefully evaporating the water vapor on the ground. Then, with a resounding roar, the immense palace shook thrice. What Qin Feng did not anticipate was that this strike did not slay Tai Rui. Rather, it forced his true form to emerge. The surrounding dark mist dissipated, revealing a fragment of an ancient, broken Rui. The Rui appeared as iron, yet was not entirely iron, covered in cracks, as if it could shatter with a single blow. It radiated a purple shimmering light, imbuing this broken relic with an inexplicable aura. That moment, a chilling murderous intent flickered across the Rui, followed by Tai Rui's piercing cry. You are no match for this great sage. Perish! The Rui sliced through the heavens, aiming directly for Qin Feng's chest. Your Majesty, beware! Princess Chingling's face drained of color. Qin Feng sensed the impending danger, but there was no time to evade. Chapter 38. The Fall of Hu Country Fate Summoned. Activation initiated, martial skills advanced. In the blink of an eye, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Ding dong. Consuming 5,000 points of fortune, he acquired the advanced technique, the void-splitting Imperial Fist. An advanced technique. In an instant, Qin Feng felt his arms brimming with power, and with a fierce punch, he collided head-on with Tai Rui. His fist glowed with a dark crimson hue, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. Akin to a falling star, boom! Tai Rui was sent flying. Qin Feng stumbled slightly, his balance wavering. How is this possible? Princess Chingling's eyes widened in astonishment. I never imagined Qin Feng's strength would rise so rapidly. Tai Rui, meanwhile, was dazed, his head buzzing, his body racked with unbearable pain, as if it were about to come apart. Because Qin Feng originally possessed golden core strength, combined with the enhancement of an advanced technique. The force of that punch had already surpassed the golden core realm, capable of severely injuring him. Once more, Qin Feng bellowed, launching another attack. Heat subtly flickered upon his fist, and with unwavering determination he struck again. As if tearing through the very fabric of space. Boom! Tai Rui was once more sent hurtling backward, in quick succession. Qin Feng's punches came faster and faster, landing solid blows upon Tai Rui, akin to forging iron, as if he were intent on remolding Tai Rui entirely. Stop! Stop! This great sage concedes. This great sage concedes. Is that not sufficient? Tai Rui cried out in desperation, hastily seeking mercy. Bang! Qin Feng delivered another punch, nearly shattering the purple light enveloping Tai Rui. With a clang, Tai Rui crashed to the ground. With such strength, you dare to wreak havoc in my great Liang royal palace. Qin Feng's lips curled upward. Tai Rui lay on the ground, bruised and battered, groaning in pain. His gaze towards Qin Feng filled with an inexplicable. He could never have imagined that the seemingly insignificant Leong Kingdom concealed such immense power, causing him, a future great sage of the Tong, to suffer a grave setback. Simultaneously, he silently harbored resentment towards the Hu King. The Hu King behind this? Qin Feng inquired sharply. Not at all. Not at all. It was that scoundrel Hu King who misled this great sage, causing me to be bewitched into causing you trouble. Tai Rui hastily deflected blame onto the Hu King. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity to atone for your sins. Qin Feng spoke languidly. Absolutely, absolutely. Tai Rui hurriedly agreed. In the palace of Hu Country, the Hu King and his ministers prepared a banquet. Eagerly awaiting Tai Rui's triumphant return, my dear minister, do you truly believe that Tai Desheng can subdue the little Leong King? The Hu King asked hesitantly. The courtier's expression changed, and he quickly glanced around, whispering, Your Majesty, do not speak carelessly. If Tai Desheng hears, we shall be in grave trouble. Indeed, this Tai Desheng possesses extraordinary power, having risen to become the ruler of 300,000 demon clans in the Tong within just a few decades. Another minister eagerly concurred. Moreover, I have heard that this Tai Desheng is a manifestation of a celestial weapon, and it is only a matter of time before he reaches the Golden Core realm. In less than a century, he may indeed rival the great sage of the Tong. Upon hearing this, the Hu King felt much more reassured and inquired. So, does this mean that the Leong Kingdom is facing imminent disaster? Not merely disaster. It is a calamity of catastrophic proportions, the courtier replied urgently. Indeed, Your Majesty, rest assured that with Tai Desheng's intervention, the little Leong King is doomed. The ministers chimed in unison. The Hu King secretly sighed in relief, nodding. That is good, that is good. Although he still felt pangs of regret for his treasury and worried about Hu Country's development over the next decade, the thought of Qin Feng being pummeled by Tai Desheng alleviated much of his frustration. At that moment, a palace maid rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, Your Majesty, Tai Desheng has returned. Returned? The Hu King sprang to his feet, filled with joy, asking, Where is he? Invite him in at once. No, I shall go to welcome him personally. The Hu King quickly decided and made his way toward the entrance. Not far into his journey, he collided with the furious visage of Tai Rui. Greetings, Tai Desheng. A throng of court officials hastily prostrated themselves. while King Hu's face beamed with joy as he proclaimed, "The great sage Tai has returned victorious. This is truly splendid. I have long prepared a banquet in honor of the great sage's arrival." He bowed respectfully, his mind still preoccupied with inquiries concerning the matters of the Leong Kingdom. "Humph. Here I am, risking my life outside, while you revel in indulgence here." Tai Rui seethed with fury, seizing King Hu by the collar. His eyes ablaze as he roared, "What does this mean, Zhao Buchan?" Zhao Buchan's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily rose and asked, "Great sage Tai, what is the meaning of this?" Silence. Tai Rui shot him a cold glance, causing Zhao Buchan to stagger back several paces, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. King Hu, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembled and asked, "Might I inquire how I have offended the great sage? Please enlighten me. Are you aware that the little king of Leong is not to be trifled with?" Tai Rui demanded, "I am aware." King Hu replied with great difficulty, "If it were not for the troublesome Qin Feng, I would not have expended such resources to invite you, great sage. Then why did you not inform me in advance? Did you wish to witness my disgrace?" Tai Rui's voice was sharp and accusatory. "What?" The court officials turned pale, realizing from his tone that the great sage had not fared well in the Leong Kingdom. "Humph." Tai Rui forcefully slammed King Hu to the ground, rebuking, "A bunch of scoundrels. Attempting to frame me maliciously. Today, I shall make you regret it." Suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously above the palace of Hu, followed by torrential rain. Soon, wails of despair echoed throughout that on the following day, the Leong Kingdom dispatched an army of 30,000. Their swords directed at Hu. Simultaneously, news of King Hu's demise spread throughout the capital. As a result, wherever the Leong army marched, the cities of Hu surrendered in fear. Furthermore, the Chu Kingdom provided assistance, joining in the division of Hu. The naval forces of Lung Wuyo seized the opportunity to disseminate rumors among the populace. King Hu's tyrannical rule warranted his demise, while the king of Liang's unification of Yunling Prefecture was destined to occur. King Hu's numerous transgressions and collusion with monstrous beasts brought calamity to humanity. The king of Leong represented the rightful cause of humankind, punishing the unjust and eradicating tyranny. This aligned with the will of heaven. Amidst the relentless promotion by tens of thousands of naval forces, the animosity of the Hu people towards the Leong army diminished significantly. Moreover, Pan Zhongfeng's disciplined military conduct showcased the grace of the Leong. In the brief span of just a few months, the Hu Kingdom fell. The territory of the Leong expanded from 3 prefectures and 6 cities to 9 prefectures and 16 cities, replacing Hu to become the largest vassal state in Yunling Prefecture. Within Qin Feng's destiny summoning system, his luck points surged to 80,000, and his personal reputation soared past the 500 mark. On this day, the king of Su dispatched envoys to the capital of Leong, presenting a national decree. The decree stated, "The king of Leong aligns with the will of heaven, possessing 25 cities and governing countless subjects. The unification of Yunling Prefecture is imminent. Today, I, the king of Su, strongly recommend the elevation of Leong to a 4th-tier vassal state." A 4th-tier vassal state. Qin Feng gazed at the decree, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he inquired of Han Yi. "What does this 4th-tier vassal state signify?" Chapter 39. Summoning the Master of Diverse Knowledge. Xinhuan Shan. "Your Majesty," Han Yi began, "since the dawn of the Continental Era, the royal court has been divided into 9 tiers of vassal states. 4 imperial dynasties and 2 polar empires. The promotion of a vassal state within the 9 tiers requires the appointment of the respective dynasty. Those vassal states appointed by the dynasty enjoy its fortune, benefiting both the monarch and the people." Han Yi pondered briefly before bowing respectfully and continuing, "The dynasty's fortune." Qin Feng contemplated for a moment before asking, "Which dynasty governs Yunling Prefecture?" "The Southern Zhou dynasty." Han Yi replied, "The Southern Zhou dynasty has been established for over 9,600 years, possessing numerous ancient grand cities. Additionally, many cultivation sects from the southern regions are stationed within the Southern Zhou dynasty." "What conditions must be met to ascend to a 4th-tier vassal state? Control over a prefecture." Qin Feng nodded, stating, "Then let us expedite our promotion. We must find a reliable individual to head to the Southern Zhou dynasty." He glanced at Han Yi, acknowledging that with Liang's territory having expanded several-fold, Han Yi was needed to stabilize the situation and could not be spared. Others lacked Han Ye's capabilities and would likely delay matters. Very well, I shall summon another. Qin Feng mused, silently invoking, destiny summoning activated strategist. In the next instant, a radiant light enveloped him, as if celestial melodies reverberated in the air. Ding dong. 5,000 luck points expended, summoning the master of diverse knowledge. Shen Wanshan. Before the echoes of the summons had faded, Chao Jiu hurried in, announcing, Your Majesty, there is someone outside seeking an audience. He claims to be Shen Wanshan, having won the lottery jackpot this month, and wishes to present it to Your Majesty. Presenting a lottery ticket. Han Yi frowned, expressing his discontent. Nonsense. What status does Your Majesty hold that a commoner can simply request an audience? Moreover, he was currently discussing the vital matter of ascending to a fourth-tier vassal state with Qin Feng. Qin Feng waved his hand, saying, No matter, allow him to enter. That moment. A rotund man clad in voluminous robes, his sleeves flapping, entered. His eyes were small, darting around as he glanced at Han Yi, then turned to Qin Feng with a grin before bowing. Commoner Shen Wanshan greets Your Majesty. May Your Majesty enjoy eternal peace. I hear you come bearing a lottery ticket. Qin Feng inquired. Indeed, Your Majesty, Shen Wanshan replied cheerfully. Umph. Does this king truly lack for such trifles as a lottery ticket? Qin Feng's tone shifted abruptly, growing cold as he continued. Do you realize how much time you have wasted? The fortune I could have earned in return is immeasurable. Han Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking, so His Majesty intends to assert his authority, that he nodded inwardly. For in the eyes of the legalists, royal power is paramount and must not be infringed upon. However, Shen Wanshan remained unperturbed, stating, Your Majesty, what you see as a mere lottery ticket may be worth 200,000 taels of silver. Yet in my eyes, it could be worth 2 million taels or even 20 million taels, and perhaps even an opportunity for promotion to a higher vassal state. Oh! Qin Feng's lips curled slightly. Truly, he was well suited to be summoned by the system, exhibiting a unique approach to matters. Clearly, Shen Wanshan possessed a flamboyant character, perfectly aligned with his identity as a master of diverse knowledge. While the masters of diverse knowledge may not hold a significant role among the myriad schools of thought, they embody a philosophy of learning without discrimination, engaging in various fields of study and honing practical skills. Pray tell, how do you intend to assist me in achieving the promotion to a vassal state? Qin Feng inquired. In this world, all are driven by profit. The clamor is for gain, that if there is sufficient silver, what is there to fear in obtaining what one desires? Shen Wanshan grinned confidently. Nonsense. Han Ye's expression darkened, clearly disapproving of Shen Wanshan's perspective that if we rule the people through profit, encouraging them to pursue gain, who would then regard the law and order? Qin Feng remained silent, gesturing for Shen Wanshan to continue. This gentleman must be Lord Han Yi, Shen Wanshan said, clasping his hands respectfully. I have long heard of your advocacy for governing the nation through law, ensuring the well-being of the populace and restoring stability to Leong. However, abundance breeds etiquette, and sufficient provisions teach honor and disgrace. Once Leong thrives, and the people recognize and uphold the law, what does Lord Han intend to do? Would it suffice for Leong alone to prosper while the world remains in disarray? Han Ye's brows furrowed tightly as he retorted coldly, At present, Leong has yet to achieve abundance or security. Is it not premature to consider other matters? Not at all. Shen Wanshan shook his head. People live for fame and profit. That to seek fame is to earn respect from emperors and honor from parents. Thus, fulfilling propriety, that to pursue profit is to circulate resources among nations, broaden the boundaries of the intangible, and promote advanced culture. That is righteousness, a load of nonsense. Han Yi dismissed the merchant's views with a fierce reprimand, but Shen Wanshan remained unfazed. Qin Feng chuckled, saying, You previously asked how I might enrich the people. Now I can offer you an answer. Through profit. Only by showcasing tangible benefits can we galvanize the populace, achieving twice the results with half the effort. Han Ye's brow furrowed once more, while Shen Wanshan smiled broadly. However, before the pursuit of profit, the law must reign supreme. Qin Feng shifted his stance, asserting that by driving the people with profit and governing them with law, a lasting peace could be achieved. Han Ye's expression softened slightly, while the smile on Shen Wanshan's face grew somewhat stiff. Shen Wanshan, since you possess the eloquence and believe that with this 200,000 taels of silver, You can secure a promotion to a higher vassal state. Then I shall entrust this matter to you, Qin Feng declared, his gaze fixed on Shun Wanshan. Your Majesty, how can this be possible? Han Yi cautioned. Yet, Shun Wanshan stepped forward, declaring confidently, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not fail in my duty. Within 3 months, I will present you with the title of a higher vassal state. With that, he bowed and withdrew. Han Yi watched Shun Wanshan's departing figure, his expression darkening. Qin Feng pondered briefly before rising and heading toward the rear hall. Did I end the rear hall? The Shadow Guardians have been waiting for some time. Your Majesty, one reported, the disciples of the Water Palace, led by Lord Leng Wuyo, have successfully infiltrated the various nations of Yunling Prefecture, that we believe that soon, Yunling Prefecture will fall entirely under Your Majesty's grasp. In the shadowy presence of the Phantom Guards, Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Ever since the fall of the Chu Kingdom, he had effectively become the undisputed ruler of Yunling Prefecture. However, to further solidify his dominion and avert potential insurrections during future expansions, Qin Feng resolved to take additional measures to seize control over the public discourse in Yunling, thereby fostering a sense of cultural identity among its populace. Such cultural cohesion could not be forged overnight, necessitating an extensive naval force akin to that of the Water Palace for effective promotion. By the way, what news do we have regarding the calamity caused by the Kuelong in Tongnan County? Qin Feng inquired. Just months prior, a Kuelong had emerged in Hu territory, claiming dominion and rallying a throng of monstrous beings to harass the innocent citizens of Hu. Qin Feng's Leong Kingdom had only just conquered Hu territory. It was crucial to win the hearts of the people. Naturally, he would not allow the demons to wreak havoc, hence he dispatched Wei Yan to eliminate the Kuelong. Yet, 4 or 5 days had elapsed without any word from Tongnan County. The Phantom Guards furrowed their brows and suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, We beseech Your Majesty to mete out punishment. Chapter 40. One strike, the Kuelong retreats. What is the matter? Qin Feng questioned, his brow furrowing. Your Majesty, the Kuelong is of considerable stature and possesses the backing of a powerful faction, that we are no match for them, and Lord Wei Yan has been captured. They demand that Your Majesty personally go to Tongnan County to beg for forgiveness before they will release him. The Phantom Guards bowed low, their heads pressed to the ground. Beg for forgiveness? Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he pondered. Have you ascertained the identity of those formidable individuals behind them? They are from the Shadow Palace. The Phantom Guards murmured. The Shadow Palace? Qin Feng's thoughts raced. That wasn't that the same sect as Princess Chingling. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, Summon the princess. I shall accompany you to meet them. Understood. The Phantom Guards bowed and departed. People from the Shadow Palace? Upon learning the details, Princess Chingling frowned, a hint of unease flashing in her captivating eyes. What troubles you, princess? Qin Feng inquired. Your Majesty, I fear they may be targeting me. Princess Chingling replied softly. Regardless of their intentions, they dare not disturb my Leong Kingdom's territory. Whether dragon or tiger, they must remain subdued, Qin Feng declared, noticing the princess's troubled countenance and refraining from probing further. The journey from Leong capital to Hu territory took 2 days. Along the way, Qin Feng observed numerous refugees dragging their families towards Leong, while countless others lay starving by the roadside. The devastation wrought by the beasts is but divine retribution upon the vile Chu King. Alas for my dear child, merely 6 years old, lamented many, voicing their grievances over the Chu King's sins. Let us head to Leong, where everything shall be well again, they said, gazing towards Leong with a glimmer of hope in their despondent eyes. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng sighed inwardly that he ordered his guards to hasten their pace, for every day spent addressing the Kuelong's havoc would lessen the number of displaced souls. Tongnan County, once a major stronghold of Hu territory with a population exceeding 10 million, had now devolved into a lair for the beasts. The city was shrouded in ominous darkness, clouds obscuring the sun for hundreds of miles. Outside the city, numerous monsters forced the populace into servitude, meting out brutal punishment for the slightest disobedience, with some even resorting to cannibalism, a horrifying sight. Corpses littered the fields, and rivers flowed red with blood, painting a nightmarish tableau. Your Majesty, ahead lies Tongnan County. This place is overrun with beasts. It would be prudent for you to adopt a guise to avoid unnecessary trouble. One of the Phantom Guards knelt before the carriage, offering counsel. Not at all, Qin Feng replied coldly upon witnessing the carnage done on my Liang soil. Why should I resort to subterfuge when dealing with a horde of demons? He commanded the carriage to proceed directly towards Tongnan County. Outside the city, many beasts, upon seeing the 6 fiery steeds pulling the carriage, gathered like a blazing inferno, exuding an air of nobility. Who approaches? The beasts howled in confusion. The king of Leong is here. Demons, submit or face obliteration. The guards proclaimed, swords drawn and poised. King of Leong. Who is that? The monsters whispered among themselves, their chatter rife with uncertainty. Who cares who he is? That carriage looks splendid. I shall take it, roared a stocky bear demon, charging towards Qin Feng's carriage with thunderous steps. How audacious! The phantom guards swiftly brandished their weapons, aiming directly at the bear demon. With a swift motion, blood erupted from the bear, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. The remaining beasts, witnessing this, immediately retreated in terror, chaos ensuing among them. You dare slay the bear guardian? The great king will not let you off lightly. They shouted, scrambling to safety, their voices echoing in panic. Who dares to act recklessly upon the territory of King Kuelong? A piercing voice rang out, and the crowd of beasts parted to reveal a group of humanoid demons clad in human attire. The leader, standing 6 meters tall and possessing a single leg, emanated a nauseating stench of blood. Behind him, others carried ceremonial instruments, beating drums in a grotesque display. This must be the Kuelong, Qin Feng thought, his gaze sharpening. Your Majesty, the King of Leong is present. One of the guards shouted. Kuelong's eyes bulged in fury as he glared at the guard, who immediately turned pale, collapsing in fear, seemingly dead from fright. Silence, Kuelong scoffed, his voice like thunder, resonating in the ears of all present. You are the little king of Leong. He fixed his gaze upon Qin Feng's carriage, demanding, why do you not kneel before this king? Kneel before you? On what grounds? At that moment, the phantom guards parted the carriage curtains, and Qin Feng stepped forth, his gaze unwavering as he met Kuelong's glare. Even surrounded by the monstrous throng, he maintained his composure, exuding the authority of a sovereign, causing many demons to tremble within. Kuelong's eyes flared with rage as he proclaimed, this is my territory. Before he could finish, he raised his massive hand to strike at Qin Feng, only to be halted by a flash of golden light. You are no match for my lord. Let your subordinates step forth. A clear voice chimed from behind Qin Feng. That it was Princess Chingling, her ethereal presence captivating the demons, who regarded her with awe. Who is she? Could she be a celestial being? The whispers spread among the demons. That is this what a celestial being looks like? Ah, she gazed at me. A cacophony ensued among the demons. Silence, Kuelong bellowed, restoring tranquility. He glared at Princess Chingling, growling, I command Tongnan County through sheer might. I require no backing. Before he could finish, Princess Chingling's hands glimmered with magical light, and a response of shimmering energy emanated from Kuelong, binding demon rope. Qin Feng recognized the source of the glow, a smirk playing on his lips. That this Kuelong has also been subdued by someone. You seek your doom. Kuelong's face contorted with unease as he ascended into the air, aiming a savage stomp at Qin Feng's carriage. The ground trembled under the immense pressure, threatening to collapse. Protect the princess. Qin Feng's voice remained calm as he slowly lifted his head. Soaring into the sky-splitting royal fist, he unleashed a powerful strike, akin to a meteor streaking across the heavens, colliding with Kuelong's assault. A tremendous explosion resounded as Kuelong was sent soaring into the heavens. The surrounding demons gasped in disbelief, their expressions fraught with fear. Moments later, Kuelong plummeted back to the earth, crashing among his kin, crushing many unfortunate souls into pulp. With one blow, Qin Feng had severely injured Kuelong. The surrounding demons were taken aback, their eyes wide with terror. Now, may I request that your subordinates come forth to meet this king? Qin Feng regarded Kuelong with a cold gaze. Before Kuelong could respond, applause erupted from within Tongnan County, accompanied by a hearty laugh. How amusing! As expected of one favored by Chingling, you indeed possess some merit. Chapter 41. The Celestial Talent of the Shadow Palace. Lu Sun. Qin Feng turned his attention towards the source of the voice, observing 4 or 5 figures advancing together. Princess Chingling, seemingly reluctant to confront the newcomers, positioned herself behind Qin Feng. The leading figure was tall and elegantly attired, his dragon and phoenix eyes radiating a captivating light that instilled a profound sense of inferiority in those who met his gaze. Chingling, what is the meaning of this? Are you intentionally avoiding me? If I have erred in any way, simply tell me, and I shall amend my ways. Why must we reach this impasse? The man's tone was gentle, tinged with sorrow. Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly. That I asked this fellow up to no good. Princess Chingling raised her head, her displeasure evident as she retorted, Lu Sun, cease your nonsense. There has never been anything between us. Should you continue to harass me in front of my husband, I shall ensure you regret it. As she spoke, her brows furrowed and her gaze sharpened, exuding a powerful aura directed towards Lu Sun. Lu Sun quickly raised his hands in mock submission, feigning a conciliatory tone. Very well, very well. You remain as resolute as ever. What purpose does this serve? I heard that your brother was abducted by a horde of petty nations, which is why I came to offer my assistance. Why do you push me away so? From beginning to end, he did not cast a glance at Qin Feng, his gaze fixated on Princess Chingling. Silence. Princess Chingling's delicate brows arched and a faint luminescence flickered in her hand. Suddenly, Qin Feng grasped Princess Chingling's small hand and said, Do not be upset, Your Highness. The most effective way to deal with this persistent nuisance is to give him a good lesson, making him understand what it means to be untouchable. Princess Chingling looked at Qin Feng, her face filled with regret, saying, I have caused trouble for the king, Daha. Your Highness possesses an ethereal beauty. It would be abnormal if a few unseeing flies did not seek trouble. Qin Feng replied with a slight smirk, drawing Princess Chingling into his embrace. Rest assured, with me here, no one dares to harm you. His calm gaze swept over Lu Sun and the others. Princess Chingling nodded gently, her charming face flushing with a rosy hue that a flicker of intense jealousy flashed in Lu Sun's eyes. The woman he had pursued for 3 years was nestled in another's arms, and that very person dared to showcase their affection before him. How outrageous. Who are you, brat? Lu Sun glared at Qin Feng, exuding an air of wanting to devour him whole. And who might you be? Qin Feng's eyelids fluttered, shifting the conversation. However, I do not need to know what sort you are. Associating with demonic beasts and wreaking havoc upon our human race. What good could you possibly be? Lu Sun's face flushed crimson. Princess Chingling covered her face and chuckled softly, whispering in Qin Feng's ear. Your Majesty, this person is Lu Sun, the direct disciple of Elder Lu from the Shadow Palace, and also a member of the royal family of the Chu Kingdom in Jiangling Prefecture. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to make an enemy of him. The faint fragrance enveloped Qin Feng, stirring his heart, that he could not resist lowering his head to place a gentle kiss on Princess Chingling's forehead. In that instant, Lu Sun's fury ignited. He had been mocked, and now the woman he loved was being affectionate with another. How could this be tolerated? His eyes turned crimson as he glared at Qin Feng. Gritting his teeth, You little beast, you seek death. As he spoke, the ground trembled lightly, countless cracks spreading forth. Suddenly, beams of azure light shot out, swirling like frenzied azure serpents, lunging towards Qin Feng. Princess, step back. Qin Feng released Princess Chingling, shielding her behind him. With bloodlight flickering in his hand, the Minghong heavenly blade resonated violently, radiating dazzling crimson light. Kill! The blade's light tore through the space, striking at the azure serpents surrounding them. Hiss! The azure serpents struggled fiercely, entangling the blade's light. Dancing serpent! Lu Sun growled fiercely. The azure serpents danced in response to Qin Feng's blade light, their hissing tongues filling the air, sending shivers down the spines of those present. The guards of Leong Kingdom retreated in fear. That moment, Princess Chingling's voice came from behind Qin Feng. Your Majesty, among these dancing serpents, there is a king serpent that if we kill the king serpent, we can break this technique. Otherwise, as long as the king serpent lives, the azure serpents will not perish. King serpent. Qin Feng's thoughts stirred, and his gaze scanned the chaotic dance of azure serpents, a subtle intuition brewing within him, a sensation akin to the instincts of a golden core stage cultivator. Frenzied blood dragon / kill. The bloodlight on the Minghong heavenly blade surged to 30 zhang long, emitting a scorching wave of energy that swept in all directions, where the blade light passed. The azure serpents erupted in explosions. Annihilate! In an instant, a blade descended from the heavens, embedding itself into the ground. With a resounding bang, the earth trembled, collapsing over several zhang in radius. Immediately, a pool of greenish blood energy seeped from the earth, and the azure serpents, with their gaping blood mouths, disintegrated one after another. What? Lu Xun staggered back several steps, his face filled with unwillingness. He shot a fierce glare at Princess Chingling, growling, "You shameless woman! We were classmates for 3 years. Why do you assist an outsider in breaking my technique? Lu Xun, have you not yet realized who the true outsider is?" Princess Chingling replied coldly, "We were once classmates, and if you promise not." Lu Xun beheld his 2 capable aides fall, his complexion paling, his body trembling uncontrollably. Terror etched upon his face. He gazed at Qin Feng and cried out in anguish, You have actually slain Xiao Wen and Dewu. I shall ensure your demise." Lu Xun, resembling a madman, unleashed a tumultuous aura. Recklessly lunging at Qin Feng, 2 colossal butterflies danced gracefully, unleashing a tempestuous gale as they soared through the air, their wings emanating a chilling glimmer that instilled dread in the hearts of onlookers. "Kill!" Qin Feng smirked slightly, showing no concern whatsoever. With a swift motion, the Minghong Tiandao swept forth, and the Yu Feng Shi Jiu Dao unfolded, weaving a vast net of verdant blade light in the air, ensnaring the 2 butterflies. The blade net descended from above, mercilessly shredding the butterflies to pieces. The momentum of the blade remained unabated, propelling Lu Xun away with tremendous force. Bang! Lu Xun crashed heavily into the city of Tongnan. The surrounding formidable demons and lesser creatures scattered in terror. "Your Majesty." Princess Chingling revealed a look of joy as she hurried to Qin Feng's side, exclaiming, "Are you unharmed?" Qin Feng smiled faintly, brushing aside her disheveled hair, and assured her, "Do not worry, my princess. I have promised to protect you. How could I come to harm?" Princess Chingling nodded vigorously. Nearby, the remaining 2 disciples of the Shadow Palace rushed to Lu Xun, helping him to his feet as they anxiously inquired, "Young master, how do you fare? Get away!" Lu Xun, in a fit of rage, shoved them aside and bellowed hysterically, "How could I possibly be harmed? I am a distinguished prodigy of the Shadow Palace, a member of the royal family of the Chu Kingdom in Jiangling Prefecture, with an illustrious lineage and immense backing. How could I be defeated by a mere petty lord from a backwater region?" Struggling to rise, he fixed a fierce glare upon Qin Feng. Witnessing the tender exchange before him ignited an insatiable fury within him. "You all shall perish." In his hand appeared a flickering blood-red light, coalescing into a spirit orb the size of a fist. "Kuei-Nyo, devour." The spirit orb soared toward Kuei-Nyo. Princess Chingling's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "No, Your Majesty, do not let Kuei-Nyo consume that spirit orb. It is the blood fury orb." Qin Feng's eyelids twitched as he changed his stance, slicing toward the orb. However, Kuei-Nyo's speed exceeded his expectations. It stomped the ground, unleashing a terrifying force that propelled it toward the spirit orb like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, Lu Xun's eyes glowed crimson as he glared at Qin Feng, growling, "If you wish to thwart my designs, think again." With a surge of energy, he obstructed Qin Feng's blade light. Qin Feng's expression darkened. The power of the golden core erupted, forcing his way through Lu Xun's defense and aiming for the spirit orb. Yet he was still a fraction too late, and the orb was consumed by Kuei-Nyo. "Ha!" Lu Xun, weakened, collapsed to the ground, laughing maliciously. "It is over. It is over. The entirety of Yunling Prefecture shall be doomed. Ha ha or." In that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like a clap of thunder, shaking the very heavens. The form of Kuei-Nyo surged dramatically, towering over 100 feet, as if it could crush Tongnan City with a single step. Its fur whipped wildly, shimmering with a black-red hue. Roar. Another deafening roar resounded, claiming the lives of numerous beasts on the spot. In an instant, it widened its maw, creating a massive vortex that siphoned spiritual energy from all directions, ensnaring both demons and Leong Kingdom guards alike, drawing them into its gaping mouth. What? Qin Feng felt the immense gravitational pull and quickly embraced Princess Chingling. Channeling the power of the golden core, he countered Kuei-Nyo's pull. Princess Chingling's face contorted in pain, a hint of despair crossing her features. "Your Majesty, Kuei-Nyo has consumed the blood fury orb. Its primal bloodline has been awakened." You must flee and do not concern yourself with me. Chapter 43, Primal Bloodline. Kuei, a beast empowered by the primal bloodline. Qin Feng's gaze turned steely as he gently held Princess Chingling, reassuring her, "Do not fear, my princess. With me here, you shall undoubtedly be safe." Roar! As Kuei roared once more. The sound reverberated like a war drum, causing the earth to tremble. Countless fissures spread from beneath its feet, threatening to topple the massive walls of Tong City. Within the city, countless humans and demons fled in panic, their wails and screams filling Qin Feng's ears, while the fissures continued to spread. Many, caught in the chaos, plummeted into the abyss, vanishing without a trace that on my territory, I shall not allow you to run rampant. Qin Feng's eyes glinted with cold determination as he soared into the sky. Gripping the Minghong Tian Dao, he descended fiercely, aiming a strike at Kuei-Nyo's head. Kuei-Nyo, in a state of frenzy, summoned a terrifying wave of force, whipping up a storm of sand and stone, and managed to block Qin Feng's strike. Bang! The explosive backlash sent Qin Feng hurtling through the air. What immense power! Qin Feng was inwardly astonished. Roar! Kuei-Nyo unleashed another thunderous roar, leaping into the sky, its massive foot descending like a heavenly pillar aimed at Qin Feng. The very space around seemed to collapse under its weight, creating immense chasms in the ground, from which torrents of water surged forth. Qin Feng, every muscle taut, unleashed the Yu Feng Shijiu Dao, the blue blade light intertwining and forming a net, targeting Kuei-Nyo's descending foot. However, to his surprise, the blade net was torn apart by Kuei-Nyu. An indescribable pressure bore down upon him, forcing him from the air. Gah! Qin Feng's blood surged within him. A mouthful of reverse blood spewed forth as he staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Your Majesty, be cautious," Princess Chingling cried out, her hands glowing with golden light, coalescing into a magnificent golden eagle. The golden eagle let out a piercing cry, diving toward Kuei-Nyo. Roar! Kuei-Nyo responded with a deafening roar, the sound waves sweeping through the air, instantly shredding the golden eagle to pieces. The residual force sent Princess Chingling flying. She crashed heavily to the ground. Princess Chingling struggled to voice a reminder. Before her words could fully escape, the rain above the head of the Kuei-Nyo descended like a barrage of lethal swords, striking toward Qin Feng with such swiftness that he had no time to react. With a piercing sound, the rain pierced through Qin Feng's chest, erupting in a spray of crimson. His body was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. "Your Majesty," Princess Chingling hurriedly ran to Qin Feng's side, her garments soaked by the relentless rain. She cradled him in her arms, tears mingling with the rain as they streamed down her cheeks. "Ha ha, cough cough," Lu Sun laughed maniacally, the laughter tearing at his wounds, causing him to cough incessantly. That he laboriously rose to his feet and approached Qin Feng, proclaiming with arrogance, "This young master has declared that I will ensure your demise is most tragic." As he spoke, the colossal figure of the Kuei-Nyo loomed behind him. "However, Chingling, I can offer you a chance. Come into my embrace that if you can amuse me, perhaps this fellow's life might be spared." A fierce glint of vengeance flashed in Lu Sun's eyes. Princess Chingling's gaze hardened with defiance as she clenched her teeth, declaring, "You are delusional." "Delusional?" Lu Sun sneered, his voice turning sharp. "Very well, then I shall show you how this ant meets its end, piece by piece." With a thunderous roar, the Kuei-Nyo bellowed once more, sending shockwaves that caused Qin Feng's blood. Elder Wei Yan of the Shadow Palace thundered in anger. "Indeed, if you fail to provide the state of Chu with an explanation today, prepare for a confrontation." The Chu King's envoy Lu Yi also wore an expression of deep fury as he spoke menacingly. The courtiers of the Leong Kingdom fell silent, their voices stifled. At that moment, Han Yi entered, and the assembly looked at him with a sense of desperation, as if he were a lifeline. "Where is the little Leong King?" Wei Yan demanded. Han Yi glanced at him calmly and replied, "The king is currently preoccupied with matters of state and cannot present himself. That if there are grievances between the Shadow Palace and the state of Chu, you may address them with me first." "You?" Lu Yi scoffed derisively, looking down upon Han Yi as he ominously inquired, "What is your status that you presume to act on behalf of the little Leong King?" "Whether I can act in that capacity depends on what you have to say," Han Yi replied, lifting his head, unyielding yet composed. Very well. Wei Yan retorted coldly, his voice echoing with fury. An eye for an eye, a debt must be repaid. This is the natural order of things. Since the little Leong King has slain a prodigious disciple of my shadow palace, then a life must be exchanged for a life. What? The courtiers of Leong erupted into murmurs of dissent, their faces revealing their discontent. Utter nonsense. Han Yi fixed Wei Yan with a piercing gaze and asserted firmly, Lu Sun came to our Leong to create chaos, causing untold suffering and ruin among the common folk. If we are to speak of life for life, he deserves to die 1,000 times over. This declaration straightened the backs of the Leong courtiers. Indeed, in this matter, Leong has done no wrong. If there is any fault, it is that Leong lacks the strength to deter the Shadow Palace and the state of Chu from their audacity. The reason we are here today to discuss this matter is merely to transform conflict into harmony and to jointly uphold stability in the southern region. However, if you are unwilling, then we shall take our leave. Han Yi slightly turned aside, gesturing for Wei Yan and Lu Yi to depart. At that moment, Lu Yi let out a hollow laugh and said, "Ha! A mere Leong Kingdom harbors hidden talents. A lowly official dares to speak of maintaining stability in the southern region. It is truly laughable." His disdainful gaze swept over the Leong courtiers before settling on Han Yi. "Ah, since you are so eager to uphold stability, I shall grant you an opportunity. From this day forth, the Leong Kingdom shall cede 16 cities as reparations for the death of my esteemed Lu Sun. Furthermore, Leong must disband its army and refrain from any external expansion." What? Whispers of shock rippled through the assembly, ceding land, disbanding the army. This was tantamount to surrendering years of effort and crippling their future. Moreover, it would allow the state of Chu to meddle in Yunling Prefecture without hesitation. How could the people of Yunling accept this? How could the courtiers who labored for Liang's rise accept such terms? It was utterly impossible. An elder stepped forward, resolutely declaring, "In our Leong, we will not yield an inch of land." "Do you presume to speak here?" Louis coldly glared at the elder, an oppressive aura emanating from him. The elder staggered back, blood seeping from his lips. The disparity in strength was evident. Among the Leong courtiers present, save for Han Yi, none possessed the foundational strength to withstand Lu Yi's deliberate pressure, leading the elder to falter and suffer a heavy loss. "This is Leong territory. Do not overstep your bounds." Han Ye's face flushed, and he bellowed, "Leong?" Wei Yan sneered coldly, gazing down at him. "Your Leong has only risen for a few years and already dares to be so arrogant. Umph. Today, I shall show you what it means to have someone beyond you and a sky above the sky." As he spoke, he seized a Leong official by the collar and lifted him effortlessly. Bang! In the next moment, he hurled the official out, causing a scream as bones shattered. What? The faces of the entire court paled. In broad daylight, an elder from the Shadow Palace had the audacity to kill within the Leong court? Outside the hall, a throng of guards rushed in. "What? Do you wish to fight this elder?" Wei Yan glared angrily at the guards. Many of them, intimidated by his presence, instinctively took a step back. "Trash!" Wei Yan expressed his disdain, turning his cold gaze back to Han Yi. "I did not come here to haggle with you. Either have your little Leong King come out, or I shall slaughter every last one of you." In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became suffocating. "I end the land of Leong. Outsiders shall not run rampant. Otherwise, it will be a fight to the death." Han Yi defiantly met Wei Yan's gaze, enunciating each word. Overestimating oneself. Wei Yan suddenly raised his hand, unleashing his spiritual energy that surged toward Han Yi. Han Yi summoned a golden ledger, countless characters swirling to form a barrier before him. "Foundational seventh realm?" Wei Yan scoffed, deridingly stating, "With such meager strength, you dare to contend with this elder. You are far from capable." As he spoke, he took a step forward, his golden core strength overwhelming Han Yi, forcing him back outside the hall. Ugh! Han Yi, a practitioner of legalism rather than combat, found himself at a disadvantage due to the vast difference in power. He coughed up blood, his form staggering. The courtiers and guards inside and outside the palace were taken aback. Lord Han! Lord Han!" They rushed forward to support him. "This elder will see who dares to move," Wei Yan proclaimed proudly. With a casual gesture, he captured a guard who had rushed to Han Ye's side. Suspending him in midair, moments later, he slammed the guard several hundred feet away, leaving his fate uncertain at that moment. The people of Leong dared not stir. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable, an unprecedented sense of confinement enveloping the hearts of the Leong people. Lu Yi, however, smiled, his contempt growing more pronounced. A mere Leong Kingdom has unwittingly spread its influence across Yunling Prefecture, becoming its uncrowned sovereign. This has undoubtedly threatened the status of the state of Chu, and it must not be allowed to persist. The reason Wei Xionggang is so ruthless is merely to intimidate the Leong people and carve out a share from the newly risen Leong Kingdom. Just then, someone approached gracefully from outside the hall. Chapter 46. In Leong Kingdom, my word is law. What has transpired? Princess Chingling entered the hall, her tone serene. The Leong courtiers bowed deeply to her. We greet the princess. We pay our respects to the princess. Princess Chingling nodded gently. You may rise. Chingling. Wei Xiongang's brow furrowed, revealing his surprise as he asked, why are you not returning to the sect to cultivate diligently? What brings you to linger here? No. How did you become the princess of Leong? It was evident that he was displeased with Qingling's status as Liang's princess. Elder Wei has also arrived. Princess Chingling acknowledged with a slight nod that why staying in Leong is Qingling's choice. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the royal capital? I come regarding Lu Sun. Wei Xionggang stated flatly that he suddenly comprehended why Lu Sun had come to Leong, presumably for Qingling. Demonic girl. In that instant, Wei Xiongang's expression toward Qingling soured. Qingling, you and Sun are our classmates. You should know his temperament. Though he is young and impetuous, he would never indiscriminately spill innocent blood. Princess Chingling shook her head, asserting, are you aware if Elder Wei visited Tongnan County before coming here? In the vast Tongnan County, countless families have been shattered and displaced, all thanks to Lu Sun. Nonsense. Wei Xiongang's expression darkened as he rebuked Qingling, as a disciple of my shadow palace. Why do you speak in favor of outsiders? It was true that Qingling was a disciple of the shadow palace, yet I must speak the truth. Princess Qingling's gaze bore steadfastly into Wei Xiongang's eyes. Truth. Wei Xionggang coldly laughed, declaring arrogantly, what I say is the truth. A mere vassal king slays my disciple. That is simply intolerable. Are you then unwilling to reconcile with my Leong? Princess Qingling inquired earnestly. Wei Xionggang cast a disdainful glance at her. Surveying the grand palace that I in this tiny domain, none could rival him. What right did these ants have to seek reconciliation with him? If the elder remains obstinate, then I must take offense. Princess Qingling slightly bowed. Oof. Wei Xionggang snorted dismissively, not taking her words to heart at that moment. Louis mockingly interjected. Oh, Elder Wei, who would have thought that even the disciples of the Shadow Palace would turn against their own? How disheartening. Princess Chingling shot Lu Yi a look but chose to ignore him, turning instead to say, please invite General Pan into the palace. Yes, a guard complied promptly. Before long, a grand army entered the royal palace in an impressive display. We pay our respects to the princess. Pan Zhongfeng clasped his fists, bowing. Greetings, princess. The soldiers knelt, their voices ringing out in unison. Louis raised an eyebrow, a curious smile creeping onto his face. What does this mean? Does Leong intend to subdue us with their army? How absurd. The disdain on his face deepened. The more Leong acts in such a manner, the more it reveals their lack of foundation. As Wei Xiong glanced at Princess Chingling, his eyelids fluttered slightly. Your wings have yet to harden, and you dare to challenge this elder. Let me show you the might of this elder. As he spoke, he soared into the air, his robes billowing dramatically, while countless sharp energies coalesced around him. Whoosh! The lethal energies shot forth like arrows, targeting Pan Zhongfeng and the others. Form up! With a commanding shout from Pan Zhongfeng, thousands of soldiers swiftly adjusted their formations. This contingent was comprised of his elite forces, who had rushed to Liangdu at the first sign of movement from the state of Chu and the Shadow Palace, determined to safeguard the capital. Boom! A colossal light shield materialized above their heads, deflecting the onslaught of arrows. A flicker of surprise crossed Wei Xiong's eyes. This mere swarm of ants had managed to block his attack. How outrageous. He felt the surge of spiritual energy within him, the power of the Golden Core realm rapidly escalating, enveloping the area with an overwhelming sense of pressure that in an instant, The ministers of the Liang court found themselves unsteady. Their expressions alarmed, as if faced with a formidable foe. Kill. A sword of pure gold materialized in midair, radiating a deadly aura as it hurtled towards Pan Jiangfeng. With a thunderous crash, the light shield forged by the soldier shattered. Yet, the residual force of the golden sword remained undiminished, aimed directly at Pan Jiangfeng. Pan Jiangfeng's gaze remained calm as he swiftly drew his sword, engaging the golden blade from a distance with precision and decisiveness. Clang, the sharp, resonant sound of metal striking metal echoed through the hall. Wei Xiong's sword had been thwarted. What? The astonishment in Wei Xiong's eyes morphed into shock. He had not anticipated that such a humble nation as Liang would have a golden core cultivator in its ranks. He suddenly comprehended. No wonder Liang was able to swiftly defeat the state of Hu and command respect in Yunling Prefecture. It turned out they had a golden core cultivator backing them. But why would such a dignified figure choose to remain in a tiny realm like Liang? He found it perplexing that that moment, Pan Jiangfeng took the initiative. The battle formation behind him shifted rapidly. Erupting with resounding battle cries, with a sweeping strike, Pan Jiangfeng aimed his sword at Wei Xiong. The momentum was grand and formidable, exuding an air of righteousness, yet it gave Wei Xiong an overwhelming sense of being cornered. He had no choice but to exert himself fully to engage Pan Jiangfeng. The energy behind Pan Jiangfeng seemed to draw strength from thousands, his aura long and unyielding. The techniques he employed shifted swiftly, targeting Wei Xiong's vital points. Caught off guard, Wei Xiong was forced back several paces, his formation thrown into disarray, that he had initially dismissed the diminutive Liang as insignificant, and after establishing his dominance by slaughtering foes. His arrogance had swelled. However, Pan Jiangfeng's sudden counterattack shattered his pride and disrupted his stance to Ha. As Pan Jiangfeng struck, it was as if thousands were simultaneously thrusting forth spears. Each move appeared simple, yet was remarkably effective, rendering Wei Xiong's myriad cunning tactics ineffective. Thus, the more he fought, the more frustrated he became. Seeing this, Princess Chingling seized the moment to speak. Elder Wei, Liang does not wish to make an enemy of the Shadow Palace. Chingling also does not wish to oppose you, that if you would be so gracious as to spare us, you would still be our honored guest in Liang. Before Wei Xiong could respond, Yi interjected fiercely. Silence. You insolent girl, what right does Elder Wei have to compromise with you? He certainly could not allow Chingling to sway Wei Xiong. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiong retorted angrily. Just a mere speck of dust. Do you think this elder will pay you any mind? As he spoke, a glint of menace flashed in his eyes, and his robes fluttered of their own accord, and an incomparable aura of slaughter permeated the air, causing the ground to tremble slightly, revealing countless fine cracks. Pan Jiangfeng's expression darkened. This is bad. Princess Chingling felt a jolt of alarm. Wei Xiong was evidently intent on a fight to the death. If this continued, even if Pan Jiangfeng were to subdue Wei Xiong, it would come at a tremendous cost. Furthermore, this was the royal palace of Liang. Should the palace be destroyed, the prestige that Qin Feng had painstakingly built would undoubtedly plummet. Who dares to act recklessly within my palace? At that moment, a voice of authority rang out. The king. Princess Chingling turned at the sound, her heart suddenly lifting with joy. Chapter 47. The Majesty of the Monarch. Everyone turned to see Wei Yan supporting Qin Feng as he approached. Though Qin Feng's steps were somewhat unsteady, his gaze bore the commanding presence of one who reigned supreme, and wherever his eyes fell, none dared to meet his gaze. Long live the king! Long live the king! The ministers and generals all bowed deeply, their shouts echoing like a tidal wave. Qin Feng nodded slightly, signaling for them to rise. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Princess Chingling hurried over to support him. Qin Feng smiled faintly, saying, Fear not, princess, it is merely a trivial injury. Nothing of consequence. That as he spoke, he turned his attention to Wei Xiong and Yi, addressing them with measured calmness. I have heard that someone has caused a ruckus in my palace. If I do not appear, will the entire palace not be thrown into chaos? Forgive me. Your Majesty. Pan Jiangfeng bowed deeply. Not at all. Qin Feng raised his hand, saying, You have done exceedingly well. After all, given Liang's current strength, it faced considerable disparity against the Shadow Palace and the state of Chu. Despite Pan Jiangfeng's military prowess, The limited number of soldiers under his command made it difficult to unleash their full potential. Thus it was understandable that they could not withstand Wei Xiong. "You are the little king of Leong." Before Qin Feng could inquire further, Louis stepped forward. Since Qin Feng's arrival, Louis had been studying him, growing increasingly astonished. A mere fledgling nation like Leong had only recently risen to prominence. Yet the aura of imperial majesty emanating from the Leong King was as if he had harnessed the essence of heaven and earth. This left Louis baffled. Could it be that this young king had mastered the art of kingship? Yet, with Liang's foundation only 300 years old, how could it possess such royal techniques? Thus, Louis resolved to take the initiative and strike first. Qin Feng glanced at him, disregarding him entirely, and directly addressed Wei Xiong. "Are you from the Shadow Palace? Lu Sun has caused chaos in Tongnan County, and I've already dealt with him, that if you have any grievances, feel free to express them to me." Wei Xiong regarded Qin Feng with disdain, snorting coldly. "This elder has long sought you out, fearing you would cower like a turtle and not dare to show yourself." Qin Feng chuckled. "Do you know where this place is?" he inquired. Wei Xiong replied with a forced smile. "You wouldn't dare to spout the same nonsense as before, would you? Sorry, the last person who said that has already been knocked down by this elder." With that, he cast a glance at Han Yi. Qin Feng paid him no mind, pointing to the ground beneath them, enunciating each word. "This is the palace of the Leong King, my territory, and all matters here are at my discretion." A turtle hiding its head? "Ha! You truly overestimate yourself." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his head, his gaze locking onto Wei Xiong. "What?" Wei Xiong's spirit wavered. Another golden core cultivator, a mere speck of dust like Leong possesses 2 golden core powerhouses. No wonder they acted so boldly. However, Wei Xiong had come prepared, sneering coldly. "Though you possess golden core strength, you are already gravely injured. Who knows how much power you can still muster?" "Heh." Qin Feng smiled. Gesturing for Princess Chingling and the others to step back, that he approached Wei Xiong. "Is it childish to measure a king's worth through strength?" As he spoke, his gaze bore into Wei Xiong. The eye of disillusionment unfurling, piercing into the depths of Wei Xiong's soul. Wei Xiong's expression shifted, stumbling back several steps, feeling as though Qin Feng was about to see through him. What a piercing gaze. He thought, waves of panic surging within him. "Elder Wei, are you all right?" Louis pretended to offer support. "Stand aside." Wei Xiong's expression shifted multiple times, unable to believe that he, a dignified elder of the Shadow Palace, could be intimidated by a mere youth. Naturally, his expression was far from pleasant. He pushed Louis aside, fixating his gaze on Qin Feng, his voice cold and sharp. Without strength, what right do you have to boast before this elder?" Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he reached out, aiming for Qin Feng's throat. Qin Feng smirked, casually flipping his hand to summon the Sui Huang Mountain River Seal. The intertwining power of mountains and rivers surged before him, swiftly transforming into a roaring river that spanned the distance between him and Wei Xiong. Wei Xiong suddenly felt as if he were hundreds of miles away from Qin Feng. No matter how he urged his spiritual energy, he could not reach the hem of Qin Feng's robe. How is this possible? Wei Xiong's heart was filled with shock. "Behold my sword." His expression changed. A brilliant sword light erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Qin Feng. "Your Majesty, be cautious," Princess Chingling immediately warned. "This sword embryo has been nurtured by Wei Xiong for decades and is intimately linked to him. Its power should not be underestimated. Rest assured, within my domain, all matters are determined by me. He is no exception." Qin Feng declared loudly that in an instant, the people of Leong felt their blood surge with fervor. Even though Qin Feng was injured, his presence loomed large and unattainable. The brilliance of the Sui Huang Mountain River Seal shone dazzlingly, as if a colossal mountain were descending from the heavens, crushing the sword light aimed at Wei Xiong. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled. The sword light was forcefully suppressed by the mountain's might. Veins bulged on Wei Xiong's forehead, beads of sweat forming as he grappled with confusion. "What is happening?" he thought in astonishment, feeling as though his opponent was not the gravely wounded little king of Leong, but an expansive and boundless expanse of heaven and earth. Though they were both golden core cultivators, he discerned an aura of invincibility radiating from Qin Feng. Could this be the might of a king? Wei Xiong, filled with indignation, declared in a sharp voice, in this mere speck of land. How dare the insignificant lords flaunt their power before this elder? As he spoke, the brilliant sword light trembled violently, as if striving to break free from the oppressive weight of the mountains. Qin Feng, with his gaze lowered, replied coolly, a mere speck of land? Huh. Even a sleeping dragon possesses the strength to conquer the heavens. How can you mere mortals fathom such might? In that moment, the landscape of Sui Huang Mountain shimmered with boundless light, a manifestation of myriad phenomena. Bolstered by the might of the mountains, Qin Feng's aura became insurmountable. Wei Xiongong felt as though a divine being had descended, overwhelming him with an unassailable presence, causing his heart to tremble violently and his complexion to turn ashen, as he spat out a mouthful of blood. With a clang, the treasured sword embryo, nurtured over the years, dimmed in brilliance and fell to the ground. Staggering back several dozen steps, Wei Xiongong collapsed onto the ground, mumbling to himself, "This is impossible. How can this be?" Defeated. He had actually been defeated. The dignity of the esteemed elder of the Shadow Palace was shattered in that instant. Elder Wei, Lu Yi sensed the dire situation and rushed towards Wei Xiongong. However, before he could reach him, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon him. Lu Yi immediately felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill penetrating his very bones, making his steps unbearably heavy. "You are the envoy of the Chu Kingdom?" Qin Feng inquired sternly. "Why, yes," Lu Yi stammered, finding it difficult to speak, responding in a timid tone. "Return and inform your king of Chu that with this king in Yunling Prefecture, he shall not meddle in matters both great and small." Qin Feng's voice was cold, adding, "As for Lu Sun, he has brought this upon himself. Should he wish to raise an army, let him come forth that M.Y. Daliang will ensure he regrets it for a lifetime." Chapter 48. 200,000 troops of the Yunling Prefecture Coalition. Lu Yi, with a broken leg, was cast out of the palace. Qin Feng conveyed this event through the water army of Lung Wuyo, sparking a heated discussion in Yunling Prefecture. How outrageous! The people of Chu are far too brazen, daring to stand upon the heads of us Daliang and act tyrannically. It is simply intolerable. Indeed, our Daliang is no longer what it once was. Anyone who dares to bully us shall face retribution. Even from afar, in my view, our king has shown mercy, only breaking one leg of that envoy from Chu. Had it been left to us, we would have made that fellow regret being born. On the streets, the populace fervently discussed the matter. The stability of Daliang had come at great cost, and the people had finally begun to enjoy a semblance of peace after years of hardship. They could not allow outsiders to disrupt this newfound tranquility. The other lords of Yunling Prefecture were acutely aware that under Daliang's rule, the people lived in peace and prosperity. Why should they allow Chu to interfere in the internal affairs of Yunling Prefecture? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, the other lords also harbored strong opposition to Chu's interference. Upon learning of these events, the king of Chu was filled with fury. How preposterous! The king, smoke billowing from his 7 orifices in rage, smashed a 100-year-old pearwood table to smithereens, exclaiming, "How dare a mere small nation insult my envoy from the upper kingdom?" In comparison, the Chu Kingdom was a second-tier feudal state, while Daliang, before its recent rise, was but a 9th-tier state that in the past, the king of Chu would scarcely have known which obscure corner Daliang hailed from. Yet now, Daliang had rapidly risen to prominence, shaking Yunling Prefecture, and within mere years, had dared to slay members of the Chu royal family and break the leg of the king's envoy. This was nothing short of a provocation against Chu. How could the king of Chu endure such an affront? In the palace, a towering general stepped forward and declared loudly, "Your Majesty, this matter must be repaid in blood. An eye for an eye. While Daliang's foundations in Yunling Prefecture remain unsteady, we must annihilate them in one fell swoop." The speaker was none other than Liao He, a top general of the Chu Kingdom. "Your Majesty," at that moment, another official stood forth, stating, "Your Majesty, I have heard that not long ago, the Hu Kingdom allied with the Northern Wolf Tribe to attack Daliang. The Northern Wolf Tribe suffered a great defeat, and their royal court has been seething with anger, seeking an opportunity to retaliate against Daliang. That in my humble opinion, we should join forces with the Wolf Tribe to strike." "I concur. I concur." Many court officials voiced their agreement. After all, the Chu Kingdom had dominated Jiangling Prefecture for 500 years and was a significant power in the southern region. If Emir Daliang dared to act against the Chu Kingdom and sought to make the king regret his actions, it would be a profound humiliation for the proud people of Chu. Very well. The king of Chu slammed his palm on the table, coldly commanding, Liao He, heed my orders. Your humble servant is here. Liao He stepped forward that I command you to lead the troops against Daliang. Assemble 100,000 Xiang troops and 100,000 Tiger Guards, and march towards Daliang. Yes, Liao He responded. Qin Baihai, heed your orders. A civil official stepped forward, bowing that I command you to negotiate with the Wolf Tribe's royal court, to unite forces and jointly eradicate Daliang. The king of Chu commanded in a deep voice. Yes, Qin Baihai immediately replied. Swiftly, the Chu Kingdom set its plans into motion. With Chu's assistance, the Wolf Tribe's South Royal Court gathered 30,000 troops, threatening the northern borders of Dalianji. In an instant, the winds of Yunling Prefecture grew tense. Your Majesty, the Chu Kingdom has assembled 200,000 elite troops, along with 30,000 from the Wolf Tribe, threatening our northern frontier. Han Yi reported solemnly. This battle was unavoidable, and thus everyone braced themselves mentally. However, the Chu Kingdom was not the Hu Kingdom. They had deep roots and vast resources. Defeating them would not be an easy task, and Daliang had to muster all its strength. Qin Feng nodded slightly, commanding, issue my decree, assemble the armies of Yunling Prefecture, and appoint Pan Jiangfeng as the general to confront the Chu Kingdom and the Wolf Tribe. Yes, Han Yi acknowledged. This time, it was not merely a battle for Daliang, but a collective struggle for the various states of Yunling Prefecture. Within a matter of days, the Chu Kingdom dispatched 80,000 troops to support Daliang's northern front. The Han Kingdom sent 30,000 troops as well. The city of Mashi contributed 5,000, while the 6 counties of Jiangning dispatched 15,000, that this marked the first battle since Daliang became the uncrowned king of Yunling Prefecture. For both Qin Feng and Daliang, victory was the only option. Defeat was not an option, for if they were to fail, the entire Yunling Prefecture would face collapse, and those allied with Daliang might very well turn against them, leading to internal strife and external threats. Therefore, Qin Feng personally ventured to the northern front to bolster morale. Simultaneously, Pan Jiangfeng demonstrated his prowess as a general, swiftly reorganizing the coalition army of various lords in Yunling Prefecture, forming a massive force of 200,000 troops in conjunction with Daliang's soldiers. This was the largest army ever assembled in Daliang's history. However, facing 200,000 elite troops from Chu, coupled with 30,000 Wolf Tribe warriors, posed an immense challenge. General Pan, do you have a strategy? Qin Feng inquired. Leading troops in a battle was not his forte. This matter, concerning the lives of 200,000 soldiers, required the expertise of those well-versed in military affairs. Pan Jiangfeng, having just returned from inspecting the camp, appeared travel-worn and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, rest assured, everything is under my control, though he still bore a hint of youthful inexperience. His adeptness in strategizing had garnered the admiration of the lords of Yunling Prefecture, facilitating the smooth reorganization of the coalition army. Yet, in the presence of Qin Feng, Pan Jiangfeng regained some of the youthful boldness. I have one bold idea, but I wonder how your Majesty feels about it. He lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with determination. Speak freely. Qin Feng encouraged that I wish to borrow your Majesty's Tiger Guards to sever the Chu Kingdom supply lines to the Wolf Tribe's royal court. Pan Jiangfeng proposed. Qin Feng smiled that if the supply lines were cut, the 30,000 Wolf Tribe troops would inevitably collapse, for their army comprised all able-bodied individuals, including many old, young, and vulnerable. The issue of supplies was their foremost dilemma. Qin Feng nodded slightly, saying, the Tiger Guards may certainly be lent to you. However, if you can conceive of a plan to intercept supplies, the Chu Kingdom will surely anticipate this as well. They will undoubtedly reinforce their supply transport with additional personnel. Pan Jiangfeng nodded, stating, thus, I plan to feign a disruption of the supply lines and launch a surprise attack on the Wolf Tribe's royal court. What? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, astonished by the audacity of this plan. However, at present, with the Wolf Tribe mobilizing 30,000 troops, their royal court was indeed vulnerable, should the Tiger Guards deploy their strength. It might be possible to seize the royal court. Yet this venture was undeniably risky. Qin Feng pondered briefly. After all, the Tiger Guards numb at present, there remained 26,000 points of fortune within the celestial summoning system. sufficient to conduct 5 intermediate summons, which should adequately address all conceivable dangers. During my absence, you are to prioritize defense and await my news, Qin Feng instructed. Yes, Pan Zhongfeng replied solemnly, kneeling on one knee. This marked the first instance of him kneeling before Qin Feng. Perhaps the greatest fortune for a commander is not the possession of an army of 1,000,000, but rather the encounter with a sovereign who comprehends him. With determined strides, Qin Feng departed. As dusk approached, Qin Feng set forth with the tiger bins and light cavalry, equipped with provisions for the day, progressing along the winding paths of the falling Tiger Mountain range. Crossing the northern Great River, one would find an expansive expanse of natural pastures. This land, rich in water and grass, serves as the grazing ground for the Northern Wolf clan, sustaining countless members of their tribe. Historically, the Northern Wolf clan has been known for its obstinacy and fierce independence, comprising a population of warriors, unyielding to control, resulting in the formation of hundreds of tribes across the plains. Although the various factions of Yunling Prefecture coveted the cavalry advantages of the Wolf clan, they were unable to tame them for their own use, and instead suffered from their incursions, leading to the construction of high walls along the borders to keep them at bay. After numerous unsuccessful attempts, internal strife erupted within the Wolf clan. Ultimately, the formidable tribes unified to establish the Wolf clan court. Under the command of the Wolf clan court, the previously disorganized and troublesome clan transformed into a well-organized force of large-scale plundering, repeatedly breaching the capitals of multiple vassal states and seizing vast amounts of grain and wealth, becoming a persistent threat to the nations of Yunling Prefecture. Having tasted the fruits of their endeavors, the Wolf clan grew increasingly loyal to the Wolf clan court. However, during their last engagement with the great Leong, they suffered significant losses, which fueled their desire for vengeance against Leong, aligning themselves with the state of Chu. The vastness of the grasslands makes navigation challenging. Before their arrival, Qin Feng had dispatched the shadowy Phantom Guard to ascertain the grain transport routes utilized by Chu and the Wolf Riders. Thus, the light cavalry surged forward, aiming directly for the critical points along the supply line. Tiger Mouth Pass. This natural stronghold, flanked by 200 miles of thorny ridges, presents a narrow entrance, allowing only a few riders to pass, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Beyond the pass, 30,000 elite grain protectors from Chu, along with 200,000 porters, continuously transported supplies in a Tiger Mouth Pass. The area was bustling with activity, indicating that the king of Chu has invested considerable resources in this campaign. Qin Feng and his companions halted their horses atop a rise, surveying the throngs entering and exiting the pass. Your Majesty, we have been observing this location for several days. Tiger Mouth Pass has 3 routes. The one before us leading into the pass, another toward the royal court, and a third leading to the water source in the Sea of Clouds. The grain convoy from Chu will stockpile supplies here for 3 days before the Wolf clan distributes them to various tribes, reported the shadowy Phantom Guard, detailing the terrain, topography, and troop deployments of both the Wolf clan and Chu. Qin Feng nodded slightly, stating, "It appears we have arrived just in time. Supplies have already been stored here for 3 days." Indeed. Very well. Qin Feng nodded. Once this Chu grain convoy departs, we shall storm into the pass. Everyone prepare your firearms. The shadowy Phantom Guard will lead us directly to the granary to set the supplies ablaze. Understood. The Tiger Bins and shadowy Phantom Guard replied in unison, in the vast desert. Solitary smoke rose straight, and the setting sun hung low. The blood-red sunset elongated the shadows of the Chu grain convoy. Within the pass, the Wolf clan warriors stretched lazily, preparing to conclude their workday. At that moment, a dark figure shot toward the entrance like an arrow released from a bow. "Who goes there?" The vigilant Wolf riders shouted loudly. Upon noticing Qin Feng and his companions remained unresponsive and continued at their pace. They urgently cried out, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Soon, the narrow gates thundered shut. "Get lost!" Qin Feng leaped from his horse, his blade radiating with a fierce brilliance as he swept toward the gate. The gate trembled as if struck by thunder. Although it did not shatter, the Wolf rider in charge of closing it was violently thrown aside, crashing dozens of feet away. The gate halted midair. The Tiger Bins and shadowy Phantom Guards surged in. "Kill!" Qin Feng led the charge, cutting through the Wolf clan ranks, leaving no one to stand against him. "Seize the supplies." With a single command, The group raced toward the granary under the guidance of the shadowy phantom guard. Inside the pass, many wolf riders were thrown into confusion, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and they fled in panic, allowing Qin Feng and his companions to rush toward the granary. Before long, the wolf riders regained their composure. Robbery. Someone is attempting to seize the supplies. Someone is stealing the grain. The frantic cries echoed. Countless wolf riders, driven mad with rage, pursued Qin Feng and the others. Fully aware that these supplies were essential for their survival and could not be lost, the granary. Qin Feng and his companions faced the onslaught of thousands of wolf riders. Break into smaller groups. Focus on burning the supplies and fight while retreating, Qin Feng ordered. The tiger bends, under the leadership of the shadowy phantom guard, quickly divided into smaller teams and plunged into the granary. Who dares to create chaos in my tiger mouth pass? A thunderous roar reverberated, sending a tiger bend warrior stumbling backward. Before the shadowy phantom guard could intervene, the warrior was crushed into the ground by a massive shadow. Boom! The earth trembled. Qin Feng's pupils contracted. What a formidable foe! The wolf clan possesses such a figure. The individual towered over a foot higher than most, wielding a wolf-toothed club, stained with dark red blood. The strength of this warrior was evident, as he easily toppled even the elite tiger bends with a mere glance. He is mine, Qin Feng said coldly, his Minghong heavenly blade vibrating with a blood-red aura as he directed it at the newcomer. Clang! A piercing shockwave erupted, rippling outward. The figure glared at Qin Feng, growling, I am Qin Feng, the general of the Wolf King. Who dares to covet my supplies? Leong Kingdom, Qin Feng. Qin Feng declared with succinct words. Qin Feng. Qin Feng's mind drew a blank at the name. Sneering, a mere child from Leong Kingdom. Come to meet your end. As he spoke, an intangible surge of blood energy emanated from him, igniting a fierce glow upon his wolf-toothed club, which he swung toward Qin Feng with ferocity. In an instant, a cacophony of ghostly wails filled the air, enveloping Qin Feng's senses. Qin Feng's heart raced, his expression tightening. This opponent possesses some skill. He kept his gaze fixed on Qin Feng, his demeanor growing increasingly cold. Roar! At that moment, Qin Feng unleashed a primal roar, a colossal wolf shadow, seemingly materializing around him. This was the totemic power of the Wolf Clan. Chapter 50. The Wolf Clan's totemic power. Totemic power, akin to the fortune energy of the vassal states, bestows strength upon its believers. However, unlike the latter, totemic power derives from natural insight, possessing the ability to transform in myriad ways. Yet, as the Wolf Clan court had only recently been established, their totemic power was limited. Thus, aside from Qin Feng, no other Wolf Clan warriors in the vicinity bore the blessing of totemic energy. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he observed Qin Feng, curiosity peaking within him as he beheld totemic power for the first time. Though he remained cautiously vigilant, the wolf shadow enveloping Qin Feng radiated a terrifying force, and the wolf-toothed club emanated the snarling visages of dozens of wolves, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Kill! Qin Feng abruptly raised his head. His gaze predatory and terrifying in a sudden burst, he leaped into the air, wielding the wolf-toothed club, aiming a downward strike at Qin Feng. The wailing sounds erupting from the club grew increasingly shrill, chilling the hearts of all who heard it. Clang! Yet Qin Feng, seasoned by countless battles, reacted with remarkable speed in a flash. He parried the wolf-toothed club with his blade, then swiftly transformed his stance, his blade vibrating rapidly. Slicing toward Qin Feng, whoosh! Qin Feng, equally quick, propelled himself into the air with the aid of totemic power, evading Qin Feng's strike. In the next moment, he materialized beside Qin Feng, revealing a menacing grin. You shall die. The wolf-toothed club descended once more, accompanied by the haunting wails of wolves. Boom! A thunderous impact resonated as Qin Feng felt his internal energy tremble, staggering back 4 or 5 paces. Good heavens! He sensed the immense brute strength of Qin Feng, realizing that engaging him directly would yield unfavorable results. With this thought, Qin Feng swiftly distanced himself from Qin Feng's club, retreating several dozen steps to create space. However, behind him, the wolf riders surged forward, blocking his escape. Where do you think you can run? Qin Feng sneered, advancing step by step with his club. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered, his blade radiating a fluctuating crimson light. Run. Ha! I came here with no intention of fleeing. As he spoke, the shadowy wind 19 blades unleashed a flurry of strikes. The blade light flickered like ethereal shadows, weaving into a massive net of blades that enveloped Hu Tianfeng. Hu Tianfeng emitted a chilling, grotesque laugh, the shadow of the club coalescing ominously, the howls of wolves piercing the ears of those present. The club shadows whistled through the air, striking at Qin Feng with a fearsome momentum. Bang! The azure blade light collided with the wolf shadows, erupting in a blinding cacophony. The surrounding wolf riders were so startled they instinctively retreated, unable to react. Yet Hu Tianfeng charged headlong into the blade net conjured by Qin Feng, the totemic energy emanating from him pulsating with a menacing aura, as if he aimed to shatter the shadowy wind 19 blades through sheer brute force. Break for me, he bellowed, his muscles bulging with fury. As if a wolf spirit soared into the sky, a howl resounded. The wolf-toothed club descended with ferocity, crashing forcefully towards Qin Feng. Kill. Qin Feng's expression turned icy, and the intertwining sword lights in the air converged to strike at Hu Tianfeng. Clang, 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 the blade met Hu Tianfeng's form, producing the resonant sound of clashing metal. What? Qin Feng's pupils narrowed. This fellow's defense is remarkably strong. No wonder he is so brazen. As the wolf-toothed club loomed before him, his expression shifted multiple times. Resolutely, he charged towards Hu Tianfeng instead. Frenzied blood dragon slash, a blade of light, dozens of zhang long, burst forth, instantly closing in on Hu Tianfeng. Hu Tianfeng's countenance changed, and for a brief moment, his hand gripping the wolf-toothed club faltered. In the next instant, the Minghong heavenly blade collided with the wolf-toothed club, sending a tremendous shockwave that caused Hu Tianfeng's vital energy to surge, a strange crimson hue appearing on his face. Simultaneously, the intertwining ghostly wind blades swept in, leaving numerous bloody gashes across his body. Hu Tianfeng let out a muffled groan, retreating several dozen steps in pain. This is preposterous. His expression morphed into one of furious embarrassment as he bellowed. Insignificant ant, you have angered me. As he spoke, his blood surged within, tearing his garments apart, his figure expanding at an unnatural speed, revealing sinewy muscles and elongated hair, as if a wolf demon had possessed him. Kill! Hu Tianfeng's eyes burned with a crimson hue, his visage becoming monstrous and terrifying. The wolf-toothed club whistled down with the force of 10,000 Jun, aware of his precarious position in enemy territory. Qin Feng refrained from engaging Hu Tianfeng directly, instead retreating several dozen zhang into the midst of the wolf riders. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, shaking the earth. The ground was shattered by Hu Tianfeng's strike, creating a deep chasm. Some unfortunate wolf riders plunged directly into the crevice, their fates unknown. Where are you running? Hu Tianfeng roared. Qin Feng withdrew once more, using the wolf riders as covered. Hu Tianfeng, seemingly blinded by rage, charged recklessly, his attacks unrestrained. Many wolf riders were struck down, meeting a grim fate on the spot. In an instant, chaos erupted among the ranks of the wolf riders. Stand still, all of you! Who dares to move? Hu Tianfeng roared at that moment. Flames erupted around the granary, thick smoke billowing forth, accompanied by a pungent scent of charred debris. Qin Feng recognized that the Hu Ben guards had succeeded, and his presence there was no longer of use. He kicked a nearby wolf rider off his horse and mounted the steed himself. Withdraw! Qin Feng shouted. The Hu Ben guards and the Yueying guards swiftly gathered around him, following him as they broke out from the granary, heading straight for the outside of the Hu Ko Pass. Behind them, Hu Tianfeng relentlessly pursued, his voice frenzied as he shouted, "You little beast! Where do you think you're going? Today, I will surely take your life." As he spoke, brilliant light erupted from the wolf-toothed club, as if a ferocious wolf spirit were emerging, charging directly at Qin Feng. "Your Majesty, you go first. We will hold the rear." A Yueying guard stepped forward immediately. "Let me handle this," Qin Feng commanded sternly. His gaze sharpened, locking onto Hu Tianfeng's wolf-toothed club. His aura surged, continuously flowing into the Minghong heavenly blade. The blade radiated with a bloody light, extending into a length of several dozen zhang. Kill! The frenzied blood dragon slash was unleashed once more, exploding with 12 times the power, that a tremendous roar resonated between the two, sending waves of energy surging outward. Many wolf riders charging forward were thrown off balance. Crashing to the ground and howling in agony, Qin Feng staggered back 5 or 6 zhang. Gasping for breath, "Do you really believe that I am not your match?" Qin Feng spoke coldly, the light on his blade flickering once more as he soared into the air. The strength of the golden core realm surged to its zenith, and the blade swept fiercely outward. Kill. A blood-red blade of light descended from the heavens, overshadowing even the hues of the setting sun. In that moment, he appeared as a celestial being, leaving an indelible impression on the wolf riders at the Chu Pass. Then, with a muffled grunt, Qin Feng was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the pass wall. His fate uncertain. Chapter 51. Summoned, the ranger Ren Tai Bai. After Qin Feng and his companions set fire to the grain supplies at the Chu Pass, they proceeded northward, heading straight for the Wolf Clan's royal court. "Your Majesty, this battle will surely extinguish the Wolf Clan's might, ensuring they do not dare to descend southwards for at least a century," boasted a Hu Ben guard. "Haha, not merely a century. This battle will make the Wolf Clan flee at the mere sight of our great Liang's banner." The Yueing guard echoed that I end this engagement. They had incinerated the grain supplies that had arrived from the Chu Kingdom over the past 3 days, delivering a severe blow to the wolf riders. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly infuriate the significant figures within the Wolf Clan's royal court. Qin Feng gazed towards the horizon where the sun set, indicating the location of the Wolf Clan's royal court, and remarked, "Let us rest for a few days outside the Wolf Clan's royal court before plotting our next move." "Rest for a few days?" A Hu Ben guard hesitated to ask. "Your Majesty, our morale is high at present. Why not press on and eliminate the Wolf Clan's royal court? After all, time was of the essence for those deep within enemy territory. Each day of delay brought added danger." Qin Feng raised his head, observing the vultures soaring overhead, heading towards the Wolf Clan's royal court. Currently, the grain supplies at the Chu Pass have just been burned, and the Wolf Clan's royal court will undoubtedly be on high alert. Preparing for defense, that it would be unwise to strike now. Instead, we should wait a few days. When the Wolf Clan's royal court sends out strong individuals to search for us, we will turn the tables and decisively strike the Wolf Clan's royal court. Furthermore, many of our brothers are still injured from the recent battle and require time to recuperate. Understood. The Hu Ben guards and Yueing guards acknowledged simultaneously. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, gradually closing his eyes as he contemplated the forthcoming strategy. The vulture conveyed the message, igniting turmoil within the Wolf Clan's royal court. "What?" The Wolf King Tu Han slammed his palm on the table, his eyes wide with fury as he demanded. "What did you say?" "The grain supplies at the Chu Pass have been burned. How is that possible?" "Immediately send someone to investigate the news. Quickly." Tu Han could not accept the message relayed by the vulture. With the Wolf Clan's 300,000 troops already engaged on the front lines, any disruption in grain supply could incite a rebellion, leading to catastrophic consequences. "Your Majesty, we must prepare for both possibilities." An elderly minister stepped forward, stating, "On one hand, we must quickly ascertain who the perpetrators are and whether they will return, on the other hand, we must expedite preparations for grain supplies, stabilizing the morale of the frontline troops." The messenger from the Chu Pass claims the leader's name is Qin Feng from the Leong Kingdom. Tu Han said coldly. "Qin Feng from the Leong Kingdom? Who is this Qin Feng?" In the royal tent, the officials whispered among themselves, discussing fervently. "Whoever he is, he dares to burn my grain supplies. I shall ensure he has no place to be buried." Tu Han roared in anger. "Immediately send the Black Wolf Riders to hunt him down with all our might." "Your Majesty, you must not." The old minister hastily interjected. "Currently, my 300,000 troops are engaged at the northern border of the Leong Kingdom, and the royal court's defenses are already stretched thin that if we dispatch the Black Wolf Riders, the safety of the royal court will be jeopardized. Your Majesty, please reconsider." The other clan leaders chimed in, supporting the old minister's plea that I will not rest until I capture this Qin Feng. Tu Han declared sternly that I have made my decision. You need not speak further, previously, having faced setbacks against the Leong Kingdom. Tu Han was already in a foul mood. Now, with the army just having arrived at the northern border of the Leong Kingdom, hearing news of their supplies being burned was utterly unacceptable. The once mighty Wolf King, who had ruled the grasslands with an iron fist, found his fury boiling over after encountering repeated failures against the Leong Kingdom. Soon, 5,000 Black Wolf riders departed from the royal court under the cover of night. Heading straight for the Hukou Pass to track down Qin Feng and his companions, that it should be about time. Qin Feng stood atop a high point outside the royal court, observing the movements of the Wolf clan's royal court. In recent days, the Yueying guards had thoroughly investigated the internal layout and power distribution within the royal court. Moreover, the most elite Black Wolf riders had already departed, leaving behind a royal court with weakened defenses and a cadre of high-ranking Wolf officials. However, to ensure absolute certainty, Qin Feng activated the Heavenly Fortune Summon in advance. Activate the Heavenly Fortune Summon, Ranger. In an instant, celestial music filled the air, and radiant light surged forth. Ding! Consuming 5,000 fortune points. The Ranger Run Tai Bai was summoned. In this expansive grassland battle, the Ranger was most suited for mastering diverse techniques and drawing from various schools of thought. Furthermore, the Huben guards and Yueying guards had sustained injuries in the previous battle and were in dire need of reinforcements. As he spoke, hundreds of figures appeared within the line of sight of Qin Feng and his companions. The foremost figure stumbled, cradling a wine jar, singing loudly. Have you not seen the waters of the Liang River flowing down from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? Haha, brother Run, your literary talent is exceptional. If only we could possess your eloquence, we would not have fallen to this state. Those around him showered him with compliments. Ren Tai Bai. Qin Feng turned to look, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The Huben guards and Yueying guards beside him immediately took up a defensive stance that do not panic. The incoming individuals are friends, not foes. Qin Feng reassured with a slight smile that at this moment. Ren Tai Bai turned to look, pointing at Qin Feng, and laughed. The idle have long said, you have talent, and there will come a day when you rise to prominence. Behold, one who can elevate you has arrived. Who is it? Where is he? As the crowd behind turned in unison, their gazes fell upon Qin Feng, that at that moment. Qin Feng sat astride a magnificent steed, exuding an aura of regal authority, a king who commanded respect even without raising his voice. Could this be the recently renowned king of Leong? Indeed, it is His Highness, the King of Leong. Some among them squinted for a clearer view, bursting into laughter. Ha! Who would have thought we would encounter His Highness the King of Leong in this vast wilderness? The crowd erupted in cheers, as if they had stumbled upon a great treasure. They were a band of wanderers who cherished freedom and roamed from kingdom to kingdom, honing their skills. However, their inherently carefree and proud nature often led them to disdain authority, causing many lords to cast them aside. Thus, despite their grand aspirations, they found themselves unable to realize them. Consequently, they banded together, journeying alongside Ren Tai Bai. Qin Feng turned to Ren Tai Bai and inquired, is this person indeed Ren Tai Bai? Indeed, Ren Tai Bai replied, setting down his wine jug and casually wiping the remnants of wine from his lips. You are all citizens of Yunling Prefecture. Presently, this king wishes to launch a swift cavalry assault on the Wolf tribe's royal court. With your formidable skills, will you lend me your strength? Qin Feng asked. Ren Tai Bai burst into hearty laughter, and the crowd displayed eager anticipation. If the king is willing to grant us our freedom and reward us with riches, we would naturally be honored to serve, Ren Tai Bai declared, clasping his hands respectfully. Qin Feng smiled. In this vast realm, where countless subjects reside under the Leong banner, how could we not accommodate your band of wanderers? The crowd rejoiced beyond measure. Ren Tai Bai immediately bowed in deference, proclaiming, we are willing to serve the king. The rest of the assembly echoed their agreement, bowing in unison. Chapter 52. The swift cavalry assault on the royal court as night enveloped the land. Bonfires blazed within the Wolf tribe's royal court. The layout here differed from the various noble states of Yunling, lacking towering walls or deep moats. Instead, a series of tents sprawled across the area, surrounding the largest royal tent in the center. Occasionally, patrolling Wolf tribe warriors could be seen around the encampment, yet their defenses were rather lax. After all, this territory had long been conquered by the Wolf tribe, with few forces from other noble states daring to encroach. Thus, their guard was primarily to ward off wild beasts. Attack! Qin Feng and his companions, cloaked in the cover of night, surged forward, heading straight for the Wolf tribe's royal court. The patrolling warriors caught a glimpse of them, their expressions turning to surprise as they began to comprehend the identities of these intruders. However, before they could utter a word, Qin Feng had already charged forward, swiftly dispatching one of them. Following him, the tiger guards surged like arrows released from a bow, plunging into the sprawling wolf tribe royal court. What is happening? Who are these people? Many of the wolf tribe warriors stood bewildered, unable to grasp the situation that it's people from Yunling Prefecture. Someone suddenly screamed. The people from Yunling Prefecture are attacking. Soon, men and women from various tents donned their armor and mounted their steeds, converging upon Qin Feng and his companions. Qin Feng unleashed his golden core strength, and wherever he passed, none could withstand him. The tiger guards fought valiantly, their spirits emboldened, while the shadow guards stealthily infiltrated the surroundings, setting fires that engulfed the encampments. Chaos erupted around the royal court. Why is it so noisy outside? Tu Han, slightly intoxicated, inquired. Your Majesty, a group of individuals from Yunling Prefecture has launched an attack, an elder hastily reported. What? Tu Han's drunken stupor vanished in an instant, his voice rising in anger. From which part of Yunling Prefecture? How many of them are there? Only around 400 or 500. 400 or 500? A sneer flickered in Tu Han's eyes as he coldly remarked. A group of reckless fools. I shall show them the folly of their ways. Capture them all, and let them perish under the sun. Yes, the wolf tribe leaders responded in unison, swiftly pouring out of the camp. The sounds of battle erupted outside, flames illuminating the night sky. Tu Han's eyes glinted with malice, his grip tightening around his ram-horn cup, veins bulging at his temples. Dayan elder, observing his fury, reassured him, Your Majesty, do not worry. This group from Yunling is not formidable. With the valiant leaders at hand, victory is assured. It is not these intruders I fear, but the audacity of those Leong people. Tu Han's eyes flared with rage as he declared. When our wolf tribe army invades Leong, I will ensure that those Leong people have no place to rest in death. He struck the ramhorn cup against the table with force at that moment. Someone stumbled into the tent, breathless, exclaiming, Your Majesty, trouble is brewing. Those ruthless foes are advancing fiercely, and our leaders are struggling to hold them off. What? Tu Han sprang to his feet, shock etched across his face. In the next instant, a figure crashed into the Wolf King's tent. How dare you? Tu Han's eyes glinted with venom as he commanded, Bring me my saber. I shall see who dares to act so brazenly. A servant hurriedly presented a lengthy saber. Tu Han seized it, striding out of the tent with determination. Who dares to cause a ruckus here? He bellowed, surveying the chaotic scene illuminated by flames, shadows flickering as figures moved. A shadow resembling a wolf surged forth, howling as it charged towards the crowd. Some tiger guards, caught off guard, were thrown from their steeds, crashing to the ground. Immediately, surrounding wolf tribe warriors swarmed in, mercilessly dispatching them. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the wolf tribe warriors, upon seeing Tu Han, were invigorated, raising their arms in fervor. That Tu Han's gaze was intense, commanding respect without a trace of anger. That moment, a rider emerged from the flames. Astride a steed, wielding a blade that glimmered ominously, exuding an overwhelming presence. Who are you? Tu Han narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and authoritative. From the kingdom of Leong, I am Qin Feng. The name resonated in the air, igniting recognition. Qin Feng of the kingdom of Leong? That name sounds familiar. Tu Han mused, his expression suddenly chilling as he shouted, It is you. He recalled the individual who had previously set fire to the grain supplies at Tigermouth Pass. Could it be the same person? In an instant, enmity surged as they locked eyes, a fierce rivalry igniting. This man not only incinerated his supplies, but now dared to confront him directly. Tu Han felt a seething fury rise within him, his eyes burning with rage as he snarled. So it's you, you reckless fool, seeking death. As he spoke, a radiant light enveloped the saber in his grasp, sweeping menacingly towards Qin Feng. With a roar, the blade carved through the air, casting a massive shadow. The surrounding bonfires flickered violently, scattering grass and debris. Many wolf tribe warriors and tiger guards struggled to withstand the oppressive force, retreating in fear. Qin Feng's eyelids fluttered as he activated the Minghong heavenly blade. A dazzling crimson light radiating forth, kill. The fierce blood-red dragon slaughtering strike erupted, a torrent of bloodlight surging towards Tu Han with unrestrained ferocity, that in an explosive clash. The sound of clashing weapons pierced the air. An ear-splitting cacophony. Qin Feng harnessed the momentum of his steed, forcing Tu Han to retreat step by step. Tu Han's face flushed crimson as he let out a sharp whistle, in a flash. A blazing fireball hurtled towards him, revealing his steed, the red dragon colt. This magnificent beast, standing a full 10 feet tall, boasted a robust frame and a mane that flickered like flowing flames. Its snort echoed like a dragon's roar, sending tremors through the other mounts. Tu Han leaped onto the back of the red dragon colt, fixing his gaze on Qin Feng, his voice cold and menacing. "You wretched creature, your demise is imminent." As he spoke, the red dragon colt let out a resonant neigh, charging like a blood-red arrow aimed at Qin Feng. The lengthy saber gleamed with a blinding light, revealing the immense shadow of the Wolf King. The shadow roared skyward, its might shaking the very earth, channeling the power of the moon into a dazzling blade of light descending from above. Kill. In an instant, Tu Han seemed to embody a divine being, wielding the power to reap lives at will. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming pressure, his expression darkening as he summoned his inner energy to quell the unease within. For he sensed an untamed wildness emanating from Tu Han, a ferocity that was uncontrollable and boundless. The 19 swords of the shadow wind. Cautiously, Qin Feng's blade glimmered, weaving a colossal net of sword energy. The howls of wolves echoed, their luminous forms tearing through the net of the 19 swords of the shadow wind, sending Qin Feng hurtling backward. What? The shadow guards and tiger guards were filled with astonishment, rushing forward. Your Majesty, are you all right? Concern etched their faces. Your Majesty? Tu Han, astride the red dragon colt, stood silhouetted against the massive moon. His blade pointed ominously at Qin Feng, his voice as cool as moonlight, enunciating each word. Who are you? Truly. Qin Feng slowly rose to his feet, gesturing for his comrades to retreat. That I am His Majesty. King Qin Feng of Leong. He raised his head, unwavering in his gaze, locking eyes with Tu Han, fearless and resolute. Chapter 53. The Night of 1,000 Wolves. What? Tu Han's form trembled, his pupils constricting as he fixated on Qin Feng. His breath becoming labored, he barked. You are the young king of Leong. He could hardly fathom that the young king he had yearned to kill had appeared before him. It all seemed so surreal. Why would a lord of such stature risk himself, boldly challenging his royal court alone? Tu Han was confounded in that moment. Qin Feng leapt onto his steed, his gaze piercing into Tu Han, replying with deliberate clarity. Indeed, it is I. As he spoke, the Minghong heavenly blade trembled lightly, emitting a high-frequency vibration that turned the faces of the wolf tribe warriors pale, that a ghostly crimson hue spread, a lethal aura lurking just beneath the surface. Kill! He and Tu Han unleashed their attacks almost simultaneously. The crimson dragon steed soared into the air, rising several dozen feet, resembling a dragon breaking through the sky. Tu Han dove down, wielding his saber, which transformed into a colossal white shadow of a wolf king, its gaping maw poised to devour. Howl! The wolf's wail echoed, drifting across the night-shrouded grassland, sending chills down one's spine. The warhorse beneath Qin Feng trembled restlessly under the oppressive aura of the crimson dragon steed. He promptly infused spiritual energy into the horse, dulling its senses. With a whinny, the warhorse surged forward, and a blinding splash of blood erupted from the Minghong heavenly saber. The frenzied blood dragon slash was unleashed once more, its sharp crimson aura unfurling like a curtain, the power of the golden core realm reaching its zenith. In that instant, the surrounding campfires crackled fiercely, sparks flying. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the two clashed from afar. Tu Han leveraged the might of the crimson dragon steed, forcing Qin Feng back. A cold smile crept across his face as he taunted. Little Liang Wang, you possess quite the audacity to come here to meet your demise. I shall grant you your wish. At that moment, his heart burned with fervor, for capturing little Liang Wang would render the great Liang at his mercy. In that case, he could even kick aside the state of Chu and revel in the spoils of victory alone. At that time, the strength of the Wolf clan's royal court would undoubtedly rise further, and he, Wolf King Tu Han, would become the greatest monarch in the history of this grassland. with such thoughts igniting his spirit. Tu Han swung his saber, increasing its speed, the white shadow of the Wolf King becoming increasingly blinding, its gaping maw exuding a foul wind, engulfing all directions that in an instant, Qin Feng seemed ensnared in a siege by a pack of wolves. His situation growing perilous. With a whinny, his warhorse succumbed to the strain of the intense battle. Collapsing first, Qin Feng had no choice but to leverage the momentum, leaping into the air and striking out with his saber. The exhilarating sound of the blade resonated around him, a fierce aura of slaughter permeating the air, attempting to disperse the assaults of the Wolf King's white shadow. Without a mount, how could you contend with me? Tu Han laughed heartily, believing that with the speed advantage of the Crimson Dragon steed, he had already gained the upper hand. Thus, the Wolf King's white shadows, with their bloodthirsty maws agape, relentlessly lunged towards Qin Feng, unyielding in their pursuit. A strange red light flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he activated his breaking illusion eyes. Wherever his gaze landed, the clusters of white shadows rapidly dissipated, leaving behind a single, sharply vibrating blade. Tu Han's saber, the saber, enhanced by its momentum, became elusive and unpredictable. Yet once discerned by Qin Feng's breaking illusion eyes, it appeared utterly mundane. Kill. Qin Feng feigned weakness, retreating step by step under Tu Han's relentless onslaught. Tu Han beamed with a radiant smile, as if he could already envision himself basking in the fruits of victory in Yunling Prefecture. That in his exhilaration, it was inevitable that a flaw would emerge. Just then, Qin Feng's blade shifted abruptly that a sharp, unstoppable crimson arc cleaved through the air, sweeping towards the Crimson Dragon steed. What? Tu Han's expression darkened. You have reached your end, yet you still attempt to struggle? Not wishing to harm the Crimson Dragon steed, he hurriedly raised his saber to protect it. However, Qin Feng's blade altered course once more, suddenly ascending towards his head, that in an instant, Tu Han's scalp prickled as if struck by lightning. He instinctively leapt off the Crimson Dragon steed, flying several feet backward. Roar! The Crimson Dragon steed let out a low growl, its form suddenly lowered, that by the time Tu Han regained his senses, Qin Feng was already mounted upon the Crimson Dragon steed. Now, the situation had shifted. A smirk played upon Qin Feng's lips as he regarded Tu Han with disdain. However, the Crimson Dragon steed remained loyal, attempting to break free from his grasp. Yet, its struggles were insignificant before a Golden Core realm expert. Qin Feng suddenly urged the Crimson Dragon steed forward, charging at Tu Han. The Crimson Dragon steed dashed forward like an arrow loose from a bow, sending many wolf riders attempting to obstruct him flying in all directions. The Minghong heavenly saber was abruptly raised, bursting forth with a blinding radiance, descending directly upon Tu Han, that a flicker of panic crossed Tu Han's eyes as he hastily retreated. With a thunderous crash, a blood-colored blade descended from the heavens, leaving a massive fissure in its wake that a tidal wave of force erupted, sending both Tu Han and the nearby wolf riders hurtling through the air. The residual might of the blade even trampled the tents behind Tu Han that in that moment. The eyes of the surrounding wolf warriors dimmed, their fear unmistakable that Tu Han, nearly driven to madness, felt his eyes burn red, his body trembling uncontrollably. This wretch on his own territory, riding his prized steed, had forced him into a corner. What dignity remained for the proud Wolf King? Little Liang Wang, you seek death. Tu Han's veins bulged as he roared ferociously. I shall make you pay a bloody price. As he spoke, the ground trembled gently, the wild grass rustling. The surrounding Wolf Clan warriors' expressions changed dramatically as they knelt to the ground, murmuring incantations. Mysterious energies converged above the Wolf Clan royal court. Soon, a phantom of a white Wolf King materialized above Tu Han's head. Under the moonlight, the white Wolf King shone brilliantly, reflecting the moon's glow, exuding an indescribable aura of nobility that instilled a sense of submission in all present. Suddenly, the white Wolf King raised its head and howled to the sky, Thousand Wolves' Night March. In an instant, the ground of the grassland trembled, winds howled, and countless shadows converged around the royal court. Illuminated by firelight, each shadow bore a pair of emerald green eyes, as if they were soul-reaping specters from the abyss. Kill. Tu Han's voice was hoarse and low, filled with resentment and suppression. Countless shadows surged forth, launching an assault that as they drew near. The onlookers discerned that these were towering wolf demons, each exuding a domineering aura, rivaling foundational cultivators. Scanning the area, there were no fewer than 1,000 such wolf demons. In that moment, the Tiger Bend guards found themselves facing a formidable foe, and the Shadow Guards, skilled in stealth and assassination, were rendered ineffective in this chaotic clash, becoming a liability instead. Ha ha, little beasts, you are doomed. Tu Han's laughter rang out, growing ever more triumphant. Ultimately, all forces that dared to obstruct him would be obliterated. With a fierce tone, Tu Han exclaimed, and Qin Feng cast a cold glance in his direction. At that moment, a massive arrow shot forth from outside the Wolf Clan's royal court, its piercing explosion ringing painfully in the ears of those present. The black projectile, like a dragon, tore through the air, consecutively piercing dozens of wolf demons. What is happening? Tu Han's expression shifted dramatically. Qin Feng chuckled. The show has only just begun. No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of arrows, as thick as a man's arm, rained down upon the wolf demons. Thousands of wolf demons huddled together, presenting a vast target, and each volley claimed the lives of dozens of them. Furthermore, the arrows were meticulously aimed, cleaving through the throng of wolf demons, causing chaos as they struggled to coordinate with one another. Consequently, only a mere 100 wolf demons managed to reach the front lines of the Tiger Bend Guard, a number far too feeble to withstand their assault. The remaining wolf demons, now intimidated by the arrows, hesitated in fear, paralyzed by their apprehension. Soon, a wall of wolf demon corpses began to rise before the Tiger Bend Guard. This is outrageous. Who dares to thwart my royal ambitions? Tu Han bellowed in fury, his anger palpable as he saw his imminent victory being undermined at that moment. A wolf rider rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, trouble is brewing. A group of men is pushing enormous crossbows towards us." What? Tu Han fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, his voice laced with venom. "You are despicable." The mention of crossbows raised Qin Feng's eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Ren Taibai and his companions possessed such capability to construct crossbows in the sparsely populated grasslands. Truly, they were a band of rogues, their methods astonishingly resourceful. Wolf King, cease your struggles. Today, the Wolf Clan South Royal Court is destined for defeat. Qin Feng proclaimed, seated upon his red dragon steed, surveying Tu Han with disdain. Do you really think the state of Chu wishes to share a slice of the pie with you? Ha! They merely intend for you to be cannon fodder. For with your strength, you are still far from being able to contend with me. As he spoke, he charged forth, directly aiming for Tu Han. The speed of the red dragon steed was astounding, akin to a streak of fire, as it surged past hundreds of wolf demons and warriors. The Minghong Dao vibrated violently, its blood-red brilliance dazzling and imposing, causing many wolf warriors to stumble back in fright. That Tu Han's chest rose and fell erratically, caught between fear and rage. "I shall not be defeated," he roared through clenched teeth, brandishing his saber and striking fiercely at Qin Feng. The white wolf king atop his head mirrored his actions, baring its fangs in a menacing display. With a resounding crash, another wave of force erupted between the two, sending shockwaves through the air. The red dragon steed, seemingly enveloped in flames, swayed as it retreated several paces, while Tu Han was hurled hundreds of feet away. "Protect the king! Protect the king!" echoed the voices of the various leaders of the wolf clan. In an instant, many wolf warriors converged around Tu Han, forming a barricade to shield him from Qin Feng. Qin Feng, standing resolutely upon his steed, felt a single drop of blood slide down the blade of the Minghong Dao. Thud! 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 Many leaders of the wolf clan stared at him, their hearts racing wildly. Qin Feng scanned the crowd and, with an even tone, inquired, "The defeat of the Wolf Clan South Royal Court today is already a foregone conclusion. How long do you think you can stave off my advance? One strike, or perhaps two." His gaze swept over the assembly, and none dared to meet his eyes that moment. The Tiger Bend Guard appeared in unison behind Qin Feng, their black iron cavalry aligned in perfect formation. As if an invisible hand had orchestrated their arrangement, the Yueying Guards swiftly gathered as well, revealing their sharp weapons. Outside the Wolf Clan's royal court, Ren Taibai stood atop a high watchtower, calling out, "Your Majesty, the Wolf Clan South Royal Court is now within our sight. Those who dare to move shall face death." Those who dare to move shall face death." The band of rogues cheered excitedly. As they spoke, dozens of crossbows were meticulously aimed at Tu Han and his allies. The Wolf Clan leaders swallowed hard, casting helpless glances at Tu Han. Chapter 55. The Wolf Clan retreats. Chu State is alarmed. "I do not wish to die." Suddenly, a Wolf Clan leader cried out in despair, striking Tu Han down with a single blow. "What?" The Wolf Clan erupted into chaos, leaders caught off guard, unable to fathom such a turn of events. The already weakened Tu Han collapsed amidst a pool of blood, and the last flicker of hope for the Wolf Clan extinguished. The Wolf Clan leader who had dealt the fatal blow crawled towards Qin Feng, raising his hands in surrender. "I yield. I yield. Tu Han is dead. I beg you, spare my life." Many other wolves quickly knelt, pleading, "Spare us. O King Leong, spare us." Originally, the Wolf Clan had thrived as nomads, scattered and lacking a unified culture or blood ties, relying solely on formidable strength to maintain order. Now, with Tu Han incapacitated and unable to protect them, some sought new means of self-preservation. The most viable option at present was to eliminate Tu Han and pledge allegiance to the state of Leong. Qin Feng regarded the man without uttering a word, that he harbored no fondness for those who would betray their sovereign in a moment of crisis. Nevertheless, this man's surrender effectively dismantled the Wolf Clan as resistance, easing the burden on Leong. The Wolf King is dead. From this day forth, the Wolf Clan's South Royal Court shall cease to exist, Qin Feng declared, his voice resonating throughout the vast court. Meanwhile, the eastern sky was just beginning to lighten. In the northern territory of Leong, 200,000 troops from the state of Chu were assembled, with Commander Liao He inspecting the encampment. Reporting to the commander, "Our forces have fully assembled, and the supplies and provisions are in place. We are ready to engage Leong," a soldier announced loudly. This battle represented a pivotal opportunity for the state of Chu to establish its reputation that a victory here would create a myth upon foreign soil, yielding untold wealth, slaves, and beauties. Furthermore, unlike Leong, which faced instability under Chu's governance, Zhongling Prefecture offered limited opportunities for accomplishments. Thus, venturing outward promised power and prestige, stirring the blood of Chu's soldiers. Liao He nodded slightly, while he held a low opinion of the people of Leong. He remained cautious as a commanding officer, ensuring every necessary preparation was complete. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, he inquired, "And what of the Wolf Clan? When will the 300,000 cannon fodder arrive?" The strategy of using the Wolf Clan as vanguards to exhaust Liang's fighting strength while probing their capabilities had been a cornerstone of Chu's plans. This was why the king of Chu had gone to great lengths to supply the Wolf Clan with provisions. After all, there are no free lunches in this world. Reporting to the commander, "The 300,000 wolves have gathered 150 miles away," the subordinate reported. "What is happening?" Liao He's brow furrowed. According to the plan, today the Wolf Clan was to launch their initial assault on Leong. Yet they remained a considerable distance away. "Commander, it appears that the Wolf Clan has sent word that they are facing supply issues and are inquiring if we can provide additional provisions." The subordinate murmured, "More provisions?" Liao He's expression soured. "Didn't we already supply them with 300,000 carts of provisions? Do these rascals think they can extort us further?" "Humph. Relay to the Wolf Clan's leaders that if they do not arrive by nightfall, they should prepare for the consequences." Liao He's voice was stern. This initial setback stirred unease within his previously calm demeanor. The subordinate hastily complied, "Understood." As dusk approached, the subordinate rushed into the command tent, breathless, reporting to the commander, "Urgent news. The 300,000 wolves are beginning to retreat." "What?" Liao He sprang to his feet, demanding, "What is going on?" The state of Chu had entered into a joint combat agreement with the Wolf Clan. Now the Wolf Army was not only raising their demands but also retreating, violating the agreement. Did they not fear the wrath of Chu? It seems there are issues within the Wolf Clan's South Royal Court. Conflicts have arisen among the leaders, prompting the wolves to return in support of the court. The subordinate lowered his head. "Damn it." Liao He slammed his hand on the table, cursing, "They truly are a rabble. Utterly unreliable." This development meant he would have to alter his battle plans, and the 300,000 carts of provisions intended for the Wolf Clan would also go to waste. With this thought, a wave of frustration surged within Liao He, leaving him feeling decidedly unsatisfied. "Prepare immediately. I shall launch the first offensive against Leong." Liao He raised his head suddenly, gritting his teeth as he declared, the disruption of the joint operation would undoubtedly affect troop morale if word got out. Therefore, he urgently required a victory to stabilize the hearts of his soldiers. At this moment, news reached Leong. General, victory news! Victory news! A scout rushed into the tent, kneeling and exclaiming, the 300,000 wolf cavalry has retreated without a fight. What? The various generals in the tent exchanged bewildered glances, whispering among themselves that hadn't the wolf clan reached an agreement with the state of Chu? Why had they retreated without a battle? Could it be that a conflict has arisen between Chu and the wolf clan? One voiced his confusion. Some have speculated, is this truly possible? Could there be a deception at play? I have heard that the commander sent by the state of Chu is Liao He, a man known for his cunning and craftiness. Perhaps this is merely a deliberate ruse. With a hint of concern, someone remarked. Pan Jiangfeng, smiling, waved her hand and said, to be frank, the retreat of the wolf tribe does indeed have its reasons. However, the cause lies not within the state of Chu, but rather in our great Leong. Great Leong? What is happening? Many remained in the dark. Dozens of days ago, our king personally led the elite northward, directly targeting the wolf tribe's royal court. The current retreat of the wolf tribe indicates that our king has succeeded, and the royal court of the wolf tribe must be in disarray at this moment. Pan Jiangfeng explained emphatically. What? Numerous soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief, expressing their astonishment. The king of Leong has risked his life, boldly venturing into the heart of the wolf tribe's royal court. What if something goes awry? Many felt a chill at the thought. The king of Leong is indeed formidable. Some could not help but express their admiration. Indeed, a lone venture into the wolf tribe's royal court will undoubtedly become a legendary tale in Yunling Prefecture. Soon, the rest of those in the tent began to flatter. With this, the state of Chu has lost the wolf tribe as their vanguard, effectively eliminating their claws and fangs. This increases our chances of defeating the state of Chu. A soldier from the allied forces suddenly grasped this point, filled with excitement. Indeed. In an instant, the previously oppressed allied soldiers revealed expressions of joy. However, Pan Jiangfeng's brow furrowed tightly as she solemnly stated, everyone, the situation is far from simple. Although the wolf tribe has retreated, the state of Chu, in an effort to maintain morale, will undoubtedly muster every ounce of strength against us. Therefore, we are faced with an even more formidable state of Chu. Chapter 56. Bloodshed at Hejiang City. This battle is of utmost significance, both for the state of Chu and for the allied forces of Yunling Prefecture. For the state of Chu, their troops are strong and well-trained, easily capable of overwhelming the allied forces. However, having lost their ally at the last moment and finding themselves in a foreign land, their morale has dipped, necessitating a victory to restore it. On the other hand, the allied forces are significantly weaker than the state of Chu, and their unity is questionable, making the task of defeating the state of Chu no simple feat. Fortunately, Qin Feng's surprise attack on the wolf tribe's royal court resulted in a resounding victory, injecting a dose of confidence into everyone regarding the confrontation with the state of Chu. Nevertheless, mere confidence is insufficient. Action must be taken. Only true victory can invigorate morale. Thus, this battle will undoubtedly be arduous for both the state of Chu and the allied forces. As night fell, fierce flames erupted from the direction of the state of Chu's camp, and shadows surged like a torrent. A multitude of ships racing toward Hejiang City in the northern border of Leong. Hejiang City, located at the confluence of Liangjiang and Yunjiang, is the closest point between Jiangling Prefecture and Yunling Prefecture. Pan Jiangfeng had stationed heavy troops here, relying on the natural defenses of the two rivers to keep the state of Chu's army at bay. Thus, many days prior, she had dispatched individuals to fortify Hejiang City and deepen the riverbank's defenses. Moreover, patrols had increased from once every hour to thrice every hour. Pan Jiangfeng remained fully alert regarding the state of Chu's army, establishing a comprehensive intelligence network to monitor Liang's movements continuously. General, we have detected the state of Chu's siege army approaching from the north. Not long after nightfall, a soldier rushed in to report. They have finally arrived. Pan Jiangfeng exhaled deeply, personally heading to the front lines. Standing atop the Hejiang city wall, she gazed out over the vast Yunjiang, where enormous ships emerged from the mist, resembling ancient behemoths, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Attack the ships. Pan Jiangfeng ordered, her eyelids flickering slightly. Soon, shadows along the riverbank surged forth, leaping into the water and swimming toward the state of Chu's vessels. This naval force, comprised of troops recruited from Wu territory and led by Pan Jiangfeng's trusted confidants, had undergone a period of rigorous training. This was their first real combat. The act of attacking the ships mid-transit held great potential rewards. If successful, it would surely disrupt the formation of the state of Chu's army. However, the endeavor was equally fraught with danger, and the probability of success was low. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated, and the river erupted violently. Clearly, the state of Chu's army had anticipated Liang's naval assault, as streams of light blossomed in the air. With hundreds of foundation-building cultivators appearing, fiercely attacking Liang's forces in the water. Blood splatters illuminated the river, dyeing it crimson. Pan Jiangfeng's brow furrowed. Magic artifacts. Foundation-building cultivators cannot soar through the air without the aid of magical tools. Yet these are exceedingly costly, unaffordable for most feudal states that at this moment. The appearance of foundation-building cultivators from the state of Chu signified the failure of the naval assault. Let Jin Yao take action. Pan Jiangfeng calmly instructed. Yes, the order was promptly relayed. Moments later, the Yunjiang surged with tumultuous waves, crashing toward the state of Chu's fleet. Simultaneously, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled ominously. Suddenly, a fierce storm descended. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed relentlessly, deafeningly. Many foundation-building cultivators soaring through the air were struck down by the tempest, plummeting into the river, consumed by the raging waters. Roar! A brilliant golden light erupted from the river. Accompanied by a roar akin to that of a mighty tiger, it was none other than Jin Wang, the great demon subdued by Qin Feng on the Liangjiang. As the state of Chu's army crossed the river, it was the moment for Jin Wang to showcase its prowess. Bold demon race, do you dare obstruct my formidable state of Chu? A commanding voice resonated from the fleet of the state of Chu, followed by a figure soaring into the sky, revealing a golden core powerhouse. Clad in Qilin battle armor, wielding a massive axe, he prepared to unleash a fierce strike, the sharp light of the axe cleaving through the air. Aimed directly at Jin Wang in the river. Puff! Jin Wang inflated a massive gas pouch and unleashed a powerful breath, sending forth a howling wind that swept away the axe's light. Subsequently, the dark green rainwater cascaded down upon the deck of the state of Chu's fleet, causing many soldiers to cry out in pain, their faces contorted in agony. Not good. The rainwater is toxic. A cry of alarm rang out aboard the fleet. Activate the defensive array. Liao He, stationed on the flagship, issued a command. Quickly, the soldiers on the fleet sprang into action, activating the defensive array. These fellows have quite a few tricks up their sleeves. Pan Jiangfeng noted, her brow furrowed. Clearly, the state of Chu's wartime tactics far surpassed those of Liang and the allied forces. She had initially intended to rely on Jin Wang's might to deliver a heavy blow to the state of Chu's army. However, it now seemed that Jin Wang's effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Once the defensive array was activated, the soldiers of the state of Chu acted without restraint, unleashing a torrent of axe lights that roiled the river's waters. Caught off guard, Jin Wang was cut across the back by an axe light, immediately staining the river red with its blood. Letting out a mournful howl, it summoned its surrounding demonic energy. Forming a colossal vortex, the waters of the river surged violently, pulling even the state of Chu's fleet into the maelstrom. Maintain formation. Focus all efforts to slay this demon. Liao He commanded, in the midst of his words. Another golden core powerhouse, wielding a long spear, emerged from the state of Chu's fleet. The spear shot forth like a dragon, a white shadow tearing through space, colliding with Jin Wang's crimson tongue. Erupting in a blinding flash of light that in pain, Jin Wang howled, stirring the river's waters into a frenzy. Soon, a vessel from the state of Chu was caught in the whirlpool and sank to the riverbed, with only a handful of men escaping with their lives. Seeing this, the two golden core cultivators intensified their assault, forcing Jin Wang to flee in haste. It darted from Yunjiang into Liangjiang, making a desperate bid for safety into the heart of Liang that on the flagship. Liao He gazed toward Hejiang City, his expression growing increasingly cold. This insignificant Liang has quite a few tricks. Unfortunately, before my mighty Chu cavalry, All schemes shall be reduced to dust. Full speed ahead. The fleet of the state of Chu lined up and charged toward the riverbank. Deploy the catapults and crossbows. Pan Zhongfeng calmly instructed. The catapults and crossbows stationed along the riverbank began to operate, unleashing a barrage of black projectiles toward the state of Chu's fleet. However, the defenses of the state of Chu's fleet were formidable. And given the hasty preparations of Liang's forces, the number of catapults and crossbows was limited. After sinking 2 vessels, the Chu army still managed to land, with a cacophony of synchronized armor clattering. The ground shook, almost drowning out the sound of the river's waves. Defend the honor of the state of Chu. Destroy all obstacles. Liang must perish. Liao he bellowed, as 100,000 troops from the state of Chu launched a powerful siege assault. Streams of light surged into the sky, aimed squarely at the walls of Hejiang City. Chapter 57. The Fall of Hejiang City. The state of Chu's tens of thousands of sorcerers initiated a long-range assault. A rain of fireballs descending like colossal spheres, mercilessly crashing down upon the walls of Hejiang City. In an instant, flames raged uncontrollably, and waves of heat rolled forth that on the city gate tower, soldiers of the Allied forces were sent into disarray by the bombardment. Many were caught off guard, directly consumed by the flames, their cries echoing in agony. Simultaneously, under the cover of the sorcerer's barrage, 50,000 iron cavalry from the state of Chu surged forth, their massive siege engines racing toward Hejiang City, shaking the very ground. With a thunderous roar, the towering walls of Hejiang City trembled violently. Sorcerers charge! In the midst of chaos, Pan Zhongfeng remained composed, her eyelids fluttering as she issued a command in a low voice. Although the sorcerers of Leong Kingdom were inferior in overall strength compared to the Chu Kingdom and could not confront them directly, they were more than capable of halting the reckless charge of the Chu Kingdom's siege cavalry. Streams of flowing light swirled outward, forming myriad silver threads that restrained the advance of the Chu soldiers. The frontmost warriors were ensnared by the silver lines, their momentum thwarted, causing them to tumble from their steeds and be instantly crushed into a bloody pulp by the cavalry behind. "Steady the formation! Steady the formation!" cried voices among the Chu cavalry as the originally swift charge slowed to a crawl, kill. At that moment, a frantic roar echoed from the tower of Hejiang City. The sorcerers of Leong Kingdom launched another assault. As enigmatic spiritual energies gathered in the skies, suddenly transforming into a torrential downpour that violently struck the Chu cavalry, in an instant, casualties among the Chu forces surged. Observing this scene, Liao He's expression turned cold. Exert full force to eliminate the enemy sorcerers. With a single command, the targets of the Chu sorcerers were locked onto the Liang sorcerers. Boom! Amidst the thunderstorm, flashes of lightning tore through the heavens, striking directly at the Hejiang Tower, causing dozens of sorcerers to collapse. Reduced to charred remains, the formation of the Liang sorcerers fell into disarray. Attack the city! The roar of the Chu cavalry resounded once more, as the formidable army surged forth like a tidal wave. Their massive siege engines crashing violently against the city gates. Hold strong! Pan Zhongfeng spoke resolutely. Since the sorcerer's assault has been suppressed, we must resort to physical attacks. Scalding mixtures of filth and water cascaded down, drenching the Chu cavalry. From below, anguish cries filled the air as countless warriors fell, yet the relentless tide of cavalry continued to surge forth. "General, it seems we cannot hold the city." An officer approached Pan Zhongfeng hastily. "The Chu cavalry is well-equipped and expertly trained, their strength and numbers vastly exceeding those of the defenders of Hejiang City. At this rate, the city is doomed. First, evacuate the civilians." Pan Zhongfeng pondered briefly. "Yes." The officer responded promptly. Liangdu's Qin Feng hurriedly returned from the Wolf clan's royal court, only to receive urgent news regarding Hejiang City. "Your Majesty, the situation in Hejiang City is dire. It may be abandoned." The urgent report was brief, yet the matter was of utmost importance that if Hejiang City fell, the 300 miles of Liang territory to the north would be exposed to the Chu cavalry, placing Liangdu in grave danger. Moreover, with the Chu cavalry advancing fiercely, they would undoubtedly intimidate the other vassal states of Yunling Prefecture. Should these states turn against Liang in battle, the kingdom would find itself besieged on all fronts. Qin Feng's face darkened as he gripped the urgent report. "It seems we have indeed underestimated the strength of the Chu Kingdom." the profound heritage of the Chu Kingdom, having dominated Jiangling Prefecture for centuries, is beyond Liang's capacity to rival. At that moment, Princess Chingling approached, saying, "Your Majesty, I dare to speak regarding the situation in Hejiang City." Qin Feng regarded her, inquiring, "What strategy do you propose, Princess?" "Your Majesty, the Chu Kingdom is formidable. And while they seek to leverage the Wolf Clan's royal court, why should our Leong Kingdom not also seek external assistance?" Princess Chingling asked, her voice clear and resolute. "External assistance?" Qin Feng chuckled bitterly. "In the current situation of Leong, what external force can we rely upon? Moreover, which faction would dare to assist Leong against the might of the Chu? Your Majesty, have you perhaps forgotten about Tai Rui?" Princess Chingling interjected. "Tai Rui?" Qin Feng nodded slightly, that he is from the Tong demon clan. "Even if he were willing to aid us, it is uncertain whether he could arrive in time, that I have heard that after his defeat. Tai Rui was expelled from the Tong and has been lurking in the Yunjiang River. Perhaps he could serve as an ally." Princess Chingling explained earnestly that, "I see." Qin Feng nodded that in that case, perhaps we can persuade Tai Rui. Although Tai Rui had been a former adversary, surely there are no permanent enemies in this world. Just then, Cao Jiu led Xin Wanshan into the court. "Commoner Xin Wanshan pays respects to your Majesty and the Queen." Xin Wanshan, radiating vitality, bowed before Qin Feng and Princess Chingling, declaring, "I have successfully completed my mission to the Southern Zhou dynasty, securing the title of a third-tier vassal state for our kingdom." As he spoke, he raised a delicate purple-gold box high above his head. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he opened the box, revealing a Qilin golden seal and an official appointment letter to third-tier vassal state. Splendid. Qin Feng's previous gloom lifted, for he had believed that attaining a fourth-tier vassal state was the limit for Leong. Yet Xin Wanshan's adept maneuvering had achieved a third-tier status, a matter that would undoubtedly boost morale. "Xin Wanshan, you have performed admirably this time, that I have another task for you. Are you willing?" Qin Feng inquired. Xin Wanshan knelt in gratitude. "Please, your Majesty, command me. I shall brave any peril." Qin Feng nodded. "In 2 days, Hejiang City will fall." A vast tide of Chu cavalry surged into Liang's foremost riverside city. However, what awaited them was an empty and desolate fortress. "General, from Hejiang City and beyond 300 miles. It is all visible that in less than 3 days, our army can set its sights on Liangdu." A jubilant Chu soldier proclaimed that in this battle, both the Chu and Yunling Prefecture coalitions suffered heavy losses. Yet ultimately, the Chu emerged victorious, greatly boosting the morale of their troops, who now harbored ambitions to obliterate Leong Kingdom. Liao he furrowed his brow, contemplating, things are not as simple as they seem. Though the Yunling coalition had suffered tremendous casualties at Hejiang City, his rough estimate revealed that their numbers had not dwindled below 200,000, indicating that they retained considerable strength. Standing on the city tower, he gazed towards the direction of the coalition's retreat, remarking, "Pan Jiangfeng's methods are indeed formidable. I wonder what tricks she will employ next. Our commander is a master of warfare, and our Chu army is robust and well-equipped. How could dealing with a mere Leong Kingdom be a challenge?" A Chu soldier confidently asserted. Meanwhile, the setting sun cast a blood-red hue, filling the air above Hejiang City with a faint scent of blood. Chapter 58. Confrontation on the Plains, Striking the Chu Cavalry. "Lord Chao, please inform His Majesty that my mission to Yunjiang was exceedingly successful. I have persuaded Tai Rui to send troops." Xin Wanshan arrived breathlessly at the palace, his face adorned with his trademark amiable smile. "Congratulations, Lord Xin. Well done, Lord Xin." Cao Jiu hurriedly welcomed Xin Wanshan into the royal court. This month, Xin Wanshan had first secured the third-tier vassal state title for Leong Kingdom and now successfully convinced the demon clan of Yunjiang to take action, earning him considerable acclaim both within the court and among the populace. Xin Wanshan chuckled, "I dare not claim all the credit. It is solely due to your Majesty's grace." The two proceeded to the main hall of the palace to pay their respects to Qin Feng. At that moment, Qin Feng was busy organizing the heavenly fortune summoning system. Since Leong had ascended to a third-tier vassal state, his personal prestige had risen by 860 points, leaving him just 140 points short of advancing to the next level. Additionally, the fortune points in the system had returned to 50,000, but more importantly, he could now mobilize the national fortune of Leong, much like the Wolf King. With the support of national fortune, his power would rise yet again. Presently, within Liang's territory, cultivators at the Golden Core stage were no longer a match for Qin Feng. When Shun Wanshan relayed Tai Rui's intentions to Qin Feng, he smiled at as expected of a strategist. This deal is quite advantageous, Qin Feng commended. Tai Rui sought to return to the Tong Sea and restore his reputation, and clearly, he could not achieve this on his own. Thus, he was compelled to collaborate with Liang. He recognized Qin Feng's potential. However, this presented an opportunity for Qin Feng to cultivate his own influence within the demon clan. Although the human dynasty prided itself on being orthodox and often looked down upon the demon clan, their vast numbers could prove pivotal in critical moments, so Qin Feng was indifferent to the reputation of the demons. Rest assured, as long as he exerts his utmost effort to assist me, I shall reciprocate in kind. Qin Feng assured that he also instructed Shun Wanshan to send Tai Rui's clan 50,000 carts of provisions and some ironware. Shun Wanshan clasped his hands in salute. Your Majesty can rest easy. I will ensure this demon clan remains devoted to your service, commoner. Qin Feng chuckled as he patted Shun Wanshan's shoulder, saying, From today onward, you shall be the Grand Minister of Liang. The Grand Minister is one of Liang's 6 ministers, ranking just below the 2 prime ministers and stepping into the threshold of high official status. Shun Wanshan immediately bowed deeply. Thank you for your Majesty's favor. For a strategist, the most significant target for trade was the sovereign, and the greatest gain was to attain a position of high authority. Chao Jiu grinned. Congratulations, Grand Minister. Well done, Grand Minister. 3 days later, in the northern border of Leong Kingdom, Pan Zhongfeng ordered the digging of deep trenches to repel the Chu cavalry. General, the Chu cavalry is advancing fiercely, and with tens of thousands of sorcerers assisting them, these trenches alone may not suffice to stop them. An officer hesitated. Pan Zhongfeng countered, who said I intended to use these trenches to block the Chu cavalry. The officer was momentarily taken aback. Send the order down. Let the soldiers make haste. Tonight, each shall receive an additional 9 taels of meat. Pan Zhongfeng chuckled, indeed. The officers and soldiers are immediately invigorated, and soon the 100,000 allied forces of Yunling Zhao are actively digging trenches. Meanwhile, within Hejiang City, the cavalry of the Chu Kingdom stands ready for battle. Report, Marshal. The Liang army is digging trenches 100 miles away, attempting to impede our advance. A scout hurriedly reported. Digging trenches? How utterly foolish. A general from Chu scoffed at these fools believe they can halt the might of the Chu cavalry with mere ditches. Another bystander sneered, truly a gathering of frogs at the bottom of a well. Marshal, I am willing to lead a cavalry unit to clear the path for the general. Someone stepped forward to volunteer. Liao he pondered for a moment and replied, exercise caution. Rest assured, Marshal. The general answered loudly. This vast plain, so perfectly suited for battle, is tailor-made for the Chu Kingdom. Here, our generals are confident that with tens of thousands of vanguard troops, we will crush the Liang army, who can only dig trenches like clumsy earthworms. The Grand Army surged forward, directly targeting the allied forces of Liang. The clamor of battle filled the air, a palpable aura of menace rolling like dark clouds over the heads of the Liang troops. Bring me my weapon, Pan Zhongfeng bellowed. Personally leading the charge, he commanded the soldiers digging trenches to continue their work, forbidding any retreat. Before long, the elite forces of Liang emerged, engaging in fierce combat with the Chu vanguard. The vast expanse of the plain echoed with the cries of battle, soon transforming into rivers of blood. The Chu cavalry revealed their ferocious fangs, ruthlessly slaughtering within the ranks of Liang. In this moment, the supremacy of the Chu Kingdom, the tyrant of Yunling Zhao, was fully displayed. The children of Liang shall swiftly meet their demise. A Chu general roared, his face flushed with fervor. That moment, a streak of light shot forth, and someone soared into the air. It was none other than Pan Zhongfeng. Kill! Pan Zhongfeng's gaze was fierce as he hurled a spear, and before he knew it, a long knife appeared in his hand, its blade shimmering coldly like dancing snow. Bang! The Chu general blocked the spear, staring down Pan Zhongfeng as he exclaimed, You dare to obstruct me? As he spoke, he too took to the air, clashing with Pan Zhongfeng across the distance. It turned out he was also a formidable warrior of the Golden Core realm. A powerful wave surged between them, reverberating in the air. Pan Zhongfeng's moves were bold and expansive, akin to 1,000 horses charging forth. while the Chu generals' techniques were crafty, with peculiar angles. However, as they battled, the Chu cavalry had already begun to overwhelm the elite forces of Leong, with some even breaching Liang's defenses, advancing towards the trench-digging allies. Panic ensued among the allied forces. Some scrambled out of the trenches in a frantic bid for survival, a do not retreat. The general has commanded, no one is to fall back. The Leong soldiers tasked with supervision roared. Yet, the Chu cavalry relentlessly advanced, spreading fear among the allied troops. Even a leader among them cried out, "The Chu cavalry is upon us. Are you going to let us wait for death? Yes, this is your land. Leong people, if you cannot defend it, why should we die for you? We won't dig trenches anymore. Indeed, even if the king of Leong were here, we wouldn't do it." A general led the charge. And chaos erupted, an unmistakable trend towards mutiny brewing. Originally, the allied forces of Yunling Zhao were a disorganized rabble. They might have been able to chase after victories and reap some spoils, but with the immense pressure from the Chu cavalry, it felt as though their lives were at stake. At that moment, a calm, yet authoritative voice resonated from behind them. "Do you wish to see your king? If you have any grievances, you may address them now." The crowd turned to see a figure seated upon a chestnut-red steed, flanked by hundreds of knights clad in black armor. Chapter 59. The Arrival of King Leong. Overwhelming presence, Your Majesty. It is truly the king. Long live the king. The Leong troops, upon witnessing Qin Feng's arrival, erupted into ecstatic cheers, dropping to their knees in unison that in the hearts of the Leong people. Qin Feng was a supreme deity, leading their nation to rise, capable of anything. Now that Qin Feng was personally on the battlefield, the fear in everyone's hearts was instantly dispelled. Meanwhile, the allied forces regarded Qin Feng with a mix of awe and trepidation, hesitant to mutiny. Though they had heard tales of the young king of Leong, seeing this slightly youthful face left them with some doubts. Could this lad truly defeat the Chu cavalry? Qin Feng's gaze swept around, exuding an air of authority without anger. "Gentlemen, since there is nothing to discuss, let us engage in battle. If Leong falls, your families will also become prey to the trampling of the Chu cavalry. Kill!" The hundreds of Tiger Bend guards raised their arms in a rallying cry. Qin Feng led the charge, his chestnut steed blazing like a crimson comet, charging directly into the oncoming Chu cavalry. With the Minghong heavenly blade in hand, its blood-red radiance flickered, clearing every obstacle in its path like the scythe of death. Wherever the crimson glow passed, the Chu cavalry fell in droves. Gasp! The allied forces watched in awe, their hearts leaping into their throats as they collectively inhaled sharply. Is this truly the power of a man? Kill! Seeing this, the Leong soldiers' morale surged, each one bravely advancing. Long spears and short halberds aimed at the Chu cavalry. That moment, the onslaught of the Chu cavalry was unexpectedly halted. Within the Chu ranks, someone recognized Qin Feng's prowess and rode forward. Shouting, "You little brat dare to obstruct the might of the Chu army!" Before he could finish, his head was severed from his body. Panic swept through the Chu forces, and the general who had been engaged with Pan Jiangfeng faltered, revealing an opening that Pan Jiangfeng exploited, bringing him down from his horse. "Long live the king!" Pan Jiangfeng shouted. "Long live the king!" A tumultuous roar echoed from the Leong forces. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he surveyed the ravenous Chu cavalry. Deckled before the echoes of his voice faded, a chilling beam of blood light shot forth. "What?" Liao He's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly retreated. That blood light carved an unfathomable chasm into the ground, extending right before him. How formidable! A shock coursed through Liao He's heart as his gaze fell upon one among the Leong army, none other than Qin Feng. Qin Feng's voice resonated steadily. "On the territory of my great Leong, you people from Chu shall either coil like dragons or lie like tigers. Should you wish to stir up trouble, it would be wise to first feel your own necks and ascertain whether it is your necks that are sturdy or my blade that is sharp." Liao He's expression changed multiple times as he coldly retorted, "Humph, what audacity! My Chu state boasts a nation of 10,000 chariots, its might shaking the Yunjiang and Erzhou. How dare your Leong state speak so brazenly?" As he spoke, beams of golden light ascended into the air, appearing before the Chu army. This was indeed the manifestation of 10 formidable cultivators at the Golden Core stage. A wave of gasps echoed among the allied forces of Yunling Zhao. It must be noted that even when gathering all the strength of Yunling Zhao, the number of Golden Core practitioners they could muster was but a handful. Yet now, the Chu army could summon 10 with ease, a display of absolute dominance. Many faces turned pale with fear. The soldiers of the allied forces, who had previously intended to follow Qin Feng for opportunities, began to reconsider that moment. However, Qin Feng spurred his horse forward, lowering his eyelids and declaring, "With this rabble, you dare to bark wildly on my great Liang's land?" Chapter 60. The suppression of national luck. What audacity! From the front of the Chu army, a figure strode forward, gazing down at Qin Feng with disdain. "Little Leong King, heed my words. I am Han Bailong, general of the great Chu's escort cavalry. Today, I shall claim your head." As he spoke, a silver spear cleaved through the air, akin to a thunderbolt tearing the sky. Its sharpness undeniable that a cacophony of murmurs erupted among the allied forces of Yunling Zhao. Such an imposing presence. That name, Han Bailong, sounds familiar. I recall now. He was the chief disciple of the Yulong sect, a ruthless figure who once slaughtered 3,000 with a single silver dragon spear. Gasp! Many inhaled sharply. Han Bailong couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride. During his reign over Yunjiang and Erzhou, Qin Feng had yet to be born. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed, merely glancing at him with indifference. "You alone are no match for me. It would be best if you summoned them all." What audacity! Han Bailong's expression darkened. "That I offer you this kind warning. You will soon understand." Qin Feng lifted his head and spoke. Whoosh! At that moment, a blinding silver light sliced through the air. Han Bailong had made his move. Qin Feng instinctively closed his eyes. What a perfect opportunity! Han Bailong thought with delight, sneering, "Let us see whose true prowess prevails." As he spoke, streams of energy spiraled around the silver dragon spear, exhibiting a dragon-like momentum that in an instant, the spear's brilliance tore through the air, as if a dragon's roar echoed. Clang! A piercing clang resonated, and a crimson glow streaked across the sky. Qin Feng's Minghong Tiandao swiftly countered the silver dragon spear in a flash. How astonishingly swift! Han Bailong's heart sank slightly. He anticipated that the young Leong King would possess such skill. He hastily adjusted his spear technique. Yet, Qin Feng's speed was even greater. The Minghong Tiandao erupted with a dazzling blood light, cutting through the air like a roaring tide, aimed directly at him. Frenzied blood dragon slash. The rending blade radiated incredible power, instantly shocking Han Bailong to his core. Kill! Qin Feng raised his head, meeting Han Bailong's gaze. Han Bailong felt as if struck by lightning, suddenly perceiving not a mere man before him, but a god, an invincible deity. In that moment, he froze mid-air. However, by the time he grasped the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Boom! Blood rained from the sky as a figure plummeted to the ground. Qin Feng sheathed his blade, returning to his crimson dragon steed, his expression unchanged. What a stir arose in both armies. The Chu forces were in shock, while the Liang forces erupted in cheers. Qin Feng had slain an enemy Golden Core expert in a mere moment, undoubtedly providing a tremendous boost to the morale of the Liang army. The national luck empowerment. Liao he saw through it all, coldly observing Qin Feng, and inquired, "I underestimated you. But tell me, little Leong King, what rank of marquis seal have you obtained?" Just moments ago, Han Bailong had faltered not due to distraction, but because Qin Feng had harnessed the power of national luck with the empowerment of a third-tier marquis state. Coupled with Qin Feng's own Golden Core strength, slaying a Golden Core cultivator was as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. This was also why Qin Feng had dismissed Han Bailong's provocation so lightly. "Haha, that is a state secret of Leong that I cannot divulge it." Qin Feng replied leisurely, a profound smile gracing his lips. Whispers erupted among the allied forces of Yunling Zhao. The Prince of Leong had come prepared for battle. It appears he possesses absolute confidence against the iron cavalry of Chu. Many found their confidence bolstered. Liao he scoffed, taunting, "With your Leong state's strength, obtaining a 5th-tier marquis seal is already a stretch." With a 5th-tier marquis seal, you think you can withstand my Chu state's iron cavalry? You are sorely mistaken. As he spoke, he produced a platinum seal, the Chu state's commander seal, as the commander in the field. It symbolized the expansion of Chu's territory. This seal served as the conduit for connecting with the national luck of Chu. With the emergence of the commander seal, a mysterious auspicious light enveloped the sky above the Chu army. The national luck of Chu. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with envy. Truly, as an old third-tier marquis state, the national luck they had accumulated was astonishingly potent, even manifesting in distant foreign lands, empowered by the national luck. The Chu cavalry transformed, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Kill. In the air, two figures charged towards Qin Feng in unison. General Luo Beitong of the Great Chu. General Wei Wuba of the Great Chu. Little Leong King, surrender. Both shouted simultaneously, a sword and a saber locking onto Qin Feng. Bolstered by the national luck of Chu, their strength surged, unleashing an impressive display as they bore down on Qin Feng with the intent to annihilate him. The saber's momentum was fierce, summoning howling winds, while the sword's essence was sharp, like snow falling in winter. Their techniques were indeed visually striking, but one could not ascertain if they were merely for show. Qin Feng spoke nonchalantly, a faint blue glow emanating from the Minghong Tiandao in his hand. 19 blades of the ethereal wind, kill. Intertwined shadows danced as the crimson dragon steed neighed, dashing forward like a streak of light. The azure blade shadows coalesced beneath the feet of Luo Beitong and Wei Wuba, forming an intricate net. Boom! Their attacks collided with the onslaught of the 19 blades of the ethereal wind. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing weapons resounded incessantly, flashes of blades and swords flickering as if thunder roared above Qin Feng's head. Luo Beitong and Wei Wuba accelerated their attacks, growing increasingly cunning. Onlookers gasped in horror, realizing the gravity of the situation. Two Golden Core experts besieging him. Even if the little Leong King had been training since birth, he would find no escape. Confident Golden Core practitioners among the Chu army proclaimed. Indeed, General Luo and General Wei possess a renowned sword-saber combination technique. Few Golden Core cultivators can rival them. The little Leong King has overstepped. He foolishly believes he can confront both of them alone. Ah, youth is truly reckless. Laughter erupted among many in the Chu army. However, Luo Beitong and Wei Wuba understood their predicament. No matter how they altered their techniques, they could not breach the defenses of the 19 blades of the ethereal wind. Even unleashing their ultimate techniques, the 19 blades remained unyielding. What is happening? The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. Have you had your fun? Qin Feng's voice rang out, laced with mockery. Both Luo Beitong and Wei Wuba felt a chill run down their spines. This is not good. They prepared to retreat, but the 19 blades of the ethereal wind suddenly surged upwards, enveloping them like a massive net. An overwhelming murderous intent approached, and their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly sought to evade. Yet the blade net of the 19 blades had ensnared them completely. The razor-sharp edges resembled the fangs of ferocious beasts, severing their escape routes. "Commander, save me!" Wei Wuba cried out in terror as a chill gripped his heart. Liao He's pupils constricted, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had underestimated the power of Great Leong's national luck. At that moment, heart-wrenching screams erupted, and a cloud of blood mist formed in the air. This blood mist coalesced, swiftly enveloping the Chu army, overshadowing the auspicious glow above them. This is the suppression of national luck. Chapter 61. Minimal damage, highly insulting a third-tier marquis state. Liao He's form trembled as he finally discerned the rank of the marquis seal in Qin Feng's hand. Chu state, being a second-tier marquis state, could mobilize national luck comparable to a fourth-tier state when the commander seal was in effect. This was why he had previously felt unperturbed by Qin Feng. But now, the power of national luck that Qin Feng wielded had formed an overwhelming force against his commander seal, indicating that Great Leong's national luck was of a higher tier. Given Great Leong's current state, it could only be a third-tier marquis state. Liao He could not fathom how Great Leong had ascended to a third-tier marquis state in such a short time. Could it be that they had support from a significant figure within the Southern Zhou dynasty? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Given the formidable strength of the Southern Zhou dynasty, they would scarcely regard the barren lands of Yunjiang's second state. There must be other reasons at play. Liao He's mind raced with thoughts, his gaze never straying from Qin Feng, but he sought to fathom the allure that this youth possessed, capable of reviving the once-fallen Daliang and elevating it to the status of a third-tier feudal state. At that moment, Qin Feng stood suspended in midair, his eyes sweeping over the cavalry of the Chu state as he bellowed, "Who else dares to challenge this king?" To his gaze, no one dared to respond. "Who else dares to challenge this king?" Qin Feng reiterated. The golden core cultivators at the forefront of the Chu army exchanged glances, bowing their heads in silence, none daring to answer. "Who else dares to challenge this king?" Qin Feng posed a third time. An intangible sense of pressure loomed over the Chu cavalry. The once indomitable morale of the Chu army rapidly waned, showing signs of a troubling decline. "Little King of Liang." Liao He lifted his head and declared solemnly, "The resolve of the Chu cavalry to sweep through Daliang shall not wane due to a single individual. The day our great army returns will be the day Daliang falls." With a command, the retreat was sounded, and over 100,000 Chu cavalrymen swiftly withdrew. That moment, the morale of the Chu army was disheartened. Even a forced assault on the Liang and Yunling coalition would result in severe casualties. An exercise in futility. Yet, Liao He understood that the Liang army would not dare to pursue, for a defeated army is destined to triumph. "Your Majesty, shall we let them escape like this?" some eager soldiers of the feudal coalition implored. Seeing the Chu army's low spirits, they believed the enemy had been vanquished and were eager to capitalize on their advantage. Qin Feng regarded him coolly, continued digging trenches. Pan Jiangfeng shot a glare at the man, issuing a command. The soldiers of the feudal coalition awkwardly touched their noses and retreated in disappointment. Moments later, a scout reported, "Your Majesty, General Wang Bin of the Qing state and General Liu of the Chao state have taken men to pursue the Chu cavalry." "Let them go." Qin Feng replied he had discerned the true nature of the feudal coalition. A mere rabble, simply a gathering of numbers. These individuals were akin to flies, drawn to the scent of opportunity, charging forward without regard for their own capabilities. Meanwhile, the Liang soldiers, under Pan Jiangfeng's orders, continued to deepen the trenches that in Hejiang City. Liao He sat in his command chair, his expression grim. He had never anticipated that the elite forces of the Chu state would struggle so against the minor Liang state. Even returning in defeat, that a scout outside reported, "Marshal, we have captured 2 feudal leaders from Yunling state. Please issue your orders." Yunling state leaders. Liao He furrowed his brow. When had the fearsome might of Chu become so provoked by such insignificant figures? Just as he was about to order their execution, a strategist stepped forward, saying, "Marshal, an opportunity presents itself." Liao He glanced at the man. The strategist, tall and slightly bowing, continued, "If we can persuade these 2 to defect, they could help us sway the feudal lords within Yunling state, thereby fracturing the Liang forces from within." Liao He pondered briefly before responding, "This motley crew may prove difficult to rally, Marshal, at present. Boosting our morale is of utmost importance. That if word spreads that the coalition of Yunling is fracturing, our spirits will undoubtedly rise." The strategist smiled. Although the intimidation of the feudal coalition was minimal, their numbers were significant. Should they rebel, even Qin Feng would take days to address the situation, presenting a critical opportunity for the Chu state. "Very well. As you wish." Liao He signaled for the strategist to proceed with the matter. The strategist nodded again and stated, "Marshal, these rabble come for profit. Thus, it would be best to let them taste success, and they will willingly serve us." Liao He acquiesced. As night fell, General Wang Bin of the Qing state and General Liu of the Chao state returned to the coalition's camp, their faces beaming with pride. Rather than rallying the feudal lords as requested by Chu, they boasted of their exploits against the Chu army, claiming they had driven them back at every turn. Moreover, they returned with 3,000 carts of grain and 500 carts of weapons, convincing the coalition soldiers that the Chu army was nearing its end. The feudal lords were eager to pounce upon the Chu army. Some even sought out Qin Feng to request battle. Qin Feng smiled, stating, "General Pan is the commander of the coalition. He will handle this matter." However, the requests for battle were suppressed by Pan Jiangfeng. Yet as news of Wang Bin's achievements spread through the coalition camp, more and more sought to join the fray, with some even bypassing Pan Jiangfeng to directly implore Qin Feng for an assault on Hejiang City, aiming to crush the Chu cavalry in one fell swoop. Qin Feng rebuffed each request. In no time, rumors began to circulate within the camp. Many claimed that Daliang sought to monopolize the spoils of Chu, unwilling to share with the feudal states. Others suggested that Daliang was secretly colluding with Chu, intending to conspire against the various lords of Yunling state. These rumors deepened the rift between the Liang army and the feudal coalition, leading to skirmishes among differing factions. Qin Feng, seemingly oblivious, and Pan Zhongfeng appeared preoccupied with other matters, neglecting the brewing discord. Eventually, one morning, the emotions of the feudal coalition reached a boiling point, and disregarding the orders of Qin Feng and Pan Zhongfeng, they united to assault Hejiang City. Qin Feng smiled, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. This endeavor will not only eliminate external threats, but also cleanse internal strife." Pan Zhongfeng stood beside him, watching the feudal coalition stir up clouds of dust. Revealing a radiant smile to it, seems the Chu state has unwittingly set the stage for its own downfall. Meanwhile, at Hejiang City, Liao He's brow furrowed in deep concern, demanding, "How could this happen?" The strategist opened his mouth but lowered his head. "Rest assured, Marshal, they are merely a rabble, not to be feared. I am willing to lead the charge and crush them." A Chu general volunteered. Liao He nodded. While this coalition was weak, they were nonetheless a nuisance, akin to plucking feathers from a tiger. At that moment, another scout rushed in with urgent news. "Your Excellency, a thick fog has suddenly descended upon Yunjiang. Today's grain supply may not arrive." "What?" Liao He felt a jolt of alarm. Why would fog arise over Yunjiang? He furrowed his brow, questioning. It is crucial to note that Hejiang City is situated by the river, although the terrain is perilous. Without a steady supply of provisions, it would inevitably become a solitary fortress. Liao He understood the dire consequences should over 100,000 troops become trapped in such a fortress. Moreover, this was not the season for fog to form over the river. "Immediately send General Long's men to investigate. We must ensure the stability of our supply lines." Liao He commanded gravely. "Yes." The scout accepted the orders and hurried off. "Bring someone in," Liao He suddenly commanded. Recalling something, "Send the shadow camp to investigate the distribution of Daliang's trenches." "Understood." A soldier under his command complied. That a sense of unease began to settle in Liao He's heart, reminiscent of when he first arrived at Hejiang City. At that moment, a horn suddenly sounded from outside the camp. The Chu cavalry engaged in fierce combat with the coalition forces of Yunling. After a series of clashes, the coalition was utterly routed. Like petals blown away by the wind, the morale of the Chu cavalry, previously waning, surged following this victory. The fleeing coalition soldiers returned to their camp in disarray, having lost all semblance of unity. By this time, it was already the following morning. Qin Feng gazed at the rising sun and inquired, "The timing should be just right." "Yes." Pan Zhongfeng nodded, replying, "Your Majesty, everything is in place. You need only give the command." "Excellent," Qin Feng affirmed with a nod. "Then let us proceed according to plan." "Yes." Pan Zhongfeng clasped his fists in salute. Soon, the dam upstream on the Liang River was breached, and torrents of water surged down the trenches, forming a natural barrier. Within Hejiang City, scouts quickly relayed the news to Liao He. "What?" Liao He's body jolted, his expression turning grim. The very scenario he feared had come to pass. Hejiang City had indeed become a solitary fortress. The supply line from Yunjiang had been severed by a host of demons. "Launch a full-scale assault on the Yunjiang demons. We must reclaim the waterways." Liao He's veins pulsed visibly with anger. "Understood." Although the soldiers within the city had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, they swiftly mobilized in accordance with the marshal's orders. However, Liao He had not anticipated the 30,000 demons awaiting them in Yunjiang. Such a vast horde rendered the Chu navy, once a source of pride, utterly ineffective. Those not at the Golden Corps level found themselves utterly incapable of repelling foes that outnumbered them. Liao He, I did not expect to see you again so soon." Qin Feng glided across the mist-laden river on a small boat. From the imposing walls of Hejiang City, Liao He's expression turned cold and venomous. Exclaiming, "Little King of Liang, you harbor deep intentions. But do you truly believe this can defeat my Chu cavalry?" He shifted his tone, roaring, "A mere horde of demons, hardly worth fearing." As he spoke, he summoned the Sorcerer's Battalion, launching a full-scale assault on the aquatic demon tribe, subtly suppressing their offensive. Qin Feng chuckled, shaking his head as he remarked, "This king does not need to breach Hejiang City. It suffices to confine you within its walls." It should be noted that when Pan Zhongfeng retreated, he stripped Hejiang City bare, leaving no provisions behind. Presently, however, the state of Chu has over 100,000 iron cavalry stationed within Hejiang City. With an astonishing daily consumption of supplies that must be continuously replenished from Chu, kill. Liao He, his gaze steely, pointed at Qin Feng, resolute in his determination to capture him at any cost. In his perspective, ever since Qin Feng's appearance, the Chu army had been met with misfortune. Capturing Qin Feng would also instill fear in the Leong Kingdom. 5 or 6 Golden Core experts launch an assault on Qin Feng simultaneously. At that moment, tumultuous waves surged on the Yunjiang River, forming a colossal curtain of water that obstructed Qin Feng. The voice of Tai Rui then resounded, "You insignificant scoundrels, dare to be impudent before your iron great sage?" The tumultuous waters abruptly crystallized into ice spikes, hurtling towards the Golden Core experts of the Chu army. Since their last confrontation, Tai Rui's strength had significantly increased, utilizing the power of the river to contend equally with 2 Golden Core experts. Qin Feng moved. The blood-red Minghong heavenly blade vibrated at high speed, emanating an enigmatic aura that enveloped the Chu army's stronghold point. One of the Golden Core experts among the Chu army wielded an iron brush, deftly sketching out golden lines and silver strokes in midair, sharp as blades, directly aimed at Qin Feng. Clang, clang, clang. The golden brushstrokes collided with the blood-red blade light, producing a piercing cacophony. The rampant blood energy spread through the air. Kill! Qin Feng's gaze turned frigid, his momentum soaring sharply as he unleashed the frenzied blood dragon slash. The razor-sharp blood light tore through the sky, targeting the brush wielder. With a splatter, blood rained down from the sky as the man plummeted into the river, staining the waters crimson. Liao He's heart tightened suddenly. The remaining 2 Golden Core experts exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they flanked Qin Feng in a coordinated attack. The shadows of their spears flickered, akin to venomous serpents striking. The echoes of their hammers roared like mountains crashing through the air. Boom! 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 Both unleashed their full strength, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Tai Rui, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. However, what surprised him even more was the transformation of Qin Feng. Initially, after receiving the promise from King Hu, he had ventured alone into the Leong Kingdom's court to provoke Qin Feng. That time, Qin Feng had exerted immense effort to repel him. Yet now, even the Golden Core experts appeared utterly feeble before Qin Feng. How could this fellow's strength have risen so swiftly? Doubts began to creep into Tai Rui's mind. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of relief for having chosen to assist Qin Feng. Before long, the 2 Golden Core experts were defeated, one dead and the other injured. Retreat. Liao He, witnessing the plummeting morale, struggled to issue the command. He had never anticipated that the diminutive Leong Kingdom would become his place of downfall. He understood very well that, at this moment, Hejiang City had become a solitary fortress. That in this battle, the state of Chu had been utterly vanquished. King of Leong. Liao He stood atop the walls of Hejiang City, addressing Qin Feng with newfound respect. This clash was solely my miscalculation, that if you wish to impose punishment, let it fall upon me alone. Qin Feng smiled. The battle is far from over. Is it not premature to admit defeat? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Liao He's eyes as he replied icily, "If you truly wish to push us into a corner, I assure you, the Leong Kingdom will also suffer grievous losses." "Is that so? Then I shall look forward to it." Qin Feng smirked, enigmatically stating, "I have long told you that if you wish to wreak havoc on my Leong territory, you ought to first assess whether your neck is sturdy enough." At present, they had expended considerable effort to confine the Chu army within Hejiang City and had no reason to release them based solely on Liao He's words. Moreover, Qin Feng was fully aware that for Leong to rise, a confrontation with Chu was inevitable. Therefore, why not teach Chu a severe lesson now and make them bleed? If you can contact King Chu, inform him to reflect upon his errors. The do not wait until I arrive in Chu capital before he realizes the need to kneel and apologize. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the walls of Hejiang City, his voice resonating with authority. 3 days later, the state of Chu dispatched envoys to the capital of Leong. This time, the envoys' demeanor was markedly more subdued than before. After bowing deeply to Qin Feng, they articulated their intentions. Qin Feng entrusted Shen Wanshan with full authority to handle the negotiations. That in the end, the state of Chu offered 300,000 carts of grain, 100,000 carts of cloth, and 200,000 taels of gold to redeem the remaining defeated troops in Hejiang City. Simultaneously, at Qin Wanshan's request, both parties signed a commercial agreement, effectively restoring their relationship. Your Majesty, the state of Chu harbors unrelenting intentions against our Leong. I believe we must remain vigilant, Qin Wanshan remarked as he gazed at the contract. Oh, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What strategy do you propose?" "I dare to suggest that we sign a commercial treaty with the state of Chu. With this agreement, I am confident we can drain the state of Chu's national strength," Qin Wanshan asserted with conviction. Qin Feng chuckled. "I have heard that merchants possess the capability to sell the world. Do you also possess such remarkable prowess? For merchants, the upper strategy is to exchange countries, the middle strategy is to exchange citizens, and the lower strategy is to exchange goods. Although I am not a merchant, I am willing to emulate them to exchange the state of Chu's foundations for the glory of our king," Qin Wanshan declared confidently, clasping his fist. "That a financial war." A term surfaced in Qin Feng's mind, that a financial war, while a novel concept for the agricultural civilization of the southern region, posed significant challenges, as most feudal states were largely self-sufficient and rarely relied on trade. In simpler terms, the trade interactions in the southern region primarily consisted of trivial transactions. Even monopolizing these trades would hardly influence the national fortunes. This was not a simple matter. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Qin Wanshan, gravely serious, stated, "I am willing to expend 3 years of effort to overturn the state of Chu for your Majesty. Then I shall await the results." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. This latest victory against the invasion of the state of Chu had afforded Leong a precious opportunity for development. However, if they focused solely on the land of Yunling Zhao and neglected the movements of neighboring regions, it would be far from sufficient. Qin Feng seized this opportunity to instruct Qin Wanshan to take action, employing a dual approach that might yield remarkable results. Simultaneously, within Yunling Zhao, he ordered Pan Jiangfeng to gradually consolidate the powers of the lords. Those who refused to submit to Leong would be directly eliminated, progressively allowing Liang's territory to encompass Yunling Zhao. After all, during the last battle, the coalition of lords had been as scattered as sand, offering no assistance to Leong and even hindering them at a crucial moment. As Qin Feng completed these tasks, Tai Rui hurriedly arrived from the Yunjiang River. "King of Leong, you have not forgotten the promise you made to this great sage, have you?" Upon seeing Qin Feng, he cut straight to the chase. "Rest assured, the promise made to you shall certainly be fulfilled," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to Tong Yusi. My 20,000 demon soldiers can hardly contain their eagerness," Tai Rui urged excitedly. Qin Feng contemplated the current situation in Leong. Domestically, there were Han Yi in governance, Pan Jiangfeng in military matters, and Qin Wanshan handling foreign affairs, maintaining stability for the time being. If he could further develop a force at Tong Yusi, it would allow for a simultaneous offensive against Chu while providing a stronghold at Yunjiang, which would indeed be advantageous. "Very well. I shall issue a few commands and then accompany you," Qin Feng stated. "Splendid, splendid." Tai Rui nodded vigorously, pleased by the smooth progression of events. That very night, Qin Feng, accompanied by Princess Chingling, Wei Yan, and several dozen tiger guards, set out for Hejiang City, following the Yunjiang River upstream. They traversed through the territory of Chu, heading directly for Tong Yusi. Along the way, Qin Feng observed the bustling prosperity of the state of Chu. He realized he had underestimated the developmental level of this agricultural civilization. In the southern major city of Jiangsang, he witnessed thriving commerce, with abundant trade in mulberry, tea, salt, and iron, as merchants flocked in and out, with even a fair number of demon tribes present. So this is the state of Chu. Indeed, it deserves its reputation as a second-tier feudal state, he murmured in awe. Princess Chingling interjected, "Your Majesty may not be aware, but in the southern Zhou dynasty, even ordinary citizens can purchase flying swords and sky vessels. In comparison, the state of Chu is merely a rustic land." Qin Feng nodded slightly, realizing that the agricultural civilization of this world had surpassed his expectations. Through the collective wisdom of the 100 schools of thought, it had given rise to an exceptionally advanced quasi-technological culture. Once we seize Tong Yusi, all these places shall belong to Leong, Tai Rui proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. That time, you will be the king of the human race, while I shall be the true great sage of Tong Yusi. Qin Feng smiled dismissively, gazing into the distance. The waters of Yunjiang surged tumultuously, waves rising like 100 banners reaching dozens of zhang in height. At Tong Sea, the palace of the great sage of the sea was resplendent, with shimmering waters undulating gently. Reporting to the great sage, the envoy from the state of Chu requests an audience. A stone demon hurriedly entered, calling out in a coarse voice. The envoy from the state of Chu, the great sage of the sea, seated upon a gilded chair, appeared somewhat bored, lazily responding, "What do they want? I am not in the mood. Tell them to wait outside." He, the master, is enjoying tea. A mesmerizing water spirit delicately presented a crystal cup before the great sage of the sea, who displayed a satisfied expression as he savored a sip of tea. Softly humming a tune, outside, a stone spirit arrogantly dismissed the envoy from the state of Chu, who, with a beaming smile, offered a box of spiritual stones, inquiring, "Esteemed stone lord, might you indulge us once more?" The stone spirit took the stones, glanced at them, and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Begone. The great sage has no desire to meet with you, and no amount of persuasion will change that. What shall we do now?" The envoy's brow furrowed. He had come seeking the great sage's aid for vengeance against the Leong. Yet now, he could not even catch a glimpse of the great sage. "Considering your spiritual stones, I shall grant you a piece of advice." The stone spirit spoke leisurely. "Please do enlighten me." The envoy quickly adopted a more amiable demeanor. The stone spirit eyed the box of stones once more, prompting the envoy to promptly present a pouch of stones, flatteringly saying, "I humbly request you to accept this. Seek out Lord Isha, as long as your offer is sufficiently generous. You may yet persuade him to assist you. He is, after all, the most formidable being in the ethereal sea, second only to the great sage," the stone spirit proclaimed boldly. "Isha," the envoy murmured, before nodding eagerly. "Thank you, esteemed stone lord." They hurriedly departed at this moment. Qin Feng and his companions ascended along the Yun River, finally arriving at the domain of the ethereal sea. The vast, boundless waters surged, creating towering waves. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and distant thunder rumbled ominously, casting a heavy atmosphere. Countless demon clans surfaced, their faces etched with anxiety as they gazed skyward. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating a towering demon. "That a tribulation," Princess Chingling murmured, astonished that they had arrived just in time to witness a great demon undergoing its thunder tribulation. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and turned to Tai Rui, asking, "Who is that?" Tai Rui glared at the figure, gritting his teeth. "That is Isha." Chapter 64. "I am not negotiating with you, Isha." Qin Feng etched the name into his memory. This individual was insatiably greedy and possessed a profoundly petty nature. He was the one responsible for banishing me from the ethereal sea. Tai Rui spoke sharply. His voice was loud enough to attract the attention of several nearby demons, who regarded him with peculiar expressions. "That I in the ethereal sea, conflicts among demon clans were commonplace. The simplest way to resolve such conflicts was through battle. Yet now, as Isha faced his tribulation, should he succeed, he would transcend the Golden Core realm and become a formidable infant refinement expert. Given that Tai Rui was merely at the Golden Core level, seeking revenge against him would likely result in humiliation. Perhaps we could strike after the tribulation?" Qin Feng suggested. "Precisely my intention." Tai Rui replied fiercely. At that moment, dozens of colossal figures sensed their ill intent and surged through the waves, swiftly closing in on Qin Feng and his companions. Leading them was a general resembling a lobster, who disdainfully shouted, "Lord Isha is undergoing his tribulation. What do you intend to do by loitering here?" This time, Tai Rui had brought 3,000 elite demons to reclaim territory in the ethereal sea. A move that could easily arouse suspicion among Isha's subordinates. "Silence." Tai Rui glared at the lobster general, coldly asserting, "This is a matter between me and him. It does not concern you that if you wish to live, then vacate the area, great sage." The lobster general's eyes glimmered with a strange light as he pointed his water-splitting spear at Tai Rui, reprimanding, "What audacity! Who do you think you are, to dare call yourself a great sage before me?" As he spoke, tumultuous waves erupted on the sea, resonating with a distant thunder. The dozens of great demons revealed their formidable power, all of them being Golden Core experts, instilling a profound sense of oppression in Qin Feng and his companions. Preposterous. Tai Rui's expression darkened as he took the initiative to attack, charging at the lobster general. His weapon radiated a heavy glow, coalescing into a massive warhammer that exuded an intense pressure, with a thunderous crash. The warhammer collided with the water-splitting spear, producing a piercing clang of metal. The lobster general staggered, but quickly regained his footing, demonstrating prowess that matched Tai Rui's. Waves surged. The lobster general's body glowed crimson, and the water-splitting spear summoned crashing waves that surged toward Tai Rui. "Is this all you can muster?" Tai Rui sneered, his body enveloped in iron light as he advanced against the oncoming tide. Colliding with the waves in that moment, he revealed his true form, remaining steadfast against the onslaught of the waves. The lobster general's expression grew, increasingly grim. "How can this be?" he exclaimed in frustration, calling upon the nearby Golden Core cultivators to join him in subduing Tai Rui. The raging water vapor wreaked havoc, rendering the sea tumultuous. Many lesser demons caught in their battle were transformed into blood, staining the waters crimson. Bang, 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 Tai Rui's true form was impervious, holding an inherent advantage against the waves' attacks. Amidst the relentless assault of the lobster general and his comrades, he did not hesitate to mock. "Humph. With your pathetic skills, you think you are worthy to challenge me. Even if you exhaust yourselves today, you will not lay a finger on me." The lobster general's face twisted with fury as he shouted, "Purple whale, devour him!" Yes, a rotund golden core demon stepped forward, its form shifting to reveal a massive whale demon adorned with purple patterns. It opened its cavernous maw, accompanied by a foul wind, swallowing Tai Rui whole. "My lord! My lord!" Tai Rui's followers looked on in alarm. Silence. The lobster general glared, his eyes wide with rage, as he surveyed the surrounding demons. Rebuking, "You dare stir trouble on Lord Isha's territory? Be careful lest I revert you all to your original forms." At that moment, the purple whale's belly began to quiver violently, and Tai Rui's voice resounded from within. "You thick-skinned beast, release me at once, otherwise I shall crush your innards." Bang. As he spoke, the purple whale's belly bulged as if Tai Rui were attempting to burst free. The purple whale's face flushed, desperately clenching its mouth shut. "Cursed creature!" the lobster general cursed. "Once Lord Isha overcomes his tribulation, your end shall come." Qin Feng glanced up, noticing that the thunder had diminished considerably, indicating that the tribulation was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, Tai Rui's voice rang out. "Prince Leong, hurry and rescue me. Time is of the essence, or it will be too late." "Prince Leong?" The lobster general's haughty gaze swept across the area, landing on Qin Feng as he demanded, "Are you the Prince Leong?" "Humph. Do you think you can save him?" Qin Feng smiled slightly and nodded. "I am his companion. Release him. This matter does not concern you." Silence. The lobster general scoffed, deriding, "You insignificant wretch, what gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner? You think you can dictate terms?" Before he could finish, Qin Feng slapped his head. Splatter. A spray of murky water erupted from the lobster general's head. "Are you out of your mind? I am not negotiating with you." Qin Feng stated nonchalantly. In the next moment, the Minghong heavenly blade gleamed as it descended with lethal intent upon the lobster general. The blade struck swiftly, imbued with a heavy aura of blood, catching the lobster general completely off guard. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly insignificant human could unleash such terrifying power. Clang. In a desperate attempt, he swung the water-splitting spear to clash with the Minghong heavenly blade. But the spear shattered instantly, and the blade sent him crashing to the ground. The lobster general plunged into the sea, revealing his true form as a 12-foot-long blue lobster. The remaining demons were struck with panic, especially the purple whale, which had been trembling due to Tai Rui's commotion within its belly. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's decisive strike against the lobster general, its face turned ashen. "I will release him now. I will release him now." The purple whale hastily pointed at its throat. "Allow me to assist," Qin Feng proclaimed, a crimson light emanating from his hand as the back of the Minghong heavenly blade struck the purple whale's abdomen. "Gah!" The purple whale gagged repeatedly, expelling bile along with a dark substance that sank into the sea. Moments later, Tai Rui emerged onto the surface, his face filled with frustration as he pointed at the purple whale, angrily exclaiming, "You beast! How dare you attempt to consume me?" I shall show you what true power is." As he spoke, he prepared to attack the purple whale. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the clear sky, accompanied by an authoritative voice commanding, "Who dares to cause a ruckus on my territory?" An invisible pressure enveloped everyone, causing the demon clans to tremble in fear. The purple whale and other powerful demons quickly knelt, bowing towards the sky. "We pay our respects to Lord Isha." Chapter 65. Infant Refinement Realm. Confrontation. Isha, towering and imposing, exuded an air of dominance upon entering the infant refinement realm. His gaze calmly scanned the crowd before settling on Qin Feng. "Are you the one causing trouble?" His voice carried an undertone of inquiry. Qin Feng met his gaze and replied coolly, "You ought not to address me in such a manner, at least not now." "Haha." Isha was initially taken aback, but soon broke into a laugh, his gaze brazenly scrutinizing Qin Feng as he mocked, "Little one, do you even realize whom you are addressing? A dying man." Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he cast a glance at Isha, a regal pride clashing with Isha's domineering aura. That a sudden jolt of alarm pierced Isha's mind, as he faintly sensed a hint of threat. However, this was Tong Yusi, his territory, and he had just stepped into the infant refinement realm. How could he show weakness? "You seek your own demise," Isha coldly declared, abruptly striking out with a claw aimed directly at Qin Feng. His talons shimmered with a misty glow, exuding an astonishing killing intent. In that moment, it felt as though an invisible force of heaven and earth had shackled Qin Feng, rendering him immobile. The will of heaven and earth. This was a technique only cultivators of the infant refinement realm could wield. Break! Qin Feng's lips moved slightly, instantly shattering that oppressive force of celestial awareness. The Minghong heavenly blade whirled into action, its crimson light directed towards Isha's claws. With a muffled grunt, the Minghong heavenly blade pierced into Isha's arm, blood seeping forth that Isha's brow furrowed as he retaliated, knocking the Minghong heavenly blade away. His gaze was filled with uncertainty as he regarded Qin Feng, sternly stating, "You are also an infant refinement cultivator?" "Well hidden." Who could have imagined that this seemingly youthful figure was, in fact, an ancient being of the infant refinement realm? "There are many things you have yet to comprehend," Qin Feng replied coolly, the Minghong heavenly blade vibrating violently, unleashing waves of profound bloodlight. Bloodthirsty dragon slayer. The crimson light surged forth, targeting Isha directly. Isha roared crocodile dragon. He crossed his arms protectively over his chest, solid armor manifesting around him, his abdomen swelling as he suddenly exhaled a blast of chilling air, clashing with the blood-lit blade. The cacophony of their collision was incessant, painfully assaulting the ears of those present. The icy breath gradually dissolved the blade's brilliance, Isha's form slightly trembling. After all, he had just survived a thunder tribulation, and his strength had not yet fully recovered. In contrast, Qin Feng was at the peak of his power, resulting in a stark disparity in strength. The most astonished of all was Tai Rui, that he recalled the previous battle at Yunjiang, where Qin Feng, bolstered by the national fortune of Daliang, had demonstrated overwhelming power against golden core cultivators, yet his cultivation had not yet reached the infant refinement realm. Now, in the Tong Yusi, devoid of Daliang's national fortune, Qin Feng was overpowering the newly ascended Isha. How could this be? Had this fellow's breakthrough been so rapid? Tai Rui was deeply shocked. However, unbeknownst to him, following the battle at Yunjiang, Daliang's national strength had significantly increased, and Qin Feng's fortune points within the Heavenly Yuan summoning system had astonishingly reached 80,000, with his personal prestige surpassing 1,000. Successfully entering the infant refinement realm. Thus, he was able to provocatively challenge Isha without hesitation. Boom! Another tremendous sound erupted as Isha was sent flying, crashing heavily into the sea. Qin Feng stood suspended in the air, looking down upon Isha, calmly stating, "Your cultivation is arduous, and I can spare your life. However, are you willing to serve me?" "Nonsense." Isha spat, prideful and arrogant, declaring that apart from the great sage of the sea, he had never bowed to anyone else in this Tong Yusi. Yet this youth dared to demand his submission. It was utterly absurd. Isha's eyes were filled with blood-red patterns as his form rapidly expanded, towering to dozens of feet in height. Beneath him, the tumultuous sea surged, rife with terrifying undercurrents. "I end this domain. You shall not defeat me." He glared down at Qin Feng, dark clouds gathering ominously overhead, rumbling with thunder. Crack! Suddenly, lightning flashed. Isha made his move, his claws sprouting several feet-long spikes, fiercely descending upon Qin Feng. The spikes struck the surrounding sea surface, sending towering waves soaring. From the tumultuous waters emerged multiple figures, revealing themselves to be Isha's avatars, their murderous intent saturating the air, their sharpness fully exposed. Dozens of Isha's avatars launched a coordinated assault, icy blue crystals coalescing in the air. Bang! Qin Feng unleashed the 19 slices of the ghostly wind, the blades intertwining to form a massive web, attempting to thwart the assault of Isha's avatars. However, he did not anticipate that upon colliding with the blade net, these avatars would swiftly dissolve into blue ice crystals, only to reconstitute within the net and continue their attack. That in a moment of carelessness, Qin Feng was slashed across the chest by one of Isha's avatars, drawing forth a trail of blood. Ha! Isha laughed triumphantly, derisively proclaiming, "Little brat, my avatars are eternal, undying, and indestructible. Enjoy the despair of being torn asunder, undying, and indestructible." Qin Feng shot him a glance, his hands pulsating with blood energy. Supreme Xian technique. Rending Sky Emperor's fist. The terrifying force of the infant refinement realm erupted as he unleashed a powerful punch at an approaching avatar of Isha. The unparalleled might obliterated the avatar into countless ice crystals, which swiftly melted away, dripping into the sea. What? Isha's expression shifted uneasily. Supreme Xian technique. He knew well how rare supreme techniques were. In the entirety of Tong Yusi, it was likely that only the great sage of the sea possessed one. For ordinary cultivators, possessing even a single supreme technique allowed them to easily battle above their level. Now, with both Qin Feng and Isha at the same cultivation level, and with the enhancement of a supreme technique, Isha's once proud avatars were rendered ineffective. Boom! Qin Feng unleashed several more punches, shattering all of Isha's avatars around him. His gaze shifted to Isha, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Now, it is your turn. As he spoke, Qin Feng sprang into action, the power of the rending Sky Emperor's fist surging forth, causing the very fabric of space to seem to contract violently. Isha felt himself being compressed by an immense force. Immobile, helplessly watching as Qin Feng's fist bore down upon him, that no. Don't kill me, please. Isha panicked. He had only just broken through to the infant refinement realm and had yet to relish the joy of being the second strongest in Tong Yusi. Now facing the prospect of being sent to the underworld by the rending Sky Emperor's fist, that he could hardly accept it. But at this moment, it was too late for regrets when Qin Feng's punch landed. It sent colossal waves crashing into the sea. Isha was directly blasted into the water, blood coloring the surface crimson. The surrounding great and lesser demons fled in panic, plunging the entire sea into an eerie silence. Tai Rui stood agape, unable to believe that his longtime nemesis had fallen in such a manner. It all seemed so surreal. He hasn't died. Pull him up. I have questions for him. Qin Feng glanced at Tai Rui, his tone indifferent. He hasn't died. Tai Rui was somewhat taken aback. Chapter 66. Those who seek Qin Feng will face his wrath. Tai Rui dragged Isha onto the ship, tossing him onto the deck. Isha's expression was despondent, utterly deflated. He had anticipated that breaking through to the infant refinement realm would allow him to roam freely in Tong Yusi, yet he never expected to be struck down by Qin Feng immediately after his breakthrough. If you are not dead, then answer a few questions for this king. Qin Feng spoke calmly. Tai Rui also kicked Isha a few times. Seeing Isha in such a state, his desire to kill had diminished significantly. After all, a true powerhouse would only challenge those stronger than themselves, while only the weak would take pleasure in flaunting their superiority over the weaker. Isha, you need not be so disheartened. You are not the only one to have fallen at the hands of Prince Leong. Perhaps, before long, even the great sage of the sea will find himself defeated by him. Tai Rui remarked somberly. Prince Leong? Isha's mind raced through countless names, but he could not recall one named Leong. Could it be a rising star? Struggling to rise, he looked at Qin Feng and asked, "What do you wish to know? Who is the most powerful person in this Tong Yusi?" Qin Feng inquired. Naturally, it is the great sage of the sea. Isha answered matter-of-factly. Where is he? In the sea overlord's palace. Isha stared blankly at Qin Feng. Take me to him, Qin Feng commanded. You wish to provoke the great sage of the sea? He is a renowned infant refinement powerhouse, far beyond my capabilities. Even if you can defeat me, you may not be his match, Isha replied solemnly. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile, who said I intended to defeat him. I merely came to Tong Sea for a visit and would like to meet the great sage of the sea. Who knows, we might find common ground. At present, for Daliang, the most effective way to rapidly enhance national strength was through external assistance. The bountiful resources of Tong Sea were squandered in the hands of the demon race. A sheer waste that if the two sides could collaborate, it would certainly be a win-win situation that if cooperation proved impossible. Then perhaps the great sage of the sea would no longer have a reason to remain in Tong Sea. That a smirk flickered at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. Isha regarded him with an expression full of inscrutable meaning. If you truly can persuade the great sage of the sea, then I would be willing to serve you. Isha suddenly raised his head, speaking earnestly. Qin Feng chuckled. Then you should prepare yourself, for soon those wishing to serve me will be lining up. Just as they were conversing, a group of figures rushed in that a minor demon reporting to Lord Isha, a group claiming to be envoys from the kingdom of Chu has come seeking an audience. Envoys from the kingdom of Chu? Isha frowned, waving his hand. Do not meet them. The kingdom of Chu? Since they have come all this way, why not meet them? Qin Feng suggested with a smile. Isha glanced at him and nodded. Very well. Let us meet them. A moment later, the little demon arrived with the envoy from the state of Chu. The envoy's face was adorned with a broad smile as he bowed before Isha, exclaiming, I, Ma Binshan, am honored to meet Lord Isha. Prior to this visit, he had gathered extensive information about Isha and believed himself to be well acquainted with him. What brings you before me? Isha inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Revealing a hint of displeasure, Ma Binshan sensed the underlying tension and gestured for his subordinate to present the spirit stones, saying with a smile, This is a modest token of goodwill from the state of Chu. I hope you will graciously accept it. To his surprise, the offering amounted to a staggering 10,000 spirit stones. Isha raised an eyebrow, his tone softening somewhat. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Binshan continued, To be candid, I have been dispatched by my king to the Sea of Communication, primarily to seek powerful allies for avenging the grievances of our state of Chu, should we succeed in this vengeance. My king has promised a generous reward. Vengeance? I am currently disinterested, Isha remarked, his eyelids flickering. Under normal circumstances, he might have entertained the proposition, but at present he had other priorities. Please do not hastily decline, Ma Binshan urged. This matter would be merely a trifling task for you. Prior to his arrival, he had learned that Isha had already advanced to the infant refinement stage. If he could persuade Isha, his formidable strength would be more than sufficient to eliminate Qin Feng. Once Qin Feng was dead, the state of Daliang would surely crumble, allowing the state of Chu to not only redeem its past humiliations, but also to seize control of Yunling Prefecture. My king has already promised to prepare 100,000 spirit stones for Lord Isha upon success. Ma Binshan flashed an obsequious grin. 100,000 spirit stones? Isha raised an eyebrow and inquired. Whom are we to kill? The little king of Yunling Prefecture. Ma Binshan replied through gritted teeth to this revelation. Qin Feng chuckled, and even Tai Rui beside him displayed an expression of amusement. It was quite unexpected that the state of Chu would seek to challenge Qin Feng's defeated foe, offering a reward of 100,000 spirit stones. Isha, still uncertain of the details, asked, What is this individual's strength? A third-tier vassal lord, at most at the peak of the Golden Course stage, Ma Binshan recited confidently. However, he had never laid eyes on Qin Feng. Thus, even with Qin Feng standing on the deck, he failed to recognize him. The peak of the Golden Course stage, is that enough to compel the king of Chu to offer 100,000 spirit stones? Isha's brow twitched as he mused. This deal seems enticing. Nevertheless, I am currently occupied. Upon hearing this, Ma Binshan was eager to persuade further. However, before he could speak, Qin Feng interjected, such a task would be but a trivial matter for Lord Isha. Why not proceed? Ma Binshan could not help but glance at Qin Feng with gratitude. Isha's brow furrowed, unsure of Qin Feng's intentions, and remarked, If that is the case, I shall provisionally agree. Thank you, Lord Isha. Thank you, Ma Binshan exclaimed, bowing repeatedly, in that case, I shall return promptly to inform my king that he expressed his gratitude profusely, not forgetting to thank Qin Feng as he departed. Tai Rui's expression remained peculiar. Isha inquired, "Do you know that little king of Yunling Prefecture?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a realization struck him, and he stared at Qin Feng in astonishment, asking, You are also the king of Leong. Aren't you, indeed? I am the sovereign of the Leong Kingdom in Yunling Prefecture, Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied, a nonchalant smile gracing his face, exuding an extraordinary air of authority. Isha felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What a predicament this was. To seek revenge against Qin Feng's defeated foe in front of Qin Feng himself. Rest assured, if the opportunity for 100,000 spirit stones is presented, why would one refuse? Qin Feng patted Isha on the shoulder and said, Now, lead me to meet the great sage of the sea. Compared to the state of Chu, the sea of communication appeared far more intriguing. A smirk played on Qin Feng's lips. With his current strength, the state of Chu posed no threat. What he needed to do next was swiftly acquire resources from the outside to elevate the overall strength of Daliang. Isha's eyes still reflected confusion. Struggling to comprehend human logic as he cautioned, "It is fine to meet the great sage of the sea, but you must not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, the consequences could be severe." Qin Feng chuckled, countering, "How severe could it possibly be?" Isha's expression shifted slightly, a sense of unease creeping in as he felt that Qin Feng's presence might disrupt the tranquility of the sea of communication, perhaps even implicating himself. Yet he also felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, the sea of communication had remained shrouded in the shadow of the great sage of the sea for far too long. Perhaps it was time for a stir of events. Chapter 67. Reunion of the Shadow Palace. Before us lies the palace of the great sage of the sea. Isha gestured towards the resplendent underwater palace, cautioning once again, the great sage has a narrow mind. Once you enter the palace, please refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Qin Feng smiled faintly, signaling for him to lead the way. With Isha as their guide, they traversed the sea of communication without obstruction. However, just as they were about to step into the palace, a hearty laugh rang out. How amusing. I never expected the people of the Shadow Palace to be so entertaining. They align perfectly with my tastes. The Shadow Palace? Princess Chingling tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve, halting his steps. What an unfortunate coincidence that the denizens of the Shadow Palace had arrived at the sea of communication ahead of them and were engaged in merry discourse with the great sage. Why are we not moving? Isha inquired that nothing's wrong. Let's go, Qin Feng reassured, patting Princess Chingling's hand to quell her worries. Given that the great sage had maintained his dominion over the sea of communication for so many years, he surely possessed extraordinary qualities that if he could be swayed by mere words from the Shadow Palace, he would not have attained his current stature. The stone demon guarding the entrance, upon spotting Isha, hurried over with a bow, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Lord Isha! Congratulations!" It seemed he was aware of Isha's recent breakthrough. Isha nodded slightly and inquired, "Where's the great sage?" "I wish to introduce a few friends," the stone demon promptly replied. "Reporting to you, my lord, the great sage is currently receiving guests in the hall that I shall inform him at once." With that, he scampered into the grand hall that a short while later, the stone demon returned, saying, "Lord Isha, the great sage requests your presence along with your friends." "Lead the way," Isha commanded haughtily. Under the guidance of the stone demon, Qin Feng and his companions traversed a corridor adorned with vibrant coral reefs. Entering the grand hall, from a distance, they could hear the great sage of the sea's laughter. Come, allow me to introduce you. This is our newly ascended infant refinement practitioner, Isha." He gestured towards Isha. Isha surveyed the surroundings and slightly inclined his body, stating, "I pay my respects to the great sage." These esteemed individuals are elders from the Shadow Palace, Elder Xie Yunji and Elder Lu Bao, both of whom are familiar faces to me. The great sage of the sea chuckled. These individuals are friends of Isha's. Perhaps they should be introduced as well. The great sage turned his gaze towards Qin Feng and his companion. Isha inclined his body slightly, stating, "This is the king of Yunling Prefecture, and beside him is his queen." The great sage of the sea scrutinized Princess Chingling for a moment longer, smiling, "Wonderful, wonderful," at that moment. Elder Lu Bao suddenly slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Qin Feng, and demanded, "You are the little king of Yunling Prefecture. Qin Feng. This revelation left everyone in the hall stunned. The great sage of the sea's expression darkened as he asked, Elder Lu, what is the meaning of this? Elder Lu Bao glared at Qin Feng, gritting his teeth as he declared, This brat killed my disciple and insulted an elder of our sect. Our enmity with the Shadow Palace is irreconcilable. What? Isha looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. This fellow causes so much trouble. Even the Shadow Palace has been antagonized. The great sage of the sea glanced at Isha, surveying Qin Feng and the others, and said, Is there perhaps some misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? Humph. My disciple is dead, and Xiong Gang returned to the sect in despair. How could there possibly be a misunderstanding? Elder Lu Bao's eyes reddened as he spoke in a cold, harsh tone. Isha, have your friend explained this to Elder Lu? The great sage of the sea suggested. Isha turned to Qin Feng. There is indeed no misunderstanding in this matter, Qin Feng stated calmly, looking towards the female demon beside the great sage and asking, Might I inquire, great sage, if someone were to attempt to take your companion by force, how would you respond? The great sage of the sea's pupils constricted, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he coldly replied, I fear no one would dare. Hee. The female demon nestled in the great sage's embrace giggled softly. And if they did, Qin Feng pressed further. Annihilate them. The great sage of the sea uttered two chilling words. Excellent. Qin Feng nodded, turning to Elder Lu Bao, stating, Now do you comprehend the situation? Utter nonsense. Elder Lu Bao shouted, jabbing a finger at Qin Feng's nose, that my disciple has always been well-behaved. How could he possibly resort to such brazen acts? Besides, your insignificant Yunling prefecture, filled with frivolous folk, who among them is worthy of his attention? Before he could finish, Qin Feng stepped forward abruptly. You may contend with me, but it would be wise not to insult my family. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. He fixed his gaze on Elder Lu Bao, a glimmer of murderous intent shining in his eyes. The great sage of the sea raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued upon noticing Qin Feng's strength as an infant refinement practitioner. His expression shifted slightly, and he chuckled, Ladies and gentlemen, regardless of any past grievances, let us set them aside for today and have a proper discussion. There is nothing to discuss. Elder Lu Bao interjected defiantly. His gaze locked on Qin Feng as he declared, This brat has dared to present himself before me. I shall naturally seek vengeance for my disciple. As he spoke, a radiant aura surged around him, emanating an astonishing killing intent that locked on Qin Feng. The great sage of the oversea looked somewhat displeased, glancing at another elder from the Shadow Palace, Xie Yunji. Meanwhile, Xie Yunji lowered his head, engrossed in savoring his tea, completely ignoring the unfolding events, thereby dismissing the great sage of the oversea. After all, they belonged to the prestigious Shadow Palace of the Southern Domain, whose strength surpassed that of the oversea by several folds. Moreover, Xie Yunji and his companion had ulterior motives for seeking the great sage of the oversea, intending to use this minor King Leong to set an example and demonstrate the might of the Shadow Palace. Kill! Lu Bao struck with overwhelming force, his entire being shimmering with light, resembling a colossal hunting leopard. The azure spiritual light flickered as the leopard's shadow suddenly shot through the air, bearing down upon Qin Feng. His ability to condense energy into form far exceeded that of the likes of Princess Chingling and others, and the pressure emanating from the leopard shadow caused the great sage of the oversea to wear a grim expression. Isha moved, positioning himself in front of Qin Feng, and shouted, Old man, this is the oversea palace. Your Shadow Palace members are not permitted to act recklessly here. Get lost. Lu Bao showed no regard for him. The leopard shadow abruptly raised its sharp claws, sweeping outwards, and the terrifying wave of energy forced Isha back. Having not fully recovered from his tribulations and still bearing injuries from his encounter with Qin Feng, Isha was naturally no match for Lu Bao. Unexpectedly finding it so easy to repel the second strongest of the oversea, Lu Bao felt a surge of delight, and his gaze towards Qin Feng was now tinged with disdain. Roar! The leopard shadow opened its massive jaws, rising into the air, showcasing its formidable presence. Qin Feng's eyelids fluttered, revealing a hint of a smile, while the radiant light in his hand caused the great sage of the oversea to frown deeply. The great sage's expression grew serious. Supreme mysterious technique. Skyrending royal fist kill. The surging might of his punch exploded forth, creating a vacuum in the air as it struck the leopard shadow. The shadow emitted no cries of anguish but twisted violently in mid-air before rapidly retracting and vanishing altogether. Chapter 68. Advancement, Supreme Mysterious Technique, Dragon-Slaying Strike. What? The gathered crowd, well-versed in the ways of the world, immediately recognized the profound nature of Qin Feng's punch, especially the elders of the Shadow Palace, who felt a chill run down their spines. Previously, due to Lu Sun's affairs, only a handful of Shadow Palace cultivators were aware of Qin Feng's name. Now, with his first display being a supreme mysterious technique, it compelled them to ponder his background deeply. How could a mere minor Leong Kingdom possess a supreme mysterious technique? Lu Bao's expression darkened considerably. He had intended to assert dominance through Qin Feng, but he found himself outmatched instead. The great sage of the overseas sighed. Everyone, we have fought. Rather than continue, why not sit down and discuss matters calmly? There is nothing that cannot be resolved. Humph, Lu Bao scoffed, glaring at Qin Feng, and retorted, merely a supreme mysterious technique, and you think to disregard our Shadow Palace cultivators? As he spoke, his robes fluttered, revealing glimmers of starlight. Soon, the starlight coalesced into a brilliant spectacle, capturing the attention of all present, that a supreme magical artifact. A flicker of greed flashed in the great sage's eyes. While the overseas boasted abundant resources, it was rare to find demon clans capable of forging these spiritual ores into artifacts, resulting in their weapons being of inferior quality. Conversely, while there were many formidable human cultivators adept at crafting artifacts, strict regulations governed their management, making it nearly impossible for the demon clans to procure them. Thus, witnessing such a rare supreme magical artifact, the great sage couldn't help but entertain certain thoughts. You will soon learn of this elder's might. Lu Bao's confidence shone through as he regarded Qin Feng. For this supreme magical artifact had consumed a significant portion of his life savings. Furthermore, with the synergy of this artifact and his star shadow technique, his power would be greatly amplified. Suddenly, the entire overseas palace was engulfed in darkness. With faint starlight flickering ominously, in an instant, the starlight expanded rapidly, revealing Lu Bao's figure. Kill. A chilling killing intent permeated the air as a streak of starlight darted towards Qin Feng. Although this strike lacked the potency of Qin Feng's supreme mysterious technique, skyrending royal fist, its power was not to be underestimated. Be careful, Your Majesty. This star shadow technique is full of variations, with cunning attacks that are exceedingly troublesome, Princess Chingling cautioned. Humph. Lu Bao coldly snorted, evidently dismissing Princess Chingling's warning. Eye of the Void. Qin Feng's eyes shimmered with flowing light, and his movements remained swift. He drew his blade, and the surge of blood energy repelled the starlight's assault. Clang. The piercing sound resonated sharply, causing the ears of all present to ring incessantly. Qin Feng, at the forefront, was met with a blinding white light, his ears filled with a cacophony of noise, his senses dulled significantly. Unexpectedly, concealed within Lu Bao's star shadow technique was a lethal trap. Lu Bao unleashed a slender long sword, stabbing towards Qin Feng's chest. The pain of the blade piercing his body jolted Qin Feng back to clarity. The power of the Eye of the Void surged to its peak, allowing him to discern Lu Bao's form through the blinding light. Kill, bloodthirsty dragon-slaying strike. The entwining blood energy erupted, sweeping through with ferocity. Under the threat of death, Qin Feng unleashed 12 times his usual strength. The clash of blade and sword echoed once more, a tearing sound reverberating throughout the arena. What? Lu Bao felt a shiver run down his spine, astonished that Qin Feng could so swiftly recover from his starlight confinement. He promptly altered his attack, transforming his sword into dozens of starlight strikes. Starfall. The starlight intertwined and shifted, converging from all directions to encircle him. Clang, clang, clang. Qin Feng's blade danced in a flurry, deflecting the majority of the starlight onslaught. Yet several strikes still grazed his arms, blood seeping through his robes. This cannot continue. A thought crossed his mind that if this battle persisted, he would remain too passive, unable to leverage his offensive advantages. Moreover, the frequency of the Star Shadow Technique's attacks was excessively high and remarkably sharp. If he continued to be reactive, even if Lu Bao did not slay him, he would eventually be worn down by the relentless barrage. Activate the fortuitous summoning system. Blade Technique Advancement. Qin Feng silently chanted in his heart. A cold glint flashing in his eyes, that I in that moment. Lu Bao ignited his killing intent. Rather than hope for the mercy of others, he resolved to take the initiative into his own hands. Ding! Intermediate summon consumes 5,000 points of fortune, successfully advancing the mid-grade mysterious technique. Bloodthirsty Dragon Slaying Strike to the supreme mysterious technique. Dragon Slaying Strike, buzz. The Minghong celestial blade in Qin Feng's hand trembled slightly. Its sharpness magnified. The surging blood light swept forth, clashing against the myriad starlight in the sky. The sounds of relentless tearing filled the air. Kill. Qin Feng perceived Lu Bao's slight disarray amidst the starlight. A smirk playing on his lips. With the power of the celestial blade and the supreme mysterious technique, defeating Lu Bao is all but assured. Seizing the moment of Lu Bao's disarray, he struck with even greater ferocity. The monumental blade light radiated outward, casting a crimson shroud over the surroundings. In that instant, the surrounding starlight was suppressed beneath the overwhelming blood light. Boom! The blade light descended, colliding repeatedly with the starlight, stirring the depths of the sea into chaos. In the next moment, the starlight shattered like a fleeting dream. Lu Bao was forced back by Qin Feng, although the supreme magical artifact, the star cloud robe, remained intact. It no longer radiated its previous brilliance. Clearly, in this exchange, Qin Feng had once again gained the upper hand. This is absurd. Lu Bao clenched his fists, his form trembling slightly. As an elder of the Shadow Palace, he found himself cornered by a mere youth in front of so many witnesses. Not only had he failed to teach Qin Feng a lesson and avenge his disciple, but he also risked losing face before the great sage of the Oversea. Indeed, at this moment, the great sage of the Oversea remarked, "Heroes emerge from youth. Bring forth a seat for this esteemed Prince of Leong." "Yes," a demon promptly complied. "Wait." Lu Bao interjected coldly, his voice sharp. "We of the Shadow Palace have yet to resolve our grievances with this young man. Are you, great sage, eager to make an enemy of the Shadow Palace?" At this moment, he was on the verge of losing his own dignity, too preoccupied to care for the great sage's standing. The great sage's expression darkened as he questioned, "Elder Lu, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to level my Oversea Palace? Haha." At that moment, the previously silent elder of the Shadow Palace, Xie Yunji, stood up and declared loudly, "Rest assured, great sage, our grievances with the young Prince of Leong will not implicate the Oversea Palace. However, we hope for but a moment of your time." Before the great sage could respond, he exchanged a glance with Lu Bao, who nodded vigorously. Turning his gaze back to Qin Feng, mockery filled his eyes. "You arrogant little brat. The more you stand out today, the more tragic your demise will be." As they spoke, a cascade of light and shadow danced between Lu Bao and Xie Yunji, as if countless phantoms swirled about. An inexplicable pressure enveloped the Oversea Palace, surpassing even the prior supreme mysterious techniques. Chapter 69. Summoning once more, Dao techniques overwhelm. Is this a Dao technique? The great sage of the Oversea abruptly rose, his expression grave, signaling the demon clans under his command to activate the palace's formation immediately. In an instant, the entire grand hall was shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere. Young Prince of Leong, this is the consequence of offending our Shadow Palace. Lu Bao's demeanor radiated arrogance as he bellowed, "Inferior Dao technique. Shadow extinction." As the conversation unfolded, a tapestry of intertwining light and shadow enveloped the surroundings. The figures of Lu Bao and Xie Yunji danced and shifted, their speed accelerating to an almost bewildering pace. Suddenly, it appeared as if two tornadoes had arisen, exuding an aura of deadly intent. Clang, clang, clang. Many demons from the sea-covering palace were swept into the fray, crushed into a mist of blood. The remaining demons, terrified, fled in disarray, clutching their heads. The sea-covering sage trembled slightly with rage. How outrageous these two individuals were, treating the sea-covering palace as if it were their playground, launching attacks at will. However, the sheer power of their technique sent a chill down his spine. Indeed, the individuals from the Rui Palace were utterly formidable. Boom! Qin Feng launched a fierce strike, his blade's radiance colliding with the tumultuous tornado, erupting in a deafening roar. The swirling forces of light distorted the crimson blade, causing the ground to crack open with countless fissures. while steam rose from the depths of the sea. Qin Feng's face gradually turned pale, veins bulging as he clearly endured immense pressure. Shadow. Annihilate. Both Xie Yunji and Lu Bao uttered a single word in unison, as their voices faded. The two tornadoes abruptly vanished, rendering Qin Feng's blade strike ineffective. Almost instantaneously, the tornadoes reformed and merged into one, directly engulfing Qin Feng. What? Princess Chingling, along with Isha, displayed expressions of astonishment. Your Majesty, Princess Chingling's countenance darkened as she manipulated the shifting light in her hand, coalescing it into a golden flame eagle that soared through the air. The piercing cries of the bird shattered the silence, its golden wings unfurling like blades of light. Bang! With a muffled thud, the golden flame eagle was consumed by the dark tornado, disappearing without a trace. Furthermore, the aura emanating from the tornado surged towards Princess Chingling, causing her to stagger backward, and she was soon propelled out of the sea-covering palace, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Tai Rui, gritting his teeth, transformed into his true form and charged forward. After all, Qin Feng was his benefactor. If anything were to happen to him, who would protect him in the Tong you see? The grayish Rui plunged into the tornado, producing a clash of metal sounds, as if countless sword lights rained down upon it. However, Tai Rui could not hold out for long, and was soon blasted out of the tornado by the combined might of Xie Yunji and Lu Bao. Lu Bao's voice echoed ominously. Who else desires death? Come forth, and I shall grant you that wish. This proclamation caused Isha, who had been contemplating intervention, to hesitate. After all, Qin Feng was someone he had brought along. If he were to be indiscriminately slain by the individuals from Rui Palace, how could he, Isha, continue to navigate the Tongyu Sea? Yet the sea-covering sage cast a glance at Isha, shaking his head, signaling him not to act impulsively. Lu Bao and Xie Yunji were already formidable beings of the infant refining realm, and now, united in their technique, their strength was indeed beyond Isha's capability. Furthermore, should Isha rashly intervene, he would likely provoke the individuals from Rui Palace, leading to repercussions for the Tong you see. Isha's expression shifted multiple times, ultimately suppressing his urge to fight. Then, Lu Bao's menacing voice rang out again. Boy, it seems you still cling to life. Shadow, annihilate. The two uttered once more, causing the tornado's power to surge. The raging aura filled the vast expanse of the sea-covering palace, causing cracks to appear in the palace's defensive formations. The sea-covering sage's expression shifted several times as he summoned his spiritual energy, gathering the fortune of the surroundings to reinforce the formation, barely stabilizing it. That if this is all the strength you possess, then you are far from being able to slay me. At that moment, Qin Feng's voice resonated, laced with a hint of coldness. What? Both the sea-covering sage and Isha displayed astonished expressions. The power of this technique was so overwhelming. Yet the boy had been trapped within it for so long and still remained unscathed. He mentally chanted, Heavenly Fortune Summoning activated, technique upgraded. Qin Feng felt a flash of lightning surge through his mind. Ding! Consuming 5,000 points of fortune, he successfully upgraded the inferior technique, Dragon Annihilation Slash, to the superior technique, Dragon Annihilation Sacred Art. Buzz! At that moment, the Minghong heavenly blade trembled violently, emitting a piercing sound that resonated with the heavens and earth. After all, techniques differed from arts, requiring the aid of the celestial forces. Yet with his infant refining realm prowess, having only recently touched upon the celestial energy, Qin Feng experienced an overwhelming sensation when suddenly employing an inferior technique. Fortunately, he was well versed in this blood-soaked dragon-slaying technique, enabling him to swiftly channel the blade's momentum. Dragon Annihilation Sacred Art, Slay. The blade's power surged forth, its radiant edge erupting, forcefully breaking free from the tornado, exploding outward in all directions. The defensive formation of the sea-covering palace shattered with a deafening roar, and the palace's roof was sent flying. The sea-covering sage was also forced back, surveying the devastated state of the sea-covering palace, his heart bleeding. How outrageous! How outrageous! Yet, what shocked him more was that Qin Feng had also mastered an inferior technique. How could this be? What background did this young Leong King possess? Inferior techniques. This was something he had yet to master himself. The sea-covering sage's eyes reddened, Perhaps from anger, or perhaps from envy and jealousy, slay, the interwoven blade lights erupted, seemingly draining all of Qin Feng's strength in an instant. This power poured forth from the Minghong heavenly blade, sending both Xie Yunji and Lu Bao hurtling away. In that moment, the seabed within a radius of several dozen miles collapsed, releasing torrents of murky dust. Countless demons fled in panic, wishing they had sprouted additional legs. Clang before the dust could settle, the Minghong heavenly blade was thrust into the ground, and Qin Feng staggered. Lu Bao's starry robe was torn to shreds, and Xie Yunji was bloodied and in disarray. They regarded Qin Feng with an inexplicable reverence. Who could have imagined that this mere lord from Yunling Prefecture possessed such profound depth? Xie Yunji was acutely aware. They had met their match today. Let us depart. He struggled to assist Lu Bao as they made their arduous exit. Lu Bao fixed a steadfast gaze upon Qin Feng, wanting to say something, but the words caught in his throat, blood gushing forth and staining his robes, before he was dragged away by Xie Yunji. The sea-covering sage watched their retreating figures in silence, then turned to look at Qin Feng, a strange expression in his eyes that moment. Qin Feng happened to glance at him and smiled, a smile. The sea-covering sage felt a shiver run down his spine. "Do not worry. I am in no position to act against you right now," Qin Feng said, revealing a grin. The sea-covering sage's heart skipped a beat. Qin Feng spoke candidly, and the great sage of the sea felt a surge of joy within. Though a hint of hesitation marred his expression, my resources in the Sea of Profoundness are limited. I fear they cannot withstand several years of consumption. Then let us settle on a 60-40 split. Qin Feng conceded once more a 70-30 division. He proposed that if His Highness the Leong King agrees, I can send my subordinates to transport these materials. After all, the journey to Leong Kingdom spans several thousand miles. The great sage of the sea lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with avarice. Agreed. Qin Feng accepted without hesitation. The great sage of the sea was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Qin Feng to acquiesce so readily. Had he known, he would have directly suggested an 80-20 split. However, now that the matter had been broached, he could only gradually squeeze the Leong Kingdom in the future. Come. His Highness the Leong King should also savor the sweet nectar of my Sea of Profoundness. The great sage of the sea beckoned Qin Feng and his companions to taste the divine spring. The guests of the table exchanged cups and engaged in lively conversation. After 3 rounds of toasts, Qin Feng took his leave with Princess Chingling and the others, while Isha accompanied them. Qin Feng looked at Isha and chuckled. "Lord Isha, you haven't forgotten the promise you made to me, have you? Rest assured, I keep my word. I will certainly assist you." Isha thumped his chest and replied. However, the great sage of the sea is not to be underestimated. His prompt agreement likely conceals some ulterior motives. "You must tread carefully." Qin Feng nodded. For him, the Sea of Profoundness was merely a stepping stone. Regardless of the great sage's schemes, as long as Leong Kingdom's development was sufficiently rapid, the great sage's conspiracies would be inconsequential. Upon returning from the Sea of Profoundness, Qin Feng promptly activated the Heavenly Luck Summoning. Heavenly Luck Summoning, high-level summoning of a weapon refiner. He made a significant investment and initiated a high-level summoning. Ding dong, 50,000 points of luck consumed. Successfully summoned the master craftsman Gui Dongzi. During the battle in Hejiang City and the encounter at the Sea of Profoundness, Qin Feng had witnessed the power of magical artifacts. Now that Liang had acquired resources from the Sea of Profoundness, it was the perfect time for large-scale weapon forging to enhance the strength of the soldiers. Gui Dongzi was short in stature, with a full beard and exuding a strong smell of alcohol brought by Shun Wanshan. "Your Majesty, I encountered this individual while traversing the territory of Chu, and I covered his drinking expenses that he agreed to follow me and craft weapons for our Leong Kingdom," Shun Wanshan stated. "Very well. Let this man establish the Department of Artifacts, responsible for the forging of spiritual weapons," Qin Feng assented. After expending these 50,000 points of luck, only 20,000 points remained in the heavenly luck system. After careful consideration, recognizing the urgent need for personnel in Leong Kingdom, Qin Feng decided to spend another 10,000 points of luck to initiate 2 mid-level summons, resulting in the summoning of a pair of twin brothers, Wenlong and Wenhui. The elder brother, Wenlong, was of the Yin Yang school, adept at predicting the weather and controlling the elements. The younger brother, Wenhui, belonged to the agrarian school, strong and robust, skilled in the ways of farming. With their addition, a new era of agriculture dawned for Leong Kingdom. Seasons changed, and a year swiftly passed. The collaboration between the Sea of Profoundness and Leong Kingdom had become well established, yielding no less than 200,000 spiritual stones in profit for Leong. Such substantial gains accelerated the development of the Sorcerer's Academy, expanding from 1 to 6 institutions nationwide. Moreover, the number of disciples had surged from just over 200 a year prior to a staggering 2,000. However, Liang's rapid advancement incited alarm among neighboring lords, particularly the Kingdom of Chu at this moment. A conspiracy against Leong unfolded in the capital of Chu. 4 second-tier vassal states, 9 third-tier states, and over 20 lower-tier states convened. Led by the King of Chu, who sat at the head of the assembly, his expression grave. Esteemed lords, the current power of Leong poses a severe threat to the safety of our people. If we do not take punitive measures, we may face endless repercussions. Indeed, in just the past 6 months, tens of thousands of our citizens have migrated north to Leong, resulting in a sharp decline in our northern populace and abandoned fields. The king of the two people stood up first, indignantly declaring that Myhee's state is likewise affected. Liang's merchants engage in price manipulation, controlling 60% of our trade, and even the supplies in my palace must pass through their hands. The same holds true for my Mo's state. The crowd murmured in grievance, condemning Liang's misdeeds. Since this is the case, why not join forces to crush Leong? A figure in the corner spoke with a calm demeanor. The king of Chu promptly rose, displaying a respectful demeanor. "Envoy, you have arrived," he said. The assembly of lords looked quizzically at the figure in the corner, their curiosities piqued. Who is he? For whom does he represent? To command such respect from the king of Chu? They were aware that Chu was already a formidable force in the southern region, that at this moment, the envoy nodded to the king of Chu and announced in a clear voice. "I am Ning Yunhe, envoy of the Desert King, here to address matters regarding Leong. It pleases the Desert King that you have gathered here." Desert King. The lords all displayed expressions of realization, hastily rising to bow. Their respect palpable, that we pay our respects to the envoy of the Desert King. My apologies for the oversight. After all, the Desert Kingdom was a preeminent first-tier vassal state in the southern region, spanning 4 major spiritual states, with dozens of powerful masters residing within, capable of easily overpowering all present lords. Furthermore, the Desert King personally trained a formidable cavalry known as the Desert Knights, reputed to be composed entirely of golden elixir experts, capable of effortlessly breaking through the ranks of hundreds of thousands of troops. This cavalry could even rival the armies of the Southern Zhou dynasty. "You need not be overly formal," Ning Yunhe spoke nonchalantly. "Your presence here signifies your determination to counter Leong. Should we unite our efforts, the annihilation of Leong shall be but a matter of time. What the envoy says is indeed true. We share the same sentiments." The lords nodded in agreement. At this juncture, the king of Chu furrowed his brow slightly, voicing his concerns. "I have heard that although the Leong King is young, he possesses cunning strategies. With him in charge, taking down Leong may not be so straightforward. Fear not, esteemed lords. I shall personally handle matters concerning the young Leong King. As for defeating Leong, it will require your collective strength," Ning Yunhe declared with confidence. "If the young Leong King does not intervene, taking Leong will merely be a matter of time." The king of Chu asserted. "Indeed, I have also heard that the Leong King is skilled in demonic arts, capable of conjuring people out of thin air. Should he be captured, Leong will surely fall apart." The crowd echoed in agreement. "Excellent. I shall await your good news." Ning Yunhe rose and exited the grand hall, swiftly disappearing from sight. The other lords, seeing this, began to express their grievances. "Your Majesty, who would have thought you had already secured the Desert Kingdom as your backing? Why did you not inform us sooner? Indeed, we have been living in fear for so long. Had we known the Desert Kingdom was on our side, we would have simply attacked Leong." "Quite right," the others chimed in agreement. The king of Chu shook his head, replying, "I had no prior knowledge that the envoy of the Desert King would appear. I merely encountered him during my visit to the Desert Kingdom. So, the Desert Kingdom took the initiative to approach the king of Chu." Someone questioned in surprise. Could it be that the young Leong King has offended the Desert King? That must be the case. Others speculated that in the strictly hierarchical realm of the southern region, A first-tier vassal state has countless methods to obliterate a third-tier state. Moreover, with the Desert Kingdom's endorsement, the confidence of the assembled lords surged. Not long after, in the capital of Leong, Qin Feng received a battle report from Pan Jiangfeng, which read, "The king of Chu intends to mobilize troops southward, and the forces of Hezi, Mo, Jiangyu, and others are also stirring, reporting for your command, requesting a decision." The kingdom of Chu truly harbors insidious intentions, Qin Feng remarked with a shake of his head, having finally enjoyed a period of stability only to receive such news. Since they remain unrepentant, let us deliver a stern warning. Chao Jiao was commanded to draft a decree. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the hall. "Who goes there?" Wei Yan stood before Qin Feng, his voice sharp. Since the emergence of Pan Jiangfeng, Han Yi, and others who handled both internal and external affairs, he had become Qin Feng's personal guard. The visitor cast a glance at Wei Yan and revealed a token. Envoy of the Desert King. Envoy of the Desert King? Wei Yan's brow furrowed slightly. "Allow him entry." Qin Feng's voice rang from behind. The visitor strode directly into the grand hall, gazing upon Qin Feng. This up-and-coming figure in the southern region had managed to restore the fragmented Leong Kingdom to a third-tier vassal state in just a few short years, showcasing remarkable capability. Yet, he had not anticipated that the Leong King would be so youthful. "I am Ning Yunhe, envoy of the Desert King." Qin Feng did not lift his head, absorbed in reviewing the battle report. Casually stating, "First, please grant the envoy a seat." Grant a seat? What does that mean? It is a reward given by a superior to an inferior, and as an envoy representing the Desert King, Ning Yunhe holds no obligation to be rewarded by a third-tier vassal king. Ning Yunhe's expression shifted slightly, sensing that Qin Feng was unlike the other lords. Indeed, the Leong King is a prodigy, distinguished in behavior and action. However, the world is vast, and Leong is but a corner of it. Sometimes, the Leong King must lift his head and look beyond. The outside world. Qin Feng set down his pen and turned to Ning Yunhe, smiling as he inquired, "I wonder what brings your envoy here to impart wisdom to this king." He had heard that the king of Leong had recently reached an agreement with Tong Yusi, profiting handsomely in spirit stones. But does the king of Leong know that Tong Yusi is a territory of my Kingdom? Ning Yunhe's tone carried an undercurrent of interrogation. "I had not heard of this before," Qin Feng replied. If you were unaware before, then now that this envoy has informed you, the king of Leong should be enlightened." Ning Yunhe retorted coldly, expressing a desire for the king of Leong to handle matters regarding Tong Yusi in a manner that would please his highness. The king of Mo. Qin Feng chuckled, appraising Ning Yunhe with a discerning gaze, shaking his head with a smile and choosing not to elaborate further. From his expression, Ning Yunhe sensed a hint of disdain, as if he could hear the unspoken words. "What are you to instruct this king?" "Your Highness, this is the will of the king of Mo. Anyone who dares to offend him in the southern domain shall meet a dire fate." Ning Yunhe's voice was laced with anger, resonating with authority. If this is merely about such trivial matters, then I must kindly ask the envoy to take his leave." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "As for Tong Yusi, this king has his own ways of dealing with it, and requires no external approval." Ning Yunhe, visibly enraged, pointed at Qin Feng and exclaimed, "Qin Feng, are you intent on making an enemy of my Kingdom?" An enemy. This king cannot bear such a title," Qin Feng replied languidly. "However, if the king of Mo wishes to extend his reach too far, he ought to first assess his own capabilities." Ning Yunhe's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he scoffed. "What is Leong to be feared? If you do not take action, the remaining small fry are but trifles to be dispatched." Qin Feng laughed in return. "And what if this king were to act? You would have no chance whatsoever." Ning Yunhe glared fiercely at him, while Qin Feng's amusement only deepened, shaking his head. "You are truly overconfident. Yet do not worry. Even if this king does not take action, my Liang small fry can ensure that your men return empty-handed." Chapter 72, Anger from Shame, What Arrogance. Ning Jianghe's expression darkened as he coldly regarded Qin Feng. "Since Leong is so confident, we shall see who prevails soon. A coalition led by Chu will set its sights on Leong." With a sharp sound, Wei Yan drew his sword, pointing it at Ning Jianghe. "Do not be disrespectful," Qin Feng, in a calm voice, instructed Wei Yan to step back and address Ning Jianghe. "Since the envoy is so assured, this king shall await your arrival. Today's Leong is not the Liang of yesteryear. Umph. Ning Jianghe furiously waved his sleeve and departed. Qiao Jiu observed his retreating figure and asked, "Your Majesty, if even Mo Kingdom intends to strike at our Liang, the situation appears increasingly dire. Should we not prepare alternative plans?" Qin Feng shook his head. "We have no other option. At this juncture, Liang must either grow stronger or be devoured by the lords. There is no second path." Qiao Jiu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Should we seek assistance from Tong Yusi? They will not be of aid." Qin Feng replied with composure. "These individuals have profited from our Liang, yet when the moment of truth arrives, they prove unreliable." Wei Yan expressed indignantly. Just then, a shadow guard appeared, reporting, "Your Majesty, new intelligence has arrived from Tong Yusi." The shadow guard presented the information, which came from Isha, stating, "The great sage of the overturned sea has recently been in increasingly frequent contact with the Mo Kingdom and the Rui Palace, often displaying discontent towards Liang. This warrants caution." Qin Feng chuckled, casually handing the report to Qiao Jiu. Upon reading it, Qiao Jiu's lips trembled with anger, exclaiming, "This is preposterous. This demon race is indeed untrustworthy. The law of the jungle prevails. And I believe General Pan can manage the current situation," Qin Feng said thoughtfully. "Liang has come a long way from its humble beginnings, cultivating its own sorcerers capable of forging magical artifacts, far surpassing neighboring lords. Coupled with the military strength of Pan Jiangfeng, dealing with the petty lords should pose no challenge. 2 days later, reports of battle arrived from all directions. From Chu, Heezy sent a combined force of 200,000 to once again pressure Hejiang City. From Mo, Tu sent a total of 60,000 troops to besiege Nanda City. From Jiangyun and Luo Kingdoms, a total of 90,000 threatened Shizong City. The lords attacked simultaneously, surrounding Liang on all sides. Ning Jianghe appeared before Qin Feng, unyieldingly stating, "Your Majesty, how do you perceive the current situation? If you were to admit fault now, perhaps there is still room for maneuver." Qin Feng glanced at Ning Jianghe indifferently. "This is merely the beginning. Why not sit down, envoy, and enjoy a cup of tea while observing the outcome?" "No need for tea." Ning Jianghe was clearly displeased by Qin Feng's confidence that on the third day, Han Yi was dispatched to Luo Kingdom and successfully persuaded the king of Luo to turn against Jiangyun. Liang effortlessly neutralized the threat from the west. Simultaneously, Ren Taibai and a group of wandering heroes infiltrated the court of Mo, engaging in fierce combat, resulting in a decisive victory and disrupting the political landscape of Mo. The army, dispatched by Mo, upon reaching Nanda City, hastily returned to aid their court, with only two remaining isolated and unsupported. They too retreated after a few days of disarray outside Nanda City. After the crises in the west and south were easily resolved, Qin Feng made a point to deliver the battle reports to Ning Jianghe. Ning Jianghe's expression was one of extreme rage as he hurled the report to the ground, cursing, "Humph, a bunch of useless fools, nothing but ineffectual imbeciles." However, do not rejoice too soon. Relay to your king of Liang that the main force behind this attack was Chu and Heezy, along with several second-tier lords. The true battle is yet to come. A few days later, intelligence arrived from the north, reporting that Pan Jiangfeng had flooded 10,000 troops from Heezy, repelling the forces of Chu and delivering a resounding slap to Ning Jianghe's face. After reading the battle report, Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the strategic ingenuity displayed. Indeed, the methods of warfare are fascinating. The Pan Jiangfeng commanding 400,000 troops was a far cry from the inexperienced youth of yesteryear. "Your Majesty, the second-tier lords of Dongli, Fan, and Dayu have also dispatched 60,000 troops, which will soon arrive at the northern border. It seems that Qiao Jiu may be somewhat hesitant," one of his advisors remarked. "As a third-tier lord, Liang can barely withstand the assaults of the second-tier lord, Chu, along with a multitude of smaller lords. Should we face 3 second-tier lords, it is likely we would not endure." Qin Feng set aside his brush, declaring, "Let the Tiger Guards from the capital proceed to support Pan Jiangfeng." Yes. Wei Yan accepted the command. 3 days later, Pan Jiangfeng defeated the main forces of Chu in the southern regions, beheading their general, and clashed with the armies of Dongli, Fan, and others. The Liang troops were forced to retreat, taking refuge in Hejiang City. Chu, alongside Dongli and the other 3 major lords, regrouped and returned with renewed vigor. Threatening Hejiang City, Qin Feng ordered Pan Jiangfeng to abandon Hejiang City, while instructing Wei Yan to deliver the Sui Huang Mountain River Seal to Pan Jiangfeng. That moment, Ning Jiang's laughter echoed. Little King of Leong, the coalition of 4 second-tier lords has arrived and will soon reach Liangdu. What do you have to say for yourself now? He sought to see despair in Qin Feng's eyes, but was met with disappointment. Qin Feng maintained his composure, eliciting a hint of mockery from Ning Jianghe. Is the envoy so confident? I regret to inform you that this is Liang territory, and the outcome will be determined by this king. Ning Jianghe's lips twitched as he coldly sneered. I fear it may not be up to you. Qin Feng casually gestured towards the terrain of Liangdu's northern border. Though the 4 nations possess 800,000 main forces, what if this king were to use the mountain range as a line of defense, with the Yunjiang and Liangjiang as boundaries, encircling the forces of the 4 nations? Should that occur, the forces of the 4 nations would be trapped in Hejiang City. Ning Jianghe's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that the defeat of Chu is to be repeated? No. Ning Jianghe suddenly realized something, a cold smile forming. With Liang's strength, how could you possibly encircle 80,000 troops? Your Highness may be overestimating yourself. Merely relying on my Liang troops may indeed be insufficient. But what if there is external assistance or advantageous terrain to exploit? Qin Feng smiled. Ning Jianghe's figure trembled, his expression darkening. External assistance? Is the king of Liang overly optimistic about the situation? Your inability does not imply my incapacity. Qin Feng's tone remained calm, carrying an air of sovereign pride. Ning Jianghe's gaze shifted multiple times, uncertain of what hidden cards Qin Feng might possess. Yet if 80,000 troops were trapped within Hejiang City, leading to a resounding victory for Liang, it would undoubtedly elevate Liang's status in the southern domain to unprecedented heights, rendering Leong Kingdom a mere laughingstock. As this realization dawned on him, Ning Jianghe's expression turned sinister. Your Highness has calculated well, but I wonder what changes may occur if you were to perish in Liangdu before that happens. Impudent. Cao Jiao immediately stepped in front of Qin Feng, fiercely declaring, Do not be disrespectful to His Majesty. Ning Jianghe coldly laughed. Old fool, you dare to obstruct this envoy. Then, with a commanding shout, he called, Where are the Chioying guards? The surrounding air was filled with the sound of piercing winds. Chapter 73. A family of forged steel, tempered into strength. Surrounding the royal palace were no less than several hundred formidable warriors, each possessing at least the pinnacle strength of the foundation establishment stage. Among them were several powerful experts of the infant refinement stage. Ning Jianghe sneered as he cast a glance at Qin Feng. Prince Liang, if you have any trump cards, you should reveal them quickly. Otherwise, you may find there will be no opportunity left. Qin Feng shook his head and replied, I never expected that you, the envoy, would be so impatient as to take matters into your own hands. I presumed you would wait until this war concluded, witnessing the great victory of our great Liang before acting. It seems I have overestimated you. Great victory? Ning Jianghe chuckled coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You will find no such opportunity. Just as he spoke, the guards of Liang Palace rushed in, positioning themselves protectively in front of Qin Feng. Wei Yan shouted sternly, Ning Jianghe, this is the royal palace of Leong Kingdom. You shall not run amok here. Run amok. The mocking glint in Ning Jianghe's eyes intensified as he suddenly coldly declared, I shall run amok today. Let us see what you can do about it. With a wave of his hand, the Chiu Miao guard surged forth, charging towards Qin Feng. Protect the king. Wei Yan bellowed, directing his blade toward the oncoming Chiu Miao guards. However, the prowess of the Chiu Miao guards was extraordinary. Apart from Wei Yan, who could barely hold his ground, the others were no match. Quickly falling back, the palace filled with the scent of blood. Qin Feng quietly observed the scene, remaining silent that a deep-seated fury flashed in Ning Jianghe's eyes. He could not abide Qin Feng's calm demeanor. What audacity does this mere third-tier lord possess to adopt such a posture? Kill him. Ning Jianghe pointed at Qin Feng, screaming that a figure responded, soaring through the air. Charging directly at Qin Feng, that an icy glint shimmered, exuding a murderous aura. It was indeed a practitioner of the infant refinement stage. Before Wei Yan could intervene, the individual had already reached Qin Feng. Chiu Miao guard, cold cicada. Qin Feng seemingly heard the whisper of the approaching foe, that he smiled, praising, "The Chiao Miao Guard is indeed formidable." As he spoke, the top-grade Qian technique, Skyrending Royal Fist, was unleashed. The force of the punch erupted, suddenly causing the charging Cold Cicada to sink as if crushed by a mountain. Her speed significantly reduced. Cold Cicada raised her head, meeting Qin Feng's gaze, and felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss. This was not the gaze of a mere lord, but that of an unparalleled powerhouse. How could this insignificant Leong prince possess such strength? A shiver ran through her heart. Boom! The sky-rending royal fist struck out. The space seemingly torn asunder, a tyrannical aura surged forth, overwhelming Cold Cicada. Infant refinement stage. Cold Cicada was horrified, never anticipating that this trifling Leong territory would harbor a practitioner of the infant refinement stage. And it was none other than this youthful Leong prince. Boom! In a moment of panic, she raised her palm to counter, but still found herself unable to withstand Qin Feng's power, forced to retreat. After all, Qin Feng had previously used this very sky-rending royal fist to repel the elder Liu Bao of the Shadow Palace, let alone the mere assassin of the Muo Kingdom. "You are not my match. Why throw away your lives so foolishly?" Qin Feng spoke languidly, expressing his disdain. The capital of Liang had enjoyed peace for so long. He did not wish for the palace to be stained with blood once more. Acting under orders, "I beg your forgiveness," Cold Cicada replied with a chill in her voice, her form darting like a startled swan, suddenly launching towards Qin Feng with blinding speed, as swift as a flash of lightning. Bang bang! Qin Feng activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions, and Cold Cicada's form was instantly laid bare. Shadows of fists erupted in succession, unleashing a powerful wave. "Let me handle this," another grunt echoed, as a massive figure surged towards Qin Feng. He swatted aside a blocking Liang Palace guard with a single palm and brutally slammed another guard to the ground, splattering blood, before charging at Qin Feng with a chilling aura. The enormous figure swelled, resembling a fierce tiger pouncing for its prey. Kill! The skyrending royal fist collided with the intruder, erupting with a sound akin to a war drum, shaking the ground and leaving countless cracks radiating outward. Qin Feng was forced to stagger back several steps, while the newcomer remained unmoved, his momentum unyielding. Who would have thought that the Prince of Liang was a skilled fighter? Ning Zhanghe's voice dripped with malice. But alas, you have encountered the Chiao Miao Guard of the Muo Kingdom, and all that awaits you is death. At that moment, the palace guards who had come to assist were either dead or wounded. With even Wei Yan knocked to the ground, his chest a bloody mess. Chao Jiu attempted to rush over to protect Qin Feng, but was pierced in the leg by Ning Zhanghe's sword. Stumbling to the ground, the remaining Chiao Miao guards closed in, their eyes fixed hungrily on Qin Feng. Chiao Miao Guard, fierce dragon. The Chiao Miao Guard that had reached Qin Feng roared, eyes bloodshot, lunging at him once more. A massive fist, accompanied by the sound of thunder, descended with ferocity. The force of the punch flowed, faintly revealing a dark glow. Skyrending royal fist, fortified by qi. A mysterious aura enveloped Qin Feng, the very essence of great Liang's national fortune rising around him. With the national fortune's augmentation, the power of the sky-rending royal fist surged, crashing into the fierce dragon head-on. Another massive wave of energy erupted, cascading outward. What? Qin Feng felt a jolt of surprise. He had not expected the fierce dragon's strength to be so overwhelming that it could withstand his enhanced punch. It seemed the Muo Kingdom had truly come prepared this time. Roar! The roar of the fierce dragon resounded once more, as he swung his dark, glowing fist directly at Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng floated backward, but the fierce dragon pressed forward relentlessly. That moment, Princess Chingling's voice rang out. "Your Majesty, this individual is a horizontal refiner. They cultivate the power of blood and qi. Growing stronger in the face of adversity. Do not confront him head-on." Horizontal refiner. Information flashed through Qin Feng's mind. Horizontal refiners forge themselves through countless battles, tempering themselves to become as resilient as steel. In an infant refinement stage, horizontal refiner can contend directly with any opponent of the same rank. Now I understand. Qin Feng realized, immediately drawing the Minghong celestial blade. "I nearly fell for your scheme." Buzz! The blade's radiance trembled, blood shadows flickering. Suddenly, the Phantom Wind 19 blades were unleashed, their ethereal blue light intertwining to envelop the fierce dragon. Roar! The fierce dragon roared again, an aura of dark light emanating from him. Akin to iron and stone, charging toward the blade light. The vibrant blade energy erupted from his form, producing the sharp ring of clashing metal. Ning Jianghe sneered from the side. Prince Leong, do not waste your efforts. An attack of your level is merely inconsequential training for the fierce dragon. It cannot harm him at all. If you surrender now and kneel to plead for mercy, I may still grant you a dignified exit. Qin Feng glanced at him, saying nothing further. The speed of the phantom wind 19 blades increased, the blade light becoming ever denser, while the fierce dragon's assault grew, increasingly ferocious, closing the distance between them. Be careful, Your Majesty, Princess Chingling admonished sharply, golden lights swirling in her hands, transforming into a colossal golden flame eagle that swooped towards the fierce dragon. Roar! The fierce dragon howled, unleashing a wave of energy that shattered the golden flame eagle mid-flight. Simultaneously, his massive form soared into the air, diving towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt a shadow envelop him. His gaze turned cold. Horizontal refiner? I refuse to believe you have no weaknesses. Chapter 74. History repeats. The rise of Great Leong. Lower grade Dao technique. Dragon slaying sacred art. Slash. The Minghong celestial blade erupted with blinding bloodlight, filling the surroundings, the chilling blade energy slicing through the air, charging towards the fierce dragon. In that moment, everyone present felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, all shaken by it. The fierce dragon, at the forefront, felt the pressure even more acutely, veins bulging, his expression twisted in rage. Yet his assault had already begun. There was no retreat, only the path forward, charging into the blade light. Boom! The violent blood aura engulfed the fierce dragon. The crimson energy spread outward, obscuring everyone's vision. Then Qin Feng vanished as well. Bang! Bang! Following that, a series of muffled groans echoed from within the blood aura. Suddenly, a figure shot out, crashing heavily before Ning Jianghe, that he bore a gruesome wound on his chest, the pulsation of his organs barely visible. What? Ning Jianghe was taken aback, staggering back dozens of steps, his lips trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? The fierce dragon has been defeated. Not only that, after the fierce dragon's defensive power was shattered by the dragon-slaying sacred art, the wounds carved by the phantom wind 19 blades began to tear apart, leaving his robust body riddled with gruesome injuries. Blood-soaked and horrifying, he collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, his eyes reflecting a hint of terror. As the blood mist in the air gradually dissipated, Qin Feng's figure emerged. He stood poised in midair, surveying Ning Jianghe with a calm demeanor. Envoy, it seems you have overestimated your own strength. Ning Jianghe instinctively took a few steps back. Qin Feng, do not celebrate too soon, he exclaimed, his voice laced with uncontainable fear. The strength of the Muo Kingdom is absolutely beyond what your Leong Kingdom can contend with. Advance! Ning Jianghe screamed hysterically. For the Muo King! For the Muo King! The surrounding Qiu Miao guards echoed his cries, charging forth in a frenzy towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head, murmuring, Is it not better to live well? Why seek death so recklessly? Buzz! The Minghong celestial blade trembled, its blood-red glow enveloping the earth. The lower-grade Dao technique was pushed to its limits, augmented by the national fortune of Leong. These Qiu Miao guards were no match for Qin Feng. The palace guards looked at Qin Feng with deep reverence. In that moment, Qin Feng was no longer merely a third-tier lord, but an invincible war god. In the mind of Ning Jianghe, the memory of his first encounter with Qin Feng resurfaced, echoing the words he had uttered. This is the territory of the Leong Kingdom. The outcome is determined solely by me. Now he had truly delivered on that promise with a thud as the last of the charging Qiu Miao guards fell. Ning Jianghe knelt upon the ground, his gaze vacant. Qin Feng approached slowly, when a feeble voice interjected, Do not kill him. Qin Feng turned at the sound, recognizing it was Han Chan, the female Qiu Miao guard. He cannot perish here. Though gravely injured herself, Han Chan gazed resolutely at Qin Feng. Suddenly, Qin Feng burst into laughter and nodded. As you wished, he strode past Han Chan, leaving behind a final remark. However, he may depart, but you must remain. Throughout the ordeal, Han Chan was the sole Qiu Miao guard who had refrained from attacking the Leong Palace guards, which piqued Qin Feng's interest at this juncture. The Leong Kingdom was in dire need of capable individuals. Releasing an inconsequential envoy in exchange for a formidable alchemist was undoubtedly a worthwhile trade. Han Chan lowered her head. News of the Leong King's triumph over the Mo Kingdom's Chiu Miao guards had spread to the northern borders. The Leong army in the north surged with newfound vigor. Their morale bolstered immensely that if even the first-tier vassal state of the Mo Kingdom could not contend with Leong, how could these second-tier states? They were mere rabble. Pan Zhongfeng capitalized on the elevated morale of his troops, swiftly encircling the coalition forces of the Chu Kingdom. Utilizing the Sui Huang Mountain River Seal, he altered the terrain outside Hejiang City, shifting the mountain's routes to create a natural barrier, while collaborating with the demon clans, such as Tai Rui and Isha, to seal off the navigation routes of Yunjiang and Liangjiang, effectively trapping 800,000 enemy soldiers within Hejiang City. History was once again repeating itself. The coalition forces within Hejiang City were in turmoil, the distant capital of the Chu Kingdom. The Chu King felt a deep sense of despair as he gazed helplessly at the flurry of reports. Lamenting, "It is over. It is over. We have lost again." Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, the Chu Kingdom was severely depleted, its populace in dire straits, and the Chu King's prestige lay in tatters. Encouraged by those with ulterior motives, rumors spread throughout the Chu capital and other major cities, and the opposition to the Chu King grew rapidly. "Have you heard? The King's reckless actions and unjust war have led to such a failure. Indeed, those noble officials care not for our lives. They seek only to serve the Mo Kingdom. If even the Mo Kingdom cannot contend with the Leong Kingdom, what hope do we have? These lords clearly regard our lives as worthless." In an instant, the sentiment among the people of the Chu Kingdom ignited fervently. There were even whispers suggesting the Chu army has already suffered a great defeat in the northern borders of Leong. It will not be long before the Leong army invades the Chu capital. Consequently, grain prices soared within the Chu Kingdom, and weapons became scarce. Many citizens from the southern regions fled north in search of safety, leading to the collapse of the southern economy. Chaos persisted for months, and before the Chu army could collapse within Hejiang City, the domestic turmoil had already erupted in the Leong capital's royal palace. Shun Wanshan and Lung Wuyo stood shoulder to shoulder before Qin Feng, speaking in unison, "Your Majesty, chaos has ensued within the Chu Kingdom. We are fortunate to have fulfilled our duty. It turned out that the architects behind the unrest in the Chu Kingdom were these 2. Qin Feng nodded, smiling. "You have done well this time. You have saved me considerable effort. Immediately send word to Pan Zhongfeng, instructing him to crush the coalition forces, focusing on reclaiming lost territories without rushing to seize cities." Yes, the Yueying guards received their orders at present. Victory for the Leong Kingdom was a foregone conclusion. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware that this was not the moment for the Leong Kingdom to aggressively expand, as its foundations still required strengthening. Taking overly large steps would only lead to missteps. Furthermore, the internal strife within the Chu Kingdom needed to further firm it. Pressing too hard would be counterproductive. "Your Majesty is wise." Shun Wanshan grinned, respectfully bowing. "The current chaos within the Chu Kingdom presents us with an opportunity to quietly seize benefits. I am confident that within 2 years, we can deplete the Chu Kingdom's century-old resources. War is the most taxing endeavor on both the populace and finances. The more disorder in the Chu Kingdom, the more opportunities for the Leong Kingdom to reap benefits." Qin Feng nodded, "Very well. Let it be as you say." That he then turned to Lung Wuyo, saying, "Wuyo, you have also performed admirably this time. However, I cannot promote you at this moment. Yet, you may select any item from the national treasury to take back to the Chu Kingdom." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lung Wuyo bowed deeply, feeling a swell of emotion. When he first arrived in the capital, the Leong Kingdom was fragmented and on the brink of collapse, yet now it had subtly evolved into a powerful vassal state capable of influencing the situation in the southern domain. In the days to come, Lung Wuyo could hardly fathom the future of the Leong Kingdom. With the issues of the Chu Kingdom resolved, I must now address matters concerning the Tong UC. Rising from his seat, a glint of coldness flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Chapter 75. I grieve for you in the Battle of Hejiang City. The Leong Kingdom decisively defeated the Chu Kingdom and the 800,000 coalition forces from the 4 major second-tier vassal states. The morale of the Leong army surged, and the confidence of its citizens reached unprecedented heights. Within the Heavenly Fortune summoning system, Qin Feng's fortune value had soared to an impressive 12,000. And his personal reputation had climbed to 3,900 points. System name: Heavenly Fortune Summoning System. Host: Qin Feng, ruler of the third-tier vassal state, Leong Kingdom. Host strength: Mid-stage alchemist. Host reputation: 3,950 points. Fortune points: 128,000 points. Summoning skills: Yufeng 19 Blades, Inferior Mystical Technique. Liang Royal Fist, Superior Mystical Technique. Mia Long Sacred Technique, Inferior Dao Technique. Summon Generals: Bing Jia Wei Yan, Initial Golden Core Stage. Bing Jia Pan Jiangfeng, Initial Alchemist Stage. Fa Jia Han Yi, Peak Golden Core Stage. Za Jia Shin Wanshan, Initial Golden Core Stage. Inyang Jia Wen Long, Initial Golden Core Stage. Nong Jia Wen Hu, Initial Golden Core Stage. Summoning Troops: Tiger Ben Guard, Foundation Establishment Stage, 1,000-man unit. Yueying Guard, Foundation Establishment Stage, 100-man unit. Various Rangers. Summoning Technique Level: Elementary, consuming 500 fortune points per use. Intermediate, consuming 5,000 fortune points per use. Advanced Summoning, consuming 5,000 fortune points per use. Mysterious Summoning yet to be unlocked. Qin Feng opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. With the growth of the Leong Kingdom, he had transformed from a state of utter poverty to one of immense power. "Your Majesty, the carriage to the Tong is ready," said Chao Jiao, limping as he approached. Previously injured by Ning Yuna's sword, he should have been recuperating, but upon hearing that Qin Feng was heading to the Tong, he specially came to bid farewell. "Very well." Qin Feng nodded as he exited the palace. He encountered Princess Chingling and Han Chan. "Your Majesty, allow us to accompany you," Princess Chingling said. She glanced at Han Chan and added, "I have inquired with Sister Han Chan. She is willing to exchange her life for yours and stay here to serve you." Han Chan's expression remained cold, exuding an air of a killer, as if she had never smiled in her life. "Since that is the case, let us travel together." Qin Feng nodded. With an additional alchemist to assist on the journey to the Tong, he would save himself much trouble. Within the grand hall of the Fuhai Palace in the Tong, the Fuhai great sage sat upon a grand chair, coldly regarding Isha and sneering. "Isha, you have truly grown in prowess. Have you become so disdainful of me since stepping into the alchemist realm? Great sage, there must be some misunderstanding." Isha frowned. "Misunderstanding?" The Fuhai great sage casually waved his hand, commanding his subordinates to throw a stack of reports before Isha, sneering. "Is this a misunderstanding? Do you not know in your heart? Secretly colluding with the Leong Kingdom and leaking the secrets of the Tong to the human race. Do you not realize this is an act of treachery?" He suddenly slammed his palm down, his eyes blazing red as he fixed his gaze on Isha. "The greatest hatred of my being is for traitors. This should be clear. However, I did not expect you to sink so low as to conspire with humans. Do you truly believe that the mere Leong Kingdom can challenge me?" The Fuhai great sage laughed in fury, causing the demons in the hall to lower their heads in fear. Yet Isha remained composed, replying, "Colluding with humans? If I recall correctly, it was the great sage who established the trade with the Leong Kingdom. I was merely following orders." Bang. The Fuhai great sage abruptly slapped Isha across the face, bellowing, "What a fine excuse of following orders. When did I ever command you to conspire with the Leong Kingdom and disclose the strength of the Fuhai Palace?" Isha staggered back a few steps, but quickly regained his footing. "Great sage, the Tong is no longer the Tong of your do you think that by jumping between various powers, you can remain invincible?" He stared at the Fuhai great sage, questioning each word with emphasis. "Not anymore. I believe that the young king of Leong is a man of his word and worthy of trust. Moreover, the Leong Kingdom is currently weak. Receiving assistance from the Tong is akin to offering a lifeline. In time, as the Leong Kingdom grows stronger, the Tong will truly stand invincible." "Nonsense." Before Isha could finish, the Fuhai great sage interrupted angrily. "The Tong is my domain. Whether it lives or dies is for me to decide. And I will not tolerate your interference." As he spoke, he unleashed a palm strike, unleashing a chilling wave that surged towards Isha. Isha's expression changed, blood energy erupting from his body as he fought against the icy wave. However, the moment the wave collided with him, it transformed into countless tiny ice crystals, seeping into his being. "What?" The figure of Isha trembled violently, his complexion instantly turning a shade of dark purple. He shivered uncontrollably. And when he gazed at the sea overlord, his eyes were filled with an inexplicable terror. What is happening? I clearly possess the strength of the infant refinement realm. Why can't I unleash it? Oof. The sea overlord let out a cold laugh and mocked. From the moment you set foot in the sea palace, I have insidiously implanted the cold poison of the abyss within your bodies. No matter what realm you attain, you shall never escape my grasp. Despicable, old fiend. You are so vile. Isha exclaimed vehemently. Within the hall, the other demonic beings wore expressions of bitterness, too fearful to utter a word. Suddenly, Isha let out a wretched scream as the cold poison of the abyss invaded his internal organs, causing him to collapse to the ground, curling up like a ball, trembling uncontrollably. Umph. The sea overlord regarded him coldly. Once the cold poison of the abyss takes effect, it will persist for 49 days. Why then? Your internal organs will shatter, and you shall die a painful death. Do you enjoy the experience? As for that little King Leong, whom you thought could serve as your support, I shall soon capture him and let him share in the dominance of the cold poison of the abyss with you. Just as he spoke, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. I wonder what treasures the Overlord has in store for me to sample. What? The Sea Overlord's expression changed dramatically. According to the timeline provided by the Mo Kingdom, Leong Kingdom was currently besieged by the 4 great vassal states. So why was Qin Feng here at the Sea Palace? It seems the Overlord is not too welcoming of my presence. Qin Feng noticed the Sea Overlord's look of surprise and cast a glance at Isha, inquiring, I wonder what misdeed Lord Isha has committed to warrant such punishment from the Overlord. The Sea Overlord's gaze shifted several times before he suddenly smiled. What brings His Highness the King of Leong here? Please take a seat. He nonchalantly signaled for the demonic beings in the hall to drag Isha away. I have heard that the Mo Kingdom harbors ill intentions toward Leong. Pray tell, how fares Leong at this moment? Alas, Qin Feng suddenly sighed. The Sea Overlord felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. The 80,000 allied forces from Hezi and Chu have already been defeated by my Leong Kingdom. The envoy from the Mo Kingdom was also beaten and subsequently sent back. Qin Feng replied in a low voice. What? The Sea Overlord's complexion paled, his tone faltering. Then why does the King of Leong sigh? I do not sigh for myself, but rather for those who are unfortunate. Qin Feng slowly raised his head, meeting the Sea Overlord's gaze with a slight smirk. What do you mean by that? The Sea Overlord's expression shifted slightly, and he barked coldly. What have you been up to these days? Do you not have a clear understanding in your heart, requiring me to expose it? Qin Feng retorted. The Sea Overlord's expression changed several times before his voice turned icy, admonishing, Little King Leong, you must be mindful of your words. This is the Abyssal Sea, and you are not permitted to dictate my actions. As he spoke, dozens of massive whirlpools began to swirl beneath the sea, encircling Qin Feng. The seabed trembled as if, with a mere thought from the Sea Overlord, these whirlpools could obliterate everything before them. The cold cicada immediately became vigilant, coldly staring at the Sea Overlord. Do you think that possessing inferior techniques allows you to critique my actions? The Sea Overlord looked down at Qin Feng with an air of superiority, derisively saying, Do you truly believe that without my presence, you Leong Kingdom would have no means of survival? Today I shall inform you, the resources of this abyssal sea shall be yours only if I choose to grant them. Anything I do not wish to bestow upon you, you shall never touch. His words were resolute, exuding an overwhelming demeanor. Qin Feng silently observed his performance. Have you finished speaking? Only after the Sea Overlord concluded did Qin Feng raise his head and murmur. You do speak quite a lot. Since that is the case, there is no need for further dialogue. Let's engage directly. Engage? Are you seeking death?